Chapter 1. In the early morning, on the sandy shores of a small island in the East Sea named Karakus, a young boy was running, greeted cheerfully by the early risers. "Master Kevin, you're exercising again, truly diligent." "Good morning, Master Kevin." "Keep it up, Brother Kevin." The boy named Kevin smiled and nodded in response. His full name was Tang Kevin, the only son of the island's largest hotel owner. At the tender age of 12, he was a genuine reincarnator, however. To describe it as merely reincarnation would be inaccurate, for he was reborn in this world after his previous life had ended. Like many others who found themselves in such fantastical realms, Kevin arrived with a golden finger, but the system had only uttered the words, "System binding successful," at the moment of his birth, and thereafter fell silent. As he grew older, Kevin was both exhilarated and terrified upon discovering that he had crossed over into the world of his favorite anime, One Piece. The thrill stemmed from achieving the dream of every pirate enthusiast by entering this world, while the fear arose from the uncertainty and myriad dangers it presented, knowing his life could be extinguished at any moment. Thus, Kevin endeavored to stimulate the elusive system that accompanied him, which now lay dormant somewhere unknown, but his efforts yielded nothing, as if the system had never existed. With no golden finger to rely on, he sought alternative methods. Consequently, since the age of 5, the island's residents had become accustomed to witnessing this relentless young man engaged in daily exercise. Effort invariably bears fruit, a timeless truth. 7 years of rigorous training had endowed 12-year-old Kevin with a height of 1.7 meters and a graceful physique. Moreover, he could easily overpower 5 adult men single-handedly. 50 laps completed. Phew! Kevin exclaimed breathlessly as he paused in front of an opulent structure, a hotel managed by his father, Tang Muscle. Frankly, each time he glanced at the hotel sign, Kevin couldn't help but wonder if his father had also crossed over, for how else could one explain such a peculiar name? Upon returning to his room on the second floor of the hotel, Kevin took a refreshing hot shower and changed into a clean outfit, intending to head downstairs for breakfast. Just as he stepped out of his room, a beautiful middle-aged woman gently called out to him, "Kevin, are you off to eat?" "Yes, mother." This woman was Kevin's mother, Pascars D. Lucia. Lucia smiled and inquired, "After breakfast, could you help me purchase a few items?" Kevin nodded eagerly. "Of course, mother. What do you need? I can go right now. These are the things I need to buy today. Marks the anniversary of Aunt Lucia's passing, and I wish to honor her memory with some offerings." Lucia's smile vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sorrow. Gazing at the list in her hand, Kevin reassured her, "Mother, please don't be sad. I believe Aunt Lucia wouldn't want us to mourn for her." Leaving the hotel, Kevin began to procure the items for the memorial as per Lucia's list. At times, Kevin reflected on his origins with a sense of wonder. In his past life, he had been an orphan, yet in this new existence, fate seemed to compensate him with a complete and loving family, albeit one with a rather grand background. His father, Tang Muscle, was merely his pseudonym. His true name was Tang Jike the Muscle Saint. Indeed, Kevin's father was a noble celestial dragon, and his uncle was the very same Tang Jike the Muscle Saint who later defended the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, striking down the infamous celestial dragon, Charlos. Moreover, his mother, Pascars D. Lucia, was a twin sister to Portgas D. Rouge, the wife of the pirate king, Joel D. Roger. Such a lineage was undeniably overwhelming. As for how his parents came to be together, there lay a tale. In his youth, the rebellious Muscle had left his family, following the example of his cousin, Tang Jike the Hoguming Saint, who was the father of the infamous Don Quixote da Flamingo. Unlike Hoguming, who renounced his celestial dragon status to lead a normal life, Muscle, the heir to the Tang Jike clan, concealed his identity to explore the world. During his travels, Muscle encountered a fearsome storm that capsized his ship. The lone survivor, he clung to a broken mast and washed ashore on a small island, where he was rescued by Lucia, a beautiful woman gathering seashells on the beach. Captivated by her kindness and beauty, Muscle fell deeply in love. Ultimately, he brought Lucia back to his family and, despite opposition, held a grand wedding. However, discontent with the life of a celestial dragon, Lucia persuaded Muscle to relinquish his position as heir to his younger brother, Muscle Saint, and they sought refuge on the island of Curacuz in the East Sea, where Lucia was 5 months pregnant. Master Kevin, terrible news. Mr. Muscle and Mrs. Lucia have been slain by pirates. A villager cried out as he approached Kevin at a frantic pace. The word struck Kevin like a thunderbolt, shattering his composure. He dropped the items in his hands and dashed toward his family's hotel. Upon arrival, the horrific scene before him nearly shattered his sanity. The hotel lay in ruins, his parents and the staff sprawled lifelessly in pools of blood, while several battered villagers stood nearby. When the world happened, Kevin's voice was as frigid as ice. The proprietor of the neighboring shop placed a comforting hand on Kevin's shoulder. Master Kevin, a group of pirates invaded your establishment. One of them attempted to abduct your mother, and your father and the workers intervened, only to be slaughtered by the others. A few villagers who rushed to help were also injured. In a bid to avoid disgrace, your mother took her own life. Please accept my condolences. Where did those pirates go? Kevin's eyes blazed with fury, his body trembling. They headed to the dock. At the dock, a band of pirates was busy loading goods they had pillaged from the island onto their ship. A minion, A, remarked to another minion, B, as they worked, "What a shame about that beautiful woman. Why did she have to take her own life?" Minion B replied, "Better that than to fall into the hands of the first mate. Every woman captured by that pervert never sees the light of day again. They all perish from his torment. And the captain turns a blind eye. Control them? How? Don't you know the captain and first mate are in cahoots?" Minion A scoffed. Minion B nodded in agreement. They indulge in both men and women. That's why the first mate has earned his reputation as a pervert. You all deserve to die. A chilling voice echoed behind the two minions. Without allowing them time to react, a swift, cold flash of a blade severed their throats, extinguishing their lives. Kevin discarded the kitchen knife he had snatched from the villager, bent to retrieve the steel blades from the two fallen pirates, one tucked into his waistband, the other gripped firmly in his hand as he advanced toward the remaining pirates. The pirates soon noticed Kevin's presence. At the bow of their ship, an ugly, one-eyed, limping giant boomed. Who dares to challenge the might of one-eyed Bardus? Kill him. Beside the brute stood a pale, effeminate man who added, "We've just received word that the Navy is en route. You all need to act swiftly." Understood, Captain, First Mate. Right, bosses, the swarm of pirates replied in disarray. Soon, over 30 pirates encircled Kevin. A lanky pirate stepped forward, a sinister grin on his face. "Kid, you've got some guts, coming here alone to mess with a one-eyed pirate crew, killing 2 of our men. Looks like you're tired of living. Let me send you on your way." With that, the thin pirate raised his steel blade, aiming to strike Kevin. In a flash, Kevin lunged forward, crashing into the thin pirate's embrace, evading the attack while simultaneously plunging the blade into the pirate's heart. "This kid's got skills. Everyone, attack together and kill him," shouted an unknown pirate, prompting the throng to pounce on Kevin. Kevin did not flinch. One hand grasped the corpse of the thin pirate as a shield against the onslaught, while the other wielded his steel blade with fervor. Before long, Kevin bore a dozen wounds, yet he had managed to slay or injure half of the pirates. "Stop!" The effeminate man, having descended from the ship unobserved, strode toward the crowd. Upon hearing the first mate's command, the pirates halted, encircling Kevin to prevent his escape. The effeminate man halted 4 meters away from Kevin, scrutinizing him intently. After a prolonged pause, he seemed satisfied, nodded slightly, and licked his lips with his tongue, saying, "Young man, join us, and I shall overlook the fact that you have slain so many of my comrades. I can also offer you experiences you have yet to encounter. What do you say? I find you repugnant. All I desire now is to avenge my parents and the workers by annihilating you, using your corpses to honor them. Ah, it appears we cannot reach an agreement. It seems I shall have to capture you and toy with you before ending your life," the effeminate man declared as he lunged toward Kevin. Exhaustion and excessive blood loss rendered Kevin incapable of evading. The man struck Kevin's chest with a powerful blow, sending him flying like a rag doll until he collided with the cargo piled at the dock. In the distance, a warship sped toward Curacuz Island. A naval officer at the bow addressed the admiral, who was indulging in donuts on the deck, saying, "Admiral Carp, We shall reach Kuruku's island in an hour. However, the lookout has just spotted a pirate ship docked at the pier. As he continued to eat, Carp inquired, which pirate crew is it? Is it the one led by Buget? Surely it cannot be that red-hair brat? It is the one-eyed pirate crew. Their captain, One-Eyed Bardus, has a bounty of 3 million berries, and his first mate, the wicked ghost Baja, has a bounty of 1 million berries, answered Buget, Carp's aide. I expected a more formidable adversary. Buget, have our team apprehend them, Carp said nonchalantly, showing no interest in dealing with the insignificant characters whose combined bounties did not exceed 5 million berries. Understood, Buget replied indifferently, as he had grown accustomed to Carp delegating tasks to him whenever they encountered pirates with bounties below 50 million. Admiral Carp, urgent communication from headquarters. A messenger rushed over, shouting, "Speak, what is it? Can a man enjoy his vacation in peace?" Carp grumbled, irritated that his long-awaited respite was interrupted by yet another mission. The Peace Hotel on Kuruku's island had been attacked by pirates. Fleet Admiral Sengoku orders you to proceed with utmost haste to protect the hotel owner and his family. Instantly, Carp's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. The identity of the hotel owner was well known among the higher echelons of the Navy. He was a celestial dragon, and moreover, the eldest son of the Don Quixote family. Should any harm befall him, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Thus, Carp commanded Buget to steer the warship toward Kuruku's island with maximum speed, while he used the moonwalk technique to soar through the air toward the island. "Do not let anything happen to you, Musker," Carp silently prayed as he hurried. Musker, despite his celestial dragon status, was one of the few he did not despise. In fact, they were friends. For this reason, Carp sincerely wished for the safety of Musker and his family. However, fate was unkind. Just as Carp was on the verge of arrival, his kin Bunchiko Haki sensed the demise of Musker and his wife. "Damn pirates," Carp cursed inwardly. At that moment, an overwhelming aura swept through the air, causing Carp to momentarily halt. Gazing toward the source of this energy on Kuruku's island, he murmured, "So, it is the awakening of Conqueror's Haki. Who possesses such formidable power?" With that, Carp accelerated his charge toward Kuruku's island. 5 minutes earlier, Kevin struggled to rise from the collapsed cargo, propping himself up with a steel knife. He could feel at least 2 of his ribs had fractured, yet his gaze remained fiercely fixed on the effeminate man, the wicked ghost Baja. "Oh, what a resilient little brat. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become, the more I long to subdue you," Baja taunted, extending his snake-like tongue to lick his lips. Kevin staggered toward Baja, brandishing the steel knife. Baja made no move, simply grinning wickedly at Kevin. As Kevin approached, he laboriously raised his knife to stab Baja. Baja swatted the knife from Kevin's grasp and kicked him away with a powerful blow. This time, Kevin found himself utterly immobilized, watching in terror as Baja approached step by step, his heart filled with fear and resentment. Under this intense mental strain, Kevin sensed something within his mind shatter. A tremendous aura erupted from Kevin, sweeping outward like a tempest. In that moment, he awakened the legendary Conqueror's Haki, said to be 1 in a million. All life on the island, from One-Eyed Bardus to the tiniest ant, fell into a state of suspended animation, collapsing to the ground in a faint. Baja, merely 5 steps away from Kevin, succumbed to his injuries, blood oozing from every orifice, and died. The pinnacle of Bogut has arrived, yet he can barely manage to complete the first task. As for the subsequent 2 projects, no one on this planet stands a chance of accomplishing them. While he may indulge in some complaints, he is acutely aware that, with his current abilities, these tasks are far beyond his reach. It appears he must prioritize securing employment, as it is the most reliable course of action. Completing 2 daily tasks to acquire items and skills is fraught with uncertainty. The unpredictability is overwhelming. Take, for instance, the recently acquired Rainbow Catcher Substitute skill. It offers no assistance in fulfilling these 3 projects. Lost in thought, Levi intended to depart when a few youthful voices echoed behind him. Haha. Isn't that the useless Levi? He's gazing at the naval bulletin board. Could he be foolish enough to dream of joining the Navy? Perhaps he wishes to lounge on the deck and bask in the sun. Li Wei turned his head and saw a group of children, around 7 or 8 years old, pointing and giggling at him with faces full of mockery. If memory serves, they appeared to be mischievous little rascals. and the one laughing the loudest seemed to be named Jewel, whose family owned a bookstore. He recalled having interviewed there before. Li Wei delved into the memories of the original owner and unearthed the names of several mischievous children. Given their unruly nature and considering the original owner's reputation, he chose not to dwell on it and intended to depart. He had heard that they were recently on a job hunt. Indeed, one even came to audition at my family's shop, only to be unceremoniously ejected by my father. The rascals, witnessing this, became increasingly brazen, with one, named Jewel, even spitting towards Li Wei. Fortunately, Li Wei reacted swiftly, evading the spittle's assault, yet he was now filled with indignation. Having traversed into this realm without encountering pirates, he found himself face to face with these troublesome children instead. These miscreants certainly warranted a thorough lesson. Li Wei suddenly had a thought. He realized a crucial point. No matter how mischievous the children may be, they are not as difficult to deceive as adults. Perhaps they, too, could have requests akin to those of the outsider, Kizaru. Li Wei seemed to perceive a second skill beckoning to him. He swiftly turned his head and soon conceived a brilliant idea, exclaiming with a grin, "Jewel, do you still have time to loiter here? Have you completed your assignments? What business is it of yours, you good-for-nothing? How dare you meddle in others' affairs?" retorted the boy named Jewel, infuriated and humiliated. "Huh. Coming from a family that runs a bookstore, you must have an abundance of various extracurricular assignments. And yet, the mischievous child despises doing homework. This presents a perfect opportunity." Li Wei smiled cheerfully and then got straight to the point. "What I mean is, if you haven't finished, I can assist you." Upon hearing this, Jewel immediately ceased his tirade. "What, do you really think I can't manage the homework of a mere child?" Li Wei added, however. "If you wish for me to assist you with your homework, you must abandon this attitude. Do not believe him. He is merely a sluggish sloth who rummages through trash cans. How could he possibly help you with your assignments? Indeed, a creature of his caliber could never aid you with your studies. Yet, he is currently seeking employment. Perhaps he intends to work at my home. Hence his willingness to assist with my homework." Javier interrupted his friend's remarks and turned to Li Wei, inquiring with curiosity, "Can you truly help me with my homework? What do you think? If you could be a bit more sincere, it might not be impossible. Brother Li Wei, I implore you, please help me. I am overwhelmed with assignments and cannot possibly complete them all. If you assist me, I will beseech my father to let you help out at the store. If he refuses, I shall resort to a hunger strike. My father dotes on me. He will surely acquiesce." The mischievous child Javier seemed to don an entirely different facade as he began to plead earnestly. "You would even starve yourself to persuade your father to aid me? How could I possibly believe that?" Li Wei found the situation amusing. Sensing the moment was ripe, he replied with a mischievous grin. "Although your homework may be somewhat overwhelming, I strongly suggest you tackle it on your own. This way, you shall not disappoint your father's expectations of you. Therefore, I must decline to assist." After his outright refusal, he was immediately greeted by the melodious voice of the system. "Congratulations. You have completed Daily Task 1 and Daily Task 2, earning the skills Terrifying Countenance and the item Super Mosquito Repellent. For further details, please refer to the system." What unexpected rewards. By the way, this mischievous child had just threatened to go on a hunger strike, which was clearly an unrealistic ploy. He had simultaneously completed 2 tasks, reaping 2 rewards. Yet, judging by their names, these rewards seemed rather unhelpful for succeeding in the military selection examination. Amidst his delight, Li Wei felt a flicker of concern as he glanced at the group of little rascals. It was evident that they wore expressions of sheer indignation. Particularly, Jewel appeared flushed, veins protruding, seemingly ready to charge at him to deliver a sound thrashing. Li Wei naturally regarded this group of children with disdain. He let out a cold snort and promptly activated the system to examine the skills and items he had just acquired. The skill, Terrifying Countenance, was a group ability that allowed him to instill fear in his opponents through a frightful glare, significantly reducing their reaction speed. This skill could be employed up to 3 times, with each instance lasting a maximum of 5 minutes. It seemed reminiscent of something from a Pokemon game and held little utility for his current self. Li Wei shook his head and continued to peruse the system introduction. The Super Mosquito Repellent, once ignited, it creates a zone that is perpetually free of mosquitoes. This item can only be utilized once. This contraption offers no assistance in the military recruitment selection process. Although Li Wei had mentally prepared himself for disappointment, the reality of it still cast a shadow over his spirits. 2 skills and 1 item, all rendered ineffectual. Who wouldn't feel disheartened in such circumstances? "You worthless piece of junk, dare to mock me? Let's team up and give him a good thrashing." Upon hearing the incessant chatter of the rowdy children, Li Wei could no longer contain his irritation and bellowed, "Silence. If you keep this up, I will tear your assignments to shreds. No, I will rip your mouths apart." Jue'er and the others were taken aback by Li Wei, the seemingly idle sunbather, erupting with such fury. They were momentarily stunned into silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Unsure of how to respond, Li Wei let out a cold laugh and turned to leave, for he needed to hasten his search for employment. At that moment, Javel, realizing the situation, snarled, "You, an adult, dare to bully a child? I shall inform my father at once. Indeed, let us seek our father's intervention. These insufferable little brats quick to resort to parental authority at the slightest disagreement, are truly unbearable. Li Wei found himself irresistibly recalling various news stories involving unruly children, understanding that behind each of these mischievous youngsters often lay a similarly troublesome parent. Moreover, considering the reputation of the original figure, it was evident that these parents would not easily let go of their grievances. Thus, he realized he could not afford to squander his time on such matters. Li Wei felt a twinge of anxiety within him. Suddenly, he recalled the recently acquired item. Perhaps it was worth a try. As Li Wei contemplated, several mischievous children, noticing his troubled expression, grew even more emboldened. They shouted louder, unleashing a barrage of unflattering remarks. This raucous scene began to attract the attention of passers-by. Time was of the essence. Levi hastily activated his terrifying facial expression skill, glaring at the unruly children. With the enhancement of this ability, he felt the muscles in his face quivering intensely, and his eyes widened dramatically. Although he could not see his own expression, Levi was certain it must have appeared quite fearsome. The effect was undeniably striking. The group of chatterboxes, who had been spouting vulgarities, suddenly fell silent, as if collectively muzzled. Moreover, their faces were etched with fear, each trembling uncontrollably. This situation was indeed instigated by their misbehavior, and how dare they even consider informing their parents? Humph. Let me tell you, in the future, treat others with more respect. Do not always rely on your status as children to stir up trouble, or you shall suffer grave consequences. Li Wei spoke earnestly, and soon after, a few mischievous children nodded fervently in agreement. I suppose I have accomplished a significant deed. In the world of pirates, these children could unwittingly attract the attention of a pirate one day, and at that moment, their lives would likely be in peril. Li Wei murmured to himself and departed. After he left, it took a considerable while for the children to cease their trembling legs. They exchanged glances, yet fell into a silence, as the earlier scene had profoundly shocked them, leaving them devoid of any desire to continue playing. Consequently, they each returned to their respective homes. Upon returning to the street, Li Wei still found himself lacking direction regarding his job search. Conversely, he had garnered some insights on how to accomplish his two daily tasks. The islanders held significant prejudice against the original owner, making it exceedingly difficult to alter their perceptions in a short span. However, outsiders and children might prove to be instrumental in assisting him with his tasks, thus acquiring items and skills. Although the randomness of these items and skills was considerable, they were undoubtedly simpler to attain than securing employment. Therefore, Li Wei resolved to pursue dual avenues, searching for a job while simultaneously seeking opportunities to fulfill his daily tasks. Before proceeding, he faced a dilemma. He needed to utilize his items and skills first, as the system's design limited the number of items he could store. Otherwise, these seemingly useless items would occupy space, preventing him from acquiring new ones. Adhering to the principle of waste reduction, Li Wei contemplated for a moment, formulating a plan. The rainbow catcher could only be employed on rainy days. Currently, even if he wished to use it, he had no opportunity, so he set it aside. The terrifying face had a deterring effect on others. Having just been used once, there were still 2 chances left, which he decided to reserve for potential future confrontations. The super mosquito repellent would be particularly beneficial for Granny Moo, who had frequently lamented to the original owner about the excessive mosquitoes preventing her from sleeping at night. This evening would provide a perfect opportunity to pay her a visit. Having organized these thoughts, Li Wei found himself ensnared in another quandary. Securing employment was exceedingly challenging due to the scarcity of opportunities in this era. Apart from the 2 major factions of pirates in the Navy, the only available jobs were in small shops or within the households of the affluent. Positions in shops typically included roles such as cooks or waitstaff, akin to Sanji or Makino, the wife of Shanks. Wealthy families also hired individuals for roles such as butlers or guards. For example, Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates had served as a butler in Usopp's fiancée Ikaya's home for 3 years, although the island he currently inhabited was not small. These 2 categories of work were exclusively offered to locals. Thus, Li Wei found himself in a state of helplessness, pondering as he walked but failing to devise a solution. As time ticked away, he remained utterly at a loss throughout the afternoon. Suddenly, he was jolted from his thoughts by a rumble from his stomach. How hungry he was. Remarkably, he had not eaten anything today. If he did not consume some food soon, he might not only fail to become a Navy officer but could very well perish on the streets. He lifted his gaze and found himself standing before a pile of garbage in a narrow alley. Curse it. It seemed he had triggered the original owner's passive skill. He had come scavenging for food. Li Wei, in silent disbelief, lightly tapped his forehead, only to hear a timid voice behind him. Big brother, hello. May I join you in scavenging for food? Who would have thought that amidst a pile of refuse, someone would dare to make such a request? Truly, the heavens have not been unkind to him. The mere thought of soon acquiring yet another skill filled him with anticipation. Li Wei was overwhelmed with joy and quickly turned around, only to see a frail, emaciated child. The boy was of diminutive stature, appearing to be merely 7 or 8 years of age. He stood there in a daze, noticing Li Wei's lack of response. The child gazed longingly at a nearby heap of refuse and implored, I beg you, my younger brother and I have not eaten for 2 or 3 days. I have scoured over a dozen garbage piles, but there were always others present, and they drove me away. Li Wei glanced at the child, his lips slightly parted. Yet words of refusal eluded him. Confronted with the yellow ape, he had come to understand that this system operated with remarkable rigor. The notion of feigning a refusal only to send the child to rummage through the refuse for sustenance would prove futile. Such actions would merely result in the system reclaiming the items and imposing a penalty of suspension. He certainly dared not take such a risk. Li Wei was acutely aware that as long as he voiced his refusal, he would immediately receive a skill reward. Perhaps this reward could aid him in successfully passing the conscription selection. Yet, the plight of this child was profoundly heartbreaking. Li Wei glanced at the child, finally stamping his foot in resignation and nodding. No problem, take your time to rummage through, but do be cautious of the shards of glass. Don't injure yourself. With that, he stepped aside. The child had initially intended to leave, intimidated by the elder brother's somber expression, which was rather daunting, but to his surprise, the older boy acquiesced. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude and approached the heap of refuse to search. Although he missed the opportunity to complete his daily task, Li Wei promptly cast aside the thought and began to feel sympathy for the child. Alas, he felt powerless to assist, merely observing as the child moved forward. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Previously, when he had declined the mischievous child's request to complete his homework, he had inadvertently accomplished 2 daily tasks simultaneously. Children, too, can dream big. Moreover, refusing someone's request and declining to partake in their grand visions are, in fact, 2 distinct tasks. According to the system's description, there exists no correlation between the two. Li Wei busily activated the system, meticulously examining the task instructions displayed before him. Indeed, the system explicitly stated, Instruction 5, Explanation of daily tasks. To refuse another's request means to neither accept nor comply with their solicitation. To refuse the enticing promises of a big pancake signifies a disbelief in the other's false commitments or lies, thus avoiding being deceived by grandiose illusions. This indicates that one can decline the request while simultaneously rejecting the enticing proposal of another. As for the art of crafting such illusions, many children are naturally adept at it, and the mischievous child he encountered today serves as a prime example. This child appeared quite astute, perhaps with a subtle suggestion. He could assist in accomplishing daily tasks too. Resolute in his decision, Li Wei placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and swiftly inquired, Hold on, if I assist you. How shall you repay me? What? Clearly, the child had not anticipated Li Wei's sudden intervention, and he appeared somewhat flustered. This older brother is rather peculiar. He must not be plotting something nefarious, right? Li Wei continued, I am genuinely inclined to assist you, but you must envision how you might offer me something in return. Provide me with sufficient benefits, or else I shall find it quite challenging to proceed. After Li Wei finished his persuasive remarks, he noticed the child across from him wearing a look of astonishment. Internally, he felt a sense of conflict but pressed on. If you wish to persuade others to take action, you must articulate the benefits they will reap upon assisting you. These benefits should be substantial, enticing, and ideally, challenging to attain. Do you comprehend? Upon concluding his statement, Li Wei was engulfed by a sense of shame, as if he were corrupting the innocence of a child. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to continue. I have faith that you can propose an irresistible offer that would compel me to relinquish this heap of refuse to you. The child furrowed his brow, appearing utterly bewildered. After a considerable pause, he tentatively replied, What if I give you the food I find first? Li Wei remarked, Your proposal lacks allure. How could it possibly sway me? Consider what you desire most fervently, then amplify that desire 100-fold. Li Wei could never have anticipated such a day would arrive. He found himself pleading with the child to paint a vision for him. Before his journey across realms, such grand aspirations were available in boundless supply each day. What is it that I desire the most? A flicker of sorrow passed through the child's eyes as he pondered for a moment before continuing. If you help me this time, once I am wealthy, I shall purchase a grand and magnificent house to gift to you. Would that be agreeable? Li Wei interrupted the child's words with a scoff, saying, At such a tender age, you already know how to spin grand tales. Do you think I am so easily deceived? By the time you amass wealth, you will have long forgotten me. His voice was somewhat loud, startling the child. After speaking, Li Wei took a deep breath, inwardly praying. This should count as a rejection of your grand promises, right? Ding. Congratulations on completing a daily task. You have received 5 rations of military food pills. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Wei leaped for joy, only to quickly notice the child's panicked expression. He hurriedly offered an apologetic smile, saying, My apologies, little one. I didn't mean to frighten you. Your earlier words seemed rather insincere, and I couldn't possibly believe them. However, do not dwell on it. Go find something to eat. With that, he swiftly activated the system, eager to examine the details of his first acquired item. Military food pill, crafted from ground carrot, buckwheat flour, wheat flour, sweet potato, licorice, koik seed, and glutinous rice flour. All meticulously ground into powder and steeped in liquor for 3 years. Once the liquor has evaporated, the mixture is kneaded into the size of a peach pit. Consuming merely 3 a day ensures one need not worry about depleting energy. As far as he recalled, this item was likely derived from Naruto. Although it may not be of assistance in the Navy's recruitment selection, it serves excellently to satiate hunger. He now had provisions secured for both today and tomorrow. Li Wei quickly retrieved some props, soon holding several small pills in his hand. He first tossed one of the military rations into his mouth, chewed it a couple of times, and then swallowed it. The child, still standing in place, was left with a look of astonishment at this series of actions. Li Wei smiled faintly, and moments later, he felt a wave of warmth surge within him, the sensation of hunger vanishing in an instant. This effect was far more potent than that of a Snickers. Li Wei, in a moment of self-deprecation, turned to the child and said, "You need not rummage through the trash tonight. I have something good for you. Though the dumpling may not be particularly delectable, it serves as a satisfactory sustenance." Yet, the child remained motionless, gazing at Li Wei with a look of bewilderment. Li Wei eagerly placed the nourishing pill into the child's hand. A smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Your contribution has played a part in my acquiring this. To give it a try, I assure you. I am not deceiving you." Though the child was somewhat skeptical, after a brief moment of hesitation, he popped the peculiar morsel into his mouth. Before long, a look of satisfaction spread across his face, and he exclaimed with awe, "How marvelous, big brother. I am no longer hungry at all. Indeed, here, these two are for you," Li Wei replied, elated, having retained only one for himself. He needed the energy for the military selection the following noon. And should he succeed in joining the Navy, the pill would become unnecessary. "Is that true? Thank you ever so much. My brother will not have to go hungry today," the child responded, as if recalling something important. He paused, then added, "You have helped me this time. When I become a big star, I shall surely reward you with plenty of money." What a clever child he is. A flicker of realization crossed Li Wei's mind as he firmly rejected the proposition, exclaiming, "Humph, retract that statement. Do I seem so easily deceived?" Yet, the absence of the system's melodious notifications soon enlightened him. It became evident that one could only be enticed by the same individual once, at least for a certain period. With this understanding, Li Wei quickly apologized to the child, saying, "My apologies. I spoke thoughtlessly and did not doubt your intentions." Suddenly, a crucial piece of information struck him, prompting a follow-up question. "By the way, do you have a younger brother?" "Yes," the child replied. "He has been subsisting solely on water these past few days. If he were to eat this meatball, he would be immensely happy. Then let us hasten. Lead me to him. Primarily, I require his assistance, akin to what you just provided." The child, seeming to comprehend, nodded and guided Li Wei out of the alleyway. As they conversed during their walk, Li Wei soon learned that the child's name was Tom and that he was not a resident of this town, which explained Li Wei's unfamiliarity with him. Fortunately, this circumstance allowed him to receive the system's reward. Eventually, Li Wei inquired about the reasons behind Tom's predicament on the streets. Upon hearing the question, Tom's face contorted with anger as he vehemently declared, "It is all the fault of the pirates. This band of villains razed my hometown and murdered my parents. They treated my brother and me as mere servants, and it was only after much difficulty that we managed to escape." Hearing the child's plight momentarily stunned Li Wei, fortifying his resolve. While the Straw Hat Pirates were indeed pirates, they were an anomaly among their kind. More accurately, Luffy and his companions resembled adventurers, traversing the seas much like the legendary Nolan, seeking treasures while never resorting to theft. Instead, they had aided several princesses from various nations, driving away pirates and protecting the innocent. However, in the realm of piracy, most were notorious for their malevolence, indulging in plunder and villainy. Even the reputable Whitebeard pirates were not exempt. As one of the four emperors, they too extorted protection fees from civilians. Upon closer inspection, the Whitebeard pirates and the Dragon pirates were fundamentally alike, differing only in the degree of their malevolence. As his thoughts swirled, Li Wei offered further words of comfort to the child and shared his aspirations. "Once I join the Navy, big brother, are you going to become a Navy officer? Will you help us seek revenge?" The child asked urgently, as if clutching at a lifeline. "Certainly. Do you know the name of the pirate crew that killed your parents?" "They are the Steelblade Pirates, led by Captain Eddie, a formidable foe with a bounty of 10 million berries." 10 million berries? That hardly seems to be a noteworthy individual. Li Wei was acutely aware that it was shortly after the conclusion of the Top War, a period during which the Straw Hat Pirates were each engaged in their own training. The Grand Line had seen an influx of pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. A mere bounty of 10 million berries rendered a pirate little more than a weakling. Yet, even such a weakling was beyond Li Wei's current capabilities to handle. Thus, he discreetly committed the name to memory and added, "Leave this matter to me. I shall avenge you. However, would it be possible for you to persuade your brother to present me with an irresistible condition?" Upon hearing the prospect of revenge, Tom felt a surge of gratitude. Yet he sought clarification regarding Li Wei's request. "Big brother, do you wish for my sibling to make grand promises akin to the one I just made?" "Precisely," Li Wei affirmed. "The more challenging the promise, the better." He nodded vigorously. "This would bolster my chances of joining the Navy." Though Tom felt perplexed, he readily agreed. After a short while, they arrived before a dilapidated old house. "Big brother, we have arrived." As Li Wei surveyed the dilapidated walls of the house, he was struck by the numerous gaping holes in the areas that had already collapsed, rendering the place reminiscent of a desolate ruin. The pervasive presence of beggars and the so-called sauna gods in this small town left little hope. Any marginally decent establishments had long been claimed. This situation subtly mirrored the harsh realities faced by ordinary people in the world of pirates. Suddenly, amidst his reflections, Li Wei noticed Tom hastily approaching the rickety door, joyfully exclaiming, "George, come out quickly. I found food. Brother, you're finally back. I have plenty of delicious treats waiting for you to share." Moments later, a similarly gaunt little figure emerged from the crumbling abode, his hands laden with an array of delectable items, bread, ham, and milk. Taken aback, Li Wei marveled at the scene before him. It appeared that the original occupant of this body had never tasted such delightful fare in his lifetime. Tom shared the same astonishment, and, with a furrowed brow, questioned his brother, "Where did you obtain all this food?" "A kind uncle gave it to me," George replied. "He said he won a lot of money, so he bought me plenty of treats and even handed me some cash." As the words left his lips, Li Wei noticed George pulling a stack of money from his pocket, grinning as he continued, "That uncle also said he would help me find my brother. Have you encountered a man with a terrifying scar on his face? P.S. Truly a good person. A kind-hearted man with a scarred visage?" This crucial detail conjured several familiar faces in Li Wei's mind. Could it be Rayleigh? Or perhaps the red-haired Shanks? Maybe it was Monkey D. Garp, Luffy's grandfather? Regardless, it certainly could not be the haughty crocodile, as he had no interest in the plight of starving children. After mulling over the myriad possibilities without arriving at a conclusion, Li Wei decided to let it go. Upon hearing his brother's account, Tom cheerfully remarked, "We're quite fortunate today. I also met a good older brother who provided me with ample food." With that, he eagerly introduced Li Wei to his brother, George, who, upon glancing at Li Wei, extended the food he was holding towards him. Li Wei, unceremoniously, quickly picked up the phone but refrained from eating. Instead, he cast a knowing glance at Tom and said, "You haven't forgotten your promise to me, have you? Upon my enlistment in the Navy." Tom immediately grasped the implication and leaned in to whisper a few words into George's ear. Before long, George regarded Li Wei with a peculiar expression and curiously remarked, "Thank you, big brother. If you can help us seek revenge, I assure you that when I have money, I will buy you not just delicious treats, but rather a magnificent and splendid mansion. Well done, and may we procure something truly beneficial this time." Levi let out a cold snort, declaring that he was not so easily deceived, and suggested that the other retract his statement. However, he expressed his willingness to assist, for the notorious pirates who had committed countless misdeeds deserved to be punished. At that moment, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations on completing a daily task. You have received the time storage watch. For further details, please refer to the system. That will suffice. Thank you, little brother, Levi said. Noticing George's bewildered expression, "How wonderful it is to assist my elder brother." Tom joyfully grasped his sibling's hand, while George remained in a state of utter confusion. Li Wei added, "Thanks to all of you, I am one step closer to joining the Navy." As he spoke, he activated the system to examine the description of the second item he had acquired. Time storage watch. By pressing the red button on the watch, one can store time. Pressing the yellow button allows the user to utilize the stored time. Explanation 1. During the time storage operation, time in reality will elapse at double the normal speed. Conversely, when utilizing the stored time, the clock in reality will tick at half the normal speed. This item synchronously affects the movement speed of all clocks. Explanation 2. Each time, a maximum of 10 seconds can be stored. This item can be used a maximum of 3 times. After reading, Li Wei swiftly turned his head and began to analyze. According to the typical conventions observed in animated series, time-related items are often quite powerful, arguably second only to those related to causality. However, being limited to storing only 10 seconds seems rather trivial, seemingly of little utility. Wait a moment. This item could be precisely utilized to navigate the Navy's enlistment selection process. Li Wei suddenly had a brilliant idea, yet he was uncertain whether the item was indeed as powerful as he hoped. Thus, he hastily remarked, "I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Do exercise caution, for this area is rather chaotic, teeming with ill-intentioned individuals. I shall return to check on you tomorrow." "Big brother, aren't you going to eat?" Li Wei initially intended to wave his hand in refusal, but after a moment's contemplation, he picked up a loaf of bread and rose to leave. Before departing, he reiterated to Tom the importance of consuming the 2 pills by noon the following day. Tom nodded in agreement, offering encouragement. "Big brother, we eagerly await the good news of your joining the Navy." Observing such a thoughtful little brother, Li Wei solemnly nodded. Feeling an intensified urgency to validate his thoughts, he could not afford to let them down. After exiting the dilapidated house, Li Wei soon arrived beneath the clock tower of the small town. Given that the time-storing watch was a consumable item, he approached it with caution. He meticulously reread the instructions several times, ensuring his understanding was accurate before retrieving the item from the system. As he beheld the watch materialize on his left wrist, he examined it closely. The watch face displayed only a solitary digit, 0, flanked by 2 buttons, one red on the left and one yellow on the right. He fervently hoped that this watch would genuinely alter the flow of time in reality. Li Wei murmured softly, lifting his gaze to the clock tower to gauge the speed of the longest second hand. With a decisive press of the crimson button, he felt, perhaps due to his own perception, that the movement of the second hand seemed to hasten. Simultaneously, the digits on the time-storing watch began to escalate. After the clock tower's second hand traversed 4 divisions, the watch's display read 10, after which it ceased to increase. Remarkably, the second hand of the clock tower also slowed abruptly. Nonetheless, the duration of 10 seconds felt rather fleeting, leaving Li Wei uncertain whether the clock's second hand truly altered its pace. Resolute in his actions, he continued to observe the clock tower's time and soon pressed the yellow button on the right side of his watch. This time, he distinctly sensed the deceleration of the second hand, as the digits on the time-storing watch reverted to 0. A surge of joy welled within him. This watch was perfectly suited for the 100-meter sprint. For most, the alteration in the passage of time would be nearly imperceptible. In other words, as long as one could complete the 100 meters within 18 seconds, following the rule of having the perceived time. The official recorded time would be 9 seconds, thus meeting the standard. To prevent any disruption to the recruitment selection results for others tomorrow, Li Wei had preemptively stored the time on his watch. While he had successfully prepared for the 100-meter sprint, 2 additional events loomed ahead. Time was of the essence. Although 5 items could be acquired in a day, the storage limit was 3, and he had the opportunity to obtain 1 more today. He could not afford to squander it. With this thought in mind, Li Wei retrieved a piece of bread from his pocket, contemplating his next move. It was time to sample the pastries drawn by his elder. The original host had not visited his grandmother in a considerable while, and after enlisting in the Navy, such visits would likely become even rarer. Tonight provided the perfect occasion to bid her farewell. Departing from the clock tower, Li Wei wandered for quite some time, navigating through a thicket. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor assailed him, nearly causing him to retch. He hastily covered his nose, recalling that beyond the woods lay a series of garbage mounds. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to Luffy's homeland, the kingdom of Goa, rife with pirates and celestial dragons, where the plight of the common folk was dire. However, this was not the moment for lamentation. Li Wei quickened his pace and soon arrived at the heart of the forest. Glancing around, he spotted a diminutive figure approaching. He inquired, "Grandma, how have you been?" "Oh, it's you, Li Wei. What brings you here? Surely, you haven't been cast out from the town?" "Not at all. I have come to bring you some food." Li Wei produced the loaf of bread, raising it slightly as he asked, "Grandma, if I were to give you this bread, how would you express your gratitude?" However, the old woman remained silent, her brow furrowing instead. "Where did you acquire this bread? Have the townsfolk become so affluent that they discard perfectly good loaves? Let us not dwell on that. You still haven't answered my question. What can an old, useless woman like me do? If you were to marry and have children, I could assist you in caring for them. After all, I was the one who raised you. When you were just born, your father went off to become a pirate, and your mother lacked the experience in child rearing, so I stepped in to help. But with your current state, it's hard to imagine any girl would find you appealing enough to marry." "Ah, must you be so blunt, Grandma?" Li Wei felt a profound sense of embarrassment, yet he could only continue. "Could you perhaps offer some encouraging words, dear mother-in-law? I truly need your support." The response came. "In that case, you must strive diligently. As long as you secure a respectable job, work earnestly, and refrain from frivolous spending, you will soon be able to marry and lead a prosperous life. At that time, I too shall share in the joy." Although this was the mother-in-law's hope for him, it also resembled a mere illusion. In this world, how often do things unfold so smoothly? Li Wei scoffed. "You believe that finding a job and working diligently will lead to marriage and children? Do you think I am so naive, easily swayed by your words? What on earth is wrong with you today?" The elderly woman's eyes were filled with confusion as she chattered incessantly. Li Wei, however, paid little heed to these words, for he was captivated by the most enchanting sound of the system notification. Ding! Congratulations on completing a daily task. You have acquired the item, Air Cannon. This item seems to have originated from the realm of Doraemon, frequently appearing in the theatrical adaptations, where Nobita has utilized it to vanquish many foes. Yet, it offers little assistance in fulfilling the requirements of the naval recruitment selection process. Li Wei's face betrayed a sense of disappointment as he left the bread for his grandmother. He then explained, "Please disregard what I just said, Grandma. I hope you take good care of yourself, for I am to attend the Navy recruitment selection tomorrow." "Oh, that's wonderful," she replied. "As long as you are not becoming a pirate, I fervently hope you achieve your aspirations." With a soft hum, Li Wei retrieved the super mosquito repellent from the system once again, and a ring of incense appeared in his hand. "Where did you acquire this?" Grandma Mu inquired with curiosity. "How did you manage to gather so many intriguing items today?" Li Wei could only divert the conversation. "Mother-in-law, you shall no longer be troubled by mosquito bites." With that, he lit the mosquito coil. After exchanging a few more words, Li Wei rose to bid farewell to his grandmother. Exiting the woods, he found himself in a secluded corner of the park, a place where the original owner often took rest. Lying down, he activated the system to peruse the instructions for the air cannon. Air cannon, a device that can be worn on the hand, which, upon uttering the command bang, releases an invisible pressure of air to strike adversaries. Instructions: This device can launch a total of 10 projectiles. Please use with caution. Though this item seemed promising, its practicality appeared limited. Perhaps tomorrow he would seek an opportunity to expend it. Lost in thought, Li Wei soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, Li Wei arose early. Today marked the final day for naval recruitment selection, and he needed to utilize the morning to complete several daily tasks to acquire useful items and skills. He decided to visit Tom first, to see if there were any surplus provisions. If so, he could use the food to entice others to make requests or to paint grand visions. Additionally, he would remind the two brothers to consume their military rations. Resolute in his decision, Li Wei consumed the last military ration in his possession and set off. Upon arriving at his destination, however, he found no sign of Tom or his younger siblings. Had they ventured out so early? That seemed unlikely, based on the events of the previous evening. They possessed sufficient funds to last quite a while. Li Wei was inexplicably beset by a foreboding sensation, yet upon closer inspection of his surroundings, everything appeared to be perfectly normal. Sighing, he decided to dismiss the feeling and left the dilapidated shack. As he strolled down the street, Li Wei activated his system and noted that there were still 2 rations left. He pondered whether he should seek out an unoccupied area to discharge his air cannon, thus freeing up space to acquire new items. Just as he was caught in this hesitation, he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. "Don't run, you bunch of pests. Ha. Old man, can you catch us?" The moment the words left their mouths, a group of young people whistled and laughed heartily as they dashed past Li Wei, jostling him in the process. It was Massel. That scoundrel had struck again. Li Wei immediately recognized the leader. After all, the man's conspicuously shiny bald head was simply too eye-catching. Following that, he noticed a tall, elderly gentleman with a head full of white hair, the proprietor of the buckwheat noodle shop in town. Marcel certainly had a daring spirit to boldly venture into Spike's establishment for a free meal. It is noteworthy that he was a retired naval veteran. Although age had diminished his strength compared to his younger days, he still possessed far greater capabilities than the average individual. Furthermore, his integrity and aversion to wrongdoing had earned him a revered status within the community. Not to mention, even the local ruffians and lesser-known pirates dared not provoke him. What could possibly be troubling Marcel to act in such a reckless manner? Li Wei, filled with curiosity, hesitated momentarily before ultimately deciding to follow. After a brief sprint, he soon spotted Spike, who was bent over with his hands resting on his knees, gasping for breath by the roadside. It appears that age indeed has a significant impact on one's strength. Both the old man with the white beard and Carp ultimately succumbed to their advanced years. Li Wei uttered a swift remark, not allowing time for explanation, before surpassing Spike and continuing the pursuit of Massel and his companions. As the adversaries entered the derelict factory that served as their stronghold, he too came to a halt, contemplating his strategy. In terms of sheer strength, he was undoubtedly no match for them. However, armed with the air cannon and the formidable skill known as Terrifying Countenance, vanquishing these foes seemed plausible. After all, Massel would never anticipate an idle ne'er-do-well, a master of trifles, suddenly launching an offensive against them. Moreover, the air cannon was particularly well suited for ambushes. With a mere utterance of bang, it could unleash invisible projectiles of compressed air. Caught off guard, no one could evade such an assault. 10 rounds were more than sufficient to deal with them, considering there were only 6 or 7 adversaries. With this thought, Li Wei took several deep breaths, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, striving to steady his breathing. He then adopted a nonchalant demeanor and strolled into the abandoned factory. Fortunately, the original inhabitant had visited this place before. Li Wei, relying on his memory, quickly located Massel and his companions. They were seated in a circle, clearly engaged in the distribution of their ill-gotten gains. Li Wei had long since prepared his thoughts. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly noticed 2 children not far away, their hands and feet bound by ropes. It was none other than the Tom brothers. What could have transpired? Logically, these young ruffians would not resort to harming small children, as their objective was monetary gain, and wandering children yielded no profits to exploit. Could it be that Tom's money had been discovered? That seemed implausible. Just last night, Tom's brother George had received a sum of money from a kind-hearted uncle, only to have it stolen today. Such a feat could only be achieved if Massel possessed the gift of foresight. Yet, if he indeed had such an ability, why would he intentionally provoke Spike? This entire sequence of events was exceedingly puzzling. Li Wei grew increasingly uneasy and decided to pause, choosing to observe the unfolding events. In contrast, Massel, clutching the recently acquired money, was distributing it among his subordinates. "Boss, today we've made quite a haul." "Indeed," he replied. "Considering the funds snatched from those 2 children this morning, we have enough to indulge ourselves for a while." "Nonsense. That little brat's money was rightfully ours," Massel interjected, adding, "Humph, that bastard ability user certainly didn't anticipate the harm he would cause to those 2 children. By the way, what shall we do with them? Just let them go?" "No, those children could prove quite useful. Spike will be arriving here soon, and we could conveniently use the children as hostages to deal with that bothersome old man. To think that the one aiding George is an ability user. I wonder if he is a pirate or a member of the Navy." Li Wei contemplated inwardly, yet refrained from delving deeper. for Massel's treachery was too despicable, resorting to the vile tactic of using children as hostages. Nevertheless, employing such a stratagem against Spike proved remarkably effective. He could not possibly stand idly by while the Tom brothers suffered. After a moment of silent indignation, Li Wei resolved to take the initiative. Being a remarkably astute child, Tom would undoubtedly comprehend that he had come to rescue him, thus ensuring their connection remained concealed. With this thought in mind, Li Wei retrieved an air cannon from the system, and his right hand was soon encased in a sleek black cylinder, fitting rather snugly. After a brief, private jest, he concealed his right hand behind his back and emerged from behind the wall, exclaiming, "Ah, such a fortune, Master Massel. Might I be granted the privilege of joining you?" The suddenness of his voice startled Massel and his associates. Upon recognizing the newcomer, their tension visibly eased, prompting one of the thugs to sneer, "With your frail stature, you are only fit to scavenge in the refuse. Though I may not possess great strength, I can still be of service," Li Wei retorted, unperturbed, while keenly observing Tom's reaction. Noticing Tom swiftly cover his brother's mouth, and realizing that Massel and his gang were entirely focused on him, Li Wei felt a weight lift from his heart, silently commending, "Well done, Tom. You have not let me down. I am quite familiar with this environment and possess knowledge of many individuals. I can certainly offer valuable strategies to you, Master Massel." Levi continued to speak as he slowly approached. Indeed, just as anticipated, Marsal and his companions did not regard him as a threat, engrossed in their petty squabbles over money. Seizing the opportunity, Levi stealthily revealed his right hand, concealed behind his back, targeting Marsal and shouted, "Bang!" The shot struck true, one must admit. The power of the air cannon was quite formidable. Marsal staggered backward, rendered unconscious. The other ruffians were bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. As they stood in confusion, Levi swiftly aimed his right hand at another thug and repeated the word "bang" several times, swiftly dispatching 4 more of them. The device in his hand was indeed peculiar. At this moment, the adversaries finally regained their composure. They rallied together, convinced that this young man was weak and that they would surely be able to overpower him. Li Wei was acutely aware of this reality. He pointed at the ruffian who had been the most vociferous among them and shouted. Unfortunately, this time, his adversary was prepared and deftly evaded the attack. Immediately after, the ruffian lunged at Li Wei, forcefully knocking the cannon from his grasp. With a clang, the air cannon was sent flying several meters away. This was disastrous. Li Wei Gang intended to unleash his formidable skill, the terrifying countenance, but was swiftly overpowered by his adversaries. As a series of heavy blows rained down upon him, the pain rendered him incapable of executing his technique, just as Li Wei struggled to free himself from his captors. A ruffian picked up the air cannon lying on the ground, scrutinized it closely, and fitted it onto his hand before striding towards him. "You worthless fool. How dare you lay a hand on us? Speak. Who sent you?" the thug demanded, aiming the cannon menacingly at Li Wei. Li Wei did not respond. Instead, he cast a furtive glance at Tom. The boy, despite his worried expression, managed to remain silent, tightly grasping his younger brother's hand. "Well done." Li Wei expressed his admiration, adopting an enigmatic demeanor as he gazed intently at the petty thugs without uttering a word. His actions left several of the ruffians somewhat hesitant to act recklessly. After all, a person who typically leads a life of idle existence suddenly producing such an inexplicable object specifically to confront them must be backed by someone formidable. One might wonder, could it be that gambler who sent him? What gambler? Li Wei furrowed his brow, not dwelling on it too much. He kept his lips tightly sealed, rapidly turning his thoughts as he meticulously devised a strategy to navigate the impending crisis. While contemplating, he activated the system. Upon noticing the virtual panel indicating that there were only 4 projectiles left for the air cannon, Li Wei felt a pang of regret for the item falling into enemy hands. Well, they would soon experience the wrath of that cannon for themselves. Wait a moment. It was indeed that gambler who sent me here. They should make haste to escape. Before my arrival, I had already informed him of this location, and he would find it swiftly. Li Wei promptly replied that the pressing matter was to buy some time and devise a clever plan. The delinquents exchanged glances, their faces betraying a look of hesitation. It seemed that this gambler was quite formidable. Li Wei arrived at a conclusion. Humph, that fellow is indeed formidable. Yet with this peculiar weapon in hand, coupled with the hostage at my disposal, dealing with him should pose no challenge. The thug glanced at his fallen companions on the ground and continued, "You may rest for a while." He then aimed the air cannon at Li Wei. Wait a moment. Li Wei began to speak, but before he could finish, the thug shouted, "Bang." "Oh." Li Wei instinctively let out a cry, then, unable to control himself, closed his eyes. However, after quite some time, he realized that he felt no pain. Peeking through his barely opened eyes, he noticed the young thug intently examining the air cannon in his hands, grinning with delight. It appeared that this device possessed the ability to recognize its owner. Indeed, the system was remarkably powerful. More importantly, by a twist of fate, it had even deceived the enemy. With this thought in mind, Li Wei continued to feign unconsciousness. As expected, the thug, seeing the situation, released him. Taking advantage of their turnbacks, Li Wei busily clicked the collapse button on the virtual panel. The air cannon, which had previously been in the hands of the small-time thugs, vanished in an instant, only to reappear in his grasp. Just as the three thugs sensed something amiss and turned around, Li Wei promptly aimed the cannon at the adversaries, exclaiming bang, bang, bang. The enemies, caught off guard, fell to the ground with a thud, incapacitated. He had exhausted all the remaining ammunition of the air cannon. Big brother, that was incredible. After witnessing this spectacle, the tense Tom finally found his voice, saying, I knew you would find a way to deal with them. Li Wei let out a sigh of relief and hastily untied his calm brother, inquiring about the unfolding events. Before dawn, a band of miscreants had suddenly appeared, seizing the money from the uncle and dragging the sleeping us to this place. How did you come to provoke them? I do not know. George and I had never encountered them before. Upon hearing this, Li Wei felt a surge of curiosity and pondered briefly, reaching a conclusion. It must be that ability user who provided George with food and money, having had a dispute with these ruffians. At last, I have found you. Today, I shall rid the world of these pests. A voice interrupted Li Wei's thoughts. Turning around, he saw Spike, the owner of the buckwheat noodle shop. Have you fallen so low, you idler? Resorting to robbery? Upon hearing Spike's furious words, Li Wei was about to respond when Tom spoke up first. No, these villains were all defeated by the big brother. Grandpa, you cannot wrong the good. You mean he single-handedly took down 7 or 8 of them? Impossible. Furthermore, given this fellow's character, how could he engage in such acts of valor? My brother and I can assure you, these individuals were indeed vanquished by the big brother. He is quite formidable, isn't he? Spike wore an expression of disbelief, casting a penetrating glance at Li Wei. Li Weizheng was troubled about how to reverse the image of the former owner in the eyes of the townsfolk. He managed a faint smile and said, I have resolved to turn over a new leaf, Uncle Spike. Do you need extra help at your buckwheat noodle shop? However, Spike seemed oblivious to his words. He glanced at the scattered individuals on the ground and instead inquired, Who are you? What are you doing here? Where are your parents? Last night, these ruffians suddenly abducted us, Tom replied, a hint of fear lingering in his voice. Fortunately, an older brother came to our aid, otherwise, we would have been in dire straits. Upon witnessing the scene, Levi hurriedly reached out and gently stroked his head, seamlessly shifting the conversation to recount the unfolding events. Well done. You certainly ought to have taken this initiative long ago. Lying around in idleness serves no purpose. But tell me, how did you manage to defeat those ruffians? Surely you lack the prowess for such a feat. Spike expressed his skepticism. With the air cannon having vanished, Levi found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Tom interjected. My older brother defeated them with a peculiar cannon. He possesses an array of strange gadgets. Last night, he provided me with some small pills that alleviated my hunger. Today, he rescued both me and my brother. He is indeed our benefactor. Oh, and he intends to join the Navy to avenge us. Strange gadgets? Spike inquired, puzzled. And you plan to join the Navy? This certainly surpasses the fate of your late father. Indeed, quite remarkable. By the way, what was it you just said? Levi was taken aback by Tom's unexpected revelation about his desire to enlist in the Navy. Considering that Uncle Spike was a retired naval officer, it was clear he could not agree to let him assist in the shop at this juncture. Ultimately, he could only shake his head in silence. Spike, unfazed by the matter, inquired further, You are Tom, are you not? Indeed, you are quite an astute young lad. How did you know my name? Tom responded with a curious nod. Spike smiled and replied, A mutual acquaintance mentioned you and your brother, though he certainly did not foresee that he might have inadvertently endangered you. It must be Uncle. He is a good man, Tom remarked. At this point, Levi quickly pieced together the puzzle. It seemed the uncle who had assisted George was indeed a naval officer. An idea sparked in his mind, and he eagerly suggested, Uncle Spike, since you are in need of extra hands at your shop, I believe Tom and his brother could be of assistance. I was thinking along those lines as well. What do you say, Tom? You should come live with us from now on. I am certain Lily would be delighted to have you. Lily was Uncle Spike's wife, and unlike him, she exuded a warm and gentle demeanor. Li Wei observed the look of perplexity on Tom's face and hurried to explain, That would be splendid. If you could take us in. My brother and I would dedicate ourselves to taking care of your shop. Once we earn some money, we will purchase a grand house for you. Tom responded with heartfelt gratitude, exchanging an excited glance with his brother as they realized they would soon have a place to call home. However, Spike furrowed his brow and replied, You two are quite young. Your priority should be to attend school. A large house is not of paramount importance. Li Wei felt a bit awkward, sensing that this young child had been led astray by him. At that moment, Tom seemed to have an epiphany and hurried towards the fainted ruffian, rummaging through his belongings. He found it. Soon, he exclaimed with excitement, Big brother, I almost spoiled your plans. Here, this is the ball that Big brother gave me. Grandpa, once you consume it, you shall regain your strength. Spike received the ball, glanced at it briefly, and then tossed it into his mouth. In no time, a peculiar expression appeared on his face. How extraordinary. This tiny morsel has indeed replenished a considerable amount of my strength. Right? Now you must believe in Big brother, don't you? I have one more, Big brother. You should take it. Li Wei accepted the dumpling and consumed it. He still had to prepare for the naval recruitment selection in the afternoon. and he had expended considerable energy dealing with the ruffians earlier. The thought of the recruitment selection made Li Wei anxious, and he hastily remarked, "I must prepare for the selection events, so I shall take my leave." "Good luck, big brother," Tom exclaimed, waving his hand vigorously. This lad truly aspired to join the Navy. Given his rather feeble capabilities, it seemed a daunting task. If only he were a fruit user, he might stand a chance. Could it be? Our big brother is so formidable. He single-handedly defeated so many villains. Spike glanced at the ruffians sprawled on the ground and asked with uncertainty, "Perhaps he could pass using props?" "Tom, I too hope he can join the Navy. By the way, his father is quite an extraordinary pirate. Oh well, I shall gift him something as a token of gratitude for assisting in vanquishing the ruffians and rescuing you two children. Surely, he would agree to that, haha." As he spoke, he produced a snail phone. Once back on the street, Li Wei pondered how to acquire props, yet despite his contemplation, he remained at a loss. Noon was fast approaching, and after 12 o'clock, he needed to attend the recruitment selection, or he would run out of time. Currently, the only event he felt confident about was the 100-meter dash. Without the support of props and skills in the other two events, he was bound to fail. What should he do? Li Wei stood by the roadside, observing the bustling crowd with an overwhelming sense of urgency. He had traversed the street several times, attempting to persuade others to indulge in his dreams or to make requests, but all his efforts had ultimately proved futile. They were entirely disinterested in the ramblings of a mere drifter. Suddenly, the bell from the clock tower resounded, and upon glancing at the time, Li Wei realized it was already upon him. Dismissing his previous concerns, he resolved to participate in the military selection process first, with the intention of seeking opportunities to complete daily tasks and acquire items and skills later. With a firm determination, he made his way towards the naval examination site. Upon arrival, after registering his name at the entrance, he was subjected to several inquiries, such as whether he had practiced swordsmanship or martial arts, and if he possessed any special abilities. Li Wei could only shake his head. A registered naval soldier tossed him a guidance card. As he took the card and was about to glance at it, he heard an impatient voice say, "Once you finish registering, hurry along. There are many more people behind you." Li Wei glanced behind him, finding the space empty and devoid of any presence. After a brief pause, he rose to leave. Having finished reading the guidance content, he cast one last look at the registrar who had just shouted at him, only to see the latter now displaying a respectful demeanor as he escorted a frail individual towards the main entrance. The transformation of expression was rather astonishing. Li Wei couldn't help but glance at the person beside him a couple more times. This fellow had a physique quite similar to his own, yet donned a checkered shirt that exuded a certain flamboyance. Li Wei Zheng was observing when he overheard someone nearby remark, "The treatment of those with abilities is indeed exceptional." It dawned upon him that those who had consumed a devil fruit were exempt from the conscription selection process, if given the opportunity. He too aspired to partake in such a fruit, of course, choosing one of superior quality. Upon entering the examination hall, Li Wei noted that the crowd was relatively sparse. It was likely the final day, and those destined to join the Navy had already arrived. According to the guidance card, each applicant was required to study the responsibilities and rights of the Navy before participating in the conscription selection. Li Wei deemed this to be quite essential. The Navy truly ought to place significant emphasis on ideological education, otherwise, an increasing number of individuals resembling deserter Wang Keibi and slacker Huang Yuan might emerge. Furthermore, there could be a rising tide of figures like former Admiral Akiji who defected from the Navy. The upper echelons of the world government likely discerned the Navy's shortcomings during the Paramount War, hence the inclusion of this requirement in the current global conscription. Lost in thought, Li Wei approached a tent not far from the entrance. Inside, there were already hundreds of individuals, most of whom were young, their faces alight with excitement. Clearly intrigued by all things Navy, only those with a sense of justice were deemed worthy to join the Navy. For combating pirates and safeguarding the peaceful lives of ordinary civilians constituted the paramount duty of every Navy soldier. The emblem of the Navy, a seagull clasping a balance, symbolized the maintenance of peace and order in the world. Following the sound, Li Wei soon spotted the figure of the instructor at the podium. The individual sported a mane of green curls, donned sunglasses, had thick lips, and wore a white shirt adorned with blue stripes, draped in a Navy cloak. He looked quite familiar, resembling a character often seen reporting to the higher-ups in the original work, though Li Wei could not recall his name. Nevertheless, this detail was inconsequential. Based on experience, individuals skilled in reporting or adept at upward management often enjoyed painting grand visions. Of course, to become an exceptional Navy officer, one must undergo rigorous training. Once you join the Navy, you too must toil diligently each day. Sweat shall not betray those who labor, if you wish to avoid shedding blood on the battlefield. You must first sweat profusely on the training grounds. I have finished my discourse. Do you have any questions? The instructor elaborated extensively, and during that half hour, Li Wei felt as if he had returned to a meeting from years past. Finally, when the lecturer concluded, he was the first to raise his hand. There was no alternative. He sought to acquire the necessary tools. What is your question? The Navy instructor promptly pointed in his direction. Li Wei promptly posed a question. I would like to inquire, is it possible to become a top-tier powerhouse like the heroic Carp simply through diligent training? This is indeed a natural sentiment. One must never underestimate their own talents. Each of you possesses boundless potential, and the Navy will provide excellent training and development opportunities to assist you in achieving your personal aspirations. All you need to do is dedicate yourselves wholeheartedly to training. The next naval hero may very well be among you. Upon hearing this response, Li Wei felt a surge of joy within him. Truly, the high-ranking officials of the Navy are adept at painting grand visions without the need for guidance. As his thoughts raced, he could not help but scoff. While your words sound commendable, I believe such aspirations are unattainable. Among countless naval personnel, there exists only one carp. Does that imply the others do not train earnestly? Clearly not. I contend that to become a top-tier powerhouse, innate talent outweighs sheer perseverance. Moreover, even if one does not attain the status of a powerhouse, they can still contribute to the maintenance of world peace. In our training and battles, we must remain cognizant of our own capabilities and remain grounded. It is imperative that we do not overreach ourselves, lest we encounter adverse outcomes. His remarks left everyone present momentarily speechless. However, it was not long before the crowd erupted into animated discussion. His words held merit. Who claims otherwise? I believe that with sufficient effort, success is indeed attainable. Li Wei paid no heed to the chatter around him. He held his breath and fervently wished for a useful tool this time. At that moment, the system chimed. Ding. Congratulations on completing daily task 2. You have received the air brick maker. Upon hearing its name, Li Wei felt a wave of despondency wash over him, for he was all too familiar with the origin and capabilities of this item. The air brick maker was a gadget from Doryman, capable of emitting invisible yet tangible air blocks. In any case, this contraption would do little to assist him in completing the 2 conscription selection tasks of running 200 laps around the playground and performing 2,000 push-ups. His luck was truly abysmal. Li Wei let out a sigh, only to be startled by a deafening voice. Indeed, no matter how hard a mediocre person strives, they cannot surpass a moment of inspiration from a genius. Li Wei cast a discontented glance at the speaker, who sported a mane of golden hair and a robust physique, displaying well-defined muscles. As soon as the man finished his remarks, the young individuals momentarily paused before resuming their animated discussions. Silence fell over the room. The lecturer forcefully struck the podium, painstakingly managing to restore order among the audience. He surveyed the crowd and promptly declared, I do not deny the existence of geniuses in this world, but I firmly believe that those who strive diligently will eventually surpass them. Now, let us all proceed to participate in the recruitment selection events. With that, he signaled for dismissal as time was of the essence, with 3 competitive events to be completed within the afternoon. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wei hastily lowered his head and departed. He merely sought to acquire the necessary equipment, seeking no spotlight for himself. However, he was unaware that the instructor had already taken note of his appearance. The leader seemed to have identified a rather rebellious character. With that, the instructor hurriedly made his exit. Li Wei followed the crowd to the playground, where, under the guidance of the staff present, they divided into small groups to participate in the first event, the 100-meter dash. Li Wei was unperturbed by the project. He glanced around, seeking someone to carry out the daily tasks. Oh, is that not the town's good-for-nothing? You even have the audacity to participate in the conscription selection. And just a moment ago, you were quite the center of attention. Li Wei was taken aback and turned to glance at the speaker, recalling information about this individual from the original owner's memories. Buck, the son of the wealthiest man in town, reveled in flaunting his riches and indulging in wagers. Let us make a bet, he proposed. If you succeed in the selection, I shall concede you 100,000 belly. However, should you fail, you must call me grandfather 3 times. What do you say? An opportunity presented to you on a silver platter. Li Wei felt a secret joy within. First, to entice him into completing the task of refusing the large pancake. What, are you afraid? No wonder, a fool is indeed a fool. Upon witnessing Li Wei's silence, Yuki became increasingly provocative, but before he could finish his taunt, he was abruptly interrupted. A mere 100,000 berries is simply too paltry. I have no interest. If you desire me to wager with you, you must present an irresistible stake. Ha ha. From your words, one might truly believe you could join the Navy. Yuki erupted into laughter, and after a considerable pause, he continued, with such confidence, let us wager something substantial. If you can indeed join the Navy, I shall concede to you 10 billion berries. No, 10 trillion berries. How does that sound for a wager? 10 trillion berries? Do you take me for a fool? Your family does not possess such wealth. Do you not fear the repercussions of your grandiose claims? Therefore, I refuse to engage in this bet with you. Li Wei, with a serious expression, firmly declined, paying no heed to Yuki's furious reaction, for a melodious prompt resonated in his ears. Congratulations on completing Daily Task 1 and Daily Task 2. You have received the Skill Oath Shield and the item Magical Running Shoes. For further elucidation, you may consult the system. At the very least, the names of the items suggest they hold potential utility. As for the skill, it appears to be a technique reminiscent of Arthur's abilities in honor of kings. Li Wei swiftly activated the system, eager to peruse the instructions for the Magical Running Shoes. Magic running shoes, upon donning them, simply press down and silently utter run. allowing you to sprint at your utmost speed for an uninterrupted duration of 5 hours. To halt, just call out stop. Note 1. You possess a total of 3 opportunities to pause. Note 2. Please assess your capabilities judiciously. Overestimating oneself could lead to dire consequences. This is truly remarkable. It feels as though this was tailor-made for the task of completing 200 laps around the track. Li Wei was filled with joy. With only the completion of 2,000 push-ups remaining on his agenda, as Li Wei beamed with happiness, Buki felt a sense of being trifled with. Just as he was about to stride forward to confront Li Wei, a voice halted him. Everyone, gather around. I will now call out names, those whose names are mentioned. Please come forward to participate in the first event. It was common knowledge that this event entailed a 100-meter dash, and achieving a time of 9:58 seconds would suffice. A feat not deemed overly challenging. Upon hearing that the selection was about to commence, Li Wei quickly gathered his thoughts and turned to see a burly man standing before him, clad in a naval uniform, presumably the judge for the first event. Buki. The naval giant scanned the crowd and called out the first name. To his astonishment, it was indeed Buki who would take the stage first. With a grin directed at Li Wei, he remarked, "Take notes. This is a rare opportunity for you, as you shall not see the next event." As he spoke, Buki approached the judge, preparing himself for the start. Perhaps to avoid disrupting the other competitors with the sound of the starting pistol, the judge opted for a verbal command instead. Run. With that command, Buki sprinted forth with remarkable speed. 8 seconds passed. Mere moments later, Buki completed the race and returned to Li Wei, taunting him once more. Not your day, huh? My best time is 7.5 seconds. Li Wei refrained from responding, as engaging in idle chatter with those lacking substance was nothing short of a futile expenditure of time. Buki, witnessing his own dismissal, was on the verge of erupting in anger, yet a glance at the nearby referee quelled his impulse to act, leaving him to incessantly murmur in frustration from the sidelines. Li Wei was entirely disinclined to heed the bothersome individual, as his mind was solely occupied with the pursuit of acquiring the item. After a considerable while, he heard his name being called. Farewell, you worthless one. Upon receiving the well wishes from his fellow townsmen, Li Wei offered a faint smile. Unlike others who crouched on the ground, hands braced against it, with feet firmly planted on the rear pedal, he simply stood upright with his arms crossed over his chest. Haha, what a pose. It was Buki, who laughed heartily, while the other members of the group gazed at Li Wei in confusion. Please prepare yourselves, the referee reminded. I am ready. Kindly give the command. Li Wei responded with a sense of confidence. Run. Upon hearing this, he dashed out, seizing the opportunity while the others were distracted, and pressed the yellow button on his watch. You're running so slowly. How could you even dream of joining the Navy? Shouted Buki. His words met with agreement from the crowd. Initially, they believed that Li Wei, daring to defy the instructor in public, must possess exceptional skills. However, witnessing his performance now, their expressions shifted to one of slight disdain. After a while, Li Wei completed his run, and the judge announced his time. 7.1 seconds. A pass. Li Wei set down the weight upon his heart. He had finally completed the first task. However, he lamented the frailty of his physique, as it had taken him over 14 seconds. How could this be? He ran so slowly. How could his time possibly be less than mine? Buki raised his voice in skepticism. Meanwhile, the other members of the group, upon hearing the referee's remarks, were equally astonished, erupting into fervent discussion. Indeed, it appeared to be quite slow. Could it be that the stopwatch malfunctioned? The referee, sensing the bewilderment of the crowd, pondered for a moment before suggesting a rematch. A rematch? Wasn't such treatment reserved for the United States alone? Although Li Wei felt a twinge of discontent, he recognized that this was his last opportunity to store time on his watch. He quickly surveyed the playground, noting the absence of anyone jogging, and promptly pressed the red button on his watch, adding, "Allow me a moment to catch my breath." Before long, 20 seconds had elapsed. Li Wei was already prepared when he suddenly heard a voice. How is it possible that I, who run so swiftly, have failed? I am a genius. What a misfortune. You must have the worst luck. Li Wei turned his gaze in the direction of the voice and beheld a tall individual with golden hair, who was covering his head and shouting fervently at the referee. However, the referee paid him no heed. It was that self-proclaimed genius. Li Wei quickly recognized it. Li Wei never anticipated that he would inadvertently harm others. He was pondering how to resolve this predicament when Buki began to mock him from the side. Your luck has run out. Once the rematch occurs, your true nature will be unveiled. There is absolutely no way I could ever lose to a worthless individual like you. With a calm demeanor, he continued, we haven't placed a bet, so you should consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, all the hard-earned money from your father would have ended up in my possession. Li Wei replied with a smile, disregarding the somewhat gloating gazes of others. Buki was momentarily taken aback, only to respond with fury. Humph, you will soon be eliminated, you worthless fool. I'll let you revel in your bravado for now. At that moment, the referee interjected, Li Wei, are you ready? If so, let us commence anew. Li Wei nodded and, once again, discreetly utilized the capabilities of his time-storing watch during the run, successfully completing the event. 6 seconds and 5/10. This was the best score in the group. Although the judge remained incredulous, the second attempt surpassed the first. leaving him only with a look of bewilderment as he glanced at Li Wei and proceeded to call the next participant. You were merely fortunate, with 2 events remaining. You certainly cannot maintain this performance. Let us wait and see, Buki remarked with a scoff. The others, however, fell silent. Their gazes filled with curiosity as they regarded Li Wei, ignoring the disgruntled local and the inquisitive competitors. Li Wei was acutely aware that he had more pressing matters to attend to. Seizing the remaining time, he hurried towards the golden-haired genius. This unfortunate individual was still fervently pleading with the judge for a chance to redo the competition, yet his actions were disrupting the events of others. Several young men attempted to pull the golden-haired one away, but their efforts were in vain. This self-proclaimed genius exhibited quite a bit of brute strength. Li Wei hurried over, eager to offer his support. I firmly believe that the Navy embodies justice, and thus, in response to the doubts raised by others, it is only fair to grant another opportunity. Wasn't he the one who publicly contradicted the instructor? Was he about to seek the limelight once more? Sigh. Could we perhaps refrain from mentioning that? The words of these individuals left Li Wei feeling quite embarrassed, and he hastily addressed the referee, who was entangled with the blonde-haired student and appeared quite impatient. Just a moment ago, the referee from my group requested that I rerun, as he suspected an issue with his stopwatch, and I fully endorse his decision. The Navy should not admit an incompetent individual, yet it must not overlook a genius. I believe you ought to grant the student another chance. Indeed, your stopwatch has had issues. My worst performance has always been under 8 seconds. How could I possibly fail? Following this commotion, several members from other groups, having completed their trials, gathered around to observe the spectacle. Li Wei seized the opportunity to reiterate his recent performance. Ultimately, the referee could only nod in agreement. Upon witnessing this, the young man with yellow hair exclaimed, "Let me show you the true power of a genius." Shortly thereafter, the referee announced a time of 6.5 seconds, confirming the achievement. With such a resolution, Li Wei let out a sigh of relief. He certainly did not wish for anyone to suffer unjustly due to his actions. Meanwhile, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Their scores are identical. Could they truly not be ordinary individuals? One scoffed. Nonsense. That skinny fellow is clearly worthless. He must have employed some underhanded tactics. Observing Buqi's continued attempts to belittle him, Li Wei found it quite amusing. Just as he was about to retort, a voice interrupted him. Thank you. You are indeed a genius. The young man with yellow hair approached to express his gratitude, introducing himself. I am William Hanna, destined to become a naval commander in Shanghai. Let us strive together and let the light of genius shine throughout the arena. A mere recruit? No. Someone who had yet to join the Navy, publicly declaring his ambition to become an admiral, was truly a display of confidence. Keep it up. Li Wei displayed a courteous smile and offered a few encouraging words before waving goodbye and returning to his team. Soon after, the first task was completed. In Li Wei's group, only he and Buki passed the assessment. Thus, prior to embarking on the second project, the Navy conducted a reorganization. Seizing this opportunity, Li Wei requested a brief respite to use the restroom. There, he retrieved and donned the enchanted running shoes from the system. As for his original pair, it was destined to be discarded into the trash bin. Upon arriving at the playground, Buki incessantly babbled mockingly about Li Wei. However, Li Wei was too preoccupied with concerns over the final project to pay him any mind. Nevertheless, he resolved to first complete the second project with his utmost speed. He could indeed finish the task of circling the playground 200 times within 4 hours, yet utilizing the magical shoes posed a significant strain on his stamina. This was a somewhat perilous tool, Li Wei pondered within himself. Yet he was acutely aware that only by enlisting in the Navy could he hope to return to the realm of reality, regardless of the obstacles. He was determined to exert every ounce of his strength. He dashed forward. The referee issued another command, and Li Wei surged ahead alongside a dozen others. He understood that the enchanted running shoes would propel him forward indefinitely, but to conserve his stamina, he needed to maintain a moderate pace. Consequently, he soon found himself trailing far behind. Gasping for breath after completing a lap, Li Wei could only silently urge himself to keep running. In an instant, he felt a peculiar force emanating from his shoes, as if they were pulling him onward. Haha, this event truly reveals your true colors. And to think, it's only just begun, and you've already fallen into my trap. Pathetic. Boogie, who had caught up from behind, laughed heartily. Li Wei paid no heed, continuing to run at his own pace. 1 lap, 10 laps, 50 laps, 60 laps. Gradually, those who had once been ahead of him began to slow down, with many coming to a complete halt, their hands resting on their knees as they gasped for breath. Yet, Li Wei maintained his initial speed, his face flushed and sweat cascading down like a waterfall. Thanks to the enchanted running shoes, he surpassed each individual ahead of him, and when he overtook Buck, the latter lacked the strength to utter a single word. Li Wei found himself in a state of profound discomfort, experiencing a constriction in his chest akin to being submerged underwater, unable to breathe. Yet, he resolutely gritted his teeth, refusing to utter the word stop within his mind. He understood all too well that the moment he paused, he would collapse to the ground, unable to continue the competition. Completing 150 laps, then 160, and finally 170 laps, he persevered, fueled by an indomitable will. On a high-rise adjacent to the playground, a green-haired instructor clad in sunglasses recounted Li Wei's performance on the field. A solitary listener, smiling, remarked, "Though this lad possesses limited strength, his audacity to question openly is commendable, and his tenacity is remarkable." It seems Spike was not mistaken. At last, he completed the 200th lap. Within his group, Li Wei surged across the finish line first, internally exclaiming, "Stop. Look, it's him again, the first to finish this event." Initially, some thought he would merely seek the spotlight, yet it became evident that he indeed possessed genuine ability. No wonder he dared to challenge the instructor publicly. The first event saw the elimination of numerous competitors, yet they lingered, gathering in small clusters to observe the subsequent competitions. As Li Wei clinched first place once more, the spectators began to discuss him with a tone of admiration. However, Li Wei remained oblivious to their praise. As the enchantment of his magical running shoes faded, he stumbled and collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. 200 laps, 80 kilometers, nearly the equivalent of 2 marathons. Given Li Wei's current physical condition, he had truly pushed himself to the brink. Li Wei lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, his entire body aching as if on the verge of collapse. Upon witnessing Li Wei's fall, the naval referee hurried over to assess his condition, inquiring if he required assistance. Li Wei shook his head vigorously, asserting that he would be fine after lying down for a while. The referee scrutinized him and then had him moved aside to prevent any disruption to the other competitors. Throughout this process, Li Wei endured excruciating pain but managed to suppress his cries. Once the referee determined that Li Wei was not in serious distress, he returned to his post. At that moment, utterly exhausted, Li Wei collapsed like a lifeless heap upon the ground. Despite the overwhelming fatigue weighing down his body, his emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy and anxiety. He had successfully navigated the second task, and now only the final challenge of push-ups remained. He needed to swiftly seize an opportunity to complete his daily tasks in order to acquire props and skills. With this thought in mind, Li Wei struggled to rise. But his body betrayed him, remaining limp upon the ground. He was unable to get back up. Surely this couldn't be happening. If memory served correctly, there was merely a half-hour break between the second and third tasks. Given his current condition, he could hardly fathom completing the task, let alone reaching the designated area for push-ups. Li Wei lay still for a few more minutes, gradually regaining some strength. Despite the pain, he forced himself to sit up, persistently rubbing his feet and knees in an attempt to recover swiftly. His soles felt as though they had been pricked by countless needles, causing excruciating pain. Upon removing his shoes, he discovered several blisters on both soles, some of which had burst, oozing blood incessantly. What was he to do now? Li Wei was in deep thought. At that moment, a figure approached swiftly from a distance. "Well done. I knew I wasn't mistaken. You are indeed the champion. This time, I concede defeat to you." Li Wei gazed upon the newcomer, none other than the prodigious William Hanna, with his striking golden hair. After a brief glance at the competition, where numerous participants were still fervently racing, he quickly comprehended the situation. This young man was the second to complete the challenge, merely a few minutes behind him, who had relied on props. Impressive indeed. More significantly, William appeared to be in far better condition than himself, and securing success in the third task should pose no challenge for him. As his thoughts raced, Li Wei became increasingly convinced that depending on tools and skills was not the optimal approach. True strength was the ultimate path. Thus, he resolved to enlist in the Navy post-haste. Once he conquered the final task, they would both ascend to the ranks of the Navy. With excitement, William Hanna raised his fist, only to declare moments later, "I shall not be defeated by you in this final push-up challenge." As he spoke, he showcased his robust biceps. William's words jolted Li Wei from his reverie, redirecting his focus to the more pressing matters at hand. "I'm counting on you, genius William Hanna. Surely, you wouldn't want to see me fail to join the Navy?" Li Wei swiftly turned his head, embarking on an analysis. Although their acquaintance was brief, it was evident that William Hanna possessed a considerable degree of confidence. Otherwise, he would not dare to proclaim himself a genius. Furthermore, his forthright nature revealed him to be a person of simplicity. Such individuals seldom make requests of others. Thus, the only approach left was to entice him with grand visions. To inspire him to paint these visions, flattery and admiration would serve as effective tools. Having devised a strategy, Li Wei tentatively inquired, "Would you consider us friends now?" "Of course. Speaking of which, I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance in securing a chance for the rematch. You are indeed a friend I intend to keep. That is solely due to your own capabilities. As for this project, though I claim the top spot, I am utterly exhausted, while you seem to have only broken a light sweat. You are far superior. Might you share your training methods with me?" "Certainly. Ever since I was a child, my father has been training me. He harbored hopes that I would join the Navy, as my father and brother are both naval warriors. They assert that a man should serve in the Navy. A family of naval tradition. No wonder you are so formidable," Li Wei sincerely remarked. Then inwardly scoffed. In the real world, individuals like him would not even need to participate in the conscription selection. They would be directly recruited. However, were that the case, given the original owner's status as a pirate, he would undoubtedly lack the qualifications to partake in such selections. Indeed, they are the individuals I hold in the highest regard. Thus, I must endeavor to accomplish what they could not. Becoming an admiral of the Navy, eradicating pirates, and allowing everyone to live in peace is my ultimate aspiration. Witnessing the rare serious expression on William Hanna's face, Li Wei felt a stir of emotion. He paused, seized the conversation, and began to guide it. Attaining the rank of admiral is no simple feat. It requires more than just extraordinary strength. One must also possess their own influence. Only in this way can one gain the recognition of others, as well as that of those in higher echelons. Therefore, you must cultivate alliances, garnering their acknowledgement and support. As your friend, I shall wholeheartedly support you. But do not forget me when you ascend to the Navy. Thank you. You are formidable as well. Let us strive together to become admirals of the Navy. William Hanna chuckled heartily, declaring, it is the challenge of achieving the seemingly impossible that makes genius truly fascinating. Frankly, I harbor little interest in becoming an admiral. Rather, I find joy in being able to assist a friend. Tell me, if I were to help you ascend to the rank of admiral, how would you treat me in return? Li Wei shifted his focus, silently urging himself, my friend, you must create a grand vision, or else we shall part ways here. Whether or not one could ascend to the rank of a naval commander, I shall treat you with utmost sincerity. It is indeed no easy feat to attain such a position. Before my arrival, the village chief remarked that it is not merely the title of naval commander that earns one respect, but rather, it is the respect gained that allows one to hold such a title. Taken aback by this, Li Wei pondered, you wouldn't happen to hail from the village of Leaves, would you? Despite his inner musings, he understood that the pressing priority was to complete the task at hand. Just as he contemplated further persuasion, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. I told you that your victory in the running event was merely a stroke of luck. Look at you now, a pitiful mess. You surely did not succeed in the second task either. A person must possess self-awareness. A waste is a waste, no matter how arrogant. Listening to the incessant chatter, Li Wei needed no visual confirmation to recognize the speaker as Buki, the son of the island's wealthiest man. Indeed, he had merely assisted himself in completing 2 daily tasks. The refusal of the pancake task had already demonstrated that it could not be repeated within a certain time frame. However, he had never tested the limits of denying others' requests. And several hours had passed since then. Perhaps the task had refreshed. Compared to the straightforward William Hanna, Buki would be easier to manipulate. This fellow had 2 great passions in life, gambling and seeking attention. By skillfully leveraging these traits, there was a considerable chance to elicit a request from him, which could then be declined to gain a skill. With this thought in mind, Li Wei smiled slightly and interjected, Buki, you are rather slow. William Hanna and I have been conversing here for quite some time. William Hanna? Buki furrowed his brow, finally noticing the figure squatting nearby. A sense of foreboding rising within him. Li Wei, who is this person you speak of? Surely, you do not mean to refer to him as a waste? Indeed. He may think so, but he harbors no ill will towards you. He simply disapproves of me. Li Wei, while responding to William Hanna's remarks, cast a glance toward the finish line not far away, where 7 or 8 individuals stood, their heads bowed and hands resting on their knees, clearly having completed the event. It seems you are not in third place, which is somewhat disappointing. After all, William Hanna and I are the top 2, Li Wei said with a tone of mockery. To be precise, I am the first, while you are merely the second, William Hanna retorted sharply. You useless one. How could you possibly secure first place with such a performance? Buki exclaimed, incredulous. Would you not be intrigued to learn how? Despite being a mere sloth who basks in the sun, I have repeatedly claimed the first position you so desperately covet. Should you inquire? I would be more than willing to divulge my secrets. Li Wei seized the opportunity to utter words that were profoundly suggestive. In the midst of his discourse, he discreetly glanced at both Buchi and William Hanna. If either of the 2 expressed interest, they would likely make a request to assist him in accomplishing his task. Particularly Buchi, who must be quite curious, eager to uncover the truth. Li Wei began to fervently pray that the skills he had acquired would prove to be of great utility. I have no interest in your methods of deceit. And in your current state, it is impossible for you to succeed in the final event. Even if you were to secure first place in both preceding challenges, it would still not grant you entry into the Navy. Buck hesitated slightly before asserting with unwavering certainty. Yet, William Hanna defended his newly acquainted friend. It is inconceivable that he could resort to cheating. Both of us are geniuses destined to join the Navy and make a significant impact. With that, he turned to Li Wei with a smile and added, I believe that each individual's constitution is unique. The training methods suitable for you may not necessarily be effective for me, and I shall prevail over you using my own approach. Must you not cooperate with me? Li Wei never anticipated such an outcome. His heart was filled with anxiety. Not far from the playground, a tall building stood. The green-haired instructor, donning sunglasses, produced a pocket watch and addressed the individuals before him. The deadline for the second event is approaching. It appears that fewer than 20 individuals will advance to the final challenge. This was to be expected, as today marked the final day of the recruitment selection, which had endured for a full 2 months. Those aspiring to join the Navy had likely already participated in the selection process. I recall that on the day of my assessment, several hundred candidates successfully completed 3 events, which led to the establishment of a new regulation allowing capable individuals to join the Navy directly. Indeed, you are correct. This global recruitment has significantly bolstered our naval strength, particularly with your esteemed presence, Admiral Fujitora. I firmly believe we shall soon eradicate the nefarious pirates. I am still merely an admiral candidate, Fujitora interjected with a smile. His forehead marked by an X-shaped scar, his eyes shut tightly. By the way, how is that young man faring? Is he still unable to rise? The green-haired instructor quickly glanced toward Li Wei's position and replied, that lad has managed to get up. A young man with blonde hair is assisting him as they head toward the competition venue for the final event. Oh, he has yet to recover fully. What a peculiar individual. Brana, do you believe he can pass the 3rd event? I doubt it. Although I cannot comprehend how he secured first place in the initial 2 events, my observation tells me his strength is lacking. Let us place a wager. I bet he will succeed in the selection. Perhaps he will even clinch first place in all 3 events, Fujitora proposed, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. The instructor named Brano, evidently familiar with Fujitora's penchant for wagers, nodded in agreement. Very well, what shall be the stakes? The loser treats these recruits to a meal. Agreed. Li Wei was now in a state of acute anxiety, for he found himself utterly at a loss regarding the 3rd project. The mere act of walking had become a strenuous endeavor, rendering any participation in the push-up event a futile exercise. Upon witnessing Li Wei grimacing in pain, Buki remarked with a hint of schadenfreude, "You've only run 200 laps. Surely, such a distance shouldn't leave you in this state of exhaustion? I see through your ruse. You must be feigning it. Humph, you won't deceive me." William Hanner, seemingly enlightened, responded with a knowing smile, "This time, I must give it my all. I shall not be outdone by you." Upon hearing this, Buki began to harbor doubts, yet after a careful observation, he confidently asserted, "Look, his feet are still trembling slightly. And with your support, he is limping as he walks. It undeniably appears genuine." Li Wei, however, paid no heed to the conversation between the 2 individuals. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to complete the system task, for failure would mean his downfall at this final stage. The trio arrived at the venue for the 3rd project, where a throng of competitors began to murmur upon seeing Li Wei's appearance. Isn't he the champion of the 2nd project? How did he end up in such a state? They speculated. Not only in the 2nd project, but he had also secured first place in the 1st project. Could it be that he has exhausted all his energy in the previous 2 endeavors? Perhaps, they chuckled. Striving for glory has left him devoid of strength to complete the final task. Upon hearing these remarks, even the judges present found it somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, to ensure the competition proceeded smoothly, one of them bellowed, "Silence. You 3, hasten to your positions. The contest is about to commence." William Hanna assisted Li Wei to his designated spot, ensuring he was settled before returning to his own competition point. Once the judge observed that everyone was prepared, he succinctly outlined the rules and subsequently declared the commencement of the 3rd project. Push-ups. Immediately, a dozen competitors began their push-up routines. Li Wei lay on the ground, devoid of any props or skills to aid him. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, he summoned all his strength in a desperate attempt to lift his body. Yet, whether it was his arms or his core, he found himself utterly powerless. Was this the end? At this moment, not only was the completion of 2,000 push-ups a distant dream, but even the simple act of raising his hand felt overwhelmingly arduous. Li Wei, unwilling to accept his fate, closed his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a release throughout his body, effortlessly lifting himself up. What was happening? Li Wei was enveloped in confusion. Yet he chose not to delve deeper, for the paramount task at hand was the completion of the 3rd project. Seizing the fleeting lightness of his body, he persevered through the pain and swiftly commenced his push-ups. The excruciating agony compelled him to involuntarily gasp. Initially, the referee felt a twinge of sympathy witnessing Li Wei's feeble state, seemingly incapable of even a single push-up. However, in a heartbeat, he transformed into a veritable machine, executing push-ups at a breathtaking speed, leaving onlookers dazed and unable to discern his movements. This sudden turn of events left the referee momentarily stunned, but he soon realized that the young man had been feigning weakness. Upon hearing the commotion, the competitors flanking Li Wei turned in curiosity. Their jaws dropped in astonishment as they observed him performing 3 to 5 push-ups in a mere second. Could it be that he required assistance even to walk? The realization struck them that it had all been an act. How infuriating. As they exchanged incredulous remarks, they couldn't help but quicken their own pace in response. Similarly, their accelerated rhythm spurred on those nearby, creating a cascading effect as more and more individuals bore witness to Li Wei's extraordinary speed, leaving them utterly astounded. Li Wei, and you claim you're not putting on a show? William Hanner remarked with a tone of realization. Silence. Do not let others' performance influence your own. Maintain your own pace, or you shall lack the strength to endure until the end, the referee cautioned. Heeding this advice, the others soon comprehended that while rankings were indeed significant, with those placed higher likely to attract the notice of superiors, the primary objective remained completing the 2,000 push-ups within the allotted time to gain entry into the Navy. Chasing speed alone was not a prudent strategy. Gradually, the tempo of the other competitors began to wane, Yet Li Wei showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, his pace intensified. The referee and his fellow competitors observed in awe, secretly admiring his prowess. However, internally, Li Wei was in a state of panic, fervently praying that this sensation of weightlessness would persist a while longer. Just another half hour, no, 20 minutes would suffice. The uncertainty of when this state might dissipate drove him to perform push-ups with astonishing fervor. Not far away, several female nurses, initially stationed to prevent injuries from excessive exertion during the competition, found themselves involuntarily tightening their legs at the sight of Li Wei's rapid push-ups. First place is claimed by Li Wei. He completed 2,000 push-ups in 29 minutes, announced the referee. Hearing this, Li Wei exhaled in relief, only to feel his body return to its normal state, collapsing onto the ground, utterly immobilized. The referee frowned, contemplating whether Li Wei was merely feigning weakness again. Nevertheless, he approached the nearby building to assist him. On the second floor stood Fujitora and the bespectacled Branna. "Mr. Life, I concede defeat. This fellow truly excels at masquerading." Branna mused. For a gambler, it is paramount to trust one's instincts and accept the outcomes. "Brannu, you should prepare to speak with the recruits." Fujitora waved dismissively, chuckling as he turned to leave. On the training ground, the referee continued to announce the results. William Hanner finished second with a time of 33 minutes and 15 seconds. Just after completing the third project, he eagerly approached Li Wei, expressing profound admiration. "You are truly remarkable. I have lost once again." Li Wei smiled faintly and replied, "You are quite remarkable as well. Let us strive together after joining the Navy." As he spoke, he pondered the peculiar sensation of weightlessness he had just experienced. Yet despite his contemplation, he remained perplexed, ultimately choosing to set the matter aside. William Hanna nodded and responded, "Indeed. Being with you will certainly motivate me to intensify my training. You must not become complacent either." With a chuckle, Li Wei recalled the system he possessed and softly remarked, "After joining the Navy, others may perceive me as slacking off, but trust me, I shall secretly enhance my training." "I understand," William Hanna replied knowingly. "You enjoy feigning weakness only to astonish others with your true prowess." With a grin, William added, "Just as you are doing now, haha. The tactic of playing the fool to catch the wise is truly exhilarating, isn't it?" Upon hearing his friend's profound inquiry, Li Wei found himself at a loss for words and could only smile as he deftly shifted the topic. As the two conversed, the number of individuals continuing their push-ups gradually dwindled. Some succeeded in completing the task, while many others faltered and were eliminated. When the time was called, the judge announced that those who had not completed 2,000 push-ups were regrettably disqualified. Following this proclamation, several participants lamented, "So close, just a little bit more." Upon hearing these expressions of regret, Li Wei and William Hanna ceased their conversation, directing their attention to the area where push-ups had been performed. Soon, Li Wei spotted Buki standing nearby, seemingly having passed the assessment. However, the expression on his face was one of distress, devoid of any signs of joy. "Is it truly necessary to look so forlorn just because I secured first place?" Li Wei secretly felt a sense of satisfaction as he murmured, "Let us gather." William Hanna stood up while speaking, noticing the green-haired officer from the morning training session appearing on the playground. And it seemed the referee was signaling for the participants to assemble, prompting him to approach. "Wait a moment, my friend. Could you lend me a hand?" Li Wei awkwardly inquired. "Is this really so amusing to you?" William Hanna asked, puzzled, yet he acquiesced to his friend's request. As Li Wei approached, supported once more by William, several selected individuals displayed expressions of discontent, though none uttered a word. The referee, clearly displeased with Li Wei's actions, remarked curtly, "You two, hurry back to your positions." Once everyone was properly assembled, the referee began to introduce the green-haired man beside him. "This is Mr. Brannu, a brigadier from the naval headquarters, who is responsible for the recruitment selection on this island. I believe you have all encountered him before." "So, this fellow is named Branna." Li Wei pondered within himself. The green-haired man, Brando, took over the referee's words, surveying the crowd before him. With a robust voice, he proclaimed, "Congratulations to the 8 of you for passing this recruitment selection. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. For the tasks involved in this selection process are merely the daily training exercises of an ordinary Navy sailor. In other words, you have merely grazed the threshold of what it means to be an ordinary sailor. Do not deceive yourselves into believing you are exceptional. You remain quite weak. And even if you have secured the top position, it changes nothing. Of course, this is not to suggest that all participants in the global recruitment selection are weaklings. True strength is exemplified by those who, upon entering the selection, may directly ascend to the rank of admiral. Take Mr. Yixing, for instance. He joined the Navy just over a month ago and is already a candidate for admiral." As he observed the glimmer of joy on the faces of the contestants, Brando's voice resonated loudly, "Mr. Yixing? That must be Fujitora. He has risen to the position of admiral candidate in just a month, truly an extraordinary recruit." In Li Wei's mind, an inexplicable thought emerged regarding his formidable fruit abilities, reflecting on his earlier condition that indeed resembled a state of weightlessness. However, Fujitora, unfamiliar with his identity, would not extend a helping hand. Li Wei swiftly dismissed the speculation. After a lengthy discourse, Branu instructed the new recruits to introduce themselves in order of their ranks, sharing the reasons for their enlistment in the Navy so that everyone could become acquainted. As the top-ranked candidate, Li Wei stepped forward first, offering a brief introduction of his name and age. Aware that he had publicly contradicted a superior, he feared this might engender some bias against him. Thus, he added a few more words. Commander Branu, I understand that some of my previous statements may have displeased you, but I assure you, I harbor no ill intent. Please believe me. Moreover, my attaining the first position was purely a matter of luck. This is my sincere confession. I am truly grateful to those who assisted me during the competition, and I shall not let them down. After speaking, Li Wei mused inwardly. It is evident that the individual who covertly lent assistance must be an insider within the Navy. I hope he hears my words and grants me the opportunity to see his true self. Upon hearing Li Wei's remarks, Butchie became even more irate, unable to suppress a derisive snort, his face a canvas of resentment. In response to Li Wei's explanation, Branu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he had not taken it to heart, and then prompted the others to share their motivations for joining the Navy. Li Wei pondered for a moment and responded, I joined the Navy because the majority of pirates are utterly despicable. I know a young boy whose parents fell victim to pirates, and I promised to avenge them. Furthermore, I aspire to refine myself within the Navy and ultimately achieve my ambitions. Indeed, combating pirates is the Navy's solemn duty. If you train diligently, you will undoubtedly accomplish the goal of eradicating piracy. Li Wei instinctively recalled the task of refusing to eat the large pancake. He initially contemplated enticing the leader, who had a penchant for drawing such delicacies, to conjure another illusion. However, he reconsidered, having just completed this task with the same individual earlier that day. Since he was not in urgent need of props, he opted for silence. Branlu, observing Li Wei's hesitant demeanor, nodded in satisfaction, believing that the latter had grasped the benefits of training, and then gestured for the next person to introduce themselves. William Hanna, the second to step forward, moved briskly into position. Following a brief self-introduction, he boldly declared his aspirations. I have joined the Navy not only to eradicate pirates, but also to discover the extent of my own potential. My father and brother are both Navy personnel, and from a young age, I have heard them speak of the Navy Admiral as the pinnacle of naval power, a formidable force akin to a monster in battle. Though my current abilities pale in comparison to an Admiral-S, I firmly believe that my innate talents are on par with theirs, and I am here to surpass them. Li Wei and I have made a pact to become Navy Admirals together. William surveyed the audience, articulating his ambitions. Li Wei, who harbored a desire for a more cautious approach, felt a twinge of helplessness. Nevertheless, understanding his friend's character, he wholeheartedly supported his dreams and smiled. The other 6 individuals exhibited a range of expressions, some filled with admiration, others marked by skepticism. Well said. Such aspirations are essential for the Navy. However, to ascend to the rank of admiral, one must train with unwavering dedication. Mere talent is insufficient, Branla remarked, casting a glance at William and offering encouragement. William wished to elaborate further, but Li Wei placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, the commander speaks wisely. No matter how great the talent, without training, it is all in vain. Let us strive together. Indeed, let us strive together, William replied. Branla smiled subtly and gestured for the next individual to step forward. My name is Jim. I was originally a fisherman, and I joined the Navy to combat pirates who have encroached upon our fishing waters, leaving many to starve. Another victim of pirate oppression, Li Wei observed the speaker, a man with a hexagonal face, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and pronounced lips, exuding an earnest and honest demeanor. Pirates are indeed detestable. Upon joining the Navy, if you train diligently, you will surely defeat those pirates and restore peace to our waters, Li Wei encouraged. Next, Branla said succinctly, I am Daniel, the 4th candidate in this selection. I harbor a strong disdain for pirates, most of whom are simply fools. As he spoke, Li Wei noticed a tall figure with elongated eyes and ears stepping forward. Branlu interjected, do not underestimate pirates. Many are quite cunning, and we must remain vigilant. Yes, Commander. You are absolutely right. Daniel nodded vigorously in agreement. Good attitude. Next, I am Butch, a native of this island like Li Wei. However, unlike him, who resides in the park, the largest house on the island is my family home. I warmly invite everyone to visit. Of course, nearly a third of the houses on this island belong to my family, Butch said, casting a provocative glance at Li Wei as he spoke. Li Wei smiled gently and remarked, who on the island does not know Master Buki? Here, everyone can indulge in feasting and merriment. Simply invoking the illustrious name of Master Buki grants one the privilege of complimentary service. Just as Buki was about to add a few more words, he was interrupted by Branlu, who frowned slightly. The Navy does not concern itself with whether one is impoverished or affluent. All undergo the same rigorous training. Let us proceed with the introduction of the new recruits. I am Leonard, he stated, and my primary reason for joining the Navy is to learn from others. Is there truly such a person? Li Wei, filled with curiosity, turned to the speaker. He noticed that the individual possessed an unremarkable appearance, yet his clear eyes, which hinted at a touch of foolishness, involuntarily reminded him of Chopper. I am Jarvis, he announced. I joined the Navy with the aspiration of eradicating pirates. I am Brady. He continued, drawn to the ocean. I enlisted in the Navy hoping to progress alongside everyone. The final individual also introduced himself. After the sequential introductions, Li Wei took note of their distinctive traits. Jarvis bore scars on his face and arms, clearly indicating that he was not to be trifled with. In contrast, Brady appeared somewhat slender, adorned with spectacles, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Well, now that you have all introduced yourselves, I trust you are familiar with one another. To celebrate your successful assessments, I shall treat this cohort of new recruits to dinner tomorrow evening. In addition to you, several other ability users have also joined today. They are exempt from the assessments, hence you have not encountered them. However, do not underestimate yourselves, for within the Navy, many non-ability users are formidable warriors, such as the illustrious Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp, whom I mentioned this morning. Ability users, you say? Li Wei immediately recalled the ability user he encountered during his registration, the one adorned in a vibrant floral shirt. Additionally, he remembered the Navy soldier who, despite exhibiting impatience towards him, displayed utmost respect for the ability users. It appears that there are several ability users among the new recruits this time. I wonder what fruits they have consumed to attain their powers. Li Wei pondered to himself, suddenly struck by a thought. Wait a moment, I have already passed the selection, so why have I not heard the system's notification sound? Could it be that I am still not considered a member of the Navy? What could this mean? Li Wei wore a perplexed expression. Yet he could not directly glean answers from the system. Thus, he had no choice but to activate the system and swiftly engage his mind in analysis. According to the task description in the workplace, merely securing a job sufficed to fulfill the initial assignment. The absence of a notification indicating task completion suggested two possibilities. Either he had not yet officially joined the Navy, or the Navy could not be classified as a legitimate occupation. Given the current circumstances, it was highly probable that the former was the case. Li Wei was lost in thought when he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. As he regained his composure, he heard the voice of his friend, William Hanna. What is the matter with you? You've been completely absent-minded for quite some time now. I've called your name several times, yet you didn't respond. Li Wei responded with a smile. I'm fine. What about the others? The commander just announced the dissolution, and I noticed something was amiss with you. So I decided to stay. Thank you, William Hanna. You are quite the peculiar individual. Even now, when everyone has left, you still feign exhaustion. Well, I truly am exhausted. Li Wei explained with a sense of helplessness. William Hanna remained silent as the two exited the venue for the naval recruitment selection. Upon stepping outside, Li Wei spotted a group of people nearby, exuberantly exclaiming, Indeed, Master Buki, after merely a month of training, he effortlessly secured an impressive 5th place. Indeed, I've heard that many individuals from distant lands also participated in this recruitment selection, gathering the most elite contenders from around the globe. Before long, Li Wei found himself in the midst of the crowd, where Buki stood, wearing an expression of arrogance, grinning widely. There were hundreds competing today. Yet only 8 succeeded in passing the selection. He then animatedly recounted the details of several competitive events. After all, our young master is a rare talent, truly exceptional. Given time, he is destined to become a rear admiral, no, a naval general. It was evident that the flattery from the crowd greatly pleased Buki, causing him to float in a state of ecstasy. Observing this, Li Wei felt a mix of amusement and envy. That fellow may not possess extraordinary abilities, yet his bravado is quite grand. We are the true geniuses here. William Hanna contemplated confronting him, but then thought better of it. After all, Buki is merely a privileged heir accustomed to a life of ease, yet he has exerted considerable effort to pass the assessment. Let us allow him this moment of joy. Levi smiled as he grasped his friend's hand. Let us depart. Indeed, we must inform our families of our decision to enlist in the Navy. William Hanna nodded in agreement, then inquired, Shall we part ways here? Yes, until tomorrow evening, they both replied. Just as they were about to leave, a voice from the crowd of Butch interrupted. Young master, look at that fellow, limping as he walks. Surely, he has been eliminated. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the others. Indeed, young master, your prowess is remarkable. Participating in several events yet still brimming with energy. Ah, is he not the notorious sluggard of the island? Has this fellow also taken part in the Navy selection? Haha. It truly is him, young master. At these remarks, Levi and William Hanna exchanged glances, their faces a mix of exasperation and amusement. At that moment, Butch recognized them. His expression shifted abruptly, and for once, he refrained from boasting. The others, oblivious to his discomfort, continued to mock Levi. Can one who placed 5th dare to call themselves a genius? Do you not find that absurd? William Hanna could no longer bear it. Li Wei waved his hand, signaling his friend to cease further discourse. He then turned to Buki and remarked, Congratulations, young Master Buki. You must carve out a remarkable path for yourself, earning the pride of your father, nay, the entire island. As if that needs saying, Buki retorted with a scoff, I shall certainly not betray my father's expectations. Li Wei smiled and took his friend away. Young master, how can someone who merely basks in the sun compare to you? Indeed, however, it is quite remarkable that he had the courage to participate in the military selection. What of it? I also heard that just a few days ago, he was searching for work everywhere, even offering to work for free, yet no one wanted him. Surely he does not intend to try his luck with the Navy? After watching Li Wei depart, Buki felt overwhelmed by the noise around him and irritably interrupted. Silence. I cannot waste my time on idle chatter. I intend to have Coach Stone train me rigorously. With that, Buki turned away from the crowd and walked off. Young master, has he been affected by something? The group exchanged puzzled glances. On a wooden bench in the park, after parting ways with William Hanner, Li Wei lay on the ground, disregarding his fatigue, and activated the system to examine the newly acquired skill, Oath Shield. Oath Shield. Upon using this skill, it instantly increases movement speed by 30, lasting for 30 seconds, while converting the next normal attack into a jump strike, which deals double the user's combat power damage and silences the target for 10 seconds, during which the opponent cannot utilize their Devil Fruit abilities. This skill can be used 3 times. Indeed, it resembles Arthur's ability from Honor of Kings. However, considering his power of 5, the double damage is virtually negligible. Conversely, the increase in movement speed and the silencing effect against the ability user are quite advantageous. Particularly, the silencing aspect is akin to experiencing the effects of a dark fruit coupon. Li Wei was quite content with his skills and took a moment to inventory the abilities and items he had acquired thus far. In terms of skills, apart from the Shield of Oath, he possessed the Rainbow Catcher and a daunting visage that had only 2 remaining uses. Regarding items, he had an unopened air brick maker, 2 uses left for it, and a pair of enchanted running shoes with less than 2 hours of usage time remaining. He resolved to find an opportunity to utilize the enchanted shoes the following day, and subsequently complete the task of refusing the pancake, thereby replenishing his stock of items. Additionally, he intended to carve out some time to visit Uncle Spike's buckwheat noodle shop, where he would share the delightful news of his successful enlistment in the Navy with Tom. He would also inquire whether passing the conscription selection meant he had officially joined the Navy. Only after confirming this could he proceed with his subsequent plans. If the system indeed did not recognize the Navy as a legitimate occupation, he would need to reevaluate his future strategies. Moreover, he was determined to uncover who had assisted him in completing the push-up challenge. There was indeed much to attend to. Amidst this whirlwind of thoughts, Li Wei consoled himself with the notion that, regardless of the circumstances, passing the conscription selection was a commendable achievement. It was time to rest. The following day, Li Wei awoke with the dawn, feeling a notable alleviation of the aches that had plagued him. While he was not entirely incapacitated, any slight movement reminded him of a deep-seated pain that resonated through his bones. Nevertheless, he rose and limped along the street, employing the enchantment of his magical running shoes as he made his way to Spike's noodle shop. As he approached his destination, a languid voice drifted from behind him. Ah, it's you again. Do you happen to know a man named Massel? I have a matter I wish to discuss with him. The tone was unmistakably familiar. Li Wei abruptly halted his steps and turned to behold the lecherous Admiral Kizaru. Could it be that Kizaru had come from Massel? Such a notion seemed implausible. After all, Massel was merely a small-time thug on the island. It was hard to believe he could have provoked the ire of an admiral. Li Wei immediately began to analyze the situation in his mind, sensing that there was something amiss. Oh, it's you, he remarked, recognizing the figure before him. Huang Yuan. With his eyes half closed, added another comment. Li Wei replied busily. Indeed, we share a remarkable connection. Of course, I am acquainted with Massel, and I am aware of their current whereabouts. How splendid. Could you escort me to them? Upon hearing this, Li Wei looked up to see Huang Yuan wearing a playful expression. He recalled that not long ago, this naval admiral had made a similar request, which he had declined, thereby acquiring his first skill. However, the skills he could currently store had reached their limit. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, Li Wei decisively responded. It is indeed possible, but what benefit might you offer in exchange for guiding me to Massel? How frightening. You dare to negotiate conditions with me. Huang Yuan retorted with a smirk. Then I shall inquire with others. I dare say, there are few individuals on this street who know Massel's whereabouts, yet coincidentally, I happen to know. Before Levi could finish his words, he was interrupted by a robust voice. Admiral Kizaru, this fellow means no harm, so please do not take offense. A burly figure approached and continued. Speaking of which, it was indeed he who defeated Mazer, wasn't it, Levi? Li Wei gazed upon the figure before him, and to his astonishment, it was none other than Uncle Spike, the very person he had been seeking. Huang Yuan cast a glance at Li Wei, his expression one of incredulity. Yet he swiftly returned to the matter at hand. You know me? Can you lead me to Massel? He paused, reflecting. I, too, was once a member of the Navy. Who among the Navy is unfamiliar with Huang Yuan and Akainu? Ah, Akainu has since become a marshal. Spike abruptly halted, then continued. Massel and his cohorts are currently imprisoned on the island. Just yesterday, they plundered several establishments. It was Li Wei who valiantly defeated them. I was present at the time, and thus reported the incident to the island's security officer, who apprehended those vermin. Thank you kindly. Huang Yuan replied, then pointed at Li Wei and inquired. You seem rather weak, don't you? Though this lad may appear fragile, he now has the opportunity to learn from a powerhouse such as yourself after joining the Navy. You aspire to join the Navy? How terrifying. Upon hearing Huang Yuan's words, Li Wei felt a twinge of embarrassment. But he soon pondered. Uncle Spike certainly holds a great deal of confidence in him. By the way, you must have passed the recruitment selection, haven't you? Li Wei responded with a gentle smile. I have been fortunate enough to pass the assessments of 3 projects. However, it seems I am not yet officially part of the Navy. I knew I was right about you, Spike exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Indeed, your determination and hard work are commendable. As far as I am aware, passing the selection is merely the initial step towards joining the Navy. Subsequently, the Navy conducts background investigations on those who have passed the assessments. Only individuals with a clear lineage may become members of the Navy. Background investigation? Li Wei's heart sank as he recalled that the original owner's father was a pirate. What a coincidence, I am also here for the new recruits' background checks. Wang Yuan remarked casually. No way. Isn't that just complicating matters further? A foreboding sense arose within Li Wei. Wang Yuan seemed to perceive Li Wei's thoughts and, with a smile, remarked, I must go and seek out Massel to gather more information. Farewell. With that, he strode away. Li Wei waved his hand and swiftly recalled the storyline involving Kizaru from the original work. Beyond his lewd demeanor, Kizaru is a character shrouded in enigma, adhering to an ambiguous sense of justice while identifying as a mere cog in the corporate machine. To him, the Navy is simply a job. He clocks in and out punctually, and under no circumstances does he engage in overtime. Truly, he serves as an admirable model for Li Wei's studies. However, it is precisely this manner of conduct that has led many to jest that Kizaru is an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army, even claiming he is Luffy's uncle. Such a person seems unlikely to intentionally make life difficult for himself, does he not? Li Wei felt a sense of uncertainty within. For the original owner's father was undeniably a pirate. Judging from this background, it was indeed ill-suited for him to join the Navy. Furthermore, even if he were to enlist, there was a considerable possibility that he might end up like Drake, assigned to infiltrate as a pirate undercover. This would fundamentally contradict his original intention of quietly developing within the Navy. What should he do? Li Wei found himself momentarily at a loss for a suitable solution. Rest assured, your father has been deceased for several years. It will not hinder your enlistment in the Navy, Spike quickly interjected, noticing Li Wei's troubled expression. I hope that is indeed the case. By the way, are the Tom brothers still behaving well? Li Wei temporarily set aside the matter of background checks and eagerly inquired about that clever little child. They are all quite obedient. And both Lily and I hold a fondness for them. Spike replied with joy. Their arrival has brought us much happiness as a couple. Come. You must also wish to share this delightful news with them, right? Levi nodded and activated the powers of his magical running shoes, following Uncle Spike to his buckwheat noodle shop. Upon Levi's arrival, the 2 brothers, Tom and his sibling, expressed their joy, surrounding him and inquiring eagerly about the results of the conscription selection. Likewise, Levi felt elated to see the 2 young brothers clad in new garments. Their faces no longer gaunt as when he had first encountered them, clearly indicating that they were living a contented life. He promptly shared the good news, declaring that he had successfully passed the conscription selection and would soon become a naval soldier, barring any unforeseen circumstances. That's wonderful. Truly worthy of being the big brother, Tom exclaimed, leaping with joy. Levi, seeing you like this fills me with happiness. I believe your late father and mother would be immensely proud of you. An amiable elderly lady approached. She was Mrs. Lily, Spike's wife. Thank you, Mrs. Lily. No need for such formality. We shall close the shop for the day to celebrate Levi's successful assessment with a delightful meal, Spike proclaimed loudly. Afterward, he hung a sign reading closed at the entrance of the noodle shop and stepped out to procure ingredients. Meanwhile, the 2 brothers gathered around Levi, urging him to recount the events that transpired during the conscription selection process. Li Wei naturally obliged his younger brother's request, succinctly recounting the outcomes of 3 competitions, emphasizing his status as the first-place winner and mentioning the delightful acquaintance he made with a new friend. These words elicited a jubilant cheer from Tom. Meanwhile, Granny Lily observed this scene, her face adorned with a benevolent smile. Upon witnessing this, Li Wei felt a spark of inspiration. Perhaps it would be delightful to have Grandma Lily create a grand vision, much like the one Grandma Moo had. He pondered how best to guide Grandma Lily in crafting such an ambitious picture. Li Wei hurriedly searched through the memories of the original owner for any information regarding the benevolent elder. Unfortunately, the original owner was primarily preoccupied with basking in the sun and had little interaction with Grandma Lily. The sole detail known was that she and her husband, Spike, possessed entirely contrasting personalities, forming a complementary relationship. Uncle Spike was known for his integrity and seriousness, earning him considerable respect in the town. In contrast, Grandma Lily was warm-hearted and empathetic, endearing herself to the townsfolk. Many children regarded her as a grandmother, often seeking her out for conversation and to share their innermost thoughts. Grandma Lily frequently rewarded them with candies and snacks, encouraging them to excel in their studies and forge friendships. Her penchant for encouragement was a gateway to greater aspirations. Particularly for someone like Grandma Lily, who genuinely wished well for others, her encouraging words might overly optimistic about future possibilities while overlooking the challenges and difficulties of reality. With this thought, Li Wei devised a plan. He mentally prepared his script and sighed, saying, although I have passed the conscription selection, the background check by the Navy presents a far more daunting challenge. Grandma, you are aware of my family situation. My father was a notorious pirate. I am truly fearful of failing the Navy scrutiny. Is that so? What shall we do then, big brother? Tom expressed his concern. Li Wei shook his head and candidly confessed, I truly do not know. More importantly, I have recently offended a naval admiral, who happens to be in charge of the background checks for new recruits. Alas, these unfavorable circumstances make me genuinely uncertain about joining the Navy. Granny, what should I do? With a worried expression, Granny Lily pondered for a moment before affirming, do not fret too much. The Navy stands for justice. They will not reject you simply because your father, who passed away years ago, was a pirate. Moreover, you have achieved outstanding results, placing first. I attained that first position largely due to luck, as yesterday was the final day for Navy recruitment, and the competition was not particularly strong. The Navy may not hold my abilities in high regard. After all, in a talent-rich environment like the Navy, my presence or absence makes little difference. Furthermore, aside from my father being a pirate, my own reputation in town is not particularly favorable. People say I am merely a lazy good-for-nothing. As he spoke, Li Wei felt a twinge of emotion. Li Wei, I do not wish for you to underestimate yourself. It is true that in the past, you were idle and aimless, merely existing without purpose. However, that does not define your future. I firmly believe that as long as a person recognizes their true self, sets a clear goal, and diligently strives to achieve it, they will undoubtedly find success. You must not wallow in despair. After all, you have distinguished yourself among hundreds. This demonstrates your potential. Please continue to work hard. Even if you feel inadequate now, you will undoubtedly become an exceptional member of the Navy in the future. Granny Lily replied with unwavering conviction. Is this the grand vision painted by a benevolent elder? Like Granny Moo, Granny Lily hopes for my progress, but unlike Granny Moo, whose aspirations for me involve finding a wife, Granny Lily envisions me becoming an extraordinary person. In comparison, Granny Lily's aspirations resonate more with the style of Admiral Branu, imbued with the essence of success. As his thoughts raced, Li Wei scoffed. Is hard work truly the key to becoming an extraordinary individual? I find that notion to be a fanciful delusion. I appreciate your encouragement, but I seek more than just hollow idealism. I require concrete solutions. What must I do to join the Navy without fail? This question left Granny Lily momentarily speechless. Congratulations, you have completed a daily task and received a complete restoration potion. To learn more about the item, you may check the system. At last, I have acquired a new item. However, by its name, it does not seem to enhance my abilities. Li Wei pondered quietly, only to notice Lily's anxious expression. The elderly lady was genuinely concerned about his ability to join the Navy. Li Wei felt a deep sense of guilt and, with a sincere tone, apologized. I am truly sorry, Grandma Lily. I appreciate your kindness, but please do not worry too much about my situation. The reason I wish to join the Navy is that it embodies the spirit of justice. I should not doubt their principles. And I am certain that I can become a part of the Navy. Before Grandma Lily could respond, Tom interjected, Indeed, Big Brother will undoubtedly become an exceptional sailor. If the Navy does not allow you to join, both Grandma and I will ensure that the commander understands the kind of person you are. Li Wei smiled gently, affectionately ruffling the clever child's hair, and affirmatively remarked, that is indeed essential. Well, I've already shared quite a bit about myself today. Tom, how have you and George been faring these past couple of days? Thus, he adeptly shifted the conversation. The group continued to engage in lively chatter for a while, until Spike returned with the purchased food. He and Grandma Lily entered the kitchen together to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, Tom and his younger brother George excused themselves to the restroom. Seizing this opportunity, Li Wei promptly activated the system to examine the introduction and description of the newly acquired item. The complete restoration liquid. Its effects mimic the regenerative ability of a gecko's tail. Upon application, broken or damaged items will revert to their original state. This item can be utilized 3 times. Should one possess a ruined antique or a damaged masterpiece, this liquid would prove extraordinarily valuable. Li Wei's mind was immediately filled with this thought. Yet, considering the original owner's character, valuable possessions were beyond his reach. When it came time for the meal, Li Wei inquired about Uncle Spike's knowledge regarding the background investigation conducted by the Navy. I'm not very sure about that. After all, I retired from the Navy 3 years ago, Uncle Spike replied. After hearing his response, Li Wei decided to set aside the matter for now and focused entirely on his meal. By the time he finished this sumptuous feast, it was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Exiting the buckwheat noodle shop, Li Wei limped along the street, his mind occupied with the information he had gathered that day. He had not anticipated that joining the Navy would involve a background check. Indeed, it posed a significant challenge. Li Wei pondered for a moment and resolved to seek out William Hanner for a conversation. This individual, hailing from a distinguished naval lineage, ought to possess some knowledge regarding background investigations. Upon arriving at the inn where William Hanner resided, as he approached the entrance, a familiar voice drifted from within. What? You claim these 2 jars are worth several million Bailey? How is that even possible? It was William Hanner's voice. Could something untoward have transpired? Li Wei hurriedly rushed over and found a considerable gathering inside the inn. Among the crowd, he spotted his friend, William Hanna, with his distinctive yellow hair. Upon realizing his friend was in trouble, Li Wei struggled through the throng, anxiously inquiring, William Hanna, what on earth is going on? Ah, Li Wei, just in time. Please help us settle this matter. This earthen jar is purportedly worth several tens of millions of belly. Don't you think he is attempting to swindle us? At that moment, Li Wei noticed some ceramic shards scattered on the floor and clearly saw the man who was arguing with William. This individual was adorned with an Arab-style headscarf and donned a flowing white robe, a necklace draped around his neck, and his delicate face was contorted with anger. Upon spotting Li Wei, he raised the broken wooden box in his hand, displaying it to the onlookers, and proclaimed loudly, "This is an antique from the kingdom of Alabaston. How could it not be worth tens of millions of belly? You claim it's worth that much. Yet I could just as easily assert that the clothes I wear are worth billions of belly." William's retort elicited laughter from the crowd. "You are being unreasonable. Do not think that just because of your imposing stature, you can bully outsiders. I am not afraid of you. It is you who seeks to extort me. Yet you accuse me of harassment." As the argument intensified, the onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, only exacerbated the situation further. Upon witnessing this, Li Wei hurriedly grasped his friend's arm and inquired about the events that transpired. "Oh, don't even mention it. I merely intended to return to my room, when unexpectedly, as I turned the corner, this person rushed out in a frenzy, and we collided. The jar he was holding fell to the ground and shattered." "What do you mean I rushed? You suddenly appeared before me and broke my ceramic jar. I've never encountered someone so foolish." "What did you say?" "I am a genius. More like a natural-born fool." "Enough. You too. Quarreling will not resolve the issue." Li Wei stood in the middle, separating the two individuals. "Indeed. I am disinclined to argue with you. Regardless, I have already informed the town sheriff about this matter through a phone call, and they will arrive shortly. Do not entertain any thoughts of escape. I dare say, it may very well be you who ends up fleeing." Li Wei paid no heed to the quarrel between the two individuals. Instead, he crouched down to examine the shards scattered on the ground. After a moment, he picked up one of the pieces, revealing an intricate design of a wolf and an eagle embossed upon it. In his recollection, these two creatures were the guardians of the kingdom of Alabaston. The ancient style of the pottery suggested it may indeed have originated from that realm. Nevertheless, regardless of its potential value, it mattered little to him. Li Wei was not particularly concerned. As he stood up, he heard a voice behind him. "Everyone, please make way. The sheriff has arrived to handle the matter." The onlookers promptly parted to clear a path. Li Wei turned to the source of the sound and beheld two individuals clad in black uniforms, draped in white coats, approaching him. In their hands, they wielded black nightsticks. The foremost figure had a sharp, angular face, narrow eyes, and a small tuft of facial hair beneath his lips. "Commander Schultz, you have finally arrived. This fellow has destroyed my precious antique porcelain vase. You must take my side and ensure he compensates me for my losses." Before William Hanna could finish his protest, he was rudely interrupted. "Silence. I am Sheriff Schultz of Dogtown. Pekaru, though we are friends, I shall act impartially in this matter. And you, what is your name?" "Li Wei? Instead of basking in the sun, what brings you here to stir up trouble?" As he spoke, the sheriff scrutinized Li Wei with a look of astonishment. His words piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. "Basking in the sun? Why does the commander say that? Who exactly is he?" Indeed, since most of the guests at the inn were outsiders, they were unfamiliar with Li Wei. However, Li Wei felt embarrassed upon hearing their remarks. He intended to clarify but was preempted. "Commander Schultz, you know I am an antique dealer. I am here at the behest of Mr. Anderson, delivering antiques from the kingdom of Alabaston. As Mr. Anderson can only meet me tomorrow morning, I had no choice but to stay at this inn for the night." The speaker was Pekaru, the antique dealer. "Ah, I know Mr. Anderson has a fondness for ancient treasures. As I mentioned earlier, I will handle this matter fairly. What is your name?" Commander Schultz gestured towards William Hanna. "I am William Hanna, a friend of Li Wei." "Li Wei has a friend? Do you also enjoy basking in the sun?" "Sheriff Schultz, please show some respect for my friend." Li Wei responded earnestly. "Humph, you worthless fool. Who would show you respect? Anyone who can be your friend must also be trash," Schultz mocked. "Enough. Pekaru, please recount the events, but be prepared. This individual is a penniless wretch, so do not expect compensation. Rest assured, I will act in accordance with the law. Collins, take down their names." Another sheriff nodded and swiftly noted the names of the three men in his notebook. Observing this, the crowd began to recognize Li Wei, shifting their sympathy towards the unfortunate Pekaru, who lamented, "This is worth tens of millions of Bailey. How am I to explain this to Mr. Anderson?" Yet, upon seeing Schultz's displeasure, he quickly swallowed his words and recounted the series of events leading to the incident. "Anderson? That name rings a bell. Ah, yes. He is the father of Butch, the richest man on the island." Li Wei finally recalled the events. After understanding the situation, Schultz confirmed with William Hanna. "Do you have any objections to what Mr. Pekalu has stated?" "No, but I highly suspect he is attempting to extort me," William Hanna retorted defiantly. "Ha! If you are a friend of Li Wei, then no one would dare to extort you. People like you are so unyielding that not a drop of oil could be squeezed from them," Schultz chuckled. "However, without money for compensation, you will simply have to suffer in prison. Take him away." "What? Commander Schultz, aren't you going to search him?" Pekalu protested. "I cannot afford to lose tens of millions of Bailey." William Hanna, even more enraged, rolled up his sleeves and demanded, "As a sheriff, How can you take his word at face value? I am not someone to be trifled with. With that, he prepared to confront Schultz. Oh, are you attempting to assault the sheriff? Schultz said mockingly. Then do not blame me for being impolite. He waved his baton threateningly. Everyone must bear witness that he was the one who sought to attack me. At these words, the onlookers quickly stepped back several paces. Do not act impulsively. Li Wei shouted, calm down and remember your current identity. Right? William Hanner halted, patting his chest, a hint of fear in his voice. Thank you, Li Wei. I nearly said goodbye to the Navy. The Navy? Schultz asked incredulously. You think you can even pass the Navy's recruitment selection? Observing his physique. He mused that it might indeed be possible. I believe I have seen them at the recruitment center. The situation grew increasingly amusing and the crowd buzzed with excitement. Ah? Are you a member of the Navy? Pekalu's expression shifted from despair to delight. This is splendid. I can seek compensation from the Navy. They are so wealthy that even a mere bounty could amount to tens of millions. No, billions. William Hanner soon realized he had spoken too soon. If they approached the Navy and they were compensated, could he still join them? This escalated the situation. He wished he could slap himself. Ultimately casting a pleading glance at Li Wei. Do not fret. I have a plan, Li Wei reassured him. Secretly relieved to have obtained a repair solution with Granny Lily's assistance. Perfectly suited to resolve the issue. Huh. What solution could you possibly have, you worthless fool? Schultz laughed loudly. I did not expect your boasting to be so impressive. It seems basking in the sun has its benefits. His words prompted a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Stop calling me worthless. Li Wei could no longer contain his fury. He fixed his gaze on Schultz. His eyes ablaze with anger. Because you truly are a failure, only capable of sunbathing and scavenging through trash. Everyone in town knows this. What could someone as pathetic as you possibly do to resolve this issue? As for this broken pot, it is already as worthless as you. If I can restore it to its former glory, it will transform into a valuable treasure. Li Wei stated earnestly, people are the same. Do not underestimate me. I will now show you the prowess of what you deem worthless. Ah, if you can restore that thing, I shall twist my head off and offer it to you as a ball to kick. At this, Li Wei's heart stirred. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity? Yet, he needed to coax further. Resolved, Li Wei's anger dissipated, and he adopted a provocative tone. So, you mean if I can repair this pot, you would let me kick your head like a ball? Ah, you do not genuinely believe you can accomplish that, do you? Laughter erupted from the crowd. For this was deemed an impossible task. However, some whispered, look at his confidence. Could he be a devil fruit user? Perhaps. Li Wei could not bear the thought of the duck that was about to land on his lips flying away. So he hurriedly refuted the rumors. Please do not slander me. How could I possibly be an ability wielder? Indeed, I can attest that he is not an ability wielder. William Hanna added. Schultz, who had initially harbored some concerns, burst into laughter upon witnessing this. To think one could find a devil fruit in a garbage heap. That is simply preposterous. As he laughed, he clutched his belly. Li Wei let out a sigh of relief and continued. Since you are aware that I am not an ability user, why do you still hesitate to answer my question directly? Are you perhaps afraid? Who is afraid of you? Did I not clarify that just now? Everyone is listening. Very well, Li Wei persisted with his verbal persuasion if that is the case. Are you willing to sacrifice your own head just to compel me to demonstrate whether I can restore this pottery? What nonsense. Just say yes or no. Schultz, growing impatient, retorted, yes, yes, yes. If you can restore these fragments, you can use my head as a ball to kick. However, if you fail, you will find yourself sharing a cell with that blonde kid. I will make you regret ever stepping foot in this world. As he spoke, he stomped down on the pottery shards once more. With a crack, the sound of the fragments seemed to startle Schultz, prompting him to stamp down several more times. The shards on the ground had been reduced to mere dust. My apologies, I was too careless, he said, feigning regret. Yet a smug and mocking smile lingered on his face. You must have done that on purpose, William Hanner thought, feeling an urge to charge forward. Li Wei grasped his friend's arm, secretly reveling in his own delight. According to the system's explanation, refusing the offer meant not believing that others would make absurd and unrealistic promises to obtain his services. Schultz repeatedly claimed he would remove his own head to use as a ball, which was indeed an outrageous and impractical pledge. The real intention behind this fellow's words was to compel him to prove whether he could repair the broken pottery. Contemplating this, Li Wei promptly declined, naive. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? Please retract your ludicrous promise. What do you mean? Are you conceding defeat? Not at all. What I mean is, let us be more pragmatic. If I manage to restore this pottery to its original state, you must publicly apologize to me and my friends. Absolutely. If you can truly accomplish that, I will sincerely apologize. However, at that moment, a melodious system notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations! You have completed a daily task too. Earning the item Solid Lamp. To learn more about the item, you may check the system. Solid Lamp? If I recall correctly, that is an item from Doryman. Li Wei was lost in thought when he was abruptly interrupted by Schultz. Hurry up. Unlike you, I am quite occupied. Now is the moment to witness a miracle. Li Wei spoke with unwavering confidence as he first placed his hand into his pocket, subsequently activating the system to retrieve the complete restoration solution. He then extracted his hand. revealing an object resembling a dropper, filled with a pink liquid. Under the attentive gaze of the crowd, he applied a slight pressure to the rubber bulb atop the dropper, causing a drop of the pink liquid to fall onto the shards of the ceramic pot. Within moments, a cascade of pink bubbles emerged from the fragments. As the bubbles dissipated, the onlookers beheld a perfectly intact ceramic pot resting on the ground. How astonishing! The pot had truly been restored. What exactly had he just dripped onto it? Amidst the murmurs of curiosity, Schultz turned his gaze toward Pekalu, who, sensing the moment, approached to pick up the pot for a closer examination. After scrutinizing it for some time, Pekala remained silent, pondering the remarkable phenomenon before him. Li Wei discerned the thoughts swirling in the other's mind and promptly declared, "Examine it closely. If this jar is not the one you shattered, then it rightfully belongs to me." Upon hearing this, Schultz opened his mouth to speak, yet was swiftly preempted by Pekalu. "Indeed, this jar is the very one that was broken." With the original owner's confirmation, a flurry of discussions erupted among the crowd. Meanwhile, Schultz's expression shifted dramatically as he cast a fierce glare at Pekalu. Li Wei chuckled. "According to our agreement, how should Commander Schultz apologize to us?" "Haha, Li Wei. You are simply brilliant," William Hanna remarked, his brow raised in amusement. Unwilling to concede defeat so easily, Schultz approached Pekalu, locking eyes with him and asking word by word. "Are you certain this jar is the one you broke?" "Of course, Commander Schultz. We are friends, and I would never deceive you," Pekalu responded. "Enough of your nonsense. The original owner has confirmed it. You should apologize at once." Picking up on William's words, Li Wei added, "Schultz, spare us your words. You must know that this fellow dares to demand compensation from the Navy. Money is more important to him than his life." "Don't speak nonsense," Pekalu retorted vehemently. "I am just as upright as Commander Schultz. I would never lie." This audacious statement drew laughter from the onlookers. Yet, Pekalu remained unfazed, smiling as he said, "Commander Schultz, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Don't go. Don't you want to see how he apologizes? You should learn from it. You will need it in the future." "Indeed, Schultz, hurry and apologize. I'm eager to bask in the sun," Li Wei urged again. "Having had enough of being called worthless. What are you all staring at?" "Everyone disperse," another security officer commanded, attempting to clear the crowd. His actions, however, incited dissatisfaction among the onlookers. "Why should we leave? We are witnesses to this wager. How dare such a mere security officer act so arrogantly?" With public outrage growing, the officer found himself at a loss. "Li Wei, I must admit I underestimated you." At this moment, Schultz was compelled to step forward, then he spoke with a smile. "I did not expect you possess such remarkable qualities. I acknowledge my oversight. We are all from this island, and you are indeed a talent. I shall certainly look out for you. Enough with the pleasantries. Are you here to reason or to apologize?" "We demand your apology. Hurry up," William Hanna exclaimed, raising his fist and echoing the chant, "Apologize, apologize." Those already disgruntled with the officer's behavior joined in William's calls. Seeing the situation unfold, Schultz felt embarrassed. Reluctantly, he approached Li Wei and softly said, "I have lost. I apologize to you. You are not worthless." "I can't hear you. Speak louder." Li Wei laughed heartily. His words incited a furious glare from Schultz, yet Li Wei met his gaze defiantly. They maintained their stare for a considerable time until Schultz finally relented. Raising his voice slightly, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." With that, he disregarded the crowd and walked away, followed quickly by another security officer. William Hanna and Li Wei burst into laughter, both feeling immensely pleased. Meanwhile, Pekala watched the scene unfold, clutching the jar tightly, fearful of it shattering once more. As the crowd dispersed, a man in a black hat emerged from the inn, lingering at the doorway as he cast a lingering glance at Li Wei, seemingly wishing to remember him well. He then muttered, "The item in that fool's hands is precisely what the boss has been seeking. I must inform him at once." Returning to Li Wei, he chuckled for a moment before recalling the matter at hand, promptly patting his friend and stating he had urgent inquiries. William Hanna, upon hearing this, stifled his laughter, expressing gratitude for Li Wei's assistance before leading his friend into a room. Once the door was closed, Li Wei whispered, "Have you heard? To join the Navy, one must first pass their background check." William Hanna nodded, "Of course, I am aware. Don't forget. My brother and father are both in the Navy. They informed me of this before I came." Initially, this step was not in place, but reportedly, a month prior, a group of pirates had ambushed the warship carrying new recruits, leading the Navy to suspect that there were infiltrators among them, thus instituting the background check procedure. Pirates daring to attack the Navy? Li Wei immediately thought of the powerful pirate crews in the original story, who would retreat in the face of Navy warships. Even the strongest former pirate King Roger, as well as the future pirate King Luffy, would do so. What kind of pirate crew would audaciously provoke the Navy? He voiced his curiosity. They are the infamous Greybeard pirates. Their captain, Greybeard Sina, has a bounty of 1.3 billion berries and is a ruthless villain. However, their ambush not only failed but resulted in heavy losses. Reports say the Navy captured the vice-captain of the Greybeard pirates, Eugene, who himself has a bounty of 980 million berries. Li Wei, with a hint of realization, remarked, in the face of a surprise attack, The ability to significantly injure the pirates indicates that these new recruits are being escorted by individuals of admiral caliber. Who could it be? Kizaru or Garp? He paused momentarily before continuing. You are mistaken. Among the naval vessels carrying the new recruits, there is only one major general, and their journey is shrouded in secrecy, which has led the Navy to suspect the presence of a traitor. I surmise that within the ranks of the new recruits lies a hidden top-tier powerhouse, a user of extraordinary abilities who intervened to thwart Whitebeard's plans. Just yesterday, Admiral Branu stated that those with abilities need not undergo the conscription selection process. As long as they pass a background check, they can directly join the Navy. However, during the initial conscription in the Navy's world, regardless of whether one possesses abilities or not, all must participate in the 3 selection events and achieve satisfactory results to gain entry into the Navy. It is well known that while those with abilities possess a myriad of peculiar powers, they are akin to landlocked ducks, fearful of the sea, rendering them unsuitable for naval service. Li Wei concurred with his friend's perspective. Indeed, your speculation holds considerable weight. He has finally grasped the rationale behind the Navy's decision to conduct a background investigation. However, upon understanding the reason, he finds himself in a rather precarious situation. The original owner's father was a pirate, which significantly heightens the likelihood of disqualification during the background check. Your solemn demeanor suggests that there may be issues arising from the investigation. Worry not, though, while I am unaware of why many refer to you as a good-for-nothing. Your capabilities and character are commendable, and you shall undoubtedly pass the scrutiny, William Hanna reassured him. Li Wei nodded thoughtfully, expressing hope that the Navy's background checks would not be overly stringent. By the way, it's nearly time for us to depart for the new recruits gathering, he remarked. Indeed. According to Commander Brana's words, there are several individuals with special abilities among our batch of recruits. I am quite eager to observe them. He had encountered one such individual before, though he remained unaware of the nature of their abilities. A subtle smile graced Li Wei's lips. Reflecting on William Hanna's earlier comments, he began to comprehend the actions of the Navy personnel responsible for compiling the enlistment roster. It was evident that those with extraordinary talents would garner heightened attention. As they conversed, the two stepped through the door. Being a local, Li Wei was well acquainted with the location of the dining establishment, and he guided his friend onward until they reached their destination. Upon entering the restaurant, he found only 5 others from their cohort present. Commander Branu, Butchie, and the recruits with special abilities had yet to arrive. Li Wei and his companion greeted each attendee one by one before forming a circle to engage in conversation. As several individuals were engrossed in their lively discussion, a stranger approached and inquired, "Who among you is Li Wei?" Li Wei turned around and beheld a slender figure clad in a flamboyant floral shirt, which rendered him somewhat comical. It soon dawned on him that this individual was the very ability user he had encountered at the entrance of the Naval Recruitment Examination site. Why would this new recruit with extraordinary abilities seek him out? Li Wei hesitated for a moment before rising to respond. "I am Li Wei. May I inquire who you are and the purpose of your visit?" The person in the checkered attire, a man of ability, retorted. "You are the one who humiliated Schultz in public, aren't you?" Upon hearing Schultz's name, William Hanna abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Are you seeking vengeance for that security officer?" Sensing the hostility of the newcomers, Li Wei quickly activated his system, remaining vigilant against a potential attack. The 5 novice soldiers nearby ceased their chatter, observing the unfolding scene in silence. "I am Kingston. You must be his accomplice," Kingston declared, pointing dismissively at Li Wei. "Schultz mentioned you and suggested I teach that blonde-haired brat a lesson." Realizing that the confrontation was directed at him, Li Wei pondered what sort of devil fruit this individual had consumed. Just as he was about to speak, William Hanna interjected, "With that physique, you think you can teach me a lesson?" As he spoke, he crossed his arms, then wrapped his left hand around his right, producing a cracking sound before shouting, "Let us have a contest then." "Do not act impulsively," Li Wei urged, noticing William Hanna's eager demeanor. However, before he could finish his warning, Kingston raised his left hand, conjuring a viscous substance that swiftly hurtled toward William Hanna. "Let us see what you can do, you foolish creature," he taunted, caught off guard by the sudden attack. William Hanna failed to evade and was struck by the sticky material on both hands. Witnessing this, Li Wei's mind conjured an image of a certain slovenly man from the original work, one of Doflamingo's subordinates who had a perpetually runny nose. If memory served him right, that individual had consumed the sticky fruit. This novice's abilities bore a striking resemblance to that fruit's powers. Meanwhile, William Hanna exclaimed, "What is this disgusting substance? You despicable coward." Resorting to a sneak attack, he instinctively attempted to shake off the sticky residue, but it clung stubbornly to his hands, prompting him to rub them together in a futile effort to remove it. Li Wei hurriedly cautioned, "This substance may possess adhesive properties. Do not move recklessly." However, it was too late. The viscous liquid swiftly solidified, binding William Hanna's hands together. Despite his utmost efforts, he was unable to extricate himself. Upon witnessing this, Kingston burst into laughter, remarking, "I thought you were exceptionally strong. To my surprise, without even exerting myself, you have already succumbed. Truly, a man who overestimates his own capabilities. Now, it is your turn." Li Wei would naturally not allow his opponent to strike again. He swiftly seized the opportunity to employ the skill of the Oath Shield. With the acceleration and leap strike effects of this ability, Li Wei effortlessly struck his adversary. Kingston was taken aback, raising his right hand once more. Yet no viscous substance manifested. What could be the reason for this? A sense of panic began to envelop Kingston as he pondered. Are you also a wielder of a devil fruit ability? Although the blow was neither painful nor harmful, he sensed that the power of his own devil fruit seemed to have vanished entirely from within him. Li Wei was acutely aware that the most formidable aspect of the Oath Shield lay in its ability to temporarily strip a wielder of their devil fruit powers. The pressing concern was to resolve the predicament posed by William Hanna. Thus, he adopted an enigmatic demeanor, scoffing, powers wielded by abilities are not invincible. Rather, one might argue that they are far from extraordinary. William Hanna would have never anticipated that you, on the verge of joining the Navy, would resort to such despicable ambush tactics. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly find yourself at a disadvantage against him. Furthermore, your mastery of your devil fruit abilities leaves much to be desired. Your excessive reliance on them has resulted in your martial skills being woefully inadequate. If you do not engage in diligent training, it is only a matter of time before you suffer a significant setback. As it stands, you are unable to utilize your powers. To reclaim them, you must first neutralize the viscous substance clinging to William Hanna. In response to Li Wei's incisive remarks, Kingston offered no rebuttal. In his panic, he frantically waved his arms, clearly desperate to regain his lost powers. Li Wei did not expect that this fellow had such poor psychological resilience. William Hanna exclaimed with joy, Li Wei, you are truly remarkable. How did you accomplish that? His words sparked a flurry of discussion among the 5 new recruits present. He is truly impressive. Even those with abilities cannot rival him. No wonder he is the top-ranked. I must learn from him diligently. Is he also a fruit user? How intriguing. Li Wei chose to disregard the ongoing discussions, for the silence effect of the Oath Shield lasted merely 10 minutes. He needed to seize the moment and compel Kingston to promise that once his abilities were restored, he would release William Hanna. However, Kingston's mind was consumed with thoughts of reclaiming his fruit-based powers, rendering him oblivious to Li Wei's entreaties. After a while, a viscous substance finally reappeared in Kingston's hands, and he began to exude a sense of arrogance once more. No matter how grandiloquent your words may be, a power user like myself far surpasses you mere mortals. I joined the Navy without even partaking in the conscription selection. Can you boast the same? With that, Li Wei assumed an aggressive stance, his movements causing Kingston to instinctively retreat a step. Kingston, are you once again using your fruit abilities to bully others? A sultry voice interjected. Upon hearing this, Kingston immediately turned to respond, Alice, what do you mean by me bullying anyone? I merely wish to stand up for my friend. Is that so? Yet it appears you have encountered a setback, she observed. Who said that? Just look at this fellow. He is already ensnared. Kingston retorted. My fruit ability is formidable, and even if it pales slightly in comparison to yours, it remains impressive. As their conversation unfolded, Li Wei noticed 2 individuals approaching. Among them was a striking young woman, likely in her 20s, with exquisite features and vibrant pink hair, clad in black leather attire that exuded an air of confidence. Beside her stood a tall, muscular man, his physique imposing and adorned with sunglasses, radiating an undeniable aura of intimidation. The presence of this brawny figure rendered Kingston, already slight of build, appear even more diminutive. With evident discontent, Kingston remarked, Davis, why are you once again seen alongside Alice? I detest her kind, muscle-bound and simple-minded. We merely crossed paths at the entrance, Davis replied nonchalantly. However, given your character and abilities, I doubt Alice would be inclined to favor you. Davis then cast a penetrating glance at Li Wei and inquired, I have witnessed abilities capable of stripping others of their fruit powers before. I hope you can truthfully inform me, are you affiliated with Blackbeard? Blackbeard? Li Wei immediately recalled the plot from the original story. Following the conclusion of the Marineford War, Blackbeard, utilizing the abilities bestowed by the Yami Yami no Mi, roamed the New World, hunting for others' devil fruits. Many fell victim to his insatiable greed. It appeared that the imposing figure before him had likely suffered at the hands of Blackbeard as well. With these thoughts in mind, Li Wei quickly shook his head, asserting, I am unfamiliar with this Blackbeard, nor am I a devil fruit user. How then did you manage to render Kingston incapable of using his powers in such a short time? Forgive me, but I cannot disclose that information. If you doubt my words, you may retrieve a sea prism stone chain, and I shall demonstrate that I am indeed not a user of such abilities. Furthermore, I am a native of this island, which you can verify with another recruit. As he spoke, Li Wei gestured toward the entrance where Butch had just entered. Oh, is that so? Then I shall inquire with him, the burly Davis remarked as he turned to approach Butch, startling him considerably. Li Wei then addressed Kingston. I suggest you release my friend at once, or else you shall find me less than courteous. Not a chance. Do not presume that I am intimidated by you. Kingston retorted, a flicker of panic evident in his eyes. Yet, with a beautiful woman present, he would not show weakness. Let us put that to the test then. Observing William Hanna struggling nearby, Li Wei contemplated activating the Oath Shield skill once more, just as he heard the voice of the enchanting Alice. I would advise you all to refrain from escalating this situation. Commander Branu will arrive shortly. If he witnesses your conflict, it could negatively impact the forthcoming background checks. As she spoke, she glanced between Li Wei and Kingston. Out of respect for Alice, I shall grant you a reprieve, for now. Although Li Wei was concerned about the background check, he was adamantly unwilling to allow William Hanner to be bullied. Thus, upon hearing Kingston's words, he fixed his gaze upon him, vowing to ensure his friend's release. His behavior instilled a sense of fear in Kingston. Please, don't be too impulsive, Alice suggested. Meanwhile, William Hanner chuckled and said, Li Wei, let us first have our meal. Since we are all in the Navy, there will surely be opportunities for revenge in the future. Right? Haha, just look at you. You can hardly move your hands, yet you still think about how to seek vengeance against me. It's truly laughable. However, before he could finish his sentence, Kingston suddenly fell silent, his feet beginning to tremble. The others were momentarily taken aback, feeling an involuntary shiver run down their spines. Li Wei once again employed the terrifying visage skill, intent on intimidating Kingston before Branlu's arrival, compelling him to release his friend. As this was a skill affecting multiple targets, the others present were also gripped by fear. Kingston, I advise you not to provoke me. Should you choose to ignore my warning, you will undoubtedly regret it. Li Wei articulated, enunciating each word with deliberate gravity. Despite his trembling legs and beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, Kingston remained defiant. You won't succeed. Even if you kill me, I shall not relinquish my powers. Those ensnared by my abilities cannot possibly break free from their bindings. Li Wei found himself momentarily at a loss. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frail individual would exhibit such fortitude in the presence of beauty. Was this the famed conqueror's haki? Yet, it seemed rather different. Just as he finished his inquiry, Davis happened to stroll over, and upon witnessing Li Wei's fearsome demeanor, he abruptly halted in his tracks, only to quickly regain his composure. Meanwhile, Butch, who had accompanied him, stood there utterly dumbfounded, his face a mask of terror, while his mind swirled with confusion. Upon entering the restaurant, he had been confronted by a towering brute who questioned him about Li Wei. Seizing the opportunity, he had eagerly proclaimed the notorious reputation of Li Wei as the island's most infamous good-for-nothing, much to the astonishment of the hulking man. After discussing Li Wei, Butch had intended to approach and mock him face to face. However, before he could utter a word, he found himself utterly intimidated. When had this fellow become so formidable? Could it be that he truly possessed extraordinary talent? Butch hastily shook his head, desperately attempting to cast aside this peculiar notion. Moments later, Alice regained her composure, remarking, What an intriguing individual. Kingston, why not release his friend? Kingston, brimming with excitement, replied, If you agree, then I shall set this fellow free. Not a chance. Alice responded with a seductive smile. At that moment, William Hanner emerged from his shock, having never expected Li Wei to display such a terrifying expression. He hastily spoke in an anxious tone, Li Wei, don't be rash. My hands are merely restrained. I assure you, it's nothing serious. Li Wei chuckled softly. Yet within his heart, he pondered, according to the skill's description, the intimidating effect of the fearsome visage should last for 5 minutes. Previously, when confronting unruly children, it had indeed left them paralyzed with fright for several minutes. However, this time, within less than a minute, these individuals gradually regained their composure. It appears that the duration of this skill varies depending on the strength of the individuals it affects. Naturally, this may also correlate with one's own power. As his thoughts raced, he noticed the concerned expression of his friend and quickly replied in a hushed tone, Rest assured, I am unharmed, and I will undoubtedly rescue you. While speaking, he resumed his careful examination of the white substance affixed to William Hunter's hand, contemplating alternative solutions. Firstly, it was essential to ascertain Kingston's fruitability. Fortunately, individuals in the pirate world tend to be quite straightforward, starkly contrasting with the characters from the worlds of JoJo and Hunter. They do not conceal their abilities, rather, they willingly reveal them. With this in mind, Li Wei candidly stated, that you may be unpleasant, you certainly exhibit courage in the presence of beautiful women. Therefore, I shall not insist on you relinquishing your power, but could you at least disclose what fruit you have consumed? Kingston relaxed slightly, feigning composure. Yet his voice trembled as he responded, Humph, I have consumed the glue fruit. As I mentioned, those ensnared by my adhesive are utterly helpless. He paused, unwilling to elaborate further, and gestured towards Alice, adding, However, when it comes to capturing others, Alice possesses the most formidable fruit. She silenced. I cannot abide loquacious individuals. Alice interrupted, causing Kingston to fall completely silent. The glue fruit, no wonder its stickiness is so potent. Li Wei swiftly calmed himself, his mind racing with the information he had absorbed online prior to his unexpected journey. Soon, he recalled the vulnerabilities of glue, after it has set. Immersing it in hot water mixed with vinegar would soften it, allowing for the removal of his hand from its adhesive grasp. Resolute in his decision, Li Wei promptly instructed the service staff to bring a basin of hot water infused with vinegar and urged William Hanna to submerge his hand in it. Witnessing this, Kingston scoffed, Surely you do not believe that a mere wash will rid me of my glue? How naive. Meanwhile, the others observed Li Wei's actions with keen curiosity. Gradually, he began to gently rub William Hanna's hand, and before long, the glue began to yield and soften. Li Wei grasped the outer layer of the adhesive and remarked, I shall now extract your hand from the glue. Should you feel any discomfort, do not hesitate to speak. William Hanna nodded in acknowledgement, and Li Wei gradually exerted force. Before long, the adhesive released its hold on his hand. Success. You truly are remarkable. Li Wei smiled, finally letting out a sigh of relief. You have indeed identified the weaknesses of the adhesive. Quite impressive. A familiar voice resonated, prompting the crowd to turn around. It was none other than Branlo, the mastermind behind this new recruit gathering. Commander, you have finally arrived, though regrettably a bit late, having missed quite a number of entertaining spectacles. Alice greeted Branlo before adding with a mischievous grin, Hee, Kingston, now everyone is aware of your adhesive's vulnerabilities. Be quiet. During combat. Why would I afford the enemy the luxury of warm water? Kingston retorted defiantly. Oh, is that so? What exactly transpired? Branlo inquired, scanning the room with curiosity. Nothing much. Commander, merely a minor misunderstanding between Mr. Kingston and myself, along with William Hanna. Li Wei hastily interjected. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, we can all coexist peacefully. Branu glanced at Li Wei before turning to Alice, pressing for clarity. What exactly transpired? This fellow let me divulge. Commander, please, don't put me in a difficult position. You have no idea how intimidating he was just now. What about the rest of you? Butchie, why don't you share? Butchie, taken aback by the sudden call-out, hesitated for a moment before recounting the events that had just unfolded. As he concluded, he expressed his speculation. However, the aura of menace he exuded was indeed terrifying. I suspect his bloodline might be awakening. Mind your words. It's not merely an aura of menace. It's Conqueror's Haki. Li Wei subdued us all purely with his presence. William Hanna rushed to defend his friend. Aura of menace? Conqueror's Haki? Branu seized upon the keywords. Casting an inquisitive glance at the others, Kingston capitalized on the moment, exclaiming, indeed, his expression was utterly fearsome. I felt as though a demon had descended. Even Davis was taken aback. William Hanna opened his mouth to argue but was interrupted by Branu, who continued to scrutinize Li Wei, growing increasingly perplexed. According to the observations relayed by his Kenbunshika Haki, this rookie appeared weak, even to the point of insignificance. Yet, he had secured first place in the recent recruitment selection. And even Mr. Yixing held him in high regard. Now, it was revealed that he possessed Conqueror's Haki and a skill that could nullify the abilities of others. What on earth was going on? As thoughts swirled in his mind, Branu inquired in a calm tone, what other secrets do you conceal? Please, be honest with me. You are a remarkable talent, and I would hate for a background check to prevent you from joining the Navy. However, you must share the truth with me so that I can aid you. Upon hearing this, Li Wei felt a tumult of emotions within him. After a brief contemplation, he spoke up. How could I possibly possess Conqueror's Haki? I did indeed exude a formidable aura of menace that unsettled everyone, which is why it felt as if they were paralyzed with fear. My late father was a pirate, and perhaps Butchie is right. My bloodline may be awakening, which enabled me to secure first place. You were the son of a pirate? William Hanna blurted out. No wonder you were concerned about the background check. But, Commander, the offspring of pirates can also join the Navy. We must not dismiss him for this reason. After all, even the children of Navy personnel can become pirates. Take Monkey D. Luffy, a notorious pirate of the worst generation. He is the grandson of Navy hero Garp, not to mention Garp's son, Dragon, who leads the revolutionary army seeking to overturn the world. Enough. Branu interrupted William Hanna, asserting, Vice Admiral Garp is a Navy hero. His neglect in educating his descendants led them astray, which is a different scenario from Li Wei's. You must have read the newspapers not long ago. A pirate ambushed newly enlisted recruits. If it weren't for Mr. Yixing's timely intervention, those recruits aboard the warships would have perished at sea. It was Fujitora's intervention, and that pirate crew can only blame their misfortune. Li Wei nodded, comprehending Branu's words. As a newcomer lacking any background and being a descendant of pirates, it was indeed plausible that he could be an undercover agent sent by the pirates. More importantly, the Navy had no need to take such a risk. Throughout their conversation, others remained silent. Some exhibited disdainful expressions, while others momentarily displayed unusual emotions, only to quickly revert to normalcy. Branu observed Li Wei's expression and added, however, you are not without opportunity. According to our arrangements, a background investigation for your group of new recruits will commence in 3 days. If you truly wish to join the Navy, you must achieve a notable feat within these 2 days, such as capturing a pirate with a bounty of 10 million belly. No, a million belly. The Navy is known for its clear rewards and penalties. It was also due to a significant act of saving new recruits and thwarting the pirates' intent to extinguish our nascent strength that your esteemed predecessor was directly promoted to the rank of admiral. However, even he had to undergo a more rigorous background check to attain the position of admiral. So that is how Fujitora ascended to the rank of admiral. It is indeed reasonable, having saved several naval vessels and successfully apprehended a pirate with a bounty nearing 1 billion belly. Such a monumental achievement certainly warrants an immediate promotion to admiral. If we extrapolate from this, it stands to reason that Kizaru's presence on this island is also to conduct a background investigation for Fujitora. Li Wei felt he had unraveled many matters, but more importantly, he had discerned the path he was to undertake next. Thus, he inquired once more, if I capture a pirate with a bounty of 1 million, will that grant me entry into the Navy? Hearing the lightness in his tone, Branla cautioned, "This is a means to demonstrate your sense of justice. However, a pirate with a bounty of 1,000,000 berries is not easily subdued. Rest assured, Li Wei, I shall lend you my unwavering support," William Hanner declared resolutely. He then turned to Butchie and the others, saying, "By the fortune of sharing the same cohort as new recruits, we must unite and assist Li Wei in capturing the pirate and securing his place in the Navy." Li Wei gestured with his hand, indicating to his friend to refrain from speaking further. "Do your best, and I wish you good fortune. Of course, aside from dealing with pirates, you can also earn merit in other ways. As long as you contribute to the cause of justice, I believe it will be greatly beneficial for the naval investigations." Branu added, then addressed the others. "After waiting for so long, I presume everyone is hungry. Let us dine first." With that, he made his way to the large round table nearby, and the other recruits glanced at Li Wei before gradually following suit. Only William Hanner patted Li Wei on the shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. Mere pirates cannot pose a challenge to us two prodigies." "Indeed, I concur with your sentiment," Li Wei replied with a smile. "Let us join the feast. It has been quite rare for me to indulge in a lavish meal." The banquet lasted for over an hour, during which Branu and Alice continuously enlivened the atmosphere, and gradually, everyone became more familiar with one another. Laughter and jovial conversation filled the air, and they all dined with great pleasure. Li Wei, in particular, relished the most sumptuous meal he had experienced since his arrival in this world. After the feast concluded, he contentedly let out a satisfied burp, and after bidding farewell to the others, he intended to return and rest, taking the opportunity to contemplate his next course of action. However, William Hanner intercepted him, stating that there were matters to discuss together at the inn. Li Wei, unable to resist, reluctantly acquiesced. Along the journey, William Hanner continuously offered words of comfort, assuring him, "Li Wei, rest assured, I shall exert every effort to assist you in overcoming the formidable challenge of the background investigation. I will inquire through the telephone worm to see if my father and others have any knowledge of pirates on this island who may be less formidable yet bear a high bounty. We shall target such pirates." "Thank you, William Hanner," Li Wei sincerely expressed, fully endorsing the plan. According to the original narrative, the correlation between bounty amounts and strength is tenuous, as bounties primarily reflect the threat a pirate poses to the world. Take Robin, for instance. At the tender age of 8, she was already issued a bounty of 79,000,000 berries following the O'Hara incident, despite her combat capabilities being inferior to that of an adult with a mere strength of 5. If they could indeed locate such pirates, then with both his and William Hanner's abilities, vanquishing these foes would not be an insurmountable task. However, a question arose in Li Wei's mind. If memory serves, William Hanner's father and brother are merely ordinary naval soldiers. How could they possibly know the whereabouts of these pirates? Nevertheless, he reassured himself, this fellow would not bring harm to him. Li Wei smiled lightly, choosing not to delve further into the matter, and continued discussing strategies with his companion. Upon arriving at the hotel, as soon as they entered the room, William Hanner retrieved a suitcase from beneath the bed. After rummaging through it for a moment, he handed over a communication device. "Here you go. With this device, we can maintain contact. As soon as I receive any updates, I will inform you immediately." Li Wei unceremoniously took the phone book, nodding his head, since it was his first encounter with such a device. He examined it closely and inquired of William Hanner about its usage. Once he had resolved these matters, Li Wei departed from the inn, making his way alone to a park bench, lost in thought about how to navigate the Navy's background investigation. Unbeknownst to him, however, he was being followed by someone. That someone was Butch, who concealed himself in the shadows, trailing Li Wei for some time, his face betraying a look of indecision. As he approached the park, Butch finally halted, stamping his foot and muttering to himself. Forget it. For Li Wei at this moment, tangible assistance is far more beneficial than mere verbal apologies. I shall aid you from the shadows in dealing with the pirates, facilitating your passage through the background check, as a form of repayment and a reward for the grace you showed me that day. After speaking, he began to ponder, what is happening today? Why did I so willingly disclose that Li Wei's father is a pirate, along with my suspicions? It truly was perplexing. After a moment of contemplation, Butch scratched his head and turned to leave. All the while, Li Wei remained blissfully unaware, continuing on his way to the park. Soon, he encountered a few individuals before him. Upon observing that these individuals were all fellow recruits from the same cohort, Li Wei felt a sense of curiosity. Just as he was about to inquire further, Jim, who possessed notably thick lips, remarked, "We are all contemporaneous recruits. We ought to assist one another. Only through collaboration can we ensnare the big fish." Jarvis, who bore a prominent scar across his face, concurred. "Indeed, Jim articulates it well. I also believe that we must unite in purpose as we embark on our naval journey. At this juncture, the most crucial task is to collectively navigate through the background checks." Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the sudden enthusiasm of the group. Just moments ago, during their meal, these individuals had exhibited far less fervor. Jim, seemingly perceptive of his confusion, quickly elucidated. "We have all joined the Navy with a shared objective, to combat piracy. Therefore, I suggested to everyone that we should unite our efforts to confront these nefarious individuals. Within a span of 3 days, if we coordinate our tasks effectively, we will be able to identify the pirates lurking on the island. Subsequently, we can devise a tactical plan. Even as novices, we will prevail against them. If we manage to apprehend a few pirates with bounties exceeding 1 million, you will easily pass the background check. Truly, the fisherman, appearing honest and simple, displayed an admirable understanding of the importance of collaboration. Li Wei nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude. I concur with your plan. As a local, I am well acquainted with the island's surroundings. Over the next few days, I shall diligently gather intelligence regarding the pirates, and should I uncover any leads, I will certainly notify you. Furthermore, regardless of whether I manage to apprehend the pirates or join the navy, I will forever cherish this bond of friendship you have extended to me. Indeed, pirates are often boastful fools. They would never suspect that we have set our sights on them, remarked Daniel, whose elongated eyes twinkled with a smile, rendering them even smaller. We must also remain vigilant. Pirates are notoriously ruthless individuals, and we must exercise caution, Jim cautioned. Li Wei concurred with Jim's perspective. However, as he surveyed the 6 individuals before him, he silently pondered, it appears that I am not the only recruit apprehensive about the background checks. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing this thought and parted ways with the others. Following these minor interludes, Li Wei returned to his abode in the park. Once he reclined, he felt a significant alleviation of the aches that had beset his body. Subsequently, he activated the system to inspect the items he had acquired that day. Solid light. This remarkable item, when directed at intangible substances such as water or smoke, can solidify them for a duration of 5 minutes. This item can be utilized 3 times, with each application limited to a maximum of 30 seconds. After reviewing this, he took stock of the items and skills he possessed. Apart from the solid light, he had yet to employ his first skill, the rainbow catcher, and the air brick maker. The terrifying face skill had 1 usage left, while both the restoration solution and the oath shield skills each had 2 applications remaining. In total, he possessed 3 skills and 3 items, with both categories reaching their storage capacity. Among these items, the terrifying face and the oath shield skills held some combat potential, whereas the rainbow catcher could be advantageous for escape on rainy days. The remaining 3 items seemed ill-suited for confronting pirates. He resolved to seek an opportunity to expend the rather ineffective air brick maker the following day, enabling him to subsequently complete daily tasks and acquire even more formidable items. As his thoughts churned, Li Wei meticulously devised his strategy. The next day, at the break of dawn, upon awakening, Li Wei stretched languidly and realized that all his bodily aches had dissipated. Indeed, it was time to embark on a grand endeavor. However, he first needed to procure some nourishment. Just as he intended to leave the park, a few individuals suddenly materialized before him. Among them, one man, clad in a black hat, spoke up. Li Wei, fortune awaits you. Our employer has taken a keen interest in that substance you utilized yesterday, the one capable of completely restoring shattered objects. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback before realizing that the liquid in question must be the complete restoration liquid. Among the onlookers yesterday, it was likely that some of these individuals were present as well. They had witnessed him using the complete restoration liquid to mend the ceramic pot, which had drawn their attention to this item. It is worth noting that the complete restoration liquid cannot be utilized in combat. However, selling it could yield some monetary gain, which would be beneficial. The upcoming primary task involves gathering intelligence on pirates, and there are numerous expenses to consider. Nonetheless, Li Wei pondered a crucial issue. Most of the items in his possession could only be utilized by him, rendering them ineffective for others. This had already been demonstrated during his encounter with the ruffians led by Massel. At that time, due to the overwhelming number of adversaries, he was unable to swiftly eliminate all of them and was instead subdued. One of the ruffians even picked up the air cannon that had fallen to the ground and shouted bang at him. Yet, the air cannon failed to discharge any air projectiles. Seizing this opportunity, Li Wei feigned unconsciousness and reclaimed the air cannon through the system, thus turning the tide of the battle. Reflecting on these events, Li Wei mused, I wonder if, upon leveling up, I will be able to transfer items or skills. If that is the case, it would be remarkable. Utilizing free items to exchange for money, such a venture with no initial investment surely holds the potential for profit. Does it not? Li Wei could not contain his excitement, yet the pressing priority was to facilitate this transaction. Thus, he composed himself and inquired, Who is your boss? I seem to be unfamiliar with your organization. I shall introduce myself first, replied DuPont. I am Mr. Anderson's bodyguard. You are acquainted with Mr. Anderson, I presume? He is the wealthiest individual on the island. Therefore, you need not worry about the price. Please make an offer. Anderson, the father of Butchie, was also the antique dealer who clashed with William Hanna yesterday, having come to the island to conduct business with Anderson. It goes without saying that Anderson must possess numerous antiquities of considerable value, perhaps even treasure maps. With the complete restoration solution in hand, he could meticulously restore these items and sell them at a premium, or alternatively, dispatch individuals to seek treasures, thereby acquiring substantial riches. Hence, it is evident that Anderson has a significant need for the complete restoration solution. Given that one is conducting business with the wealthiest man, the price must be anything but low. In Li Wei's mind, A plan began to take shape. I apologize, but I shall not purchase the complete restoration fluid. However, I am more than willing to assist Boss Anderson in restoring what he desires. As for the fees, I will charge on a per-instance basis. The others were taken aback by Li Wei's suggestion, but after a brief discussion, the hat-wearing DuPont nodded in agreement. Then let us accompany you. Boss Anderson will not treat you unfairly. Following DuPont's lead, Li Wei arrived at the entrance of the tallest building on the island. He beheld the imposing and substantial doors, fashioned from two massive panels adorned with exquisite copper relief designs. Flanking the entrance stood two colossal stone lions. Li Wei could not help but marvel inwardly. Truly, this is the wealthiest of the wealthy. The grandeur of this entrance alone must have cost a fortune. Upon stepping through the gate, a beautiful garden unfolded before his eyes. After a considerable stroll, he finally entered the hall. The entire hall was resplendent, exuding an air of opulence and comfort. Please wait here for a moment. I shall report to the boss, DuPont stated before departing. Seizing the opportunity while awaiting the return of his host, Li Wei began to wander and observe his surroundings. After a lengthy wait, DuPont had yet to return, and impatience began to creep in. How did you end up in my home? As Li Wei paced with a furrowed brow, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Turning around, he was indeed greeted by Butch, accompanied by two imposing figures. One of them, like Massel, sported a shaved head. Hello, Butch, Li Wei greeted promptly. Hello to you as well, but you haven't answered my question. My father sent me. He wishes to engage in a significant business deal with you. What? How could my father possibly wish to conduct business with you? Have you not fully awakened? As he spoke, Butch turned his inquiring gaze toward the bodyguard beside Li Wei. Indeed, the boss is interested in acquiring something you possess. DuPont has informed him. Yet he has not returned. He is likely quite busy at the moment, the bodyguard replied. Upon hearing this, Butch responded. What exactly do you have that piques my father's interest? However, I doubt you will see him today, as I noticed he was preparing to leave when I arrived. No sooner had he finished speaking than DuPont returned, apologetically stating, I am sorry, but the boss has encountered an urgent matter. He won't be available to meet you until tomorrow at the earliest. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. Li Wei waved his hand, eager to gather intelligence on the pirates. Please hold on, are you Li Wei? The one who enlisted in the Navy selection on the same day as the young master and secured first place? Suddenly interjected the bald-headed man beside Buki. Indeed, I am he, and I did secure the top position, but it was merely a stroke of luck, Li Wei replied. I have other matters to attend to. Wait. Young master, I have a proposal. Although the boss is absent, you have the authority to decide. We are interested in making a deal with Li Wei. Oh, Coach Stone. What exactly do you wish to convey? What I mean is, since Li Wei is the first, he must possess exceptional skills. Both I and Stidway would like to challenge him, simply to witness the prowess of the top contender. What do you think? That sounds agreeable, Coach Stone. I accept this deal. Li Wei, if you manage to best my two coaches, I shall assist you in dealing with the pirates. Of course, should you fail, there will be no repercussions for you. Li Wei glanced at the individuals before him, particularly the two coaches, whose eager and restless expressions betrayed their anticipation. He pondered to himself, it seems I cannot evade this situation. They are likely here to challenge me due to the humiliation of their pupils' defeat at my hands, seeking to salvage their pride. However, securing victory in this duel would grant me the assistance of Buki, which is quite advantageous. This young man's financial prowess could prove exceedingly useful against pirates. After a thorough analysis, Li Wei resolved to inquire about the competition's events. Much like the selection process for military recruitment, the challenges included running and performing push-ups. As anticipated, Li Wei was acutely aware of the situation. Yet he found himself devoid of the time to store his watch. Moreover, his success in performing push-ups at that moment was largely due to the covert assistance of others. Since these two individuals were Buki's coaches, their strength must undoubtedly surpass his own, making victory a formidable challenge. Li Wei activated the system and began to peruse the descriptions of the items and skills at his disposal. Suddenly, an audacious idea struck him. Perhaps I could experiment with the air brick manufacturing device. It might just secure my victory in this confrontation. What do you think? Noticing Li Wei's silence, the bald-headed stone pressed him for an answer. Apologies, but I must excuse myself to the restroom first. Li Wei decided to first examine the size of the air brick manufacturing machine, which he had yet to retrieve. Haha, are you attempting to flee? Surely, you are not hoping to seize victory while I am preoccupied with my urgent need to relieve myself? Li Wei disregarded the coach's provocation and turned his gaze towards Buki. Buki gestured for his subordinates to escort him to the restroom. Once the restroom door was closed, Li Wei eagerly resumed his meticulous examination of the instructions for the air brick manufacturing device. Air brick manufacturing device. By merely envisioning the shape and size of the bricks in your mind, you can conjure the desired air bricks within your line of sight. These ethereal bricks can withstand any weight and can be suspended in midair. This device may be utilized a maximum of 3 times, with no more than 30 bricks able to be created in each instance. Note 1. The air bricks are visible solely to you, and you possess the ability to revert the manufactured bricks back to air at will, should you neglect to manually convert them. The air bricks will remain for a maximum duration of 1 hour. after which they will automatically dissipate. Please be mindful of this to avoid injury from potential falls. After reviewing the instructions, Li Wei retrieved the air brick manufacturing device, and in an instant, a short black rod materialized in his hand, capped with a diminutive square funnel-like apparatus. This device bore an uncanny resemblance to the air brick manufacturing device from the anime Doraemon, albeit in a considerably more compact form, perfectly suited for concealment within his clothing. Now, as long as the opposing party concedes to a certain condition, emerging victorious in this confrontation would pose no challenge at all. Li Wei subtly curled the corners of his mouth. Upon exiting the restroom, he found Butchie and 2 coaches awaiting him. What is the matter? Li Wei. If you're afraid, just say so, Master Butchie, and we one team make things difficult for you. This confrontation presents you with nothing but advantages. If you lose, there's no real loss. But should you prevail, you would gain the substantial support of the Master. You must be aware that the boss, or rather, the Master, holds considerable influence on the island. Observing the 2 coaches continuously urging him to accept the challenge, Li Wei found the situation somewhat amusing. He nodded. I am indeed interested in a contest with you. However, I wish to determine the events of the competition. Not an issue, as long as it involves running, jumping, or strength-based activities, we are on board, they replied. I understand that you were specifically hired by Butchie for the military selection trials. Thus my events will also encompass running and push-ups, albeit with a twist. At this point, Li Wei noticed a flicker of excitement in the eyes of the 2 coaches, who wore expressions of assured victory. Please, continue. What events do you wish to propose? Butchie inquired with curiosity. The first event is running. However, we will not be racing on land, but rather on water. I trust you both can manage running on the surface of the water? What? Running on water? How could that possibly be done? Exclaimed the coach beside Stone. Do you think we are ninjas? Is it beyond your capabilities? I believe that with sufficient speed, running on water is achievable. Levi paid no further attention to the coach. Instead, he smiled faintly and turned to Butch, inquiring, surely you have a swimming pool at home? Of course, let's head there now, Butch replied, leading the way. As he walked ahead, Levi found himself unwittingly reminiscing about the scene during the conscription selection. Although he secured first place in the 100-meter sprint, his advantage was not particularly pronounced, and his time paled in comparison to Coach Stidwell's. Moreover, no matter how swift an individual may be, it is utterly impossible to run atop water. This fellow must be boasting. Just wait, and his true self will be revealed. Lost in thought, the group arrived at the poolside. The pool was expansive, its waters crystal clear, enticing one to leap in and swim freely. Levi gestured towards the opposite bank and chuckled. From this side of the pool to the other, it must be a couple of 100 meters, right? Are you capable of traversing the surface of the pool directly to the other side? I find it hard to believe anyone could accomplish such a feat. Both coaches echoed his disbelief, while Butch wore an expression of skepticism, though he refrained from voicing his doubts. Having been humbled by Levi multiple times during the selection, he was now more cautious. Are you certain you wish to forego the challenge? Levi inquired, glancing at the 2 coaches. They hesitated for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. Li Wei took 2 steps forward, testing the water in the pool with his foot, and then continued. Let me give it a try. As he spoke, he suddenly sneezed, startling everyone present. Seizing the moment while the crowd was momentarily distracted, he aimed the air brick maker in his left hand at the swimming pool, envisioning a path suspended above the water, leading directly to the opposite side. He then vigorously swung his other hand back and forth. This peculiar gesture quickly drew the attention of those behind him, all eyes fixated on his waving hand. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Wei commanded the air brick maker to produce a long row of bricks. Indeed, he beheld a path composed of air bricks, visible only to him. These ethereal bricks were outlined in a faint white hue, forming a path that gently dipped into the pool and extended to the far bank. Having completed his warm-up, it was time to showcase his true skills. With that, he stepped onto the air bricks and sprinted swiftly towards the opposite side. As he ran, splashes erupted along the path, making it appear to onlookers as if he were indeed running atop the water's surface. This astonishing sight left Buki and the others utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Several bodyguards exclaimed, "He is really running on the water. This is incredible. I've never witnessed such a spectacle before." The 2 coaches exchanged bewildered glances, finally managing to utter, "How is he doing this?" Upon reaching the opposite bank, Li Wei immediately transformed the air bricks back into air and shouted, "That was quite simple, wasn't it? Why don't you all give it a try?" There was certainly something amiss. I noticed ripples on the water's surface, as if something was floating atop it. The coach beside Stone protested, "This guy must be cheating. Watch how I expose him." With that declaration, he mimicked Li Wei, stepping onto the water's surface. With a splash, he plunged into the water. "This is impossible," he cried out, struggling to stay afloat. Witnessing this, Buki was even more perplexed and subtly signaled to the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard, understanding the cue, crouched down to investigate the spot where Li Wei had run, ultimately shaking his head. Meanwhile, the coach who had fallen into the water managed to rise, his face flushed, and he fell silent. Buki was taken aback, and soon they witnessed Li Wei walking back across the water's surface once more. Such behavior compelled them to believe this fellow truly could run on water. Amused by their astonishment, Li Wei feigned nonchalance and inquired, "I suppose this round is mine to claim?" Byuki's expression darkened, yet he felt a tinge of relief. Phew, it's fortunate I held my tongue earlier. It would have been even more embarrassing. Stone, noticing his master's irritation, glanced at his dejected companion and promptly stepped forward, stating, "This round counts as your victory. But now it's my turn to compete against you. We should engage in a contest of strength." With that, Stone proudly showcased his impressive biceps. One could not deny the sheer size of those muscles. Li Wei nodded in agreement, stating, "No problem, let us compete in core strength." The plank, he continued, is the second event I propose. Excellent, let us see who can hold the position the longest. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Stone eagerly stripped off his shirt and positioned himself on the ground, eager to commence the contest. With his companion already defeated, he felt compelled to prevail. Otherwise, he would indeed have to pack up and depart. Li Wei was not in a hurry to lie down, seizing the moment while everyone was focused on Stone's actions. He discreetly maneuvered the air brick manufacturing device from his sleeve to his abdomen. Once it was properly concealed, he positioned himself on the ground, supporting his weight with his toes and forearms, his arms bent and placed beneath his shoulders. His entire body was stretched flat, resembling a taut plank. After completing this, Li Wei activated the air brick manufacturing device once more, producing a brick that pressed tightly against his body and the ground. At this moment, he was effectively lying on an air brick, with his weight entirely resting upon it. It was a flawless arrangement, making the plank position effortless. Li Wei let out a sigh of relief, then lifted his head and suggested, "This plank exercise is far too simple. I believe the coach could manage to do it continuously for hours without issue. To save everyone as time, why don't we increase the difficulty by adding some weights to our backs?" "No problem. How heavy do you want it? 100 kilograms, or perhaps 1,000? What?" At this proclamation, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. Coach Stone immediately inquired, "Are you out of your mind? What is the issue?" Li Wei displayed a radiant smile, rendering his opponent speechless. Witnessing this scene, Byuki recalled the time during the recruitment selection when this fellow pretended to limp as he approached the push-up competition area, ultimately emerging victorious amidst the mockery of the other participants. However, lifting 1,000 kilograms was equivalent to more than 10 times his weight. Byuki could hardly believe that Li Wei would be capable of such a feat. "Are you certain you want to attempt 1,000 kilograms? Do you comprehend the magnitude of this challenge?" "Absolutely. Let us start with 1,000 kilograms. If the coach can manage it, I shall increase the weight thereafter." "Byuki, you must have weight plates of that magnitude, correct?" Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Byuki turned his gaze towards Stone, noticing the coach's expression falter. Yet he still nodded in agreement. After a brief moment of hesitation, he waved his hand, prompting a few burly bodyguards nearby to retrieve the weight plates. Soon enough, one plate after another was brought forth, and Byuki inquired once more. Li Wei responded with unwavering confidence, urging to proceed. Eager to experience the immense pressure of 1,000 kilograms, Byuki signaled his subordinates to divide into two groups, each placing weight plates upon the backs of Coach Stone and Li Wei. As the plates accumulated, Stone's arms visibly trembled, his face flushed crimson, and beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead like a torrential waterfall. In stark contrast, Li Wei remained rigid and motionless, as if unburdened by any weights. However, his face gradually reddened, and his breathing became noticeably labored, indicating that the 1,000 kilograms were indeed pressing upon him. "Very well, sir. The 1,000 kilograms has been fully loaded," Byuki remarked impassively, nodding slightly, already aware of the outcome. He then quietly instructed his subordinates to ensure the coach's safety, cautioning them to support the weight plates if the situation appeared precarious, to prevent any injury. It was astonishing to witness the bald-headed Stone maintaining such impeccable form in a plank position while bearing the staggering weight of 1,000 kilograms. Li Wei silently admired the coach. This trainer truly possessed remarkable skill, even with 1,000 kilograms pressing down on him. He struggled to breathe yet managed to maintain the plank position. However, it seemed the opponent could not endure much longer. The assistance from the system proved advantageous. Indeed. Before long, Coach Stone collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Fortunately, a quick-witted bystander swiftly caught the weight plates from his back. "I have lost to Master Byuki. I have disappointed you, and I can no longer face you," Stone gasped, struggling to rise, his expression one of dejection. "Then that means I have won. Please assist me in removing the weight plates," Li Wei replied, with an effort akin to squeezing toothpaste. 1,000 kilograms was indeed quite heavy. He could scarcely fathom how Jaws managed to hurl an iceberg weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms at Marine headquarters during the war above. It could only be said that he was truly worthy of being the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, possessing monstrous strength. Upon hearing this, Byuki furrowed his brow. This fellow was feigning weakness again. He could effortlessly remove the weight plates while in a plank position, yet insisted on putting on such a display. It was utterly excessive. The others shared similar sentiments, and thus, no one offered assistance. Li Wei had not anticipated such a scenario, yet he swiftly devised a solution. He turned his head to one side and addressed the hat-wearing Jewel, saying, "The vial that can restore objects is nestled within the pocket of my garment. If you do not assist me forthwith, it may be crushed. Indeed, upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Jules' face as he hurriedly leaned towards Buqi and whispered a few words. Upon witnessing the young master nod in agreement, he summoned several companions to remove the weight plates from Li Wei's back. Feeling unburdened, Li Wei promptly stood up, first transforming the air bricks into mere air, then brushing off his clothing and expressing his gratitude. Thank you. The vial remains undamaged. Would you not care to inspect it? It seems prudent for us to examine your goods as well. Otherwise, should we encounter the boss and you are unable to produce it, we would find ourselves in a precarious position. It appeared that Anderson placed considerable importance on the restoration liquid. One could only wonder what he intended to repair. Li Wei murmured softly to himself as he reached into his pocket, retrieving a vial of restoration liquid from the system. He held it up to Jewel and remarked, "See, it remains intact, does it not? Had we delayed any further, it might have shattered. But is this truly what father desires?" Butchie inquired, his expression one of confusion. For the object in Jewel's hand was rather unassuming. Jewel solemnly nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, young master. I personally witnessed this gentleman drop a single drop of such liquid onto a shattered ceramic pot, and miraculously, it was restored to its former glory. By the way, you are acquainted with the pot's owner. It is Kizaru, who frequently conducts business with the boss. Should you harbor any doubts, feel free to inquire with him. Given this, let us proceed with the purchase without delay." Li Wei smiled and said, "Only I know how to utilize the complete restoration solution. Others will find it futile to employ. Therefore, even if you purchase it, it will be of no use." Buck, albeit skeptical, chose not to dwell further on the matter. "Well, this is between you and my father. Let us return to the competition. I concede my defeat, and I shall assist you in capturing the pirates." Li Wei nodded gently and replied, "Indeed, although I emerged victorious in this contest, both coaches are remarkably adept. You must be aware that your training period has not been extensive, yet you successfully passed the 3 components of the naval recruitment selection. I believe that, aside from your innate talent, the assistance of the 2 coaches has been invaluable." With a disdainful snort, Buqi interjected, "The one who lost this contest is me, not Coach Stone or the others." He then turned to the 2 coaches and added, "There is no need for you to blame yourselves. Prior to formally joining the Navy, I shall reside at home for a while longer, during which I would greatly appreciate your guidance." His words filled the 2 coaches with gratitude, and Li Wei found himself reassessing this seemingly ineffectual scion of wealth. He waved his hand, intending to take his leave. At that moment, an individual nearby suddenly exclaimed, "Wait. Young master, I suspect he may have cheated. At the very beginning, I thought I saw something concealed within his clothing." A bodyguard abruptly stepped forward to voice his concern. Li Wei's heart skipped a beat. Despite his efforts to remain inconspicuous while operating the air brick manufacturing device, he had nonetheless attracted attention. However, it was too late to voice such concerns now. The air brick manufacturing device had reached its usage limit after being employed 3 times and had consequently vanished without a trace. Even if it had not disappeared, he could have simply retracted the item. "Oh, do you suspect that I possess something other than this vial of complete restoration fluid?" he queried. "Feel free to search me. I have no objections." Buqi hesitated, remaining silent. He was acutely aware that Li Wei relished in feigning weakness only to subsequently turn the tables on others. Having experienced this particular scenario several times, he was determined not to allow this young man the satisfaction of succeeding once more. Li Wei pondered to himself, the Navy would soon commence a background investigation into him, and he wished to avoid the stigma associated with the previous owner's ineptitude. Being the son of a pirate was already troublesome enough. Thus, he took the initiative to propose, "I am aware that there exists a bias against me. After all, my former self was indeed lacking. However, I have undergone a complete transformation, which is precisely why I am participating in the recruitment selection. I aspire to join the Navy. For the sake of the Navy's reputation, as well as my own, I believe it is prudent to allow a thorough examination. Otherwise, others may mistakenly believe I gained entry through dishonest means, which would be detrimental to all parties involved." Although it is true that I did resort to deceit during both the recruitment selection and today's competition, in his heart, Li Wei couldn't help but scoff. Upon hearing these words, Buqi found himself at a loss for further comment. He merely nodded and gestured for the suspicious bodyguard to conduct a thorough search. The bodyguard meticulously examined Li Wei from head to toe, yet uncovered nothing of significance. Eventually, with his head bowed, he murmured, "Young master, it seems I may have misjudged the situation." "Enough," Buqi interjected. "The one you owe an apology to is Li Wei." The series of humiliations left Buqi increasingly exasperated. Li Wei waved his hand dismissively. "Buqi, do not hold it against him. Our contest was conducted fairly, akin to the naval recruitment selection process, where any doubts may be raised. Since I emerged victorious, I trust you will honor your promise and send someone to investigate whether there are any pirates lurking on the island. You know, combating piracy is the very purpose of our enlistment in the Navy." "No problem, I assure you," Buqi replied. "Did you all hear that? Quickly disperse and gather intelligence. If you catch sight of any pirates, inform me immediately." Buqi issued the command. Li Wei smiled, filled with joy. Initially, he believed that the air brickmaking machine held little value, it had unexpectedly garnered the assistance of a wealthy heir. It seems that every tool and skill can find its purpose in the right context, just like a pair of undergarments or a roll of toilet paper. Each has its significance. When employed judiciously, any tool or skill can yield astonishing results. Amidst this train of thought, Li Wei pondered a crucial issue. The heir brickmaking machine had been depleted. In other words, he needed to complete the daily task of refusing to eat the pancake to obtain new tools. With this in mind, he surveyed his surroundings and identified his target, DuPont, who was eager to purchase the complete restoration solution. However, he needed to create an opportunity for a private encounter with DuPont. Most individuals, concerned about their image, find it challenging to make grand declarations in public. Aside from children and business owners, ordinary people seldom engage in such behavior. Li Wei contemplated quietly, leaving his phone number for Buki and the others to contact him, and then suggested that DuPont give him a ride. DuPont readily agreed without hesitation. Once they were alone, Li Wei got straight to the point. DuPont, you are indeed eager to acquire this vial of liquid from me, aren't you? As he spoke, he produced the fully restored liquid, presenting himself as one inclined to negotiate. Indeed, DuPont's eyes sparkled with interest. Yes, have you changed your mind? I must admit, I am considering this. You see, I am in dire need of funds, and given my reputation, joining the Navy may prove somewhat challenging. I mentioned earlier that the price would not pose a problem. You should have realized the financial prowess of Mr. Anderson by now. Anderson is indeed wealthy, yet he may not be inclined to offer a substantial sum. That will not be the case. He will propose an irresistible price. Of that I am quite certain. Oh, it seems Mr. Anderson possesses an item of great significance, albeit incomplete, and seeks to restore it? Indeed, I believe that much is easily deduced. If you can assist him in fulfilling this desire, I would be immensely grateful, for alleviating the boss's troubles is my duty. Li Wei became increasingly curious about what Anderson possessed that warranted such importance. However, this realization made matters simpler. DuPont genuinely wished to assist Anderson in acquiring the complete restoration solution. When an individual has a desire, they can be persuaded to envision grand possibilities. Reflecting on this, Li Wei began to entice with his words. I was right about you, Mr. DuPont. Speaking of which, you have aided me in the past. Had it not been for your assistance, I would still be burdened by those 1,000-kilogram weight plates. Mr. Li Wei, you jest. With your capabilities, you could effortlessly remove those weight plates, DuPont replied. No, this is my sincere sentiment. I do not know Mr. Anderson, nor have I ever met him. But I genuinely admire your character. I believe Anderson holds you in high regard as well. At this juncture, Li Wei paused before continuing. How about this? I might consider selling you the complete restoration solution and will also share the method of its application. However, as you mentioned, you must present an offer that I cannot refuse. Please, let your imagination run wild. The terms you propose will significantly influence my decision. At this point, Li Wei felt assured. As long as the other party followed his lead and slightly expanded the conditions, it should suffice to meet the criteria for envisioning grand possibilities. Indeed, DuPont appeared solemn, seemingly engaged in an internal struggle. After a moment, he smiled and said, I am merely a bodyguard and cannot offer you enticing conditions. I believe you should directly approach Mr. Anderson with your terms. As long as Mr. Anderson is available, I will reach out to you. I assure you, the conditions he proposes will be tenfold or even 100-fold better than mine. Upon hearing this, Li Wei was taken aback yet secretly admired the bodyguard. He smiled and replied, well, it seems I was presumptuous. To have someone like you in his service, Mr. Anderson is clearly more than just wealthy. Indeed, he is a person of great empathy and wisdom. I believe once you meet him, you will truly understand. Once again, I sincerely hope you can assist him. Li Wei nodded and paused in his tracks. Very well, I shall do my utmost to comply. You may leave it here, he said. After shaking hands with DuPont, the two parted ways. As he watched Li Wei's figure recede, DuPont murmured, what an enigmatic individual. Indeed, when I was removing the weights, I distinctly felt something supporting him beneath. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it vanished. How was he able to accomplish that? Upon departing from Anderson's opulent residence, Li Wei noticed it was nearly noon, and his stomach grumbled in hunger. Perhaps he should visit Uncle Spike's buckwheat noodle shop. There were plenty of leftovers from yesterday that ought not to go to waste. Additionally, he might glean some insights from the uncle regarding background investigations, perhaps uncovering some leads about pirates. Resolute in his decision, Li Wei made his way to the noodle shop. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a sign on the door that read closed for rest. What a surprise, did the shop have patrons today? Li Wei silently mused as he hurried over to knock on the door. Before long, he saw Tom approaching to open it. Li Wei greeted warmly, and soon heard Tom cheerfully exclaim, Big brother, you've arrived just in time. The uncle I mentioned to you earlier is here as well. It turned out that he was indeed a close friend of Uncle Spike, which felt like a remarkable twist of fate. As these words left Tom's lips, Li Wei swiftly recalled the encounter with the ruffians led by Massel. The uncle Tom referred to was the man with a scarred face who had a penchant for gambling. It was this very uncle who had won money from Massel and his gang, leading to the kidnapping of Tom and his brother. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he curiously inquired, Oh, is he the kind-hearted uncle who brought food and money to George? Yes, he is. He.S. currently chatting with Uncle Spike. By the way, this uncle has a great fondness for the soba noodles here. Upon hearing this, Li Wei felt a surge of interest and promptly stepped inside. The two swiftly traversed the soba noodle shop and arrived at Uncle Spike's residence. As they entered, Li Wei spotted a burly man seated opposite Uncle Spike, heartily devouring soba noodles while engaging in conversation with the elderly couple. Beside him lay several empty bowls. Li Wei cast another glance at the individual before him. He observed a tall figure clad in a pale purple kimono, draped with a navy overcoat, sporting a head of short black hair, and adorned with a circle of facial hair along his jawline. A distinctive X-shaped scar marred the left side of his forehead, stretching down towards his eyes. Could this be Fujitora? The very same Fujitora who would soon ascend to the rank of admiral in the Navy. Li Wei was utterly taken aback. And then he pondered an important question. During the naval recruitment selection, could it be that he had indeed received covert assistance from Fujitora in the final push-up event? After all, his gravity fruit ability allows him to manipulate the intensity and direction of gravity at will. While competing in the push-up segment, Li Wei distinctly felt his body suddenly become weightless. If Fujitora had been aiding him in secret, it would explain everything. Perhaps he had witnessed Li Wei rescuing the Tom brothers or heard Uncle Spike mention him, and thus decided to lend a helping hand. This seemingly gentle and straightforward individual harbored quite a few clever thoughts. In the original narrative, to compel the Navy to abolish the warlords of the sea, he placed his bets on the pirate Luffy, allowing Doflamingo to unleash the deadly birdcage, slaughtering the people of Dressrosa. The image of a high-ranking admiral intervening to manipulate the birdcage has become a well-known meme among fans. Oh, Li Wei, what brings you here today to visit me and the Tom brothers? Amidst his swirling thoughts, Li Wei was interrupted by Uncle Spike's voice. He snapped back to reality and quickly replied with a smile, I'm hungry and thought I'd come to mooch a meal. Haha, you're just like Mr. Yixing. He came to the shop today for soba noodles as well. Li Wei, is he the one you were just speaking of? The new naval recruit who clinched first place in all 3 events during the final day of recruitment? Indeed, I hadn't anticipated he would be so formidable. Had I known earlier at this juncture, Spike refrained from continuing and turned to Li Wei, saying, Here, we only have soba noodles available. Lily, please prepare another bowl. Li Wei nodded, increasingly convinced that Fujitora was the one assisting him. He tentatively inquired, Are you the esteemed Admiral Akiji? To his surprise, the elder replied, Ah, I did not realize I was so renowned. However, I am not yet an admiral. I am merely an admiral candidate. Yet, I firmly believe that you will soon ascend to the rank of admiral. That may not be the case, he responded, Mr. Borsellino may not necessarily allow me to attain the position. Borsellino, he must refer to Kizaru. It appears that his arrival on the island was indeed for the purpose of investigating Fujitora's background. But is there a strained relationship between these two admirals? This detail seems absent from the original narrative. Moreover, considering Kizaru's laid-back demeanor, it is unlikely he would harbor any grievances against a colleague, as long as they do not impede his punctual departure from work. Li Wei discerned a crucial point from Tung Hu's words. He furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you concerned about failing the background check? It is not so much a matter of concern, rather, I am merely a novice. In comparison to Miss Guillaume and Mr. Kaki, my background is indeed less than illustrious. They are seasoned veterans of the Navy, boasting numerous accomplishments. Guillaume must be the enchanting beauty known by the codename Peach Rabbit, while Kaki is the rather unsavory gentleman referred to as T-Pig. Li Wei swiftly recalled the 2 figures mentioned by Fujitora. Yet he shook his head and expressed his viewpoint. If the Navy genuinely intended to select a general from within its ranks, there would be no necessity to organize a world conscription. In the current climate, the Navy is in urgent need of augmenting its strength to combat the rampant pirates. Thus, Mr. Yixing, in comparison to Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, your opportunity remains the most substantial. Fujitora remained non-committal, while Spike gazed at Li Wei with astonishment. I never expected you to possess such extensive knowledge about the Navy and pirates. Even being aware of Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, it seems I have underestimated you. Indeed, if one aims to join the Navy, it is essential to understand its organizational structure, as well as the ranks of the generals and vice admirals. Yes, that is indeed necessary. However, rather than concerning yourself with Mr. Yixing, you ought to worry about your background check. Being the son of a pirate poses a significant dilemma in your aspiration to join the Navy, Spike stated. Upon hearing Spike mention his lineage, Li Wei seized the opportunity to shift the conversation. Indeed, this is my greatest source of distress at present. I have contemplated that if I could capture a pirate with a bounty of several million berries, it would demonstrate my worth and determination. And I believe the Navy would then allow me to join. I came today to inquire whether you, Uncle Spike, have any leads regarding the pirates on the island? Ah, this is indeed a commendable approach. For the current Navy, eradicating pirates is of paramount importance. However, I have been retired for several years and have not kept a close eye on pirate affairs. Mr. Yixing, do you have any information? Fujitora paused briefly, then turned to the Tom brothers beside him. I believe I just heard someone knocking at the door. Why don't you go and check? Once the two had departed, he continued, I do possess some leads on the Steel Blade Pirates. Perhaps I shall entrust that task to you. The Steel Blade Pirates? In Levi's mind, The image of Tom's anguished expression surfaced instantly. This pirate crew was the very culprit behind the murder of their parents. He understood why Fujitora had deliberately chosen to send the two brothers away. On one hand, it was to prevent the painful memories from resurfacing, and on the other, to safeguard the children from the perilous path of vengeance. As thought swirled within him, Levi softly replied, I too made a promise to Tom that upon joining the Navy, I would eradicate the Steel Blade pirates and avenge them. Admiral Fujitora, please share any information you have regarding this pirate crew. Indeed, you are aware of this pirate group. However, I regret to inform you that I possess no detailed intelligence. Nonetheless, you may visit the Newcastle Tavern, where you will find individuals who can provide you with some insights. Being a local, you must be aware that pirates often frequent that establishment for drinks after landing on the island. Thus, exercise caution to avoid drawing their attention. I apologize, but I am unaware of such matters, as the original owner preferred basking in the sun. Li Wei nodded and inquired about the appearance of the informant. Just wait for him to come to you. Do not concern yourself with anything else. I only know that this individual possesses countless faces. Thus, remembering his visage holds little significance. Li Wei suddenly realized, just as he was about to express his gratitude, footsteps echoed behind him. Oh, you are all here? How terrifying. Upon hearing that slow, drawling tone, Li Wei quickly turned around and saw a tall figure in a naval uniform standing beside the Tom brothers. This individual sported a head of black curls, donned a pair of sunglasses, and wore a lewd grin that twisted his lips. It was none other than Huang Yuan. How did he manage to find this place? Surely, it couldn't be for the background check on Fujitora, could it? Li Wei was taken aback. Is it Admiral Kizaru? Are you here to see me? Fujitora interjected, responding, I apologize, but I am not here to seek you out. Kizaru then gestured towards Li Wei and continued, of course. I'm not here for you. I am here to find Mr. Spike. Me? Why would an admiral of the Navy want to see an old retired soldier? Uncle Spike appeared utterly bewildered. This isn't the most suitable place. Shall we step aside for a moment? Of course, Mr. Spike. Li Wei, please wait a moment. I will return shortly. With that, Uncle Spike rose and led Kizaru into an adjacent room, closing the door behind them. Li Wei was filled with curiosity regarding Kizaru's purpose for visiting. Just as he began to ponder the matter, he heard Fujitora inquire, have you met Kizaru before? Well, I suppose so. I've encountered him twice, but I doubt he holds a favorable impression of me. Oh, then you ought to work harder at capturing pirates. As far as I know, the one responsible for the background checks of new recruits is Rear Admiral Stalaberry, who serves under Admiral Kizaru. Indeed, that certainly poses a predicament. Li Wei scratched his head, recalling that during their second encounter, Huang Yuan had indeed mentioned being responsible for the background checks on the new recruits. Initially, he had thought it peculiar that a distinguished general would concern himself with such trifles. Little did he realize the true meaning behind the words spoken. With a sigh, Li Wei turned his gaze toward the room where Spike and Huang Yuan were engaged in conversation. Surely, Huang Yuan had not come to inquire about him. That seemed unlikely. For his acquaintance with Spike was relatively recent. To be precise, he had only met him after arriving on this island. Perhaps it was due to Spike's delectable buckwheat noodles and his upright character that they had forged a friendship. Li Wei contemplated silently, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts. At that moment, Fujitora posed his inquiry. Your strength is rather modest. I have heard from Tom that you possess some rather peculiar devices. Do you intend to rely on these contraptions to vanquish the pirates? Meanwhile, Tom interjected with palpable excitement. The cannon in the hands of my big brother is indeed formidable. It has swiftly defeated several villains in one fell swoop. Levi smiled, yet within his heart, he began to analyze the situation. It appeared that anyone possessing the observation hockey would recognize him as a mere weakling. However, this was not necessarily a disadvantage. If his enemies underestimated him, oblivious to the fact that he wielded powerful items, it would afford him an opportunity for a counterattack. While contemplating this, he listened to Tom recount the moment he had triumphed over Massel. He gently patted the child's head and nodded, acknowledging, indeed, I did rely on items to defeat Massel and his crew. By the way, Admiral Kizaru had also sought them out. At the time, I was quite puzzled. But now it seems likely it was related to your background investigation. Oh, is Massel the one who participated in the black and white roulette game with me? Yes. They lost quite a sum of money to you. Indeed, it is unfortunate that such individuals exhibit poor character, resorting to targeting children. I ought to express my gratitude to you for rescuing the Tom brothers. Otherwise, I would have inadvertently caused more harm than good. Yet, this also attests to the formidable nature of your items, as that band of ruffians was considerably stronger than you. Items are merely one facet of the equation. I believe their underestimation of me played a more significant role in my successful ambush. In that case, your first-place achievement in the conscription selection was also due to the items at your disposal? Noticing Levi fall into silence, Fujitora added, items are part of one's strength. Much like the devil fruits, thus you are not cheating. Upon hearing this, Levi conceded, all right, I did indeed utilize items. However, the fact that you could employ them right under the noses of Brand New and the other Navy officers without being detected is quite remarkable. I find your items intriguing. My items pale in comparison to your gravity fruit. I must thank you. Without your assistance, I would never have completed the final push-up challenge, and thus would have failed the conscription selection. Fujitora seemed unprepared for Levi's unexpected words. He paused before adding, "Your most potent weapon is not your items, but rather your intelligence-gathering abilities. I am increasingly curious about someone of your caliber." Li Wei could only shift the blame onto William Hanna. "I have made a new acquaintance from a distinguished naval family, thus gaining insight into your fruit abilities." Observing Fujitora's sudden comprehension, he felt a sense of relief. "Now, let us return to your tools. During the conscription selection, where did you conceal your props?" "Indeed, dear brother. I too find it curious. I recall that when we first met, several marbles unexpectedly appeared in your hand. Where exactly did you hide them?" "I cannot divulge that information. But I must mention that my tools possess a number of weaknesses. They are constrained by usage limits, and acquiring them proves to be rather challenging. Hence, they can only serve as auxiliary means." Fujitora did not delve further into the matter and smoothly continued the conversation. "Once you join the Navy, you shall need to train diligently. Your talent is commendable. Do not let it go to waste." A commendable talent indeed. Li Wei felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Just then, he heard the door nearby swing open, and soon after, Uncle Spike and Admiral Kizaru emerged from the room. After stepping out, Spike patted his chest and said, "Admiral Kizaru, rest assured, I will keep a vigilant eye." "Thank you." Kizaru replied, glancing at Fujitora and Li Wei with a smile, "Mr. Yixing, I did not expect to find you here. I did not anticipate encountering you here either." "Admiral Kizaru, I initially thought our meeting would take place at the Navy headquarters." "The Navy headquarters? I still prefer the original Marineford, though it was regrettably destroyed by the Whitebeard pirates. The new Marineford in the New World feels too distant for me. Then, I appreciate your effort to come all the way to this island for my sake. It must have been quite a journey. I have no choice. I am merely a cog in the machine. I will report truthfully to Admiral Akina regarding your scrutiny. However, you should exercise caution. The Greybeard pirates harbor many formidable individuals, truly terrifying." At this point, Kizaru turned to Li Wei and cautioned, "And you, too, should be wary. The ruffian you captured appears to be more than meets the eye." With that, he waved his hand and strode away with an air of nonchalance. Watching Kizaru's graceful departure, Li Wei felt a jolt of surprise. Masel is not simple? That seems implausible, according to the original owner's memories. He is merely an ordinary thug on this island. Just moments ago, Admiral Kizaru mentioned that he had just met Masel, and the following morning, this group of ruffians was discovered dead in the prison, with the Navy suspecting a power user was responsible. Masel died in prison? Though the island's prison may not rival the fortified facilities of Impel Down, the guards here are relatively strict. What kind of power user could orchestrate such a thing? Li Wei swiftly turned his head, analyzing the situation, yet ultimately found the clues too sparse and yielded no results. He inquired once more, what else did Huang Yuan mention? He also noted that Mazer, before his demise, clutched a small piece of blank paper, but due to its diminutive size, the Navy was unable to discern any valuable information from it. A fragment of paper? A thought stirred within Levi. Perhaps the complete restoration liquid could prove useful. The Yellow Ape specifically sought you out to warn you to be cautious of the forces behind those ruffians, fearing they may pose a threat to you, Fujitora inquired. Levi casually noted that the Admiral's visit was primarily to gather intelligence on Admiral Zephyr. Just days prior, Zephyr's assembled pirate guerrilla squad had visited the island and had inquired about clues regarding pirates. Moreover, since he had once been under Zephyr's command, it was only natural for the Admiral to consult him. Upon hearing Spike's words, the narrative from the original story flickered to life in Levi's mind. It appeared that Zephyr had endured a fate similar to that of Fujitora, yet their outcomes diverged dramatically. While Fujitora had heroically rescued the new recruits aboard the training ship from the clutches of pirates, Zephyr's ship had suffered a devastating attack, leading to the death of nearly all his beloved students and leaving his right arm grievously injured. This harrowing experience, compounded by the tragic loss of his family at the hands of pirates, fueled Zephyr's growing hatred for them. Nevertheless, he remained devoted to the Navy, diligently training new recruits. It was only after the pirates who had severed Zephyr's arm and slain many of his students were granted amnesty by the Navy and transformed into the warlords of the sea that Zephyr resolutely withdrew from the Navy and established the Enio Navy with the aim of eradicating all pirates worldwide. Ultimately, Zephyr met his demise at the hands of the Yellow Ape due to his desire to annihilate the world. However, considering the recent conclusion of the Marineford War, Zephyr had likely not yet departed from the Navy. Could it be that the Yellow Ape already harbored suspicions about his mentor at this juncture? Indeed. He was the student that Zephyr disliked the most. Do you seem to have some thoughts on this matter? Fujitora's words interrupted Levi's contemplation. After a brief pause, Levi replied, hatred can indeed cloud one's heart. Even Zephyr, who espouses not killing admirals, cannot escape this truth. Spike was about to retort but was preempted by Fujitora. You possess extensive knowledge of the Navy's intricacies. My initial guess was correct. Your information network is truly formidable. However, for someone as perilous as you, I am curious to hear your genuine motives for joining the Navy. Please answer honestly, though I am blind. I can still discern the sincerity behind a person's words. Before the Admiral, Levi dared not deceive. After thoughtful consideration, he responded earnestly. I wish to join the Navy because it embodies justice. As he spoke, he privately mused, the just Navy is indeed my safest refuge. That is not a falsehood. Yet, there are just individuals among pirates as well. I do not deny that there are good people among pirates. However, the vast majority are malevolent. I doubt anyone would seek treasures in a garbage heap. That is an intriguing perspective. Yet regrettably, there are heaps of refuse within the Navy too. Heaps of refuse within the Navy? Much of this refuse consists of pirates, such as the warlords of the sea, who bask in the special powers and privileges bestowed by the world government without making corresponding contributions. On the contrary, these notorious pirates frequently instigate acts of treason. Li Wei quickly deduced that the abolition of the 7 warlords of the sea was one of Fujitora's objectives for joining the Navy. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Fujitora's eyes, and he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. You are perceptive. Many in high positions failed to grasp this. Now, I actually hope you will join the Navy, for I believe that only with more individuals like you will the Navy embody true justice. That is not necessarily the case, Li Wei replied, reflecting on the inherent flaws within himself, for joining the Navy might very well corrupt its esteemed principles. In his heart, Li Wei contemplated. Yet he spoke aloud, I hope not to disappoint you, and I sincerely wish to join the Navy. After such prolonged preparation, he finally articulated his ultimate objective. Should he secure Fujitora's support, his entry into the Navy would be considerably fortified. More importantly, upon joining the Navy, Fujitora was likely to be promoted to admiral. And with an individual of that rank providing protection, the Navy would undoubtedly become a secure haven. As long as he did not act excessively, he could remain within the Navy until he accomplished the system's promotion tasks and returned to the real world. Li Wei was lost in a reverie of divergent thoughts. Meanwhile, Spike seized the opportunity to exclaim, Li Wei, the islanders say you're merely a sunbathing sloth. But I never imagined you possess such vast intelligence and have even joined the Navy. I believe the islanders will be utterly astonished upon learning this. Tom chimed in, his eyes brimming with admiration. You're truly remarkable, big brother, so knowledgeable. Li Wei gently ruffled the child's hair, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, however, reversing everyone's prejudice is no simple feat, Tom. You mustn't emulate your older brother. At this point, he reminisced about their first encounter, recalling how this astute child swiftly grasped his intentions and cooperated in the task of refusing to eat the pancake, which earned him a second prop. It has been 3 or 4 days since then. The system should have refreshed by now. Li Wei was suddenly struck by a thought. I rely on you, clever Tom. Please draw me a grand vision. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Spike interjected, young man, it is inevitable to stray off course. But if one can pull back from the brink, there is still hope for redemption. I believe everyone wishes for your success, to become a role model for the children. Indeed, I shall not disappoint you. Moreover, the buckwheat noodles here are truly delectable. No wonder General Tenghu enjoys them so much. The corner of Tenghu's mouth curled slightly. Yet he quickly donned a serious expression and remarked, the essence of delicious buckwheat noodles lies in the quality of the noodles themselves. Good noodles, with just a hint of seasoning, can be exquisite. Li Wei, do you comprehend? What Mr. Yixing said is what I wish to convey to you, Li Wei. Your tools may be formidable, but relying solely on external forces is futile. The crux lies in your own strength. Li Wei recognized that both elders were urging him to engage in more training, rather than relying solely on tools. He solemnly nodded in acknowledgement, yet inwardly murmured to himself. Training is indeed vital. However, with the system in place, my foremost priority should be to complete the system tasks first. After that, I can focus on training. Since Fujitora has remarked on my exceptional talent, pursuing both paths simultaneously will undoubtedly lead to remarkable progress. As Li Wei was lost in contemplation, Fujitora rose and gently remarked, Spike, I have intruded for long enough. It is time for me to take my leave. Upon finishing his words, he offered a slight smile to both Li Wei and Tom. Allow me to see you off, Li Wei. Do not feel overly pressured. Make sure to engage in conversations with Tom and George. Once you join the Navy, it will become challenging to arrange meetings. While speaking, Spike escorted Fujitora away. What a splendid opportunity. Li Wei soon realized that only he and Tom remained. He eagerly spoke up. Tom, do you remember what I told you when we first met? Tom paused for a moment, taken aback. It was the kind of thing where you proposed an irresistible condition, wasn't it? Indeed, I remember, he replied. George and I boasted to you, but Uncle Spike advised against such bravado, asserting that children should not make grand claims, while one should refrain from boasting to others. I do take pleasure in the grand promises you make to me, as they provide me with motivation to move forward. Tom's eyes reflected confusion, yet he chose not to delve deeper, thinking, my older brother is truly an odd fellow. However, you will soon become a naval warrior. I am confident you will capture Eddie. If you assist my brother and me in achieving our revenge, I shall create a grand feast for you, and I will treat you to an abundance of delicious food. Truly, a clever child, weaving a vision that perfectly met the requirements. Li Wei scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? How could I possibly believe such nonsensical tales? You are but a child. Where would you procure the funds to treat me to delicacies? Retract your unrealistic promises at once. At that moment, he heard a melodious system notification. Congratulations. You have completed daily task 2 and received the item swimming powder. For further details, please refer to the system. Done. This item seemed to be inspired by Doraemon. If memory serves, swimming powder allows one to swim on land, akin to the experience provided by water fruit. As his thoughts whirled, Li Wei joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Tom. Your words have invigorated me. Rest assured, I shall soon assist you in vanquishing Eddie and the Steel Knife Pirates." "That is splendid. I am willing to do anything to help my big brother," Tom replied cheerfully. "George, you need not worry just yet. Let us wait a few days. When the time comes for my needs, I shall return to hear your grandiose promises." Li Wei hastily interrupted Tom, for he had reached the limit of props in his possession. It appeared that the system refreshed the task objectives every 3 days at most. Those who had previously collaborated to complete daily tasks could once again lend their assistance. A deeper understanding of the system would prove increasingly beneficial in the future. Li Wei could not help but smile. "What are you all discussing? You seem so joyful." Upon returning from delivering the Vine Tiger, Spike noticed the expressions of Li Wei and the others and asked curiously, "Oh, it's nothing," Tom replied. "I was just saying how happy I am here, Uncle Spike." "Truly, thank you and Grandma Lily." "Yes, Uncle Spike, George and I are fortunate to have encountered you. Otherwise, we might have starved on the streets," Tom quickly added, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Spike shook his head and burst into laughter. "With the presence of you two little ones, Lily and I find great joy as well." Hearing this, Li Wei suddenly remembered another elder who needed care, Grandma Mo. She resolved to find time to visit her and, like Tom, seek a family to look after her. Li Wei resolutely decided to join the Navy, aiming to make those who had supported him proud. "Are you still worried about the background check?" Spike inquired. Noticing Li Wei lost in thought. "Now is not the time for concern. I am quite confident about joining the Navy," Li Wei replied. "By the way, Uncle Spike, as a veteran, could you share the usual training regimen of the Navy?" "Indeed, such confidence is essential. Speaking of which, the training for ordinary sailors is not overly difficult. Each day consists of either running 200 laps around the track, completing 2,000 push-ups, or climbing the ropes back and forth 100 times. The intensity is indeed quite considerable." Li Wei silently scoffed, as Spike continued. "However, some elite warriors do not squander their time on such training. I personally witnessed Vice Admiral Karp using a warship as a punching bag for his training. Truly, he is deserving of the title Hero of the Navy." In Levi's mind, the storyline from the original work surfaced, recalling how Kobe and Akiji were trained by Garp using similar methods. He nodded affirmatively and stated, "Rest assured, Uncle Spike. I shall not be defeated by anyone, I swear." "Very well, I hope you achieve great things in the Navy." "Yes, I am also quite full now, so I shall take my leave." With that, Levi rose and bid farewell to Spike and the others. He contemplated the urgency of enlisting William Hanna's assistance to visit the Newcastle pub. Should he manage to gather some intelligence on the Steel Blade Pirates from the informant introduced by Fujitora, he would stand a considerable chance of overcoming this group with the help of several new recruits. With this thought in mind, as Levi stepped outside, he hastily retrieved his transponder snail, only to find it ringing in his hand. Observing the hexagonal shape and the thick-lipped appearance of the transponder snail, he quickly realized, is this a call from Jim? Has he also acquired information on the pirates? Upon connecting the call, Levi heard Jim's voice. "Thank heavens. I was worried your transponder snail might not work. I have some good news for you. Daniel has discovered a lead on the pirates." "Oh, which pirate crew?" "We still do not know their identity. Daniel, perhaps you should explain." Immediately, Daniel's slightly high-pitched voice emerged from the transponder snail. "Interestingly, I stumbled upon this by chance. This morning, as I was walking down the street, I noticed 2 individuals behaving suspiciously, so I decided to follow them. They led me to an abandoned factory where I observed around 10 people seemingly discussing a plan to kidnap children." "Kidnap children?" Li Wei listened with a sense of perplexity. According to the original narrative, pirates seldom engage in the abduction of children for ransom. Indeed, they had mentioned taking action in the coming days. Considering the urgency of the situation, I immediately sought out Jim before reaching out to you. "Well, since there are individuals intent on wrongdoing, it is indeed our duty as members of the Navy to address this. Could you describe the location of the abandoned factory?" "As for the location of the abandoned factory, I am not particularly well informed, given that I am not a resident of the island." Daniel from the telephone beetle paused momentarily before adding, "However, as a local, you might possess knowledge of that area." Upon saying this, he proceeded to elaborate on the characteristics of the abandoned factory and its surrounding environment. "This place feels strangely familiar." Li Wei paused for a moment, recollecting that the abandoned factory served as the stronghold for Massel's gang of ruffians. It was there that he had triumphed over the thugs and rescued the 2 brothers, Tom. "Indeed, I am familiar with that forsaken factory. It has long been a den for the island's delinquents. It appears that the perpetrators of the child abductions are not pirates, but rather the island's nefarious miscreants. However, I cannot help but wonder what has emboldened these individuals to act so brazenly. There is something decidedly amiss." Li Wei articulated his speculation. "A group of ruffians? Although they are not pirates, we cannot turn a blind eye to such heinous acts. Jim from the phone bug asserted with righteous indignation. Indeed. We must prevent these delinquents from committing further misdeeds. I mean, without external assistance, the ruffians on this island would surely lack the audacity to engage in such behavior. While this island may not be particularly prosperous, its law and order is relatively sound. At this point, Li Wei suddenly recalled that not long ago, the likes of Mazer had invaded Uncle Spike's store to pilfer goods, a scenario that would have been utterly unthinkable in the past. Who exactly is orchestrating these ruffians? What is the identity of this shadowy figure? As his thoughts raced, Li Wei heard Daniel's voice, while eavesdropping. I seem to have overheard something about support from a significant figure. A significant figure? Who could he possibly be? Li Wei seized upon this keyword. But his mind was spinning without any clear lead. Yes. They also mentioned that they planned to go to a bar tonight to discuss how to kidnap children with individuals sent by this significant figure. Indeed. With external forces backing them. What is the name of the bar they mentioned? If I heard correctly, it seemed to be called Newcastle Bar. Is there truly such an establishment on this island? What a coincidence. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, recalling the words of Fujitora, pirates, upon arriving on this island. Often frequented the Newcastle Bar for libations. It seemed likely that the local ruffians, who had been abducting children, were under the influence of a certain pirate crew. Indeed. The Newcastle Bar is renowned on the island, and I am aware that many pirates enjoy drinking there. It would be prudent for us to investigate this evening. Let us split into 2 groups. You shall gather intelligence at the bar while a few of us remain here to observe the other thugs, ensuring they do not make any sudden moves against the children. Li Wei consented to Jim's plan. Then Daniel, William Hanna, Butch, and I shall venture to the pub in Newcastle. Jim, you and Leonard will keep an eye on the little rascals. Should any unexpected situation arise, we shall communicate via the phone bug. Agreed. That's settled, he declared, with Leonard and the others listening attentively. The voice of Jim resonated through the phone bug. Well, Daniel, we shall head to the pub this afternoon. Let us gather at the entrance before entering together. I have no objections. After disconnecting the phone bug, Li Wei swiftly reached out to William Hanna through the device, relaying all the clues gathered that day. Upon hearing of the leads at the pub, William Hanna was quite exhilarated. Excellent. We have leads so soon. I believe we shall make significant progress in the next couple of days. Levi smiled faintly. Having arranged a time with the other party before hanging up the phone, he proceeded towards the pub in Newcastle. Upon reaching the entrance, he found William Hanna already waiting there. As soon as William spotted Levi, he approached him and inquired, "The Steel Blade pirates you mentioned, their captain is named Eddie. Isn't he? My brother told me that although his bounty is 10 million berries, his strength is rather lacking. He is notorious for his cruelty, particularly towards civilians. Which explains the high bounty on his head. Such pirates are precisely the type we should deal with." Levi responded, "Regardless of Eddie's capabilities, I intend to confront him. For he has promised a young brother that he would avenge them." Amused to see Levi adopt such a serious demeanor, William chuckled. "How fortuitous. We can achieve 2 objectives with 1 effort. Although the Steel Blade pirates deserve their fate, to encounter our talented duo is truly unfortunate for them. Let us proceed inside. We should wait a moment longer. We still have 2 companions on their way." "Companions? Are they your friends from the island?" "I would like to meet those whom you hold in such regard," Levi asked. "No, you are already acquainted with them. They are fellow recruits from our training cohort," William replied. At that moment, Levi spotted Daniel's figure approaching. He had anticipated William's presence here and greeted him with a warm smile. Finally, Daniel added, "Is everyone here? Then let us enter." "Just a moment. Oh, he has arrived," Levi said, pointing to a figure in the distance. Daniel and William quickly recognized the newcomer, Buck, who had always looked down on Levi. Both were momentarily taken aback. Buck was equally surprised to encounter fellow recruits, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes before he quickly regained his composure, standing silently to the side. "Now that everyone is present, shall we proceed inside?" Li Wei boldly stepped into the bar, closely followed by the other 3. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by the cacophony of clinking glasses and uncontrollable laughter. Peering into the establishment, he discerned its layout. Though modest in size, it was bustling with patrons. As he surveyed the scene, he failed to spot the local ruffians but instead recognized a few familiar faces, his fellow rookie abilities, Kingston, Alice, and Davis. Li Wei hesitated, contemplating whether to approach Alice and her companions, when he heard the bar owner's voice. "Isn't this young Master Buki? What a rare guest. What brings you to the Newcastle Bar?" Upon hearing this, Buki feigned nonchalance, nodding slightly. "I merely wish to bring my friends here for a visit today. Your business seems to be thriving, Mr. Charles." As he spoke, he ostentatiously glanced at the 3 individuals beside him, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction as he nodded toward Li Wei. Li Wei smiled lightly, disregarding the situation, and deftly restrained William Hanna, who was about to retort. "Welcome, welcome. Young Master Buki, you and your companions, please come inside." The proprietor, Charles, spoke as he led Li Wei and the others into the bar. During this time, he cast a furrowed glance at Li Wei, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. Upon reaching the bar, Buki took the liberty of ordering a few drinks. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, Charles finally excused himself. "So, have you identified the target?" William Hanner inquired pointedly in a hushed tone as soon as the proprietor had departed. Li Wei and Daniel simultaneously shook their heads. You do not understand. What we are searching for are merely a few ruffians, said Li Wei. I originally intended for my subordinates to seek them out, yet for some inexplicable reason. Li Wei intervened. Butchie, with a perplexed expression, inquired, what is most urgently needed now is manpower. The sooner we locate our targets, the better. Noticing that others disregarded his words, he added, am I mistaken? Hey, Li Wei, we must not alert the snakes. Our targets are not the petty thugs but the pirate forces lurking behind them. I have emphasized this point repeatedly in our communications. Li Wei explained helplessly, indeed. One ought to be cautious about flaunting wealth, lest the pirates take notice and decide to abduct you. William Hanna, who had been holding back, finally scoffed, Master Butchie. We must prioritize the matter at hand. Our primary objective today is to gather intelligence. These remarks finally subdued Butchie, who muttered. Yet waiting idly like this is hardly a solution. Suddenly, he seemed to have a revelation. He pulled out a wad of cash and pointed at William Hanna, exclaiming triumphantly, your words have inspired a brilliant idea. Since the pirates value wealth above all, I shall ostentatiously display my riches. If they are indeed greedy, they will soon take the bait, and we can follow the trail to uncover more. I am truly clever for devising such a plan. Before Li Wei could intervene, Butchie turned to the crowd of patrons and shouted, tonight, all expenses will be covered by me, Master Butchie. At this proclamation, the clamor in the bar abruptly ceased. Yet, mere seconds later, the cacophony of voices resumed, intertwining like a chaotic symphony. It seemed the patrons had not heard Butchie's declaration. They continued to drink, boast, and revel in the jubilant atmosphere. Only Li Wei found himself in a state of bemusement, pondering whether to commend Butchie's dedication to a noble cause or to criticize his relentless need to flaunt his wealth. Such ostentation. Did he truly believe it would deter the pirates? Fortunately, the patrons appeared to regard Butchie's words as mere drunken bravado, giving them little heed. Li Wei could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, William Hanna had already covered Butch's mouth and began to scold him. Butch struggled momentarily, muttering, what is going on? Why is this crowd so utterly unexcited? The thought of his own grand aspirations being met with such indifference left him feeling dejected. Daniel, observing the scene, burst into laughter, exclaiming, haha, what a fool. Butch, were your words just now truly sincere? At that moment, an individual approached, his face brimming with enthusiasm. Butch and William Hanna instinctively ceased their quarrel and turned their attention to the newcomer alongside Li Wei. This person had disheveled hair, a deeply tanned complexion, and appeared to have gone a long time without a wash. His clothing was not only tattered but also exceedingly filthy. Aha, look at this. This is precisely the sort of person your pathetic methods attract. William Hanna could not resist another jab. Before Butch could retaliate, the bartender intervened, shouting, Heber, you vagabond. How did you manage to sneak in again? Someone, quickly, throw him out. Apologies, everyone. This fellow often wanders into the bar to beg for food. The bartender then turned to apologize to Butch and the others. Upon hearing the bartender's words, two burly security guards swiftly approached, expertly restraining the homeless man, Heber, in an attempt to escort him out. Let go of me. Butch is inviting me. Heber naturally was reluctant to forfeit the opportunity for a hearty meal, resisting while casting pleading glances at Butch and the others. Suddenly, he broke free from their grasp and shouted, wait, why can Li Wei be here while I cannot? He's also a vagabond. With that, Heber pointed at Li Wei, his expression one of defiance. Taken aback by this declaration, Li Wei immediately recalled the fact that the original owner was a notorious drifter. He then retrieved information from his memory about Heber, who was well known on the island as a slothful individual. However, unlike the original owner's utterly lethargic demeanor, this man relished in scavenging for food and would entertain others for a meal. Many would offer him leftover scraps just for amusement, watching him make a fool of himself. Yet, despite this, Heber looked down upon the original owner, considering himself slightly more dignified than those who rummaged through garbage. After all, he exchanged joy for sustenance. He deemed himself an artisan of sorts. Reflecting on this, Li Wei found himself stifling a laugh. What is the matter, Li Wei? Do you know him? William Hanna inquired. Perplexed, Butch could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, haha, Li Wei, he must be your old friend. I almost forgot about your past. So, you've taken up with young Master Butch. No wonder we haven't seen you in days. Heber, enlightened, adopted a sycophantic tone, saying, young Master Butch, are you in need of any subordinates? I can do what Li Wei does, but even better. He only basks in the sun, and also scours through trash cans. If you fancy, I could even perform for you. Silence. William Hanna bellowed angrily. He had no desire to see his friend humiliated. At this outburst, Heber fell silent, and many patrons in the bar turned their attention towards the commotion. Li Wei smiled faintly and said, William Hanna, thank you. However, I must admit that I was indeed quite inept in the past. I do not deny it, Buki. If you wish to laugh, feel free to do so. Yet, how can you, a distinguished scion of wealth, find it in yourself to laugh after being bested by me in the military selection process? Following this exchange, Buki snorted coldly and turned away, ignoring him. Shibua, witnessing Li Wei's public defiance against Buki, was astounded that Buki refrained from retorting. He found the situation utterly unbelievable. Upon observing Li Wei closely, he noticed a striking transformation in him, as though he had become an entirely different person, his aura markedly different. Unconsciously, Shibua's heart skipped a beat. The security guard and the bartender gazed at Li Wei in astonishment, no longer paying any heed to Shibua. The atmosphere grew awkward, particularly for Shibua, who felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles under Li Wei's scrutinizing gaze. Did you not say you would treat everyone to drinks? May I partake? A gruff voice shattered the tension. Shibua clung to this lifeline, adding hastily, yes, that is indeed the most important matter. However, he could not continue, for he recognized the identity of the speaker, someone who had recently dealt him a severe beating. Turning to the source of the voice, Li Wei discerned the newcomer's imposing figure. Standing nearly 4 meters tall, he resembled a wall, his face round and jovial as he approached with a broad smile. The overwhelming pressure emanating from him compelled Shibua to retreat involuntarily. Get lost, you bothersome trash. Upon hearing this, Shibua hurriedly hid himself, casting a resentful glance in return. Mr. Milo, please do not cause any trouble. The 2 security guards stepped forward, sensing that the giant might create a scene. Who said I would cause trouble? This kid claimed he would treat everyone to drinks. I merely came to extend him a courtesy, correct? Buki, unafraid, asserted, indeed, I am in high spirits today. All drinks are on my tab. Very well, very well. However, treating me to drinks comes at a price. For each bottle, you owe me 1 million Bailey. Is that acceptable? You are robbing me. Buki retorted angrily. Without money, how can you treat anyone to drinks? A crowd soon gathered around Milo, who had just spoken. They brandished knives and swords, their eyes glinting menacingly as they glared at Buki. One among them declared, daring to mock our Mr. Milo. Do not blame us for being rude. Faced with this intimidating scene, Buki began to falter, his voice trembling as he replied, You think you can extort me? I am not afraid. One of the security guards, ready to interject, was silenced by a fierce glare from Milo, his mouth opening but no words emerging. Haha. A mere few thousand Bailey a month. What are you playing at? Milo sneered. Mr. Milo, please grant me a favor. I am quite familiar with your captain. At that moment, Boss Charles hurried over, having heard the bartender's report. Upon hearing the word captain, William Hanner's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, Are you pirates? I wonder what your bounty is. What do you mean? Do you look down on us? Milo's expression darkened. You have not yet been given a bounty, have you? William Hanner's disappointment was palpable as he reiterated to Buki, Look at the caliber of individuals your shabby methods attract. Presumptuous brat, you are courting death. Milo could no longer contain himself, yelling as he prepared to charge at William Hanner. Do not cause trouble, Milo. A somewhat languid voice emerged from behind the crowd. The previously furious Milo halted in his tracks upon hearing this, turning to see who had spoken. Mr. AP, what brings you here? Please, make way. AP. Li Wei's heart trembled as he recognized a familiar figure emerging from the crowd. Adorned with an embroidered character representing sound, sporting a small braid atop his head, and wearing headphones along with dark glasses, the most striking feature was his teeth, resembling piano keys. It was none other than Apu, one of the 11 supernovas. This marked the first encounter for Li Wei post-transmigration, with a pirate that had previously appeared in the original work. Furthermore, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Far beyond his current capabilities to contend with. What was he to do? Confronting such a pirate could lead to a swift demise. He promptly turned his mind to strategizing an appropriate response. Meanwhile, Apu stood before Li Wei and his companions, surveying the surroundings before addressing the bar owner. Charles. I apologize. But we shall not cause any trouble, especially with a Marine Admiral present on this island. Mr. Apu, we appreciate your understanding, Charles began. But Apu interjected, however. Everyone just heard Milo's words. Since you offered to treat us, you cannot renege on your promise. It seems you will have to bear the expense. Ah, blah, blah, blah. He concluded with his distinctive laughter. You are Apu. William Hanna, a member of the notorious Worst Generation, quickly recognized him. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Wei hurriedly seized his friend's arm, signaling him to refrain from speaking further, and redirected the conversation. What do you intend to do? William Hanner glanced at his companions, acutely aware of the significant disparity in their strengths, and promptly nodded in agreement. AP looked at the two with a smile and remarked, Did I not just mention? 1 bottle of wine for 1 million Bailey. Milo, let us indulge in 10 bottles, shall we? You have no objections, do you? Not merely 10 bottles. I could handle 100 without issue, came the confident reply. Very well, 10 bottles it is. If you can consume them, I shall reward you with 10 million Bailey. Li Wei interjected eagerly, casting a glance at Butchie. Though Butchie was reluctant, the current situation made him realize the trouble he had invited upon himself. Fortunately, he could still afford the 10 million Bailey, so he nodded in compliance. Splendid, boss. Let us proceed with 10 bottles of wine. Milo exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Charles, ever perceptive, signaled the bartender, who soon returned with 10 bottles of wine, arranging them meticulously on the table. At that moment, the patrons of the bar paused their revelry, their attention drawn towards Li Wei and his companions. Then I shall not hold back, Milo declared, biting the cap off a bottle with his teeth. Poised to pour the wine into his mouth. Hold on a moment. Please ensure these wines are untainted. Li Wei raised his voice, inquiring swiftly. Milo, intrigued, dismissed the concern with a nonchalant response. Are you out of your mind? How could there be anything wrong with these wines? Indeed, do not speak carelessly. Our wines are all authentic and of excellent quality, Charles quickly added. That is reassuring. So, you are certain you will consume only these wines? No substitutions? Of course. I can finish these 10 bottles in 3 minutes flat, so prepare your funds. Milo replied with a grin, casting a glance at Butchie. Butchie, feeling indignant, turned his head away, contemplating whether to call home for funds. Do not fret. Li Wei has a plan, William Hanner confidently asserted, halting Butchie's actions. Observing this, AP furrowed his brow, glancing at Li Wei before shaking his head, recognizing the opponent's frailty, akin to that which crumbles under pressure. Everyone is listening. This individual, named Milo, claims he will consume this wine, correct? Li Wei reiterated, and upon hearing a rather impatient affirmation, he continued. And what if you cannot finish these bottles? Surely you cannot expect my friend to squander his money for naught? Preposterous. How could I ever fail to drink? Milo erupted in laughter, regarding Li Wei as if he were a fool. The onlookers found Li Wei's behavior quite amusing. Charles, in a hushed tone, remarked. Milo possesses remarkable drinking capacity. Not only these few bottles, but even 10-fold or 20-fold, he could manage with ease. On the high seas, anything is possible, surely. As a pirate, you understand this principle, Li Wei retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Milo. Observing Li Wei's fearless demeanor, Heber felt a peculiar sensation arise within him. Is this truly the person he had always looked down upon? In just a few short days, how had he transformed so drastically? Fascinating. Before Milo could respond, AP interjected. If I understand correctly, should Milo be unable to consume this wine, what punishment awaits him? My request is simple. He need only apologize to that individual, because I believe no one in this world is worthless. Levi responded emphatically, gesturing towards the trembling figure of Heber, who was cowering nearby. Li Wei's words astonished everyone present, swiftly provoking a roar of laughter. He remarked that Heber was not trash. Indeed, Heber would do anything for a morsel to eat. Just yesterday, in a bid to secure a chicken leg, he scuttled beneath the table like a mangy dog. Haha. It seems this fellow has lost his wits. The crowd's comments left Heber visibly mortified, his teeth clenched in silence. Humph, deriving amusement from others' misfortune. It is you who embody the true essence of repugnant trash. Upon hearing Li Wei's remarks, those who mocked Heber became even more irate. What did you say? Are you not the very definition of garbage? Everyone in town knows you, Li Wei, as a worthless individual who merely basks in the sun. What pretense is this? Amidst the incessant clamor, Apu impatiently bellowed, Enough. Silence. Instantly, the venue fell silent. Apu then directed his attention to Li Wei, stating, Stop the nonsense. If Milo cannot drink this wine, he must apologize to that person. However, should he consume it, then, in addition to paying 10 million belly, you shall accompany us. Heber instinctively started to voice his thoughts, but quickly sealed his lips, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Li Wei smiled faintly. No problem. But I also need to inspect these wines. Charles, could you bring over a few table lamps? It's rather dim here. Charles glanced at AP and Milo, noting their lack of objection, and responded, All right. He promptly instructed the bartender to fetch the lamps. Soon, the lamps arrived, and the bartender switched them on. During this interval, a small device resembling a flashlight suddenly emerged from Li Wei's sleeve. This compact flashlight emitted a soft white glow, illuminating several bottles on the table. Once he finished, the flashlight vanished as quickly as it had appeared, as everyone's attention was focused on the lamps and the wine bottles. And due to the discreet nature of Li Wei's movements, the entire process went unnoticed. Phew, it's done. Li Wei exhaled deeply, inwardly lamenting. Thank goodness for these loose sleeves. Otherwise, I would be unable to discreetly employ my props. Reflecting on his earlier encounter with Coach Butchie, it was indeed the concealed air brick-making device within his sleeve that allowed him to elude scrutiny and navigate the challenge unscathed. These sleeves bore a striking resemblance to Doraemon's fourth-dimensional pocket. As his thoughts swirled, he swiftly gathered his composure and declared, The inspection is complete. This wine is indeed unblemished. Please, indulge yourself. As he spoke, Li Wei extended the bottle of wine he held. Milo, unable to contain his eagerness, accepted the bottle and immediately tilted it toward his lips. However, he soon pulled it away, a puzzled expression adorning his face as he gazed into the bottle. What's wrong, Milo? Apis inquired, his brow furrowed. The others also displayed expressions of surprise. Strange, why isn't any wine pouring out of this bottle? Milo exclaimed, turning the bottle upside down, yet not a single drop flowed forth. The onlookers, perplexed, began to murmur among themselves. What could be the matter? Why can't the wine be poured out? Just a moment ago, the wine was perfectly normal. I distinctly saw it slosh when Li Wei lifted the bottle. He must have done something to it. Impossible. With so many eyes watching, if he were to meddle, we would have noticed immediately. Hearing their speculations, Li Wei smiled. Turning to Milo and encouraging, Didn't you claim you could finish it in 3 minutes? Why have you stopped? Indeed, why the pause? Is the wine too hot for your palate? William Hanna chimed in, joining in the laughter, and he gave Li Wei a thumbs up. Beside them, Butchie was both astonished and delighted, hardly able to believe the events unfolding before him. Similarly, Hebel was left utterly confounded. You must have done something, Milo finally exclaimed in exasperation. Levi sneered disdainfully, adopting an innocent demeanor. These wines were all selected by you. I merely conducted a cursory inspection, which seems quite reasonable. Does it not? Furthermore, in full view of everyone, how can you accuse me of foul play? Do you suggest that all present are blind and foolish? Or perhaps you wish to play the rogue and avoid a public apology? To speak as a pirate yet sound like mere flatulence, how absurd. Milo found himself at a loss for a retort and, in a swift motion, lunged toward Levi with the intention of striking him. William Hanna promptly positioned himself in front of Levi, defiantly stating, a pirate who can only utter nonsense. Do not presume that your towering stature grants you the liberty to act as you please. Cease at once, Milo. At that moment, AP intervened with a commanding shout. Stepping forward to seize a wine bottle from the table, he inspected it briefly before smashing it onto the ground. The bottle shattered. Yet the liquid within retained the shape of the vessel, resembling a solid. How has this wine become solid? It is utterly undrinkable. How peculiar. What sort of ability is this? Can one truly find a devil fruit amidst refuse? The onlooking patrons murmured amongst themselves. AP turned to Levi and inquired, are you an ability user? What is this power? Levi shook his head in denial, responding, I am not an ability user. If you doubt me, feel free to bring sea prism stone handcuffs. Or we can head to the seaside right now. AP scrutinized Levi once more, and after surveying the surroundings, he chuckled. Ah, how delightful. Milo, it appears you have lost. You owe an apology to the individual you deem trash. Mr. AP, Milo hesitated, stamping his foot in frustration, his gaze fixed on Levi with palpable resentment. Li Wei, undeterred, met their gaze with defiance, a cold snort escaping his lips, his expression one of utter disdain. Hurry, after the apology, we must leave. I have no desire to encounter Huang Yuan again. Upon hearing this, Milo reluctantly approached Zybe and uttered, I'm sorry. Zybe was momentarily taken aback, then quickly interjected. Do not apologize to me. This is not my concern. Bah, bah, bah. The pirate scoffed. Look at your friend's reaction. For him, a mere apology pales in comparison to a bottle of wine. Upon hearing Apu's remark, Li Wei smiled gently. I believe you're mistaken. I simply feel that every individual possesses their own intrinsic value. In this world, there are no worthless beings, only treasures misplaced. Hence, I compelled your crew to express their apology. Apu was momentarily speechless, finally muttering, let us depart. With that, he strode away, followed closely by Milo and the others. Li Wei had indeed triumphed. It was utterly astounding. How could that sunbathing fool, who seemed to revel in basking under the sun, achieve such a feat? Moreover, to defend Zybe's honor, he had compelled the pirate to apologize publicly. Surely, the entire island would struggle to believe such a tale. Why do you persist in saying that young man enjoys basking in the sun? Because he truly does relish it. If you doubt this, you may inquire among the islanders. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, Zybe found himself at a loss, standing still and uncertain of how to proceed. Li Wei approached and handed him a bottle of wine. Smiling as he said, this is a treat from young Master Butchie, so do not squander it. Thank you, Shibo replied, accepting the bottle with a hint of embarrassment as he stole a glance at Li Wei before turning to leave. Just before his departure, he heard a commotion behind him. Look, have these wines truly been restored? Is it really Li Wei's doing? How did he manage that? Shibo turned around in haste and, indeed, noticed a damp patch on the floor, precisely where AP had shattered the bottle. Could it genuinely be Li Wei's handiwork? What could have transpired within him? With such questions lingering in his mind, Shibo exited the bar. Li Wei, you are remarkable. Transforming wine into solid form, how on earth did you achieve this? William Hanna exclaimed with immense delight. He added, I knew I had not misjudged you. Yesterday, you assisted me with the antique issue, and today, you resolved this fellow's conflict with the pirates. On both occasions, you have saved us tens of millions of berries. Truly extraordinary. Butchie, however, merely scoffed and turned his head away. Feigning ignorance of the conversation, Levi remained silent. Instead, he inquired of the owner, Charles, regarding the location of the restroom. Charles, not daring to be negligent, promptly gestured in the direction and even summoned the bartender to escort him. No need for that. I am quite capable of walking on my own. Li Wei waved his hand and walked away. As he strolled, he activated the system once more to review the instructions for the solid light. The solid light. This device can illuminate water, fire, smoke, and other substances, transforming them into a solid state. This item may be utilized a maximum of 3 times, with each use lasting no longer than 3 minutes. Note 1. The solid state of any object illuminated by this light can last up to 30 minutes. Once this period elapses, it will revert to its original form. One also has the option to manually cancel the solid state, restoring the object to its prior condition. The assurance provided by the system is indeed comforting. These seemingly trivial tools often prove invaluable at the most opportune moments. With this thought in mind, He entered the restroom and, noticing the absence of others, quickly retrieved a phone bug to contact Uncle Spike. He relayed the events concerning AP in the bar and requested that the information be passed on to Fujitora. A pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries surely warranted the attention of someone with the rank of a captain or higher. Having attended to business, Li Wei recalled the storyline from the original narrative. AP was likely already affiliated with Kaido, having infiltrated the ranks of the pirate supernovas as a spy. It was due to him that Kid was imprisoned, and his close companion Killer had been forced to consume an artificial devil fruit, becoming a mere jester who could only laugh maniacally. Contemplating this, Li Wei mused, if Fujitora were to capture AP, wouldn't that alter the course of events? Shouldn't Kid and Hawkins be grateful to me? However, even if AP eluded capture, at the very least, he could drive this group off the island, preventing them from seeking vengeance against him and his companions, such as Shibuya. Upon exiting the restroom, Li Wei observed that the crowd of onlookers had not dispersed. They were still engrossed in discussions about the recent occurrences. Even William Hanna had joined in, animatedly recounting how his friend had utilized a single drop of liquid to repair an antique worth over 100 million berries, as well as how Li Wei had effortlessly secured first place in the Navy's recruitment selection. Beside him, Butch occasionally mumbled effortlessly. The man could barely move. Nonetheless, no one paid heed to his remarks. Dennis, with a twinkle in his eye, listened with amusement. This scene left Li Wei feeling somewhat embarrassed. Look, Li Wei has emerged. The crowd instinctively turned their gaze towards him, and he feigned nonchalance, stating, these are merely trifles. By the way, let us not forget that today is a treat from young Master Butch. Everyone, indulge yourselves, eat and drink to your heart's content. William Hanna joined in, stirring the crowd further. Indeed, thank you, young Master Butch. Long live young Master Butch. The patrons finally began to disperse, one by one. Li Wei finally let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, William Hanna seemed to have an epiphany. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, right. We must promptly inform Commander Brando about the situation with AP. He paused, however, it is likely they have already fled far away. And let us not forget that we are not the only naval officers here. Li Wei restrained his friend, saying, let us first resolve tonight's matters. Exercise caution. Suddenly, Daniel issued a warning. No sooner had he spoken than Li Wei noticed a bottle hurtling towards them. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered upon striking the bar, scattering glass everywhere. We are under attack, Butch shouted in response. Li Wei and his companions turned to the direction from which the bottle had been thrown, swiftly identifying an individual of unremarkable height and appearance, easily forgettable. Were you boasting just now? He said, his disdain palpable. I have an aversion to braggarts, especially those who indulge in drunken boasts. The man, reeking of alcohol and swaying unsteadily, approached them, pointing disdainfully at Butchie. How infuriating, a drunken fool, Butchie thought, feeling utterly humiliated despite narrowly avoiding being struck by the bottle. Although he had saved a staggering 10 million berries, his spirits remained low, prompting him to confront the situation. Meanwhile, Li Wei recalled what Fujitora had once said, when in a bar, if that person is present, he will seek you out. Therefore, he hurriedly restrained Butchie and approached the inebriated man, feigning an authoritative stance. You should leave. A drunkard ought to return home and rest. As he spoke, Li Wei stepped forward, attempting to escort the drunken man out of the bar. A brief struggle ensued, during which the inebriate broke free, cursing, I'm not drunk. Mind your own business. He then staggered away. Witnessing this, Li Wei returned to the bar, a look of contempt crossing his face as he remarked, drunkards truly lack the awareness of their own state. With that, he clenched his right fist, subtly concealing a note that the drunken man had shoved into his hand earlier. It was akin to those who flaunt their wealth, oblivious to the embarrassment it may bring. At that moment, William Hanna interjected, prompting Butchie to retort indignantly. Who are you referring to? Whoever answers, let them take the blame. It's a pity the bottle missed. A drunkard's aim is notoriously poor. Levi once again caught hold of William Hanna, while Daniel wisely soothed Butch momentarily, ultimately preventing any confrontation between the two. Ah, we meet again, Levi remarked. You certainly made quite an impression earlier, came the voice of Alice, appear from his cohort, accompanied by Kingston and Davis. Davis seamlessly continued the conversation, stating, we have already informed Commander Bruneau about the situation concerning AP. Shortly, the Navy will conduct a comprehensive search of this area. With a smile, Alice added, I assume you are here in search of someone? Perhaps we could be of assistance? Observing the trio of fellow novices, Levi promptly shook his head. There is no need to trouble yourselves. Indeed, we can manage on our own. It would be best if you refrain from interfering, William Hanna asserted directly. Alice regarded Levi, a playful smile gracing her lips. I happen to possess some leads on pirate crews. Why don't we exchange information? After all, we share the common goal of confronting the pirates. Levi, however, resolutely declined her proposal, stating, I believe there is no necessity for an exchange of intelligence. His stance elicited expressions of surprise from the others, particularly Butch, who opened his mouth to speak but ultimately cast a glance at Levi and remained silent. Confusion clouded Alice's eyes. After a brief pause, she chuckled and said, very well, it seems I may have overstepped. With that, She turned and departed. Davis cast a lingering look at Levi and, before leaving, cautioned, "Do take care." Kingston, however, departed with a disdainful huff, evidently still harboring resentment towards Levi. Once the group had distanced themselves, Daniel eagerly inquired, "I believe exchanging information is essential. We are utterly at a loss and have no idea who is behind this ruffian." "Yes, I share that sentiment. The more allies we have, the easier it will be," Butch reiterated his perspective. Li Wei shook his head and remarked, "We cannot place our trust in them just yet. I highly doubt they are genuinely invested in gathering intelligence on pirates. It is important to note that the Navy currently places great emphasis on those with abilities. Their background checks on new recruits are likely merely superficial. Thus, it is curious that these three individuals are at leisure in a bar. Therefore, you suspect they may merely be attempting to deceive us into revealing our own intelligence." William Hanna began to grasp the situation. Levi responded, "It hardly qualifies as deceit. They are likely just bored and seeking something to occupy their time." Upon hearing this, Daniel appeared perplexed once more. Isn't that a favorable situation? The assistance of capable individuals would greatly enhance our ability to confront the pirates. Do you suspect there may be traitors among them? That possibility cannot be dismissed, Levi conceded. But more importantly, I wish to ascertain the extent of my own abilities. At this statement, the others exchanged startled glances, yet Daniel interjected, "You truly are a cautious individual. However, you yourself harbor many secrets." This time, Levi chose not to respond. As they conversed, the group continued to survey the patrons of the bar, yet unfortunately, the presence of the ruffian remained elusive. As time passed slowly, the target still did not appear, and impatience was etched across Butch's face. William Hanna cast a questioning glance towards Daniel. Daniel shrugged and explained, "Given the events of the evening, it is possible that the ruffian opted to cancel their meeting here for safety reasons." Before he could finish, Levi's phone bug emitted a buzzing sound. He pulled it out to find the device had transformed into a hexagonal face. It was Jim. His call at this moment surely indicated something significant had transpired. With this thought in mind, Levi hastily exited the bar, followed closely by William Hanna and the others. Upon stepping outside, they realized that night had fallen. They had been in the bar for several hours. Levi arrived at a remote location, activating his communication device, only to hear an anxious voice on the other end. "Levi, please hurry. That gang of ruffians has reappeared at the abandoned factory, and their numbers are considerable." "Understood. We are on our way," Levi replied, disconnecting the call. He then set off for the Forsaken factory, accompanied by 3 fellow recruits. During their journey, Butch inquired curiously, "Are we certain we don't need to call in more people? Just a few ruffians shouldn't pose a problem for us. If you're afraid, you can head back." Seizing the opportunity, William Hanna interjected with a sarcastic remark. "Who said I'm afraid? I face the most notorious pirates without a hint of fear." "Oh really? Do you believe that? Have you forgotten how your legs were trembling just now?" As they exchanged banter, Levi and his companions reached the abandoned factory. "You have finally arrived." A figure emerged at the entrance. It was Leonard, ranked 6th in the recruitment selection. "Are Jim and the others on the 2nd floor?" Levi quickly inquired. Leonard nodded, responding, "He, Jarvis, and Brady are keeping a close watch on the ruffians. There are quite a few of them. We must tread carefully. What are we waiting for? Let us move swiftly," William Hanna declared, rolling up his sleeves in anticipation. Li Wei took the lead and added, "All right, let's go. I have been here several times before. Allow me to guide you." The group then stealthily ascended. Indeed, they arrived at the 2nd floor, the very spot where they had once defeated Massel. Li Wei noticed Jim and the others, who were also hiding behind the door. He quickly placed his index finger against his lips, signaling for silence. Jim nodded subtly, and the group made their way to the staircase. He succinctly recounted the information he had gathered. A gang of ruffians had arrived one after another, and now nearly 100 individuals were congregated here. The last to arrive was the thug positioned at the center of the crowd. Li Wei nodded slightly and returned to the rear of the door. Peering through the crack, he discerned the scene within the 2nd floor workshop. As Jim had described, dozens of individuals, all petty thugs from the island, were seated in a circle, engrossed in a discussion. The person he mentioned, standing amidst the crowd, though not particularly tall, bore an intimidating countenance that clearly signified he was not to be trifled with. Li Wei recognized the individual. He was one of the leaders of the local ruffians on the island, and also the boss of Massel, Wesley. It seemed that he had gathered all his henchmen together, which could not possibly be for the purpose of avenging Massel. The sheer number of people suggested that this band of miscreants was plotting something significant. Li Wei eagerly articulated the intelligence he had analyzed, then promptly activated the system to examine the skills and items at his disposal, particularly the recently acquired swimming powder. Swimming powder. By merely sprinkling this powder upon oneself, surfaces such as walls and the ground transform into a liquid-like state, allowing for swimming as if in water. Furthermore, this altered water facilitates buoyancy more effectively than actual water, enabling even non-swimmers to navigate through it. This item can be utilized 3 times, with each usage lasting 3 minutes. Note 1. You possess the autonomy to determine whether to convert the ground and walls into a watery form and can toggle between these states. However, It is crucial to be aware that once transformed, only you can swim in the water. To others, the ground and walls remain unchanged. Note 2. After the conversion of surfaces into a liquid state, they can still pose a drowning hazard. Should you drown, the ground and walls will revert to their original form. To rescue someone, you must first excavate the transformed surfaces, so exercise caution in your application. This item is indeed well suited for ambushes, yet its utility is limited when facing a large number of opponents. Li Wei gently shook his head and redirected his attention to the ruffian. The leader of the gang was pacing back and forth, clearly awaiting someone. Perhaps they were waiting for the mastermind behind the abduction of the child. Buchi murmured. William Hanna replied with irritation. Isn't this rather obvious? Li Wei gang wished for a moment of tranquility for the two individuals. Just then, a startled scream pierced the air nearby. Ah, a face has just appeared on that wall. At such a moment, such a loud commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of the local ruffians. But who would dare to do such a thing? Could it be that there is a traitor among the new recruits? With these questions swirling in his mind, Li Wei turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. Discovering that the one who had screamed was Brady. Trembling, Brady pointed toward the wall and stammered. A face just appeared on this wall, but now it has vanished. William Hanna hurriedly patted the wall that Brady indicated, finding everything to be perfectly normal. There truly was a face that emerged from this wall. I am not lying. Please. Believe me, Brady implored, eager to clarify his account. Li Wei waved his hand, intending to speak, but was preempted by Daniel. The utmost priority was to retreat swiftly. As the number of thugs was overwhelmingly large, the group turned their attention towards the factory. Due to the commotion caused by Brady, the thugs erupted like a boiling pot. Rising to their feet in unison, Wesley shouted, "Someone is eavesdropping. Everyone, quickly root them out. Don't let them escape." The thugs soon spotted Li Wei and his companions, swiftly encircling them. Let us confront them, defeat them, and then extract the identity of the one behind this, Li Wei declared decisively. However, Daniel disagreed. We must not act impulsively. The enemy outnumbers us by at least tenfold. William Hanna immediately supported his friend's decision. Indeed, defeating them would also serve to rid the society of a menace. No sooner had he spoken than he charged out alongside Li Wei. Jim hesitated for a moment, but soon followed suit. Daniel shook his head, resigning himself to join them. The two factions thus stood in opposition. Who are you? What are you plotting behind that door? A thug shouted loudly. Li Wei busily responded. We are the Navy, here to apprehend you. Surrender promptly, for the main fleet will arrive shortly. Upon hearing the mention of the Navy, the group of ruffians began to exhibit signs of panic, glancing around anxiously, with some rushing to the windows to peer outside, fearful of being surrounded by naval forces. Everyone, remain calm. Aha. Li Wei, you worthless fool. How dare you speak so arrogantly? If you are the Navy, then I am the Elder Star. Wesley immediately recognized Li Wei and burst into laughter. Yes, it's that Li Wei who rummages through trash. Haha, you truly startled us. It appeared that this worthless individual was in dire need of a beating. Once the ruffians confirmed it was indeed Li Wei, they erupted in laughter, their earlier fears dissipating. Observing the enemy's reaction, William Hanna and the others could not help but gaze at Li Wei, their eyes filled with astonishment. Jim even inquired, Li Wei, you truly are quite the celebrity. Li Wei offered a wry smile and addressed the ruffian. Not long ago, Mazer regarded me as worthless, yet he could not foresee that it was I who incarcerated him. Those who underestimate me shall not meet a favorable end. Mazer fell at your hands? Huh, do you truly believe you can intimidate me? Wesley scoffed, his face a mask of derision. Mazer was clearly imprisoned by that old codger Spike. As he spoke, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Li Wei. Noticing Li Wei's calm demeanor, he furrowed his brow. That you have indeed undergone a significant transformation. The disparity in our strengths is insurmountable. If you wish to avoid demise here, you must swiftly reveal who instructed you to follow us. It was the Navy that sent us, as I just mentioned. Li Wei retorted. You're talking nonsense. We are not pirates. Why would the Navy target us? Wesley shot back. Though you are not pirates, the mastermind behind your actions is indeed a pirate. To be frank, the Navy has been monitoring him for quite some time. I advise you to lay down your weapons and surrender. It may grant you a chance at survival. Humph, where's the Navy? Do you truly believe that your meager numbers can contend with our over 100? The two exchanged sharp words, culminating in Wesley's uproarious laughter. With no means to counter the opposing force, which was not only outnumbered but also unarmed, he felt assured of victory. Let us see then. Mere numbers do not equate to strength. We shall not be vanquished by you, William Hanna declared, cracking his knuckles in readiness. Butch, irked, added vehemently, indeed. Let them witness the prowess of our Navy recruits. William Hanna, perplexed by Butch's sudden enthusiasm, inquired, what has caused this abrupt shift in your demeanor? Butch merely huffed in response, offering no explanation. Li Wei, however, was acutely aware of the reason behind Buki's anger. It was likely due to the disregard shown by the ruffians, which filled him with indignation. A pack of oblivious fools. With a mere wave of his hand, Wesley commanded his group of thugs to draw forth their knives and daggers, slowly encircling them. Wait, is that young Master Buki? They exclaimed, laughter erupting. What a delightful surprise. Let us ensure that no harm comes to him, lest Boss Anderson be heartbroken. Upon hearing this, Buki's fury dissipated, and he instinctively raised his chin, thinking to himself how short-sighted they were to recognize him only now. William Hanna, catching on, jested, "What is there to be proud of? Let us deal with our adversary swiftly." Buki snorted coldly, redirecting his focus to the impending conflict. "By the way, do you all remember the technique I employed during the recruits' banquet?" Li Wei inquired, and upon seeing his companions nod in acknowledgement, he continued, "You all should know what to do shortly." With that, he stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront of their group, casting a challenging gaze towards the approaching thugs. "Of course we do," William Hanna responded gleefully. "Li Wei, unleash your trick. With our combined strength, I dare say that within a minute, we shall see a significant number of these ruffians fall." The others nodded in agreement, and Jim added with realization, "No wonder you were so confident about defeating these thugs. I nearly forgot about your technique. How amusing. I almost feel a twinge of sympathy for these fools," Daniel chimed in. As Wesley listened to their banter, an ominous sense of foreboding surged within him, yet retreat was not an option at this moment. He bellowed, "Everyone, charge. Focus on taking down Li Wei first." No sooner had he uttered these words than the group surged towards Li Wei. "Come at me. You are unwittingly walking to your own demise. Making my task all the easier," he thought. Li Wei quietly admired the situation and shouted, "Everyone be careful." As he spoke, he unleashed his terrifying facial skill. Meanwhile, his companions behind him closed their eyes and charged directly at the thugs. The clattering of swords and knives hitting the ground echoed in the air. The foremost group of thugs appeared to see a horrific demon, losing their grip on their weapons entirely. Not only that, their faces turned ashen, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. Seizing the moment while the thugs were paralyzed with fear, William Hanna and his companions pounced like tigers into a wolf pack, swiftly dispatching a large portion of their adversaries with well-placed punches. However, the sheer number of thugs was overwhelming. Those in the back, undeterred by Li Wei's frightful visage or the blows dealt by William Hanna and the others, redirected their attention towards Li Wei after witnessing their comrades fall. Several of them lunged with blades aimed at Li Wei's vitals. Disaster! Li Wei was in peril. William Hanna exclaimed, deeply concerned for his friend's safety, but unable to extricate himself from the thugs surrounding him. Jim and the others were in a similar predicament. The thugs attacking Li Wei laughed maniacally. "Ha! You trash. Prepare to meet your end. Who would have thought a worthless fool like you could take down so many of our brothers? But soon enough, you will be dead." In the face of such fierce aggression, Li Wei remained unfazed. He had already opened a pink jar on his left hand, extracting a powder puff and dabbing it with white powder before gently sprinkling it over himself. Then, with a sudden plop, he sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. The earth rippled like the surface of a lake. "Truly remarkable, Li Wei. I was overly concerned." William Hanna sighed in relief, marveling at his friend's prowess. Jim and the others relaxed, their faces reflecting admiration as they focused on dealing with the thugs surrounding them. Daniel chuckled heartily, "Interesting. What an intriguing fellow." Meanwhile, the thugs exchanged bewildered glances at Li Wei's sudden disappearance. They rushed over, standing on the ground, looking at one another, their faces a mix of shock and confusion. What on earth just happened? How did Li Wei vanish? Could he have consumed a devil fruit? Impossible. How could one person consume 2 devil fruits? As they debated, Li Wei, utilizing the power of the swimming powder, emerged from the ground not far away, poking his head out. "I'm right here. Come on." Hearing his taunting words, several thugs rushed toward him, but Li Wei sank back into the ground once more, disappearing again. On the second floor, at the staircase, a chubby figure clad in a yellow diaper adorned with star patterns, wearing a pink baby cap and sucking on a pacifier, emerged from a wall. Upon witnessing Li Wei's antics against the thugs, he gasped softly, "Who is this guy? His ability resembles my water fruit power. What is going on?" Unsurprisingly, this individual was the cadre of the Don Quixote family, the iron-willed Senor Pink. Back on the battlefield in the factory, Li Wei calculated the timing perfectly, having evaded numerous attacks from the thugs by employing the swimming powder twice. Finally, William Hanna and his companions managed to defeat the thugs that had been ensnaring them, allowing them to assist Li Wei. Before long, the thugs determined to kill Li Wei were all brought down. The tide of battle had turned. The once numerous thugs were now reduced to a scant few, with only Wesley and a handful still standing, while the rest lay defeated on the ground. In contrast, William Hanna and his group, although somewhat injured, were largely unscathed, except for Brady, who bore the brunt of the injuries, with multiple stab wounds on his arm and thigh, blood staining his entire garment. Yet, Brady's expression remained serious and fearless, even contemplating charging directly at Wesley. Fortunately, Li Wei, resurfacing, intercepted him and gently reassured, "Do not blame yourself any longer. Leave the rest to us." I truly saw a face appear on the wall. He wore a strange hat and had a little object in his mouth. "I am not deceiving you." Li Wei nodded slightly. "We place our trust in you." Soon after, a thought struck him. The ability to emerge from the wall, coupled with this attire, bore an uncanny resemblance to Say or Peak of the Don Quixote family. "I never anticipated your prowess. It appears that Massel has truly fallen at your hands," Wesley remarked with palpable resentment. Li Wei promptly redirected his attention back to the battlefield, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I have long asserted that those who underestimate me often meet a dismal fate. I suggest you surrender willingly, otherwise my companions may not show you the courtesy you expect. He paused, a hint of acknowledgement in his tone. I concede that we have been defeated. But are you not curious as to which pirate crew orchestrated our downfall? At this, Daniel eagerly interjected, who was it? Speak swiftly. If I divulge that information, will you release us? Do not harbor such illusions, Jim interjected vehemently. You wretched scoundrels, complicit in tyranny, deserve nothing less than confinement in a dungeon. Li Wei nodded. Wesley, you no longer possess the qualifications to negotiate. Should we capture you, the Navy has a myriad of methods to extract information. He scoffed. So you truly are part of the Navy. Wesley gritted his teeth and declared, although we have lost, we shall never be taken prisoner. Let us unite and avenge our fallen brothers. We can be defeated, but we shall never surrender. With those words, he feigned a charge forward. The other thugs responded with a rallying cry and surged ahead. However, Wesley swiftly turned and dashed towards the window. Boss, what are you doing? One of the thugs exclaimed. Thugs without brains will remain thugs for a lifetime. Before he could finish, he was knocked down by William Hanna. The remaining three soon met the same fate. Trouble. There is a river over there. Butch shouted. We mustn't let him leap into the river, otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Fear not, he cannot escape. Li Wei reassured them. Having grown up in the area, he was acutely aware that an abandoned factory was adjacent to a river. If the enemy sought to flee, it was indeed the optimal escape route. Haha, you are too late. Wesley cackled maliciously. If you thwart my plans, Mr. D shall not let you off easily. With that, he climbed onto the window ledge, arms outstretched, preparing to leap. At that moment, Li Wei hastily threw a flashlight-shaped object, which was none other than a solidifying light device. Bang! The solidifying light transformed the river below into a hardened surface. Poor Wesley plunged headfirst into the solidified water. Bang! He collided so forcefully that stars danced before his eyes, speech eluding him. He staggered a few steps before collapsing onto the river's surface. William Hanna and the others rushed to the window, witnessing the spectacle unfold. Fantastic, Li Wei. William Hanna was once again awestruck by his friend's prowess. Li Wei smiled faintly. Let us descend and capture Wesley. We can report to Commander Branlow, who should duly recognize our efforts. Jim had already produced a communicator to contact Branlow, ready to recount the events that had transpired. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from Wesley's direction. There are still enemies lurking in the shadows, Jim exclaimed urgently. However, William Hanna swiftly leaped through the window, followed closely by the others. Levi hesitated for a moment, assessing the height of the second floor before ultimately turning towards the staircase. Upon reaching the riverbank behind the abandoned factory, William Hanna and his companions had also examined Wesley's condition. At the sight of Levi, he shook his head and remarked, "This fellow is already deceased. However, we have yet to catch a glimpse of the enemy." Jim added, "We descended immediately after the explosion. It is evident that the assailants attacked Wesley from a distance." Just then, the voice of Brando crackled through the phone bug in Wesley's hand, warning, "Be cautious and do not act recklessly. I shall bring reinforcements within 5 minutes." "No problem. We will secure the scene in the meantime," Jim hurriedly replied. Upon hearing these words, Levi instructed his companions to remain vigilant of their surroundings, wary of a surprise attack from the enemy. While he crouched down to meticulously examine the deceased, it was evident that Wesley suffered the most severe injury to his abdomen, which had been largely obliterated, leaving a gruesome wound that bled profusely. Besides the abdominal injury, his body bore numerous wounds of varying sizes, as if struck by bullets of different calibers, with blood oozing incessantly from these gory injuries, a sight that was truly harrowing. Given these circumstances, it appeared that the enemy had killed Wesley with an explosive device. However, no fragments of such a device were found in the vicinity. Pondering this perplexity, Levi conducted a thorough investigation of the surroundings, discovering only a few shattered pebbles. Could these insignificant stones have been the weapon? Such diminutive stones causing devastation akin to an explosive? Was the assailant a user of the explosive fruit ability? Li Wei swiftly dismissed his earlier conjecture, for the user of the explosive fruit in the original work is a mere nuisance, capable only of flicking boogers, and thus could not possibly be present on this island. Moreover, aside from the explosive fruit, there exists another fruit user who is capable of achieving the same feat. Li Wei felt a stirring in his heart as he recalled Brady's mention of the appearance of faces on the wall, which narrowed down his potential suspects. "What do you think? Have you made any discoveries?" Daniel inquired softly. Li Wei pondered briefly before nodding. "I believe I have discerned the mastermind behind this. However, why would a pirate crew of their magnitude seek out a mere street thug? In an abandoned factory, on the second floor, 2 figures stood by the window, gazing down at Li Wei and his companions. One of them, clad in a deep blue long coat and adorned with a top hat, sported a mask with circular lenses at the corners of his mouth, presenting an extraordinarily striking appearance. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Pike, why do you not allow me to eliminate these rascals directly?" As he spoke, his hair grew increasingly unruly, causing his hat to topple off and revealing a hairstyle reminiscent of a super scion. "Did you not hear them mention that they have already alerted the Navy?" Pike replied matter-of-factly. "With just these few individuals, I could dispatch them all within 30 seconds. Assuming there isn't someone lurking to inspect the corpses. I believe you could manage it. However, that individual is peculiar. He seems to possess the conqueror's haki, much like the young master. Say or Pike's words astonished Gladiolus. Impossible. When did he exhibit the conqueror's haki? Just a moment ago, that fellow managed to intimidate me in an instant. Though it appears to differ from the young master's conqueror's haki, then we must eliminate him. Anyone with conqueror's haki would pose a threat to the young master's ascension to the throne of the pirate king. Say or Pike seemed to have anticipated his companion's response. Shaking his head, not only that, but he also appears to be a user of the water fruit. I witnessed him submerge into the ground, just like I can. It is impossible for two identical devil fruits to exist in this world. Precisely, this is the perplexing aspect. Let us withdraw for now. I shall report this matter to the young master. Having uttered this, Say or Pike turned and departed. Gladiolus cast a lingering glance at Li Wei before following in Pike's footsteps. On the riverbank behind the abandoned factory, Daniel, upon hearing Li Wei mention knowledge of the forces behind the street thug, eagerly inquired, "Who exactly are they? Once Commander Branu arrives, I will disclose everything. After all, I am merely speculating at this point without concrete evidence." With that, Li Wei approached Brady to inquire about the face he had seen on the wall. Brady solemnly nodded once more. "I truly saw a face. I did not intend to expose anyone. I believe you. I sought you out to confirm certain details." Li Wei reassured him. "The individual you saw, was he wearing a pink scarf and sucking on a pacifier?" Brady took a moment to reflect before nodding. "That seems to be the case, particularly the color of the scarf. It was indeed pink." "How did you know?" Levi remained silent, for he discerned the hurried footsteps of an approaching figure. Following the sound, he beheld their superior, Branu, rushing towards them. "Why are you standing on the river's surface? And why are you all injured? Jim, do enlighten me on what transpired," he exclaimed as he arrived. Li Wei took the initiative to greet and smiled as he responded. "Commander, you have finally arrived. Let us first move Wesley's body to the shore, so I can restore the river to its original state. Otherwise, the people downstream will suffer. Is this your handiwork? Are you certain you are not a devil fruit user?" Branu inquired, gesturing for Jim and the others to remove the body. "I shall explain that to you later. For now, let us address the matter at hand. Jim, please report what we have gathered to Commander Branu." Jim succinctly recounted the events of the evening, detailing their pursuit of the delinquents and the ensuing confrontation. He deliberately omitted the information about Brady's mention of faces appearing on the wall. Daniel then stepped forward to add how he had inadvertently overheard the delinquents plotting to abduct children, as well as their inquiries at a bar in Newcastle, which led to a confrontation with AP and the others. Upon hearing the details, Branu cast a few glances at Li Wei and remarked, "Ah, so that is the case. If that is so, the remaining delinquents must be on the second floor?" After confirming with the new recruits, he added, "Li Wei, Jim, accompany me upstairs to take a look. The rest of you, guard the body of the gang leader." Acknowledging the command, the three ascended the staircase to the second floor, where they indeed found dozens of delinquents sprawled across the ground. "This is peculiar." Branu swiftly approached one of the delinquents and examined him. After checking several others, he exclaimed in shock, "These delinquents are all dead. No wonder I could not hear their breathing." Upon hearing this, Jim and Li Wei quickly crouched down to check for breath. Indeed, as Branu had stated, every single delinquent lay lifeless, with no exceptions. The two exchanged glances, bewildered. After a prolonged silence, Jim lamented, "I never imagined the enemy could be so ruthless. If I had remained on the second floor instead of going down, these delinquents might have survived. If you had stayed on the second floor, there could have been another corpse here," Li Wei replied with a slight shake of his head, his tone contemplative. As he spoke, a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. This night marked not only his first encounter with a corpse but also the harrowing sight of numerous lives extinguished before his eyes, leaving him profoundly shaken. Gazing at the bodies on the ground, Li Wei's understanding of the world's brutality deepened. In a world rife with pirates, danger lurked at every corner. One could never know when death might strike. He resolved that he must join the Navy. Li Wei quietly resolved within himself that the Navy was indeed the safest refuge. "You are right, Jim," he remarked. "You should feel grateful rather than guilty." Branu concurred with this sentiment, stating that even when the ruffians had collapsed, utterly powerless, the ability to eliminate so many adversaries silently and swiftly demonstrated the formidable strength of the enemy, far surpassing that of the newcomers. "You are but recruits. It is not yet your time to confront the ruthless pirates. What you should focus on is intensifying your training and fortifying your skills. Only then can you hope to vanquish the powerful pirates and restore peace to the civilians." He added, "Leave the subsequent matters to me. You two may retreat for now." After delivering these words, Branu produced a din mushi and briefly informed the Navy on the island about the situation concerning the ruffians. Levi and Jim silently descended to the first floor. Upon hearing that all the ruffians on the second floor had perished, several new recruits immediately changed their expressions, casting inquiring glances towards Levi. Li Wei nodded silently. At that moment, Brando also descended, and upon observing the reactions of the crowd, he offered some words of reassurance. "By the way, Chief, Li Wei just mentioned he has made a discovery." Daniel steadied his emotions and spoke up. At this, Brando turned his gaze towards Li Wei. "I indeed have made a discovery. If I am not mistaken, these incidents should be the handiwork of Don Quixote Doflamingo's subordinates, Li Wei stated bluntly. Doflamingo? Are you referring to one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo? Brando exclaimed. What led you to this conclusion? Do you possess any evidence? My deduction stems from the manner of Wesley's death. I believe that only a member of the Don Quixote family, namely Gladius, could execute such a feat, Li Wei elaborated, sharing the information he had gathered regarding the stones and the explosions. Your inference is quite reasonable. Gladius is indeed a user of the bomb fruit, capable of detonating stones to eliminate this petty thug. However, this alone is insufficient to definitively attribute the act to him, is it? Certainly, but another incident occurred tonight. Brady. While we were monitoring the thug, did you not mention a face suddenly appearing on the wall? In response to Brando's skepticism, Li Wei promptly presented his second basis for deduction. Yes, I witnessed a bizarre face emerging from the wall with my own eyes. It was so sudden that I gasped. Inadvertently revealing our hiding spot, Brady replied hastily. Oh, and this matter as well? Brando turned his attention back to Jim, who had just reported the events, and nodded in acknowledgement. Li Wei continued to elucidate. I believe there are not many who could emerge from the walls. Yet among them is another member of the Don Quixote family, the indomitable warrior, Peak. Indomitable warrior? Branlo echoed, his expression one of puzzlement. However, he quickly shifted his gaze back to Li Wei, pressing further. You seem to possess considerable knowledge about the Don Quixote family, even knowing of Peak, the user of the water fruit? Are you truly just a sunbather on this island? Where did you acquire such information? Upon hearing Li Wei's words, several new recruits displayed expressions of astonishment, particularly Buki, whose eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intently at Li Wei, his mouth slightly agape, his face reflecting sheer incredulity. Noticing the curious gazes of those around him, Li Wei had already prepared his response and softly remarked, I heard it from Admiral Fujitora and Admiral Kizaru. They also informed me that Masel, whom I defeated earlier, was suddenly murdered in prison. It seems the perpetrator was none other than Peak, who, relying on the abilities of the water fruit, evaded the prison guards and eliminated Masel. Admiral Fujitora, Admiral Kizaru. Upon hearing these names, Branlu appeared contemplative. The other new recruits looked at Li Wei with astonishment. Among them, Buki, still in disbelief, stammered repeatedly, how could you possibly know the admirals? Your claims are quite outlandish. So you're acquainted with Admiral Kizaru. No wonder Mr. Yensheng. Branlu, however, chose not to elaborate further. He produced a din mushy and inquired about the situation concerning the island's prison. Yet, his words only solidified the notion that Li Wei indeed knew the naval admirals, causing Buki's jaw to drop even wider, though he remained speechless. Li Wei, you are remarkable, finally exclaimed William Hanner, cheerfully patting his shoulder. Daniel squinted, taking a closer look at Li Wei. With this, they would no longer doubt the source of my intelligence, though traversers can see the heavens. Explaining it can indeed be quite troublesome. Li Wei quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Li Wei, your reasoning is quite sound. However, why would Doflamingo become involved with the petty thugs on the island? Without concrete evidence, considering his status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, I believe the Navy would hesitate to take more assertive action against them. After all, only a handful of thugs have perished. If I possessed irrefutable evidence, would the Navy then be compelled to assign personnel to monitor Doflamingo? Li Wei suddenly interjected. Brandu was taken aback. What precisely is this evidence? Li Wei recounted to Uncle Spike the incident involving Huang Yuan, mentioning that Masua had clutched a torn piece of paper in his dying moments. I can restore the fragment of paper to its original state, which would reveal its contents, he asserted. Branlo, with a hint of skepticism, inquired. You can truly reconstruct a torn piece of paper from nothing? Indeed, Li Wei replied, casting a glance towards William Hanna. William quickly interjected. Yes, sir. I have witnessed Li Wei transform a shard of pottery back into an intact vessel. Very well, let us proceed to the prison, Branlo declared. If you can accomplish this feat, I am certain General Huang Yuan will be quite pleased. Let us go and see for ourselves, Daniel added hastily. Indeed. Everyone should witness this. The matter involves the 7 warlords of the sea and is not to be taken lightly, Branlo concluded, just as a contingent of naval soldiers approached. After a brief exchange, he led 8 new recruits towards the island's prison. In the royal chamber of Dressrosa, a golden-haired man clad in sunglasses reclined beside his bed, conversing with a snail phone. Pick, are you saying that among the new naval recruits, there is one of considerable significance? He has consumed a fruit akin to the water fruit, can transform river water into solid ground, and possesses the ability of Conqueror's Haki? Indeed, my lord. I personally witnessed his ability to submerge into the earth and swim through it, and his Haki left me in awe. As for the transformation of river water, Gladius can attest to that as well. Indeed, my lord, I did see the river water suddenly become immobile, as if it were solid, Gladius confirmed. Doflamingo pondered aloud. It seems the Navy has gathered quite a few talents during this world conscription. Recently, a blind man who consumed the heavy fruit made quite a splash. And now another peculiar individual has emerged. It truly amuses me to no end. My lord, I wish to report another matter. After thorough investigation, I discovered that the vast majority of petty criminals are weak and insignificant. We should not waste our time on them. Pick shared his findings. Doflamingo responded, I understand. Return at once. I shall delegate this matter to Bellamy. As one who has risen from the ranks of thugs, he knows best how to manage such lowly figures. Subsequently, he contacted Virgo through the snail phone, relaying the intelligence provided by Pick to his capable subordinate embedded within the Navy. After ending the call, he dialed another number, continuing. Bellamy, I have an important task for you. Seek out individuals akin to yourself. Yes, you are aware that the Navy is currently recruiting across the globe. We cannot afford to fall behind. Expanding our strength is paramount, and this task falls to you. Remember, even the most seemingly gentle souls may harbor a hidden delight for bloodshed. Such individuals are precisely what I require. Upon concluding the call, a stunning woman with long, dark brown hair emerged from the covers of the bed, her enchanting light brown eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. Lazily, she crawled towards Doflamingo, inquiring with curiosity, Doff, what mischief are you planning this time? Of course, it involves mischief directed at you, Violetta. Meanwhile, within a prison on a certain island in the Grand Line, Bramla led Li Wei and others into the prison office. There, a lecherous-looking admiral, Huang Yuan, awaited them. Upon seeing Li Wei, he displayed a surprised and exaggerated expression, exclaiming, what a coincidence to meet again. Greetings, Admiral Huang Yuan, Li Wei promptly responded. The new recruits murmured among themselves, astonished. Could it be that the admiral genuinely recognizes Li Wei? This is implausible. He is merely a sunbather. Silence, Mr. Borsellino, Branlo interjected. I have already briefed you on the situation via the snail phone. As you are aware, a petty criminal recently met an untimely demise within the prison, and I suspect the same individual is responsible. He gestured towards Li Wei, continuing, this is the prospective recruit, Li Wei, who claims he can restore the note held by the deceased petty criminal. If he can indeed accomplish this, we shall uncover the contents of the note, aiding us in identifying the perpetrator. Oh, let us give it a try, Huang Yuan responded, producing a small fragment of paper and placing it on the table. Li Wei had long been prepared. He extracted a complete restoration solution from the system and delicately applied it to the torn paper. Much like the restoration of an ancient ceramic vase, within moments, a series of pink bubbles began to emerge from the fragmented paper. After a brief interval, the bubbles vanished, revealing a pristine sheet before the onlookers. On this paper, there was an illustration of a grinning face, a straight line slanting down from right to left, bisecting the jovial visage. This design was none other than the pirate emblem of the Don Quixote family. Could it truly be the work of Don Quixote's crew? William Hanner immediately inquired. But what could their intentions be? They are one of the 7 warlords of the sea. With their formidable strength, why would they target this group of ruffians? This question had also perplexed Li Wei, who shook his head in uncertainty. The yellow ape then glanced at Li Wei and suddenly asked, what was that substance you just used? And what about those ominous fumes? How terrifying. Li Wei was acutely aware of Huang Yuan's discontent towards him, and he hurriedly clarified. I utilized a complete restoration liquid, which, as the name suggests, can fully restore items. Indeed, I can attest to this. As William Hanner recounted the events that transpired at the hotel that day, Buck hesitated for a moment, refraining from responding. Huang Yuan scrutinized Li Wei once more before instructing Brando to closely monitor the movements of Doflamingo and his associates. After issuing his orders, he dismissed the new recruits. Exiting the prison office, Li Wei, along with Jim and a few fellow recruits, engaged in an extensive discussion regarding the apprehension of pirates before parting ways. Once he had left the company of his peers, Li Wei returned to the park and hastily retrieved the note handed to him by the inebriated patron. The note bore the name of a hotel. Why did this hotel name seem so familiar? Li Wei pondered for a moment and recalled that William Hanner resided in this very inn. After a brief hesitation, he refrained from using the communicator to inform his friend of this fact, lest he inadvertently alert any potential adversaries. Subsequently, Li Wei perused the inventory of items and skills within the system. Over the past 2 days, he had already expended the terrifying visage skill. Furthermore, he found that both the complete restoration liquid and the solid lamp were now limited to a single remaining use. Tomorrow, he planned to seek out Tom's brother, George, to have him create another illusion in order to acquire new items. Following that, he would engage in a transaction with the affluent Mr. Anderson, utilizing the complete restoration liquid. Finally, under the pretense of searching for William Hanner, he intended to visit the inn where he stayed to gather intelligence on the Steel Blade pirates. As for the matters concerning Doflamingo and the thugs, he would leave those to Brano. And he mustn't forget to pay a visit to Grandma Moo. Tomorrow promised to be a day filled with activity. After devising a meticulous plan in his mind, Li Wei finally closed his eyes. After a day filled with activity, he soon drifted into slumber within the confines of a hotel room. Daniel, squinting slightly, addressed a telephone bug with a small braid and an array of black and white teeth, saying, "You saw it today, didn't you? The individual dealing with Milo is none other than Li Wei, who was my peer and ranked first in our cohort. Although he may seem rather weak in terms of strength, this fellow possesses an assortment of peculiar gadgets, so tread carefully." After relaying information about Li Wei, Daniel proceeded to share insights regarding the petty thug and the Don Quixote family. What scheme is Doflamingo up to, anyway? Never mind. I shall leave that concern to Kaido. I have my own matters to attend to. A rapid voice emanated from the telephone book. Daniel, I wish you success in your pursuit of joining the Navy. Farewell. The next morning, at the break of dawn, after Li Wei awoke, he was poised to seek out George to engage in the creation of elaborate plans, thereby enriching his repertoire of skills. However, he first received a call from DuPont. The caller informed Li Wei that Mr. Anderson wished to meet, the venue being none other than his opulent mansion. Without a moment's hesitation, Levi readily agreed. For him, this venture offered the opportunity to utilize the complete restoration potion while also yielding a substantial profit. Once the transaction was concluded, he could seek out Brother Tom, thereby replenishing the resources and skills he had expended. It was a perfect arrangement. Resolute in his decision, Levi navigated his way to Butch's residence with ease. DuPont had been waiting at the entrance, and upon spotting Levi, he approached him and ushered him into the opulent mansion. Ultimately, the two arrived in front of an office. DuPont knocked gently on the door, and soon a feeble voice from within inquired, "Is that you, DuPont? Come in." "Very well, Mr. Anderson." DuPont replied as he opened the door and gestured for Levi to enter. Li Wei entered the room, followed closely by DuPont. Upon entering, Li Wei's initial impression was that the room was long and spacious, with a decor and layout that exuded meticulous attention to detail, imparting an air of noble elegance. Near the window stood a lavish office desk, behind which sat a man of approximately 50 years, yet his complexion was strikingly pale. It seemed he was indeed the wealthy father of Buki, though he appeared rather frail and delicate. Li Wei secretly mused, soon captivated by the artifacts adorning the walls. These were ancient ceramic jars and classical paintings, exuding a profound sense of historical gravity. Judging by the plethora of antiques and curios within the room, it was evident that Anderson had a deep affection for such relics. His purpose in seeking Li Wei was likely to restore these antiquities. As Li Wei approached the desk, he began to ponder internally. "Please, take a seat." DuPont pulled a chair over, and after quietly expressing his gratitude, Li Wei settled down. "You are Li Wei, the comrade of Butchie, are you not?" Upon hearing this, Li Wei promptly replied, "Indeed, Butchie and I enlisted in the Navy on the same day. It is quite a coincidence." As he spoke, an inexplicable thought of Huang Yuan flickered across his mind. "I have heard Butchie mention you. It seems you are also from the island?" "Yes, though my reputation on the island is rather poor. That is of little consequence. DuPont informed me that you possess a liquid capable of restoring items to their original state." Upon realizing that Anderson had cut to the chase, Li Wei candidly responded, "What you refer to must be the complete restoration liquid. It indeed possesses the ability to restore any item, regardless of its state of disrepair, to its former glory. However, I must declare upfront that there remains only one final opportunity for its use. One time is sufficient. Name your price." 100 million berries. The price seems rather steep. Yet if you can indeed restore it, it is not excessive. Anderson gestured toward the antiques adorning the wall and continued, "However, as a Navy man, carrying several 100 million berries might be inconvenient. How about this? Each item on that wall is valued at over 100 million berries. You may select one, and I shall provide you with an additional 10 million berries. What do you say?" As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with DuPont, who promptly retrieved a box that, when opened, revealed it filled with banknotes. There was no room for negotiation. Is it true that the wealthiest conduct business in such a straightforward and unembellished manner? Had he known, he would have set a higher price. Li Wei made a remark, to which he nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he scrutinized the antiques adorning the wall, while simultaneously conducting a mental analysis. Initially, he dismissed the porcelain, deeming it too fragile. Furthermore, he ruled out certain iron artifacts, considering them excessively cumbersome. In the midst of his contemplation, he swiftly identified his target. Li Wei's attention was captivated by a parchment resembling a map, which he speculated might very well be a treasure map. Resolute in his decision, Li Wei pointed at the map and declared, "This is the one." Anderson, smiling, remarked, "Your discernment is commendable. This treasure map is said to have been retrieved from the depths of the ocean, though it required considerable effort to procure. However," he added, "aren't you in the Navy? What piqued your interest in a treasure map?" Li Wei candidly replied, "I merely believe that a treasure map is the easiest to safeguard." Anderson chuckled, "How amusing. Since you have chosen your prize, allow me to assess your capabilities." As he spoke, Anderson retrieved a small piece of yellowed paper from the drawer of his desk. Meanwhile, DuPont rose and moved a few meters away. Levi returned to his desk and glanced at the shredded paper, finding nothing particularly remarkable about it. Dismissing it, he resolved to complete his tasks and depart. He retrieved a bottle of complete restoration fluid and let a few drops fall onto the fragments. Almost instantly, pink bubbles began to emerge from the paper. Observing this, Anderson rose from his chair and softly advised, "Young man, might you step back a few paces?" Such caution suggests a connection not to antiques, but rather to something secretive. With this inquiry lingering in his mind, Levi obediently distanced himself. As the restoration fluid required a moment to take effect, Levi turned his attention back to Anderson. Despite the billionaire's calm demeanor, his hands, tightly clenched and slightly trembling on the desk, betrayed a deep excitement. After a brief interval, the bubbles vanished, revealing a piece of paper no larger than a palm. Anderson immediately snatched it up, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he exclaimed, Lily? Lily? Li Wei was taken aback. Why did that name sound so familiar? Oh. It turns out Spike's wife is also named Lily. Li Wei smiled faintly and chose to dismiss the matter. He then reminded, Mr. Anderson, I have completed the task you requested of me. Of course, you are welcome to verify it. Yes, I shall check it right away, Anderson replied, as he retrieved several torn pieces of paper from his drawer. Indeed, Anderson's hands were adorned with other fragments of paper. In his heart, Li Wei mused as he observed Anderson meticulously compare the torn pieces of paper with the restored note. Indeed, it had been mended. Thank you for resolving a significant dilemma for me, Anderson remarked, tucking the note away, his expression regaining its composed demeanor. Noticing this, Li Wei promptly inquired, Does this mean our transaction is complete? Yes, indeed. I am once again grateful to you. Anderson nodded in affirmation. DuPont, please see Mr. Li Wei off. Certainly. DuPont stepped forward to retrieve the treasure map, handing it to Li Wei. He then lifted the box filled with money, stating, Shall we depart? Once outside the office, DuPont escorted Li Wei to the entrance, where they exchanged farewells with a wave. Upon leaving Butchie's residence, Li Wei pondered, Lily. I feel as though this name was mentioned in the original text. He decided to dismiss such thoughts. With this 10 million Bailey, Grandmammu could now enjoy her twilight years in peace. At last, a concern had been resolved. Li Wei chuckled softly, humming a tune as he made his way to Uncle Spike's buckwheat noodle shop. After seeing Li Wei off, DuPont returned to the office, holding several photographs. He reported to his superior, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Peccaru has sent over several antiques, allegedly excavated from a royal tomb. Here are the photographs. You may set them aside, DuPont. Please inform Peccaru that I will not be acquiring any antiques from the Alabastan Kingdom for the time being. Understood. Is there anything else you require? Not at the moment. You've worked diligently during this period. I wish to have some solitude. Of course, should you need anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. With that, DuPont respectfully exited the office, standing guard at the door. The spacious office was left to Mr. Anderson alone. He retrieved a white telephone bug from his drawer, hesitating for a moment before dialing a number. Once connected, the phone bug transformed into an elderly gentleman with a white mustache, who inquired, Anderson, have you called because you have made a discovery? Cobral, have you ever heard the name Lily? Spike's buckwheat noodle shop. Li Wei pushed open the door and noticed that several patrons were already seated within the establishment, their heads bowed as they diligently consumed their meals. However, the absence of the Tom brothers piqued his curiosity. Just then, he heard the gentle voice of Granny Lily. Li Wei, you have arrived. Alas, you are a few minutes late. Tom and his brother just stepped out not long ago. Hello, Granny Lily. Li Wei greeted her hurriedly, then inquired, Is Uncle Spike not at home either? You, young man, seem to have a penchant for coming here for meals. You've been visiting every day lately. Before Levi could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by a robust voice. He quickly turned to Uncle Spike to greet him and inquired about the Navy's efforts to apprehend Apoy. I just spoke with Mr. Yisheng via the phone bug, and unfortunately, that band of pirates has already escaped. The notorious supernova Apoy injured several Navy soldiers in his bid for freedom and even destroyed numerous buildings. Mr. Yisheng is currently overwhelmed with the aftermath of these incidents. Upon hearing Uncle Spike's words, Levi felt a pang of regret, though he had been mentally prepared for such news. Apoy's abilities, granted by the Sound fruit, indeed rendered him a formidable adversary. Moreover, the wretch had clearly taken precautions, making his capture a daunting task. By the way, you came to find the Tom brothers, did you not? Spike noted Levi's contemplative demeanor and reminded him, those two children are likely at the park. You can search for them there and invite them back for dinner. Very well, I shall go at once. With that, Levi made his way to the park. Upon entering, he overheard the voices of several children. You two outsiders, hurry and leave this park. It is our territory. Yes, get out. If you're not locals, you can't play here. You are being bullies. This is a park, not your private domain. Everyone should be allowed to play here. The voice sounded oddly familiar. It seemed to belong to Tom. Li Wei hurriedly made his way towards the source of the commotion. Indeed, at the foot of a slide, he spotted Tom and George. Surrounding them were 7 or 8 children, who were pointing and jeering at the Tom brothers. It did not take long for Li Wei to recognize this unruly group. They were none other than the raucous Jaywell and his companions, who had mocked him not long ago. At that moment, Jaywell shoved George with a sneer, saying, Get lost. Or don't blame me for hitting you. Observing his younger brother being bullied, Tom rushed forward, eager to confront the aggressor, but was swiftly pushed aside by Jaywell. Undeterred, he charged again, only to be shoved away once more. After several attempts, Tom's determination did not wane as he persistently lunged at Jaywell. While the other children erupted into laughter at the spectacle, Li Wei hurried over and intercepted the furious Tom, gazing at the group of unruly children with a smile, remarking, You lot are at it again, bullying others. It seems you're itching for a lesson. You're just a useless waste. We're not afraid of you, jeered Joy. But his words were cut short by a piercing glare from Li Wei, which rendered him speechless. The other children, upon seeing Li Wei, also lost their bravado. It was evident that Li Wei's formidable countenance had left an indelible mark on their childhood. Big brother, George and I merely wanted to slide a bit. But they insisted that this place is only for them to play. It's too much, Tom lamented, his voice trembling with emotion. Levi gently patted his head and reassured. I understand. They are in the wrong. Jewel, you mischievous children, you've been tormenting others for far too long. I have tolerated your antics. But now I command you to apologize to the Tom brothers. Not a chance. I am not afraid of you. At this juncture, Jewel spun around and shouted, Dad. Levi is bullying me. Li Wei was taken aback. So, the parents of the mischievous child are here. No wonder they are so bold. Who would dare to bully my precious son? They must be seeking trouble. Soon, a man rushed over from the side, sporting a prominent mustache and with a furious expression. He declared, Jewel, do not be afraid. Your father is here. Watch how I will teach him a lesson. It was indeed the proprietor of the island bookstore, Barrow, who had arrived. Recalling his visit to the shop a few days prior for an interview, he quickly greeted the owner with a smile. Upon seeing his father, Jewel rushed towards him in tears, lamenting, this trash has been bullying me, and he even threatened to hit me. He turned to Barrow, exclaiming, Yes, uncle. It's this fellow Li Wei who has tormented us. The other mischievous children added fuel to the fire. Before Li Wei could offer an explanation, Barrow interjected, Li Wei? He scrutinized Li Wei momentarily, his expression shifting to one of awkwardness. Father, why aren't you scolding him? Jewel cried out again. Indeed, uncle, quickly berate this good-for-nothing. Silence. Barrow bellowed, and the unruly children fell instantly quiet. Li Wei was quite taken aback and hurriedly inquired, Barrow, it's a pleasure to see you again. Just a few days ago, I interviewed at your bookstore. Father, he is here to bully me because you refused to give him a job. Less talk from you. Li Wei is now a naval soldier. How could he possibly bully you? Barrow interjected once more, yet his words provoked a round of mockery from the unruly children. Impossible. Li Wei is just a good-for-nothing. Right, a good-for-nothing who can join the Navy? Are you all just babbling nonsense? Barrow suddenly slapped his son and turned to Li Wei with an apology. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Li Wei. My child lacks understanding. Jewel was taken aback that his father not only failed to defend him, but instead sided with Li Wei, glaring at his father in indignation. The unexpected attitude from Barrow astonished Li Wei as well. He quickly asked, Barrow, I am merely a prospective recruit, certainly not a distinguished figure. Mr. Li Wei, I witnessed your valor in vanquishing pirates at the bar yesterday. Our safety will rely on you moving forward. Oh, I see. Li Wei came to a realization. Quickly. Apologize to Mr. Li Wei, he urged. No, cried Jaywell, running away in tears. I am truly sorry, Mr. Li Wei. I apologize on behalf of Jaywell. It's unnecessary. But you must pay attention to the child's upbringing. His current disposition is quite prone to issues. Nevertheless, you should first retrieve the child. For Jaywell has already run far away. Li Wei was taken aback, not expecting the matter to be resolved so swiftly. All right. Barrow said with a forced smile before turning and fleeing. Several mischievous children also scattered in a rush. Big brother, thank you. Li Wei Gang intended to offer some words of comfort to Tom, but unexpectedly, the clever child interjected, his face beaming with excitement and his eyes brimming with admiration. Big brother, you are now a celebrity. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback and quickly clarified, I cannot claim to be a celebrity. Yet it seems that I am no longer regarded with such disdain as before. As he reflected on the events of the past few days, he surmised that his conduct at the hotel and the bar had perhaps altered the islanders' perception of him. I too wish to learn from my older brother, so that other children may also find favor in me. Upon hearing this, Li Wei gently patted Tom's head and remarked, you truly are perceptive. By the way, Uncle Spike has summoned us for dinner. All right, let us proceed, Tom replied. After a brief pause, Li Wei displayed a somewhat awkward expression and continued. I require your and George's assistance with a matter. Understood. You wish for me to make another promise? George inquired. No, Li Wei clarified. I would like George to make that kind of promise, while you ought to make a trivial request of me. Li Wei then added, furthermore, please keep our conversation confidential. Do not disclose it to anyone, not even to Uncle Spike. I understand, Tom nodded, bending down to whisper a few words into his younger brother's ear. Subsequently, George regarded Li Wei with a perplexed expression, hesitating momentarily before sketching an ambitious plan. Meanwhile, Tom pondered for a moment and proposed the idea of purchasing the entire park. Li Wei felt a surge of joy in his heart. With the assistance of these two brothers, he could replenish his tools and skills every 3 days. He hastily declined the offers of pancakes and requests from Tom and his companion. Congratulations. You have successfully completed Daily Task 1 and received the item, Tornado Straw. For further details regarding this item, you may consult the system. Congratulations. You have successfully completed Daily Task 2 and received the skill, Flexible Affection. For more information about this skill, you may refer to the system. All set. Li Wei said cheerfully, let's go back and have dinner. At the Buckwheat Noodle Restaurant, Tom, while poking at the rice in his bowl, joyfully recounted the bookstore owner's attitude towards Li Wei. Big brother has become quite the celebrity in town. It's truly impressive. Upon hearing Tom's words, Mrs. Lily displayed a kind and joyful smile. Spike gazed intently at Li Wei and remarked with a smile. I didn't expect that in just a few days, you have altered so many people's perceptions of you. That's remarkable. Li Wei felt a hint of embarrassment. Yet he rose to express his gratitude to the elder. I owe much to your care. Without you and Admiral Fujitora, I would never have succeeded in the Navy's recruitment selection. I assure you, I shall not betray your expectations. Haha, do your best. I hope that once you join the Navy, you will truly combat pirates and become a renowned hero in the town, indeed throughout the entire island. Haha. I shall endeavor to do so. In the buoyant atmosphere, Li Wei finished his meal. After dining, he engaged in conversation with Spike and the Tom brothers for a while before standing to depart. During this interval, he took the opportunity to examine the descriptions of the skills and items he had just acquired. Tornado straw. By simply blowing into this straw, a small tornado will form. Different blowing techniques can generate varying strengths of tornadoes. The tornado you create can last up to 3 minutes. And you have the ability to control its direction as well as dismiss it at will. This item can be utilized 3 times, with a maximum blowing duration of 30 seconds each time. Elastic Love. You can create a gum-like substance that possesses strong adhesive properties, allowing it to stick to enemies and thus restrict their movements. This skill can be employed 3 times. Note 1. The objects you create also exhibit elasticity. The longer the object is stretched, the greater the force of retraction. However, it is crucial to note that the object can only be extended up to 3 meters. Exceeding this length will result in it breaking. If memory serves, the tornado straw is a gadget from Doraemon, while Elastic Love is a technique from Hunter x Hunter, famously wielded by the toilet goddess Sokka. Levi swiftly recalled the origins of these 2 items. Their practicality far surpassed that of the previously acquired tools and skills. They were ideally suited for confronting the Steel Blade pirate crew. With this thought in mind, he retrieved his transponder snail and contacted William Hanna. Upon learning that his friend was currently at the inn, Levi urged him not to venture out, as he had matters to discuss. After terminating the call, Levi hurried towards his destination. Upon arriving at the inn, he entered the room and closed the door. William Hanna immediately inquired about the nature of the matter at hand. Li Wei hurriedly produced a slip of paper and divulged the intelligence he had gathered regarding the Steel Blade pirates. Upon learning that pirates were residing in the inn, William Hanna was eager to unearth their presence immediately. Hold on, Li Wei cautioned. We must first ascertain the location of Captain Eddie. Only by pinpointing him can we capture the entire Steel Blade pirates. Encouraging his impatient friend, Li Wei proposed his plan. After a moment of contemplation, William Hanna acquiesced to Li Wei's strategy. He then retrieved a box from beneath the bed and extracted a wanted poster. Behold, this is Eddie's likeness. Let us venture forth, and we shall soon locate him. This poster was likely bestowed upon him by either his father or brother, was it not? Li Wei pondered quietly as he scrutinized the image on the bounty notice. It depicted a rotund man sporting a prominent belly, adorned with a blue hat, and 2 slender mustaches gracing his face. His distinctive appearance was memorable. Should one encounter him on the road, he would undoubtedly be recognizable. However, Li Wei was plagued by a conundrum. Logically, pirates seldom took refuge in inns, particularly for a pirate like Eddie, with a bounty of 10 million berries. He was the most sought-after type among bounty hunters. What could be the purpose of his staying at an inn? Nevertheless, Li Wei resolved that once he located him, all questions would be answered. Thus, he proposed a plan. Let us first inquire with the innkeeper. Given that he is a portly fellow, I believe the proprietor must have an impression of him. Indeed, he is quite unforgettable. William Hanna nodded in agreement. The 2 hastened to find the innkeeper. Upon seeing Li Wei, the innkeeper did not dare to be negligent. However, after hearing the description, he shook his head repeatedly, asserting that no such rotund individual had stayed at the inn recently. Could it be that the information was erroneous? Upon this thought, Li Wei felt an immediate surge of inspiration. Yet, considering it was the only lead he possessed, he contemplated expanding the search radius, as Eddie might reside in proximity to the inn. Resolving firmly, Li Wei and his companion meandered around the vicinity of the hotel, observing the ebb and flow of the bustling streets, hoping to uncover Eddie's whereabouts. However, after an entire afternoon of vigilant searching, they still failed to locate their intended target. Li Wei could only communicate with William Hanna through the telephone bug, arranging to return to the hotel to discuss strategies. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he heard a voice behind him. You were just sneaking around, glancing about. What are you up to? Turning towards the sound, Li Wei spotted a security officer clad in a black uniform and draped in a white coat. He paused momentarily, recalling that this was the same officer, Schultz, who had intervened in the conflict between William Hanna and the antiquities dealer a few days prior. It's you little rascal. Tell me, are you plotting mischief again? Upon hearing the other party deliberately refrain from uttering the word trash, Li Wei felt a mix of anger and amusement. He paused briefly before greeting him. Long time no see, Officer Schultz. Am I not just enjoying the sunshine out here? You know, basking in the sun is my greatest passion. Enough of the chit-chat. That day, wasn't there another fellow with you? Where is he? Schultz regarded Li Wei with suspicion. You'd better confess. Have you two been tailing Pekala recently? Pekalu? The antiquities dealer whose vase your friend smashed that day? Don't play dumb. Li Wei suddenly came to a realization. Yet he found himself increasingly perplexed. Why should I follow him? This is a question you ought to ponder yourselves. Are you seeking vengeance against Piccolo? He has confided in me on several occasions that ever since the conflict with you arose, he has felt an ominous presence behind him these past few days. Schultz incessantly prattled on. Given your furtive behavior just now, it is indeed highly suspicious. Come, accompany me to the precinct. Is this a personal vendetta, Chief Schultz? What did you say? In this entire town, who does not recognize my impartiality? Schultz's voice grew progressively louder, but at that moment, the buzzing of his pocket communicator interrupted him. Stand right there. Do not even think of escaping. While speaking, Schultz fixed his gaze intently on Li Wei, all the while answering the communicator. Soon, a frantic voice emanated from the device. Schultz, you must head to the park immediately. A report has been made that a child is missing. What? Understood. I will head there at once. After hanging up the communicator, Schultz scrutinized Li Wei once more. Li Wei helplessly shrugged, stating, I am but a novice in the Navy. It is inconceivable for me to engage in the act of surveillance. Moreover, if you truly harbor suspicions regarding my integrity, you may inquire with William Hanna at the inn. He will vouch for me. With a huff, he concluded, consider yourself fortunate. I shall let this matter slide for now. Upon uttering these words, Schultz departed hastily, observing the officer's hurried retreat. A thought crossed Li Wei's mind. Could the individual tailing the antiquities dealer possibly be one of Eddie's associates? According to the intelligence provided by the informant from the Tinghu line, both the Steel Blade pirates and Piccolo were residing at the same inn, which seemed rather too coincidental. With this in mind, he promptly retrieved his phone worm to contact William Hanna. In the confines of the hotel room, Li Wei succinctly relayed Schultz's remarks, to which William Hanna promptly responded, this is easily resolved. Let us proceed to locate the antiquities dealer. I am aware of his room number. With that, the two exited. However, upon arriving at Piccolo's room, William Hanna knocked persistently, yet there was no response from within. Li Wei suggested inquiring with the innkeeper, and upon doing so, discovered that Piccolo had rented the room for an extended period. However, he only occupied it when visiting the town. In other words, the innkeeper was also unaware of Piccolo's whereabouts, and it was possible that he had already returned to the kingdom of Alabastan. Li Wei pondered for a moment and then reached out to DuPont via the telephone bug, requesting his assistance in inquiring about Piccolo's whereabouts. Before long, DuPont responded, stating that he too was unable to contact Piccolo. It was likely that the antiquities dealer had already departed, as Mr. Anderson had announced this morning that he would not be accepting any antiques for the time being. Thus, both men had toiled throughout the day, yet achieved nothing. Particularly, William Hanna wore a look of deep frustration. Li Wei smiled and suggested treating his friends, which brightened their expressions. After finishing the meal, he took his leave. As he had plans to visit Grandmamu that evening, having purchased an assortment of food and water, he set off. On his way to Grandmamu's residence, he pondered the words spoken by DuPont. It seemed that Anderson had ceased collecting antiques. Given the wealth of antiques filling his home, it was evident that he was a passionate connoisseur of such treasures. What could have caused this sudden change of heart? Could it be that having restored that piece of paper fulfilled his desire, leading him to no longer feel the need to amass antiques? In Li Wei's mind, the astonishing visage of Anderson unexpectedly surfaced. It was evident that the note concealed a significant secret. Otherwise, a man of such wealth and insight would not have exhibited such a lapse in composure. Lily. This was the name Anderson had uttered, strikingly similar to that of Spike's wife. Suddenly, a moment of clarity enveloped him, as he recalled. Lily must refer to Queen Lily, the sovereign of the kingdom of Alabastan from 8 centuries past. No wonder it felt so familiar. Anderson had been relentlessly seeking clues regarding Queen Lily. His acquisition of antiques from the kingdom of Alabastan through Piccolo was driven by this very quest. A tremor coursed through Levi's heart as he felt he had stumbled upon a most significant revelation, leaving him with a prickling sensation upon his scalp. While vivid images of the original narrative danced in his mind, Queen Lily, one of the architects of the world government alongside 19 other sovereigns, was among the initial 20. However, she chose not to remain as a celestial dragon, instead returning to the kingdom of Alabasta. Yet, in the historical records of the century of obscurity that followed, her name is conspicuously absent. The current king, Cobra, holds the belief that she had no ties to Alabasta, asserting that her brother was the true ruler of the kingdom thereafter. To seek clarity, Cobra took advantage of his attendance at the World Government Assembly to inquire with the 5 elders, ultimately leading to his demise at their hands upon encountering Lord M. Reflecting on these explosive plot developments, Levi pondered quietly, could it be that the letter Cobra presented to the 5 elders was, in fact, the very one Anderson had urged him to restore today? If so, had he unwittingly precipitated Cobra's death? Li Wei, increasingly astonished by his thoughts, merely wished to be an unassuming naval soldier, fulfilling his system tasks and returning to the realm of reality. As for the secrets of the D family, the great treasure, the 5 elders, and M, he preferred to learn about them through the pages of the One Piece manga upon his return. After all, the world of pirates was fraught with peril, which was precisely why he aspired to join the Navy. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Wei let out a deep sigh. Never mind, I shall feign ignorance regarding this matter. Just then, a pungent odor wafted toward him, prompting him to cover his nose hurriedly. Lifting his gaze, he realized he had wandered into a small grove at the island's edge. First, he would visit Granny M, presenting her with the earnings of the day, ensuring she could enjoy a peaceful twilight in her life. As Li Wei was about to quicken his pace, he abruptly halted. In the distance, a child was bound to a tree, a soiled sock stuffed into their mouth. Levi focused intently and was astonished to discover that it was the mischievous child, Javel, with whom he had quarreled earlier that day in the park. Upon seeing Javel's pitiable expression, Levi momentarily froze and recalled the news he had heard from Schultz. Someone had reported a missing child in the park. It now seemed evident that the person who made the report was none other than Javel's father. To his dismay, Levi realized that his earlier words had indeed come true. The mischievous child had truly been kidnapped. Kidnapping? He immediately thought of the gang of thugs that recruit Daniel had mentioned, who were notorious for abducting children. That gang had been eliminated. Who else could possibly be behind such a crime? Could it be the members of the Don Quixote family? With this thought in mind, Levi quickly concealed himself behind a tree, keenly observing the surrounding activity. Before long, he heard the sound of footsteps. Following the noise, he spotted two individuals approaching Javel. Engaged in conversation. "Audric, do you think we could fetch a hefty ransom for this child?" one inquired. "At the very least, it should be several million Bailey, right? That brat mentioned he would offer 1,000,000 Bailey to have us teach some trash a lesson. Just imagine, if teaching a lesson could yield 1,000,000. Then kidnapping him must be worth at least 10 million Bailey. That makes sense. I've heard that the wealthiest person on this island is an extraordinarily affluent magnate. Could we be abducting the child of that tycoon? Indeed, that is a distinct possibility. With such wealth, we could restore our organization to its former glory and no longer have to run for our lives. That would be splendid. I have had quite enough of these wretched days." As the two figures drew closer, Levi finally discerned their features. One of them sported braids, with a ghastly scar over his left eye and an eye patch, suggesting he had lost his sight. The other wore a peculiar hat, his face marred by numerous scars, and his eyes glinted with a menacing light, exuding an aura of terror. Levi surmised he had never encountered these two before, likely indicating they were outsiders. Li Wei pondered to himself. The two individuals had approached Javel, who immediately began to struggle, emitting muffled whimpers. "Phillips, remove the sock from his mouth," said the scarred man, gesturing toward Javel with a gentle tone. The other man, who had lost sight in his left eye, stepped forward to take off the sock. "Let me go," Javel shouted. Slap. The one-eyed Phillips delivered a sharp blow, causing Javel to cry out even louder in pain. "Be quiet, or I'll end you," Phillips warned, brandishing a knife threateningly at Javel. Javel's sobs quickly diminished, his eyes brimming with tears as he bit his lip to stifle his cries. "All right, little one. Tell me your home phone number. If your parents pay up, we will release you. Otherwise," said the scarred Audric with a sinister smile. However, his demeanor, coupled with his unsettling grin, rendered Javel speechless with fear. Audric pressed him with several more questions, yet still received no satisfactory answers. During this time, Li Wei had initially planned to utilize the recently acquired tornado straw to create a vortex to sweep away the two villains. However, given the possibility that they might possess devil fruit powers, he refrained from taking any rash actions and opted to observe quietly from the sidelines. Annoying. "Phillips, it's your turn. I'm heading to town to fetch some food. I hope by the time I return, you will have extracted the answers I seek," Audric declared, growing impatient. "Rest assured, I will get it out of him soon." "Brother Audric," Phillips replied, watching his brother depart before turning back to Javel. "You have 5 minutes. Think carefully about how to respond to Brother Audric's question." Witnessing this scene, Li Wei thought to himself, an opportunity has arisen, now that only the one-eyed man remains. This should be much easier to handle. After contemplating for a moment, he quickly devised a plan. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it. Clang. Upon hearing the sound of the stone, Phillips instantly became alert and exclaimed, "Who goes there?" Levi naturally refrained from responding directly. Instead, he deliberately rubbed his hand against the adjacent tree, producing a rustling sound. As anticipated, Phillips approached cautiously, brandishing a dagger. As the enemy drew near, having distanced himself from Jewel, Levi swiftly employed his elastic love skill, unleashing a series of gum-like entities aimed directly at Phillips' hands and feet. Upon realizing he was under attack, Phillips instinctively attempted to shake off the objects clinging to him, flailing his arms in vain. However, the elastic love possessed an adhesive quality, rendering his efforts futile. At that moment, Levi peeked out from behind the tree and cheerfully called out, "Come and catch me." Provoked by this taunt, Phillips momentarily froze, only to hear Jewel's voice ringing out nearby, exclaiming, "It's you." It dawned on him that this fellow had come to rescue someone. Consequently, Phillips lunged forward with his dagger, aiming it at Levi. Li Wei would certainly not wait passively to be injured. He had already dashed forward. Phillips hurriedly pursued him, but after only a few steps, the elastic nature of love, akin to rubber, unexpectedly pulled him back, causing him to tumble violently. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Wei delivered several forceful kicks to Phillips' head, ultimately rendering him unconscious. Having dealt with the adversary, Li Wei approached Jewel, who bore an expression of both fear and astonishment, likely still shaken by the day's harrowing events. Not wishing to further tease the child about his intentions for vengeance, he offered gentle reassurance. It is all right now. The enemy has been vanquished. I shall lower you from the tree, and soon you will be able to return home. Upon hearing this, Jewel could no longer contain himself. Wah! Those two villains were terrifying. Noticing the child's hoarse voice, Li Wei retrieved a bottle of water from his bag and softly remarked, "You must refrain from running off in the future. You must understand that there are many pirates in this world." "Yes, I understand now. Thank you, Brother Li Wei," Jewel replied. Li Wei was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "No need for thanks. From now on, you should play with Brother Tom, and you mustn't wander around aimlessly." "Yes, I understand," he replied. "Do you know your home's phone bug number? I can call Boss Barrow to come and pick you up." "I know it." Jewel paused briefly before reciting a number. "That's good." As Li Wei reached for the phone bug, intending to dial, a sinister voice suddenly emerged from behind him. "Don't move. If you dare to make a move, I will shoot you on the spot." Alarmed, he realized that the man had returned far sooner than he had anticipated. Li Wei was taken aback, and upon turning around, he found a dark, menacing gun barrel aimed directly at him. The gun was wielded by a scarred individual, unmistakably the recently departed Aldrich. Fortunately, I had heard the commotion and returned. Otherwise, this substantial ransom would have slipped away. Indeed, Aldrich cast a glance at his unconscious companion and, with a hint of caution, remarked, "It seems you possess the powers of a devil fruit user. Knowing that I am a wielder of such abilities, you still dare to point your gun at me. Your courage is commendable." Li Wei was acutely aware that his priority was to buy time. He feigned a confident demeanor while rapidly turning his head to contemplate a strategy. If only the air brick manufacturing device were still available, he could produce invisible air bricks to shield himself from bullets. Alas, that tool had already been exhausted. Regret washed over him as he recalled his earlier decision to strut back from the pool, squandering a precious opportunity. Of course, he could resort to swimming powder to submerge underground and evade enemy fire. However, this action would inevitably expose the vulnerable Jor behind him, putting the young boy at grave risk. Alternatively, he could utilize a tornado straw to conjure a whirlwind that would lift the foes before him. Yet, this method was not foolproof. A prepared adversary would not allow him to deploy such a tactic without retaliation, and he would still face the peril of being shot. In such close proximity, even the adaptable nature of love could not manifest its stickiness or elasticity. The remaining tools and skills at his disposal were ill-suited to resolve the imminent crisis. What to do? Li Wei felt an urgent anxiety within. Observing the silent demeanor of the man before him, Aldrich, with a knowing look, remarked, "Even if you have consumed a devil fruit, it does not render you a natural type user. Otherwise, would you still fear the gun in my hand? You have guessed correctly, but it seems you are merely after money. There are several million berries in my bag. Take it if you wish." Levi hesitated for a moment, gesturing towards the bag on the ground beside him, softly uttering a prayer that his adversary was a covetous individual. If he were to bend down and inspect the parcel, an opportunity would surely present itself. "Do you think I would believe you? Who would carry several million Bailey to this forsaken place without reason?" Audric retorted without a second thought, but then added, however, "There's no harm in taking a look at your bag, as long as I can eliminate you afterward. Haha." As he spoke, he waved the gun in his hand. This time, Levi was momentarily taken aback, but he maintained a facade of calmness and replied slowly, "I advise you not to pull the trigger. Consider this. If I can carry several million Bailey on my person, kidnapping me would guarantee a substantial ransom." Upon hearing this, Audric's expression indeed revealed a flicker of doubt. Seizing this moment, Levi quickly began to formulate a plan. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and without delay, he retrieved an item from his system. Raising his hand, he aimed it at the muzzle of his opponent's gun and confidently taunted, "I wager your weapon is devoid of bullets." His audacity left Javel, who stood behind him, utterly astonished, prompting him to exclaim, "No, wait." Levi's sudden movement startled Aldrich, causing him to instinctively pull the trigger. Bang! Aldrich's anguished scream echoed. "Ah, my hand." Terrified, Jewel opened his eyes to witness the horrifying sight of Aldrich's right hand drenched in blood, the firearm long abandoned on the ground, as the villain writhed in agony. Bewildered, he turned to Levi and inquired, "What is happening? Why has he become like this?" Firearms are perilous implements, easily capable of inflicting harm upon their wielder. Jewel, you must not handle guns recklessly, lest you meet a fate akin to his. Amid their conversation, Levi felt a weight lift from his shoulders, relieved that his assumptions had proven correct. In the narrative's context, pirates often wield outdated firearms, requiring the ignition of gunpowder to discharge a bullet. The combustion generates heat and pressure, propelling the projectile forward, and typically, smoke billows from the barrel after firing. Thus, he produced a solid lamp and aimed it at the gun's muzzle. According to the lamp's specifications, it could solidify elements such as water, fire, and smoke. Consequently, when Aldrich fired, the flames and smoke produced by the weapon would be transformed into a solid state. In simpler terms, the gun in his hand would effectively metamorphose into a bomb, which he inadvertently detonated in his own grasp, resulting in his hand sustaining the explosion. Upon hearing Levi's explanation, Jewel wore a skeptical expression and retorted, "Don't try to deceive me. You must have manipulated something for that scoundrel's gun to explode." Believe what you will, but do not forget the promise you made to me." As he spoke, Levi noticed Aldrich grimacing in pain and unceremoniously delivered several kicks to the villain's head. Before long, Aldrich, much like his subordinate Phillips, collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "I understand now. You must have consumed a devil fruit. But why do the people on this island refer to you as useless?" Li Wei was taken aback for a moment and quickly replied, "It is because everyone has misunderstood me. You must help clarify this for me in the future." Following this, he untied the ropes binding Jewel and, in turn, bound the two wrongdoers. "Thank you. Could you tell me what fruit you have consumed?" Jewel inquired with curiosity. Li Wei smiled faintly. "I am not a person of extraordinary abilities. If you are not endowed with such powers, then how did that fellow's gun suddenly explode? Do you wish to know? I can reveal it to you, but you must propose an offer that I cannot refuse." Li Wei grinned mischievously. For the solid light had already been consumed. He sought to seize this opportunity, encouraging the mischievous child to craft an elaborate scheme to replenish the props. "Please, dear brother, just tell me." Joel hesitated momentarily before imitating Tom's tone and replied. Li Wei was taken aback by how endearingly the mischievous child called out to him. He continued to entice, saying, "Merely calling me big brother won't suffice. If you wish to learn the answer, you must make an extraordinary promise. You are quite adept at this, aren't you? Those two foolish and wicked individuals are completely at your mercy, after all. Tell me, do you truly intend to spend a few million berries to hire these two to teach me a lesson? If you can divulge that information, I shall reward you with millions, no, tens of millions, even billions of berries." Jewel quickly conjured up an enticing image. When the prospect of billions of berries was presented, one must admit, it was truly a piece of cake for a child to imagine. Li Wei felt a surge of joy, but soon scoffed. "Do you take me for a fool? You, a mere child, where would you acquire tens of millions of berries? Therefore, I must decline." Shortly thereafter, a melodious voice echoed in his ears. "Congratulations, you have completed a daily task, earning the item air pistol. To learn more about the item, you may check the system." "How could you deceive me again?" Javel recalled how this useless older brother had similarly misled him not long ago, his indignation evident. Observing the defiant expression on the child's face, Li Wei chuckled. "Very well, I shall not take your money. Allow me to enlighten you." "Really?" "Of course. Do you understand the principle by which a firearm discharges a bullet?" I do not." "Then you must study diligently. It is precisely because I comprehend how firearms operate that I was able to eliminate those two villains." At this point, Li Wei succinctly explained the mechanics of how a firearm discharges a bullet. "So that is how bullets are fired," Javel remarked, gazing at Li Wei with admiration. Yet confusion clouded his brow as he queried, "But you still haven't told me why the gun in that man's hand exploded?" Li Wei was well prepared and replied, "This matter can only be explained once you have grasped more knowledge regarding gunpowder and aerodynamics. At your current level of understanding, my words would mean little to you." Amused and comforted by the fact that he had sparked a keen interest in science within a child, Li Wei then took out his communicator to contact Jor's father. Approximately half an hour later, Barrow, the bookstore owner, along with Schultz and several security officers, arrived at the small grove. Jor, who had been engaged in pleasant conversation with Li Wei, abruptly dashed towards his father, sobbing uncontrollably. Barrow gently patted his son's back, reassuring him, "It's all right, it's all right. Daddy is here." Observing this scene, Li Wei smiled and greeted Schultz and the others. Schultz nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but soon furrowed his brow, silently observing the father-son duo. After a while, Jor emerged from his father's embrace, pointing at Li Wei with a grateful expression. "Daddy, it was brother Li Wei who saved me. Otherwise, you would not have seen me again." Upon hearing this, Barrow quickly grasped Li Wei's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Mr. Li Wei. I truly do not know what I would have done if something had happened to Jor. It was but a small matter. Jor knows he has erred." Li Wei replied with a smile. He then gestured towards the two assailants on the ground and turned to Schultz, saying, "Officer, these two are the culprits who kidnapped Jor. I kindly ask you to apprehend them. Furthermore, you should inquire if they have any accomplices, as it appears there is a group on the island dedicated to the abduction of children. If we do not root them out, similar incidents may occur again." "Surely not. In that case, Jor cannot be allowed to roam freely for the next few days," Barrow said with evident concern. Jor nodded in understanding. "Brother Li Wei has already informed me, Daddy. I will stay obediently at home for the next couple of days." "Very well. I shall escort them back to prison for thorough questioning," Schultz replied, adopting a serious demeanor. He seemed incredulous about Li Wei rescuing the child and inquired, "By the way, what brought you here at such an hour?" "I came to visit Grandma Mo. You see, I may soon be leaving this island, and it will be difficult to see her again," Li Wei explained. After hearing this, Schultz ceased his questioning. As the situation reached its resolution, Li Wei bid farewell to Jor and the others. Watching Li Wei's departing figure, Schultz muttered to himself while instructing the accompanying security officers to take the assailants away. Is this truly the Li Wei we speak of? In just a few days, he has not only joined the Navy but has also saved a child. It is quite perplexing. "Officer, do you also feel that brother Li Wei has changed significantly?" Jor could not help but ask. Barrow nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Li Wei has transformed. Previously, he would simply bask in the sun, How could he possibly have participated in the Navy's selection process? Moreover, it is unlikely he could have passed. Jor, astonished, queried, Daddy, are you saying that Li Wei has genuinely joined the Navy? You cannot be jesting. Why would I deceive you? Li Wei not only joined the Navy, but I also witnessed him single-handedly defeat a pirate with a bounty surpassing 100 million. This pirate is rumored to be a notorious supernova, incredibly formidable. Barrow paused briefly before adding, perhaps our little island is about to welcome an extraordinary individual. Humph. Such a possibility is utterly unfounded, Schultz muttered as he commanded several security officers to escort the criminals back to prison. He could not resist glancing back at the receding figure of Li Wei before departing. Jor, observing Schultz's peculiar behavior, reflected on the recent events and felt increasingly convinced that Li Wei was indeed an exceptional person. He then looked at the two criminals being taken away by the officers and suddenly gasped, that person is not one of my kidnappers. No. The sticky substance on his hands and the injury on his head were indeed caused by Brother Li Wei. What on earth is happening? Are you suggesting that this individual's appearance has changed? Schultz inquired thoughtfully. Yes, officer, Jor affirmed with certainty. Returning to Li Wei, he carried his bag and proceeded towards Grandma Mu's residence. Taking advantage of the time, he activated the system to review the instructions for the newly acquired item. The air gun. Air gun. This device can be worn on a finger and, upon uttering the sound bang, it fires air bullets to strike the opponent. While similar to an air cannon, its power is notably weaker. This item can fire a total of 100 rounds. Please use it judiciously. If memory serves. This gadget also originates from Doryman. Li Wei retrieved the air pistol once more, holding the diminutive object, which resembled a trigger in size. He mused to himself, compared to the air cannon, this tool possesses greater concealment, making it more suitable for ambushing foes. It is an excellent apparatus, particularly fitting for dealing with the Steel Blade pirate crew. At that moment, Li Wei had arrived at his destination. He stowed the device away and beheld a stooped old woman seated on a tattered carpet, busily engaged with something in her hands. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired, Granny, why are you still awake at this hour, busying yourself here? The old woman looked up, her face lighting up with surprise. Li Wei, is it really you? What brings you here today? I have come to share some splendid news. I have successfully passed the Navy's recruitment selection, and if all goes well, I may be leaving here in a couple of days. Is that true? You are truly remarkable. I knew I was right about you. The old woman excitedly interrupted him, then added with a sense of relief, your parents can finally rest easy now. As for their current situation, I too find solace, considering they are no longer in this world. Li Wei replied nonchalantly, then expressed the primary purpose of his visit. But Granny, I cannot help but worry about you. This place is far too foul. Prolonged exposure could dull one's wits. Who said that? Ever since I lit the incense you gave me that day. It seems the mosquitoes have all vanished. I have slept quite comfortably these past few nights. Granny, I will be frank with you. I have earned a bit of money. Enough for you to live comfortably for a long while. Just listen to me and move back to town. Where did you acquire such funds? The old woman asked. Concern etched on her face. She then added, I have grown accustomed to this place. You should save your money for when you marry. Li Wei was taken aback by the fact that Grandma Mu refused to leave. Just as he was about to respond, he heard the distant sound of footsteps approaching, echoing with a rhythmic clatter. Startled, he quickly placed his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Then, he stealthily made his way towards the source of the noise. Li Wei concealed himself in the shadows and soon observed two individuals approaching the direction of Grandma Mu. Their sudden appearance in the small grove raised suspicions. Could they be accomplices of the kidnappers? Contemplating this possibility, Li Wei swiftly retrieved his air pistol, slipping it onto the index finger of his right hand, poised for confrontation. As they drew nearer, he overheard one of them speaking. Brother Green, where do you think Aldrich might be hiding? We've searched for so long without any trace. Upon hearing the name Aldrich, Li Wei turned his attention to the speaker. The individual appeared quite young, perhaps just over 20, sporting a wild hairstyle and donning a pair of protective goggles. Curry, rest assured. They must be lurking nearby in these woods. I can sense their presence. We shall apprehend these two rascals shortly, he remarked, wrinkling his nose. This place reeks. And the combination of the woods and the garbage reminds me of a certain location in Donghai from a few years back. The other individual covered his mouth and replied softly, Donghai? Li Wei felt a twinge of confusion as he scrutinized the individual before him. This man, of a rather advanced age, sported a small mustache and wore a black top hat, from which hung a pair of goggles. Why did this peculiar attire seem so familiar? Li Wei pondered to himself, casting another glance at the two individuals, increasingly convinced that their attire resembled that of a particular organization. At that moment, the young man named Curry remarked with a smile, it was in the East Sea, where you followed the commander-in-chief and rescued Sabo. Upon hearing this, Li Wei felt a jolt in his heart. These two were members of the Revolutionary Army. No wonder their clothing seemed so familiar. Indeed, those goggles were practically a standard issue among the revolutionaries, particularly the older gentleman, whose outfit was a mirror image of Sabo's. Since they were not foes, this certainly simplified matters. Li Wei let out a sigh. Considering that the Navy was soon to commence background checks on new recruits, he wished to avoid any association with the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, he planned to wait until the two individuals had moved further away before emerging to continue persuading the old woman, determined to convince her to leave this cursed place. Come out, you who lurk behind that tree. What are your intentions? In the midst of his speech, the man named Green raised his hand, pointing toward the tree where Li Wei was concealed. Oh, I merely happened to pass by. It was not my intention to eavesdrop on your conversation. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, but soon descended from the tree, smiling as he began to contemplate. This fellow possesses a remarkably keen sense of smell, suggesting he is likely a user of a zoan-type devil fruit. Who are you? The young man, named Curry, demanded aggressively upon recognizing Li Wei's appearance. What brings you to this dump at such a late hour? Li Wei displayed a benevolent smile and explained, I am here to visit an elderly gentleman. If you do not believe me, you are welcome to accompany me. Oh, you are the naval recruit from the bar yesterday? I recognize you. Upon hearing Green's words, Li Wei was taken aback, but then felt a surge of delight within. So I have already gained such notoriety? Nevertheless, he maintained an indifferent expression and replied, So you have met me before. Allow me to share some good news. The two men you were searching for have already been apprehended by the island's security officer. With that, Li Wei succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Finally, he posed a question that lingered in his mind. Who exactly are Aldridge and Phillips? Those scoundrels attempted to kidnap a child. It is utterly despicable, the young man Curry exclaimed with indignation. He then expressed his gratitude to Li Wei, saying fortunately, You acted swiftly, otherwise they would have succeeded. That can only be attributed to the misfortune of those two villains. However, you have yet to tell me, who are they? They are part of the underworld, Green interjected, glancing at Li Wei thoughtfully. We are also on a mission to track these individuals to this island. I see. Li Wei replied. Since these individuals have been captured, it seems your task has reached its conclusion. Li Wei did not expose the identity of his counterpart. Instead, he followed the thread of their conversation. That may not be the case. The remnants of the gang are not limited to just two individuals. So we must persist in our pursuit of them. If you possess any information regarding this group, I kindly ask you to reach out to us. As he spoke, Green produced a small communicator and willingly provided his contact number. Very well, I shall remain vigilant regarding the movements of the gang's remnants. As long as they linger on this island, the residents will endure no respite. Li Wei nodded thoughtfully and then inquired. I believe that the foundation of our cooperation must be mutual honesty. You are aware that I am a mere naval recruit. While I do not wish to learn your identities, I hope you can answer me truthfully. You are a user of a devil fruit, are you not? Indeed. I am a user of the Inu Inu no Mi model, Labrador, Green replied. This grants me exceptional olfactory abilities, making me particularly adept at tracking. As he spoke, Green transformed into his hybrid form. In an instant, a thick coat of yellow fur adorned his face, his ears drooped, his nose morphed into a black canine snout, and sharp canine teeth became visible in his mouth. Ah, that explains how you were able to detect me so swiftly, Li Wei remarked softly, marveling at the diversity of devil fruits within his mind. Brother Green possesses such powers, but I do not, Curry retorted. However, I am curious to know if you are also a user of such abilities. I am not a user of any powers, but I do possess some peculiar trinkets. It was with those very items at the bar that I managed to solidify the liquid within a bottle. Li Wei was aware of Curry's thoughts. To demonstrate his willingness to collaborate, he also casually revealed some details about himself. A peculiar individual? Could it be that you are a scientist? Just like Bajapong. Green continued to inquire. Li Wei shook his head once more, stating, I am not a scientist. How should I put it? I merely stumbled upon some useful items. Upon hearing this, Green and Curry exchanged glances, no longer fixating on the matter. Observing this, Li Wei contemplated persuading Grandma Mu again, but at that moment, a familiar voice emerged from behind him. Li Wei, who are these two? Turning around, he saw Grandma Mu. Li Wei promptly introduced, these are friends I just made. Grandma Mu, shall we head back? Green and Curry also hurriedly greeted the elderly lady, then cast a meaningful glance at Li Wei. Grandma Mu returned the greeting with a smile, saying, your circle of friends is expanding, which is delightful. However, do not worry about me. I am still quite spry. Go forth and explore to your heart's content. Li Wei's heart stirred as he recalled what Green had just said. Realizing that this stubborn old woman would likely not be swayed without a firm approach, he sighed deeply. Brother Green, I find myself in need of your assistance for a matter of great importance. Noticing the look of confusion on Li Wei's face, Green furrowed his brow and replied, please, tell me what it is. If I can be of help, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Alas, this is for my dear mother-in-law, Li Wei continued. As you mentioned, the conditions here are deplorable, permeated by an unpleasant odor. I wish to facilitate her relocation from this place. Before Li Wei could finish his words, Granny Mu interrupted him. Please, spare me your pleas. I have no intention of leaving this place. I have lived here for many years and have grown accustomed to everything it offers. Listening to Granny Mu's incessant chatter, Green began to understand. He turned to Li Wei with a questioning gaze and murmured, I genuinely wish to assist you, but given Granny's stance, I doubt my efforts would yield any results. Not necessarily, Li Wei replied. Did you not mention that the environment here resembles a certain island in the East Sea? I surmise you are referring to the Kingdom of Goya. It is a place rife with towering landfills and dense jungles. If memory serves me right, a few years ago, a dreadful incident occurred there. Green's eyes widened in surprise, but upon noticing that Li Wei displayed no particular emotion, he lowered his guard and eagerly continued the conversation. I had no idea that someone from the Grand Line was also aware of the happenings on Dongdao Island. Indeed, on that island lies a place known as the Uncertain Object Terminus, strikingly similar to this location. The primary difference, I suspect, is that the landfill there is far more bustling, as many people reside there, subsisting by scavenging. Li Wei, are you reassured now? The East Sea also harbors many individuals living lives akin to mine. No, they endure even greater hardships. They must resort to theft to procure useful items while here. Only a handful of us inhabit this island. One could say that a significant portion of this mountain of refuse belongs to me. Granny Moo seemed to have found a compelling justification. She rambled on in one breath until she was slightly out of breath. Her words left the three present in silence. Granny, that is beside the point, Li Wei said with a helpless smile. Brother Green, please continue. Very well. Although many people depend on the mountains of garbage for survival. The king of the kingdom of Goya, in a bid to curry favor with the celestial dragons, set fire to the uncertain object terminus, resulting in the tragic loss of many lives. As he spoke, Green appeared reluctant to recall the events of that time, the veins on his forehead bulging, and his tone growing increasingly indignant. What? The king simply set fire to it? Indeed, Granny. Now you understand why I urged you to leave this place, right? According to information I received from the Navy, the celestial dragons may soon visit here, so Li Wei candidly articulated his intentions. He had resorted to a lie out of necessity to persuade Granny Moo to depart. However, even if the celestial dragons were to arrive, this refuse dump would remain inconsequential to them. Why then would the king of the East Sea engage in such malevolent acts? Granny Moo appeared perplexed. For the celestial dragons in the upper echelons of nobility, the uncertainty of a landfill overflowing with refuse, filled with people deemed worthless, rendered human life entirely trivial in their eyes. This is the decay prevalent in many nations. Our purpose is to shatter this tyrannical regime. At this juncture, Green abruptly fell silent. After a brief pause, he adopted a more placid tone, saying, Granny, the celestial dragons are capable of anything. I believe it would be prudent for you to leave, to ensure your family's peace of mind. Noticing Granny Moo's hesitation, Li Wei continued to persuade her, ultimately stating that if she refused to leave, he too would abandon his naval aspirations. Finally, Granny Moo acquiesced. Very well, I shall comply, Li Wei. However, I cannot accept your money. I am still capable of working and can sustain myself. She added, I know you dislike idleness. Observing the scarf in her hands, which she had evidently been mending, Li Wei further suggested, coincidentally, Buki and I are fellow recruits. He is the beloved son of the affluent Mr. Anderson. If you truly find yourself at a loss for activity, perhaps you could assist him. All right, I shall heed your counsel. Return promptly, and come to fetch me tomorrow. Granny Moo replied, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Li Wei nodded and said, well, we shall meet tomorrow. He then turned to Green and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for assisting me with such a significant favor. It was merely a small matter. However, please do not misinterpret what I just said. Not at all. To be honest, I harbor a strong disdain for the celestial dragons as well, so you need not worry. That is wonderful to hear. Observing the relief on their faces, Li Wei smiled and parted ways with them. Upon returning to the park, he reclined on a wooden bench, once again reflecting on the events of the day. Regarding the Steel Blade Pirates, he remained utterly without clues. Without locating this group, he could not avenge the Tom brothers. Additionally, he had received invaluable intelligence that there were foreign gangs on the island. Thus, he contemplated whether to investigate this matter further. However, after some thought, Li Wei concluded that time was too pressing and their manpower insufficient. Attempting to handle both issues simultaneously would likely result in failure on both fronts. Consequently, he resolved to continue his inquiries at the end the following day, seeking information about the Steel Blade Pirates. The next morning, bright and early, upon waking, Li Wei promptly contacted Buki to discuss the matter concerning Grandma Moo. As he had anticipated, the latter readily agreed. No problem at all. Even if it were one elderly person, or even 10 or 100, it would still pose no issue. Li Wei expressed his heartfelt gratitude before hanging up the phone and hastening towards the refuse heap, where he met Granny Moo, and together they proceeded to Butch's residence. Butch, demonstrating great respect, personally welcomed them at the entrance, accompanied by DuPont and a host of his subordinates. In unison, the group exclaimed, Welcome, Granny Moo. The grand reception startled Granny Moo momentarily. However, she soon broke into a radiant smile. Butch approached, nodding at Li Wei, and said, Granny Moo, from now on, consider this place your home. Li Wei felt both amused and perplexed, unable to decipher the true intentions behind the antics of this wealthy heir. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the radiant smile of Grandma Moo, he understood that she undoubtedly believed he was destined for greatness. Thus, in response to Buki's actions, Li Wei expressed his gratitude once more. Thank you, Buki. However, Grandma Moo is accustomed to a busy life. Please assign her some lighter tasks. No problem at all. Grandma Moo can assist with tending to the garden. By the way, you needn't feel indebted to me. I merely wish to reciprocate the favor from that night at the bar. What favors? We are comrades, after all. Levi spoke with a mischievous smile. Humph. Butch turned his head away. Grandma Moo, witnessing the jovial exchange between Levi and Butch, could hardly contain her amusement, her eyes crinkling with delight. As they departed from Butch's residence, the hour was nearly noon, and Levi finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing his guests off. Having settled Grandma Moo, he could now prepare for his journey with peace of mind. Surely, if the original owner were still alive, he would be filled with joy as well. Lost in these pleasant thoughts, Levi was suddenly interrupted by the sound of his phone buzzing. He retrieved the device and saw it was a call from Jim. Upon answering, an urgent voice resonated through the receiver. Levi, you must be cautious of Jarvis. He may pose a threat to you. Jarvis. Li Wei immediately recalled that this individual was a fellow recruit, having secured the 7th position in the naval enlistment selection. However, why would he harbor animosity towards him? Speaking into the communicator, Li Wei articulated his perplexity. I am scarcely acquainted with Jarvis. We have scarcely exchanged a few words. Why would he wish me harm? It was only recently that I received a call from Admiral Brano, who informed me that Jarvis had failed his background check due to his connections with the underworld, seeking to infiltrate the Navy to evade the pursuit of his enemies. The underworld? Li Wei felt a sudden shock as memories of the previous night flooded back to him. He had not anticipated that a member of the Mafia was so close by, and even more astonishing was the fact that Jarvis, this Mafia associate, not only lacked the sense of caution but also harbored the audacious desire to join the Navy in search of refuge. Who, indeed, had bestowed upon him such audacity to undertake such an unexpected course of action? Li Wei found himself at a loss for words. He was uncertain whether to regard Jarvis as a sage cloaked in folly or to deem him adorably foolish. As his thoughts swirled, the familiar voice of Jim crackled through the phone. Indeed, the criminal organization to which Jarvis belonged was known as Hellfire, a notorious group that had seized the opportunity presented by their country's turmoil to engage in rampant pillaging and heinous acts of violence. However, not long ago, the revolutionary forces had overthrown the government, bringing an end to the conflict. In a desperate bid to evade the relentless pursuit of the revolutionaries, that gang was now forced into a life of dislocation. Thus, it became evident that Green's assertions from the previous night were not entirely unfounded. Li Wei synthesized the information from both sides and arrived at this conclusion. However, he still could not comprehend why Jarvis harbored murderous intentions towards him. Could it be due to his capture of Aldrich and Phillips? And those two had implicated Jarvis in the process. Li Wei hastily expressed his thoughts. Indeed, among the two individuals you vanquished last night, one possessed the power of the face-changing fruit, enabling him to alter the appearances of others. Jarvis relied on that individual's ability to completely reinvent himself, thereby taking a perilous risk to infiltrate the Navy. Oh, I see, Li Wei marveled. I never imagined such a devil fruit user existed in this world. He speculated that Audric was that very individual, whose power to change others' appearances was far superior to Mr. Bon Clay's imitation ability. Yes, originally Jarvis's plan was flawless. He was poised to start anew within the Navy. However, all of that has been thwarted by you. And now he is scouring the world for you, seeking revenge. Li Wei discerned the motive behind Jarvis's murderous intent. However, he sought clarification. Is Aldrich indeed the ability user you mentioned? After his capture, the fruit's power was nullified, revealing Jarvis's true identity, which is why the Navy was able to recognize him. You guessed correctly to an extent, yet, the ability user did not voluntarily relinquish his powers. He was incapacitated by your brutal assault, subsequently causing his fruit abilities to dissipate. Upon the sheriff reporting this intelligence, the Navy, through consulting the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, identified the name of the ability. The notion that losing consciousness would result in the forfeiture of powers is reminiscent of Doflamingo's subordinate, Sugar, the user of the Hobby fruit. If memory serves, that little girl also had her powers undone after being frightened into unconsciousness, allowing those she had transformed into toys to revert to their original forms. It is astonishing that my inadvertent kick led to the revelation of the gang's true nature. It stands to reason that Jarvis was similarly exposed, though it seems the Navy discovered it rather swiftly. From the telephone bug, Jim's voice echoed. Our ability to uncover Jarvis's identity stemmed from the fact that Brady resided with him. That fellow even severely injured Brady in his bid for escape. Li Wei immediately recalled the identity of the individual. He was the 8th candidate in the recruitment selection. The same prospective recruit who had been startled into exclaiming upon seeing the face of Pick on the wall during the last encounter with the thugs. His luck seemed rather unfortunate. Li Wei, attempting to console himself, posed another inquiry. I have one more question. How did Jarvis know it was I who incapacitated Aldrich? According to Brady, he feigned unconsciousness and overheard Jarvis answering a call, during which your matters were mentioned. Clearly, he has accomplices who witnessed your triumph over the shape-shifting fruit user. Jim's explanation only exacerbated Li Wei's headache. There were still numerous gang members hiding on the island. If these individuals had their appearances altered by Aldrich, they could lead ostensibly normal lives. Now that Aldrich has been apprehended, he may have either willingly relinquished his abilities or disclosed the true appearances of those he transformed. Consequently, these gang members could no longer live openly. Forced back into hiding, they might very well unite against him. After all, to these gang members, he is the mastermind, the one who incarcerated Aldrich. Do you now comprehend the perilous nature of your situation? Where are you at present? Commander Brando and I shall promptly come to escort you to the naval station, the same place where we participated in the recruitment selection. There, you shall be safe. Hearing Jim's anxious tone, Li Wei quickly disclosed his location and arranged a meeting point. After disconnecting the call, he hesitated about whether to inform Green of the situation. But after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. Now was not the time to entangle himself with the revolutionaries. Nevertheless, Li Wei retrieved the communication device and reached out to William Hanna, succinctly sharing his predicament with his friend while requesting assistance in gathering intelligence regarding the Steel Knife pirate crew. No problem. I will keep an eye on Eddie's situation. Since you captured a key figure of the Hellfire, a significant achievement, I believe your background check will certainly pass. Let us hope so. If you uncover any leads, please inform me. You know I promised the child that I would help him eradicate the Steel Knife pirate crew. We are good friends. There is no need to reiterate such matters. I shall assist you in dealing with the Steel Knife pirate crew, I assure you. Upon hearing William Hanna's words, Li Wei smiled, his spirits lifted considerably. He ended the call and proceeded to the meeting point. As he walked, nearing his destination, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Along the way, he encountered several individuals bearing scars on their faces and hands. Quickly, Li Wei recalled the distinctive features of Jarvis, Aldrich, and Phillips. Each bore scars to varying degrees. He speculated that the shape-shifting fruit user, Aldrich, was incapable of true transformation. He could only alter a person's features but could not heal their scars. Realizing this, he lowered his head, eager to vacate this treacherous vicinity. Isn't this our esteemed first-place winner, Mr. Li Wei? I've been searching for you quite diligently. Following the voice, Li Wei spotted a stranger. He paused momentarily, but upon noticing the scar on the individual's face, he instantly recognized him. This man was indeed Jarvis. For the scar was identical to that of the Jarvis he knew. Li Wei had indeed guessed correctly. Just as Jarvis finished speaking, several individuals bearing scars on their faces and arms approached him. Among them, one inquired, Jarvis, are you certain this is the one who incapacitated Aldrich? He is indeed the Li Wei we have been searching for, is he not? It is he. I witnessed him render Aldrich unconscious with a kick. After which he summoned the island's security officer, responded a scarred individual, scrutinizing Li Wei with certainty. It is fortunate we did not separate, otherwise Aldrich would not have been subdued by this lad. But what purpose does discussing it serve now? As you know, our scars draw attention. So it would have been even more conspicuous had we acted independently. Upon overhearing this exchange, Li Wei realized that this individual named Lansky must have witnessed the entire sequence of events in which he defeated Aldrich. With this thought, he felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, the location where Aldrich had abducted Jewel was a fair distance from Grandma Moo's residence. Had it been closer, his actions might have inadvertently implicated her. If these people were to take Grandmama hostage, he would have been burdened with numerous concerns. Now, although surrounded, he found it not overly difficult to extricate himself. Li Wei glanced at the individuals before him and swiftly conjured a plan. As he was about to produce the swimming powder, he heard Jarvis warily interject, "Don't move. I am aware that you possess a certain powder capable of enabling you to submerge beneath the water, yet my firearm is not to be underestimated." The other gang members promptly raised their weapons, aiming them at Li Wei. This exchange, along with the presence of the gun, bore a striking resemblance to the scene from the Summit War where Ben Beckman of the red-haired pirates had his gun trained on Kizaru. Levi gazed at the ominous muzzle of the gun, raising his hands in surrender, and nonchalantly remarked, "How terrifying." This utterance left Jarvis and the others in a state of bewilderment, creating an awkward atmosphere on the scene. Seizing the moment, Levi feigned ignorance and inquired, "Are you Jarvis? How did you end up like this?" Upon hearing these words, Jarvis was filled with indignation. "How dare you ask? If it weren't for you, I would have already joined the Navy." "No, Jim clearly informed you about my situation. You are merely trying to buy time, aren't you?" "Indeed. You have been eavesdropping on Jim's phone calls. It seems you have long anticipated the worst." Li Wei has finally obtained the answer he sought, unraveling the reason behind his ambush by the enemy along the way. "There is no way around it. I had initially intended to make a fresh start in the Navy, but this was all forced upon me. I had no choices before, but now I wish to be a good person. Why is that not permissible? Why can the Navy not offer us another chance?" Li Wei was taken aback. These words sounded remarkably familiar. "However, Jarvis, your demeanor is rather distant from the character Lu Jianmin portrayed by Hua Zai. Yet, your personalities bear a striking resemblance. The notion of aspiring to be a good person ultimately stems from a desire to cease hiding. If one truly wished to embody goodness, how could they harm a fellow recruit, Brady, merely to extricate themselves?" Li Wei held no sympathy for such a thoroughly wicked individual. Nevertheless, he recognized that the immediate priority was to stabilize the situation until Jim and Brando arrived, which would allow for a comprehensive resolution. Thus, Li Wei offered a slight smile and sincerely stated, "Perhaps I can assist you. You are aware that I am the descendant of pirates, and throughout the years, I have faced discrimination due to this lineage. You too are likely a descendant of the underworld, compelled to heed your parents' wishes and join their ranks. Jarvis was taken aback by Li Wei's unexpected words, momentarily stunned. Suddenly, he regained his composure and grinned broadly. I almost fell for your ruse. Since you wish to help me, let us find a quiet place to discuss this in detail. Should you attempt to escape, we would be quite displeased, and the consequences could be severe. As he spoke, Jarvis glanced back at the bustling street, alive with the ebb and flow of passers-by. Li Wei immediately understood the situation. Nodding earnestly, rest assured, I am well aware of the Navy's responsibilities. That's good. Let us proceed. Shortly thereafter, Li Wei found himself led to a secluded alleyway. Now, enlighten us on how you plan to assist us, one inquired. Jarvis, have you lost your senses in the Navy? Just a rookie. Do you genuinely believe he can persuade the Navy to spare us? Another retorted. Moreover, our greatest adversary is the Revolutionary Army. They are the true architects of our peril. Silence. You fail to comprehend. Li Wei is capable of challenging even the formidable new pirate, Apis. Let us hear what he proposes. It will not take long, Jarvis interjected. Gesturing dismissively, his words silenced the others, who turned their attention towards Li Wei with keen interest. Upon observing the situation, Li Wei eagerly asserted, You should be aware that I am quite familiar with Admiral Kizaru. The Vice Admiral responsible for the background checks on new recruits operates under his command. Your background check has not been approved, and Branyu's word holds little weight. Admiral Kizaru? Are you affiliated with him? It seems we have quite a valuable hostage on our hands, came the reply. Do you expect us to believe your claim of acquaintance with Kizaru? Jarvis. Is there any truth to his words? Hearing these discussions, Li Wei quickly added, Not only that, but I have also shared tea with Sabo from the Revolutionary Army. He attempted to continue his boast, but was interrupted by Jarvis, who pointed out, But if you possess such connections, why do you still fret over your lineage as a pirate descendant? I summoned you here to ascertain what useful items you can present to facilitate our smooth departure from this island. It appears you are solely focused on the tools at your disposal. Li Wei appeared visibly embarrassed. In contrast to his companions, Jarvis was indeed quite difficult to deceive. However, he soon conceived a clever plan. He quickly recalled the powder he had previously utilized, which had the remarkable ability to allow individuals to burrow into the ground. Noticing that Li Wei remained silent, Jarvis continued, As long as you present it, we shall spare you. So, you merely desire the item I possess? You should have mentioned it sooner, Li Wei replied, his expression transforming into one of relief. He further added, however, I believe the primary issue you wish to resolve is how to evade Green's keen sense of smell, isn't it? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of yearning flashed in the eyes of the others. I have just the thing for you. It can eliminate any scent lingering on you. As he spoke, a straw-like object materialized in Li Wei's hand. Indeed, it was the tornado straw. Seeing that the adversaries were fixated on the straw, Li Wei was about to place it in his mouth when he noticed Jarvis raising his gun once more, aimed directly at him. With a wary expression, Jarvis warned, Don't even think about playing tricks. What I want is that powder. Hand it over promptly, or I won't hesitate to pull the trigger. What a cautious fellow. It was no wonder he had eavesdropped on Jim's phone conversations earlier. If Li Wei made even the slightest sudden movement, he would find himself on the receiving end of several bullets in an instant. Li Wei pondered quietly to himself, fortunate that he had anticipated this situation. Thus, feigning compliance with the other party's intentions, he retrieved a small container of swimming powder from the system and willingly handed it over. Jarvis's face lit up with delight as he eagerly accepted it. Observing this, the others began to inquire about its purpose. What could such a seemingly insignificant box hold? Indeed, it appeared to be nothing more than ordinary talcum powder. Jarvis waved his hand again, silencing his companions' discussions, and while remaining wary of Li Wei, he elucidated, Do not underestimate this powder. When sprinkled upon the body, it transforms the ground into a veritable pool, allowing one to swim across the surface or even dive beneath, an impeccable means of evasion from pursuers. The swimming powder is indeed a highly useful tool, however. The items I possess can only be activated by me alone. Li Wei smiled as he spoke. Jarvis was taken aback and hurriedly sprinkled swimming powder on himself, then stomped on the ground, but the surface remained unyielding and unchanged. I have already stated that only I possess the ability to unlock it. Seizing the moment while everyone was focused on Jarvis, who was distractedly testing the effects of the swimming powder, Li Wei swiftly placed the straw in his mouth and blew forcefully. Instantly, a formidable tornado materialized from the ground. In the face of this unforeseen incident, Jarvis and his companions momentarily failed to react and were swept into the air by the whirlwind. Bang, bang, bang. They instinctively fired their weapons. However, the bullets not only missed Li Wei, but also inadvertently struck their airborne comrades. Who fired the shot that hit me? Stop shooting. Amidst the cacophony of wind, gunfire, and anguish cries echoing in the air, Li Wei maintained control of the tornado, keeping it stationary while it continued to ascend. Thus, Jarvis and his companions found themselves soaring higher and higher, and before long, they seemed to be disoriented, as Li Wei no longer heard their cries. At that moment, Li Wei commanded the tornado to dissipate. Jarvis and his companions plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, and indeed, they all lost consciousness. Li Wei let out a sigh of relief. The crisis had finally been averted. Just as he intended to retrieve his communicator, he noticed a throng of people converging around him. Did everyone witness that? It was a tornado, and there were gunshots. What on earth is happening? We must promptly inform the sheriff and the Navy. Initially, the crowd was quite boisterous, but upon seeing Li Wei alone in the narrow alley, with several individuals sprawled nearby, blood oozing from their wounds, they fell momentarily silent. Curiosity soon took over. Isn't that Li Wei? What is he doing here? Shouldn't he be basking in the sun? And what about those individuals on the ground? Surely, Li Wei hasn't committed murder. That seems impossible. He lacks such power. Upon hearing these murmurs, Li Wei felt no inclination to clarify matters. He retrieved his communicator just as hurried footsteps echoed from behind the crowd. Make way. We are the Navy. The onlookers parted, revealing Jim, Bran, and several Navy soldiers. Li Wei, what brings you to this place? Jim began to inquire, but upon noticing the bodies and the blood, he rushed over, exclaiming, Jarvis, what transpired here? Li Wei, are you unharmed? Li Wei shook his head gently and explained, I am fine. Speaking of which, Jarvis is indeed a cunning and cautious individual. He had already eavesdropped on your phone, Buck. He then briefly recounted how he had been captured by Jarvis and subsequently how he had triumphed over them. After listening to Li Wei's account, Branley cast a deep glance at him before turning to instruct the naval soldiers to remove the gang members. Meanwhile, Jim, with a smile on his face, remarked, These Hellfire fellows have committed numerous misdeeds, and I never expected you to handle them all by yourself. Truly impressive. Levi waved his hand and inquired once more. Did Aldrich mention how many gang members are on the island? Branu shook his head. Aldrich? Oh, you mean that individual with abilities. He merely mentioned that he had altered the appearances of numerous individuals, far exceeding those present. At this juncture, he cautioned, thus, Levi, it would be prudent for you to retreat to the naval base for a while. Otherwise, such incidents are bound to recur. Moreover, Hellfire possesses numerous formidable adversaries. You may not be able to defeat them as you did today. Understood, Commander Branu. I will heed your advice, Levi replied. Li Wei immediately concurred with the leader's opinion. Well then, let us return now. Levi hastened to follow a group of naval soldiers, while the onlookers, having overheard the exchange, began to murmur among themselves. Did you hear that? Those individuals are from Hellfire, and Levi single-handedly defeated them. How could this be? Isn't Levi supposed to be a worthless individual? How could he possibly be involved with the Navy and the underworld? Indeed, it had always been said that Levi was merely someone who basked in the sun and scavenged for food. As the crowd continued to fervently discuss the recent events, a thunderous voice abruptly interrupted their chatter. Silence. Everyone turned to see a disheveled figure standing proudly behind them, who passionately declared, in this world, no one is garbage. Levi is not only not trash, he is a vital figure in the Navy. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter upon recognizing the speaker. Huh. Heber, are you here to entertain us? Even if Levi is not garbage, you are undeniably a complete fool. Heber's face flushed, and he retorted, Humph. I have resolved to no longer be a foolish clown. Laugh now if you wish, but soon you will be astonished by my transformation. The crowd observed him as if he were a performer in a circus. Heber nodded solemnly, as if to encourage himself. Levi is an extraordinary individual, and I trust his judgment. If he is willing to confront a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million for my sake, then I must possess some merit as well. I cannot bring shame upon him. I too shall reinvent myself. His voice grew hoarse by the end of his declaration. What pirate with a bounty over 100 million? Have you forgotten to take your medicine? Heber shouted again, if you don't believe me, you can ask Charles at the Newcastle bar. Many can attest to it. Before he could continue, a hand clapped on his shoulder. My friend, do you know Levi? Heber turned to see a man in a black top hat, adorned with goggles, and beside him stood a young man with an explosive hairstyle, also sporting goggles. These two were none other than Green and Curry from the Revolutionary Army. However, Heber was taken aback and warily inquired, who are you? Why are you looking for Levi? We are businessmen who once witnessed Levi in action at a bar, where he chased away a notorious pirate named Apis. We greatly admire him. Before Green could finish, Heber shouted to the crowd, did you hear that? Levi defeated a notorious pirate at the Newcastle bar for my sake. His proclamation left everyone momentarily speechless. After a moment, Green asked, do you truly know Levi? Heber puffed out his chest with pride, responding, of course. Everyone on the island knows Levi is my good friend. Haha. You and Levi are friends? Heber, don't try to ride on Levi's coattails now that he has achieved success. The crowd erupted into laughter, filling the alley with a jovial atmosphere. I know you are envious of me, but I shall not stoop to your level, Heber replied dismissively. Green and Curry, witnessing the scene, drew closer, inviting Heber for a drink. The trio then made their way to the Newcastle bar. Initially hesitant, Heber was delighted to be greeted by Charles at the entrance, and with a smile, he entered. Inside the bar, they conversed over drinks. And soon Green and Curry learned of Levi's background. After a considerable time, Heber emerged from the bar, slightly intoxicated. He waved goodbye and left, only to glance back after a distance, muttering to himself, I can't shake the feeling that those two are suspicious. I must warn Levi to be cautious. Meanwhile, Green and Curry found a secluded spot. Brother Green, do you think what this guy said is true? How could one person change so drastically in just a few days? Indeed, it is worth questioning. However, As you saw, Levi's abilities bear a striking resemblance to those of the Commander-in-Chief, Green replied quietly. True. Both wield the power of a tornado, though Levi's is considerably weaker than that of Mr. Long. I believe it is necessary to report this to Sabo. As he spoke, Green retrieved a Din Din Mushi at Schultz's residence, having conducted overnight interrogations of 2 members of Hellfire. A weary Schultz was enjoying a deep slumber when he was abruptly awakened by the ringing of a Din Din Mushi. Who is it? Calling at this hour. Unaware that I am asleep? Without opening his eyes, he grabbed the Din Din Mushi from the bedside and irritably asked, No, I am just about to get up. Sir Sheriff, what is your command? Schultz immediately changed his tone, sitting up in bed. What? You've captured more members of Hellfire? Very well. I shall go to the prison at once. After hanging up, he muttered, is the Navy really this efficient? In just half a day, they've apprehended 7 or 8 gang members. As he dressed and left, upon arriving at the prison and entering the cell, he indeed found several muscular men within, their faces and hands marred with numerous scars. However, unlike the previous night, these individuals bore new wounds, bloodied and painful to behold. The Navy certainly applies a heavy hand, Schultz thought to himself, then addressed the escorting naval soldiers. Thank you for your hard work. You are truly impressive, worthy of being called Navy elites. It seems it won't be long before all the gang members on the island are eradicated. Noticing the soldiers remained silent, he paused and added, I wonder which formidable individual captured these evildoers? I would like to report to the sheriff. The one who captured them is Levi. What? Levi again? Upon hearing this, Schultz blurted out, then, seeing the serious expression on the soldier's face, he widened his mouth in astonishment and finally murmured, All right, Levi is also a member of the Navy. He then instructed the officers behind him, Take these men to the innermost cell. I will interrogate them one by one shortly. The soldiers, having completed their escorting task, bid farewell and departed. Watching them leave, Schultz furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, Levi? Could it be that he is truly becoming someone remarkable? In the island's park. This is so much fun, brother. You should hurry down the slide too. Tom's younger brother, George, climbed up the slide, looking up at his brother above. I'm coming. Soon. Tom slid down the slide as well. Why are you back again? This place does not welcome outsiders. Indeed, you should leave immediately. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite. No sooner had the words been spoken than a group of children encircled them. Brother, it's them again, George timidly remarked. Do not be afraid. This is a park, and everyone is welcome to play. Tom reassured his younger brother, then turned to the intruding children and declared loudly, that troublemaker Levi is not here today, so you had better leave quietly. Furthermore, do not return to this place in the future. However, Tom shouted defiantly, Do not think you can bully me. I am not afraid of you. His boldness momentarily startled the group of unruly children, but soon, one sharp-eyed child exclaimed, Jewel. Jewel is coming. With him here, you will soon realize your mistake. The other rascals echoed in agreement. Jewel quickly arrived, and upon seeing Tom and George, his expression turned slightly awkward. It's you. Even without Big Brother Levi, I am no longer afraid of you. Big Brother will soon become a Navy officer. I cannot rely solely on him for protection. Though fear flickered in Tom's eyes, he resolutely spoke. Stop talking nonsense, Jewel. Go ahead and fight him. Let them know our strength. The rascals goaded him further. Be quiet. Jewel impatiently interrupted their chatter. The children, seeing this, displayed puzzled expressions. Jewel, you aren't afraid of Levi, are you? How could I fear him? Levi saved me last night, and I promised to be a good child. Jewel gritted his teeth and spoke his mind. You are afraid of Levi. We misjudged you. They spat on the ground and left, vowing never to play with him again. Only Tom, George, and Jewel remained by the slide. After a moment of silence, Tom softly said, Thank you. Aren't you going to chase after your friends? Jewel glanced at the retreating figures and, after some time, replied, Never mind. I have already promised Big Brother Levi. Let us play instead. Is that all right? No problem. My friends will understand, Jewel said with a smile, though his eyes betrayed a sense of reluctance. At the naval base, Levi followed Branna and Jim into a room. You will stay here for a few days. If you need anything, you can speak to the Navy soldiers at the door. With that, Branna left, and Jim exchanged a few casual words before departing as well. With nothing to do, Levi prepared to lie down on the bed to reflect on recent events. Li Wei hurriedly answered the phone, and William Hanna's anxious voice immediately came through. The antique dealer seems to have gone missing. The antique dealer? William Hanna must be referring to Piccolo. Li Wei immediately grasped the situation and inquired, How did you come to know about his disappearance? Today, I noticed 2 individuals at the inn, their attire strikingly resembling that of the antiquities dealer. Curiosity compelled me to approach them for further information. To my astonishment, they presented a photograph and inquired if I had seen the individual depicted. Upon examining the image, I recognized it to be the very antiquities dealer in question. Upon hearing this, Li Wei recalled Schultz's earlier mention of Piccolo being followed. Considering that the Steel Blade pirates were also residing in the same inn, he discerned that this could not be mere coincidence. He pressed further. Those 2 must be from the Alabasta Kingdom, correct? Did they divulge any additional information? For instance, why not contact Piccolo through a snail phone? Ah, it's all my fault for speaking carelessly. I merely made a comment about that fellow's antiquities, and they responded, "Oh, so it's you." After which they paid me no further mind. Well, that's that. Li Wei was acutely aware of his friend's straightforward nature, which often led to offending others. Although he felt somewhat speechless, he refrained from laying blame. After a brief pause, he inquired, "By the way, those two individuals are also residing in the inn, correct?" "Indeed. I just stepped away from their door. I knocked for quite some time, yet they not only failed to answer but also summoned the owner. That simplifies matters. I shall make a call to Buki, the owner. Anderson has been conducting business with the antique dealer for quite some time. The dealer must surely know Buki. Through this connection, we may uncover some clues regarding Pekalu's disappearance." Li Wei spoke rapidly, and soon, the reluctant voice of William Hanna came through the telephone worm. "Very well. I shall await the arrival of that wealthy heir at the hotel, hoping that his presence will encourage those two antiquarians to divulge some valuable information." He continued, "Moreover, while conversing with the antiquarians, it is imperative to remain vigilant regarding our surroundings. I have an inkling that Pekalu's disappearance is linked to the Steel Blade Pirates." "Understood. Allow me to describe the appearance of the two individuals to you. Perhaps you could inquire whether the wealthy heir recognizes them." After William Hanna provided his description, Li Wei terminated the call and reached out to Butchie, sharing the details concerning the Steel Blade Pirates. Upon hearing about the pirates, Butchie expressed great interest. But he was unfamiliar with any antiquarians, so he summoned Dupont instead. Fortunately, Dupont had conducted numerous antique dealings with individuals from the Alabastan Kingdom, and upon hearing the descriptions of the two men, he immediately recognized them. Subsequently, Dupont contacted the antiquarians via the telephone worm, initially intending to introduce William Hanna's naval affiliation to assist in locating Pekalu. However, the two antiquarians insisted on meeting Dupont in person. He readily agreed. As the sole listener to the entire conversation via the telephone worm, Li Wei quickly discerned the underlying motive for the antiquarians' request to meet. They were eager to persuade a significant client to purchase their antiques in a hotel room. Upon hearing Dupont's introduction, the two antiquarians lavished praise upon Butchie, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are the esteemed son of Mr. Anderson. Your prospects are remarkable." This flattery filled Butchie with pride, prompting him to unconsciously raise his chin towards William Hanna, wearing a boastful expression. Meanwhile, William Hanna clenched his fists, parting his lips to suppress a retort. Dupont, initially wishing to serve as a discreet intermediary, found himself compelled to inquire about their purpose for visiting. "Historically, Pekalu has had a commendable rapport with both of you regarding your antiques, and Mr. Anderson has expressed his satisfaction. However, I have been informed that Pekalu seems to have encountered some misfortune." The two antiquarians exchanged glances and candidly confessed, "Indeed, when Mr. Anderson indicated that he would temporarily cease accepting antiques, Pekalu planned to return to the Alabastan Kingdom with the items he had brought. However, it has been 2 or 3 days, and he is yet to return. Our attempts to reach him via the telephone worm have been futile." "I see. Before his disappearance, did Pekalu express any peculiar thoughts?" William Hanna interjected, eager to steer the conversation back to the matter at hand. "I heard from a security officer acquainted with Pekalu that someone was following him." Upon hearing this, one of the antiquarians appeared to recall something. Nodding vigorously, Pekalu did mention such a thing. He stated that the individual following him varied each day, indicating a substantial number of adversaries. What distinguishing features did these individuals possess? For instance, did they wear similar clothing or bear identical tattoos? Butchie probed further. "Not particularly. At the time, we advised him not to be overly anxious, as a naval garrison is stationed on the island, and no pirate would dare to instigate trouble. Yet, the very next day after voicing these concerns, we lost contact with him." Dupont offered his perspective. "It seems highly probable that Pekalu has been abducted. Our foremost task is to locate him swiftly. We are aware of this, which is why upon arriving on the island, we informed the security officer of the situation. With their support, we began inquiring about Pekalu, displaying his photograph, yet we have uncovered nothing. Indeed, we even requested the security officer to deploy search dogs in an attempt to track him via his belongings, but regrettably, our efforts were in vain." After both antiquarians expressed their sentiments, they sighed heavily, clearly troubled by Pekalu's dire predicament. Their words plunged Dupont and the others into a contemplative silence, ultimately leading them to offer a few words of consolation before departing. Subsequently, William Hanna, accompanied by Butchie and Dupont, entered his room, retrieving the telephone worm to relay the information he had just received to Li Wei. It was now certain that Pekalu had indeed been kidnapped. Levi spoke into the transponder snail, expressing his thoughts. However, the mere mention of kidnapping immediately conjured memories of the Hellfire Gang, causing him to furrow his brow as he continued, "To abduct a vigilant living person without anyone noticing. This group is certainly formidable. We have long been aware of the speculations you've mentioned. What should we do now? We cannot locate the person, nor do we possess any other leads," Butchie asked, his voice devoid of hope. Although it remained uncertain whether the disappearance of the antique dealer was connected to the Steel Blade Pirates, Levi understood that now that they were aware of the situation, it was imperative to find a resolution. "Levi, do you have any good ideas?" "Humph. You are barely safe yourself. hiding at the naval station. What else could you possibly think of? Butchie scoffed, clearly believing that Levi was at a loss. Wait, did you mention that the two antique dealers had items belonging to Pekalu? Levi interjected. Are you suggesting we use search dogs? Unfortunately, they have already attempted that. Just because the dogs cannot detect anything does not mean that no one else can find them. The visage of green flashed in Levi's mind. Must we truly involve the Revolutionary Army? What do you mean, Levi? Have you thought of a solution? Came the urgent voice of William Hanna from the transponder. Lives are at stake. Very well. With a smile, Levi responded, Fortunately, I have a friend who excels in tracking. Butchie, I must trouble you to make a trip. Why must it be me? I have many pressing matters, unlike you and William Hanna, who seem to have all the time in the world. William cannot leave. He must continue observing the Steel Blade pirates. Therefore, thank you, Butchie. I haven't agreed to this, you know. Young master, why don't I go instead? Pekalu has brought many valuable antiques to the boss, and has been quite helpful. Levi, what do you think? Then I shall rely on you, Mr. DuPont. After conveying these matters, Levi put away the transponder snail. He hesitated for a moment before dialing the number Green had provided. On a distant island in the Grand Line, amidst a dense jungle, a stocky man adorned with numerous conspicuous scars and two whisker-like growths beneath his nose spoke into a transponder snail. I have always said that Aldrich's plan to alter his appearance and infiltrate the common populace would ultimately bring ruin to their entire group. Now it seems that has come to pass. Fisher, spare us your sardonic remarks. Have you evaded Sabo's pursuit? Of course. Although Sabo, being a non-devil fruit user, renders my abilities somewhat useless, he is still young. Evading the fellow's tracking is quite manageable. And you? No lost limbs, I hope? The crow's coal fruit ability is a perfect counter to yours. I appreciate your concern. While the crow can indeed fly, my devil fruit ability is particularly suited for concealment. Enough of this idle chatter. I contacted you to share crucial intelligence. I have heard that the one who wiped out Aldrich's entire crew is a new recruit in the Navy, possessing a variety of peculiar powers. Oh? What is the name of this new recruit? Levi. It is said that he is the son of a pirate. Levi? I shall remember this name. Peapon. Take care of yourself. Reviving Hellfire and avenging our leader seems to rest upon our shoulders. At the naval station, in a private room, Levi awoke refreshed after a full night's sleep. This marked his first night in a bed since his arrival in this world. After a brief wash, he indulged in the Navy's specially prepared breakfast. The taste left much to be desired, far inferior to Uncle Spike's buckwheat noodles. Reflecting on this, he took out the transponder snail and shared his situation with Uncle Spike. I have heard about your significant achievement. Unless something extraordinary occurs, your induction into the Navy should be smooth sailing. By the way, Tom wishes to speak with you. Soon after, Tom's youthful voice came through the transponder. Levi, big brother. Yesterday, I played on the slide with Jor. Is that so? That little rascal keeps his word. That's quite impressive. With a smile lingering on his lips, Li Wei spoke. However, for my sake, Javel has fallen out with his little friends, and I feel quite guilty about it. Upon hearing Tom's words, Li Wei paused momentarily and quickly reassured him. Rest assured, Javel and his companions have been playing together since childhood. They will soon reconcile. You all must get along well. We certainly will, big brother. Thank you. I am very happy now. That's wonderful. You must be obedient and study diligently. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Li Wei approached to open it, only to find Butchie standing there. Don't overthink it. Commander Branu sent for me. I merely stopped by to check on your predicament. Is that so? Commander Branu called you over, perhaps to suggest that you are a pampered scion. Fearing that you might not withstand the rigors of naval training, and thus, under the pretext of a failed background check, decided to eliminate you from consideration? Levi smirked and remarked, You are talking nonsense. Do you think I am a pirate like you? Perhaps you should consider your own situation first. Aside from the captured Jarvis, you are the one most likely to be eliminated. You ought to be the one worried, right? After all, I have rendered numerous services to the Navy. What services? Came the retort. Was it dealing with the pirate Supernova, Oppo, or defeating some petty criminals? I have contributed in those matters as well, which makes me superior to you. Just as Butchie was passionately defending his stance, Levi heard a knock on the door, followed by the voice of Branluo outside. It's me. Open up quickly. Upon hearing that the officer was arriving, Butchie abruptly silenced himself, while Levi swiftly took a couple of steps and opened the door once more. Standing outside were Branluo and the bookstore owner, Barrow. Levi, I am relieved to see you are unharmed. I only learned about your encounter with the gang after speaking with Schultz. I feel truly remorseful that you have found yourself in such peril due to the affair with Jewel. Owner Barrow, you are far too kind. Please, both of you, come inside. As Li Wei accepted the fruit from Barrow's hands, he beckoned the other man to enter. The gang? Inside, Butchie wore a perplexed expression, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Isn't this young Master Butchie? So you and Li Wei are fellow recruits from the same batch. It seems the town has produced two prominent naval figures at once, quite remarkable. Upon hearing this, Butchie lifted his chin slightly and cast an inquisitive glance at Li Wei. This is Barrow, the proprietor of the town's bookstore. Greetings, Mr. Barrow, he interjected, eager to acknowledge the man before continuing. Hello, Barrow responded warmly, adding from now on, "We shall rely on you naval officers to ensure the safety of us civilians." Absolutely, that is precisely why I aspire to join the Navy. Though I come from a wealthy background, enjoying a life of comfort, I find that embodying justice and combating evil holds the utmost significance, Butchie declared with increasing fervor. Branlu furrowed his brow and interjected, "Butchie, let's pause for a moment. Mr. Barrow is here to deliver something to Li Wei." "Very well," Butchie replied somewhat reluctantly. "Indeed, I nearly overlooked the matter at hand. As a token of gratitude for saving Jewel and apprehending several gang members, I have prepared a banner for you." As he spoke, Barrow retrieved a vibrant red banner from his bag and unfurled it, revealing 8 golden characters emblazoned upon it: "The might of the Navy, benevolence." To the right, a smaller inscription read, "In gratitude to Navy soldier Li Wei for stepping forward to rescue the child." Li Wei was taken aback to discover that even in the world of pirates, there existed banners of such a nature. For a moment, he found himself at a loss. "Li Wei, why don't you promptly accept the banner?" After Brannuel patted him on the shoulder, he finally regained his composure and hurriedly accepted the banner, internally lamenting, "Why isn't there 500 berries?" Nevertheless, he resolutely replied, "Boss Barrow, this is merely our duty, just as young Master Bucci mentioned earlier. As members of the Navy, we are here to eradicate evil and uphold justice. Correct, young Master Bucci?" Humph. Bucci instinctively wanted to turn away, but in the current context, he could only respond with an awkward smile. "Indeed, Li Wei speaks truthfully. With the two of you joining the Navy, I am certain you will become remarkable figures. The entire island will take pride in you both. Keep up the good work." "Yes, we will not disappoint everyone," Li Wei and Bucci answered in unison. Boss Barlow looked at the two with delight, and after a moment, he said, "Then I shall take my leave. I still need to prepare dinner for Jewel." With that, he rose to bid farewell. Brannuel followed him to the door, and before departing, he reminded, "Bucci, please wait here. I shall return shortly." The room was left with only Bucci and Li Wei. What on earth was happening? Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Bucci finally voiced his question. Li Wei chuckled heartily and recounted the tale of rescuing Jewel, as well as his encounters with Jarvis and the Hellfire Organization. Upon hearing this, Buck's jaw dropped. His face a canvas of envy intertwined with disbelief. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Wei, with a sharp wit, added a jest, "I was merely teasing you, with your background. Joining the Navy is certainly within your grasp, so fret not." Just as Bucci uttered these words, the voice of Brando resonated from outside. "Bucci, could you step out for a moment? We need to converse." "Certainly," Bucci promptly replied, rising with utmost haste and exiting the room. Left alone, Li Wei cast a glance at the banner in his hand, pondering. At this juncture, Brando's summoning of Bucci was evidently to discuss matters pertaining to the background investigation. Given Bucci's untainted lineage, he would undoubtedly gain admission to the Navy. This led Li Wei to speculate that Brando's reluctance to engage with him stemmed from concerns regarding his heritage as a pirate descendant. Perhaps fearing he might be a spy sent by pirates. Sighing, he concluded that he must bolster his position. The Steel Blade pirates must be vanquished. Eliminating this cunning and ruthless band of pirates would not only avenge Tom and his brethren, but might also pave the way for the rescue of Pekalil. Ultimately, with such a commendable achievement, the Navy would surely lack any further justification to impede his enlistment. Levi's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness, yet ultimately, he retrieved his communicator and promptly conveyed the agreed time and location to DuPont. In the deepest thicket of the island's garbage dump, a burly man swung a whip, striking the nearby tree with ferocity, producing a cacophony of cracks and moans. After some time, the man ceased his assault, cursing, "He has fainted again. I didn't expect him to be so resilient." He gestured, and soon a person handed him a jug of water. Discarding the whip, he gulped down the water with fervor. After several hearty swigs, the robust man turned to regard the great tree. It was then he noticed a person bound to it, bare-chested, covered in scars and blood. His head tilted to one side, eyes tightly shut. He was indeed the missing antique dealer, Pekaloo. As the rustling in the woods continued, a crowd of around 30 people gradually gathered. Has he not yet revealed where his antiques are hidden? Upon hearing this, the burly man quickly turned back, responding, "Yes, Captain Eddie, we have been at this for several days," but he remained silent. A wiry individual with small eyes and a sharp chin approached, disdainfully inspecting the battered Pekaloo. Sneering, "It seems he hasn't been beaten enough. Malfoy, continue the punishment." "Understood, Captain." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the burly man resumed his whipping, the tree once again echoing with the sounds of impact and lament. Eddie stood nearby, watching for a while before signaling to cease the man's actions. Indicating for his subordinate to remove the gag from Pekaloo's mouth, he gazed at the barely conscious figure, a smile playing on his lips. "Are you awake now? Be wise and confess quickly. Where have you hidden your antiques?" "Pa, I would rather die than divulge that. The antiques of the Alabastan Kingdom are meant only for those who appreciate them. You wretches shall not tarnish my treasures." "You're quite the obstinate one." Infuriated by Pekaloo's defiance, the burly man snapped, "Captain, let me take another turn with him. I bet I can pry the truth from his lips." "It's up to you. But be careful not to kill him. The antiques he possesses are worth several million Baileys." "Rest assured, Captain. Though this work lacks the thrill of our previous human trafficking escapades, it is considerably easier. Haha, it's a pity. I would love to revisit the Shambodi Islands, but alas, their trafficking market has collapsed. That wretched disco caused me to squander millions of Baileys. Fortunately, Captain, your wisdom prevailed. You not only discarded the resource-draining children, but also pivoted to the antique trade. Indeed, the pressing matter is to acquire the antique swiftly and depart this island. We must revert to our original forms, and Odric has suddenly become unreachable. Something must have transpired at his end. You're overthinking it, Captain. Did we not see Odric just a few days ago? It was thanks to his fruit ability that we disguised ourselves as garbage haulers to bring that fellow here. His fruit ability is indeed well-suited for concealment. I hope he can evade the Revolutionary Army's pursuit. As Eddie finished speaking, a young man rushed in, panting heavily. Bad news? Captain Eddie. Samir, what have you uncovered? Captain, I heard from the townsfolk that Odric and his crew have been captured by the Navy. What? Although he had prepared himself mentally, Eddie still exclaimed, what exactly happened? The islanders claimed the Navy apprehended several gang members, and judging by their scarred faces, it can be inferred that they belong to the Hellfire organization. Moreover, one of them attempted to alter their appearance to infiltrate the Navy. To clarify, I spent a considerable sum and finally learned from a security officer that the Navy has captured a person with the face-changing fruit ability. Odric has truly been captured? Who apprehended him? It is said to be a new recruit named Li Wei. He has imprisoned Odric and his entire crew. Li Wei? The man referred to as Captain repeated the name, then turned to the burly man and bellowed, Malfoy, why are you still standing idle? Get to work, today. We must secure those antiques. Understood, Captain. The burly man immediately approached the battered Peccolo once more. Meanwhile, the scout Samir continued, additionally, Captain, I've heard that 2 more antique dealers have arrived on the island. They are also staying at that inn and are searching for the individual we have abducted. Furthermore, several new Navy recruits have become involved as well. More antique dealers? It seems fortune smiles upon us, my friends. We are on the cusp of great wealth. Eddie erupted into laughter. At the Navy's encampment, in the office, Branu surveyed the young man before him, Butchie, and smiled. There is no need to be so anxious. I called you here merely for a routine inquiry. Mr. Anderson has provided substantial assistance to our Navy, and as his son. First, I am Butchie. Not just the son of a wealthy man. Second, I wish to know, Commander, has my father contacted you? Branu was taken aback by Butchie's sudden reaction. He paused before replying, Mr. Anderson has not reached out to me. That is good to hear, Commander. I wish to prove myself on my own merit. So I hope you can view me through the lens of an ordinary person, assessing my potential to become a Navy soldier. Additionally, I hope you won't hinder Levi's enlistment due to his pirate lineage. Well, I always tell new recruits that the primary requirement for joining the Navy is to possess a heart for justice. During the last introduction of recruits, I did not hear your purpose for joining. That is why I called you in to understand your motivation, as it is crucial. I joined the Navy to eradicate evil and promote virtue, as I stated earlier. That is not your true reason. I wish to hear the honest truth. Observing the young man's momentary bewilderment, Branu picked up a stack of documents from the table and continued, Butchie, you may not be aware, but many on this island do not hold you in high regard. It seems you have not performed any just deeds. However, 2 months ago, just as the Navy was preparing for the global recruitment, you abruptly hired a coach and began specialized training for the selection projects, training with remarkable dedication. What transpired during this period? Why the sudden desire to join the Navy? This does not appear to be a spur-of-the-moment decision. If you cannot provide an honest answer and a reasonable explanation, I fear you may struggle to pass this background investigation for new recruits. After a lengthy pause, Butchie finally raised his head, his expression serious. A significant part of my motivation to join the Navy is Levi. What? You wish to join the Navy because of Levi? Bruno inquired abruptly, his face a portrait of confusion. One was a scion of wealth, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, leading a life of ease and indulgence from a tender age. The other was the offspring of a pirate, orphaned and notoriously indolent, often regarded as a worthless drifter by many on the island. To an observer, these 2 individuals appeared to inhabit entirely separate worlds. Buck, seemingly attuned to the commander's thoughts, pondered for a moment before elucidating. Although Levi and I seem to hail from divergent realms, many perceive us as remarkably similar. He is deemed a slothful wastrel, while I am regarded as a fool who flaunts wealth and is easily swayed into lavish spending. Together, we are considered the island's 2 grand curiosities. Bruno began to comprehend. It was no wonder that during the investigation, many laughed heartily when discussing Buck's character. Their mirth bore a resemblance to the blatant mockery directed at Levi. Interestingly, I too have unintentionally overheard others discussing me in such a manner. Initially, I was led to believe that Levi was a figure of considerable renown, sharing my status as Master Buck, only to discover he was quite the contrary. Buck shook his head, a wry smile etched on his face. After a brief pause, he continued, it dawned on me that the adulation I received, with everyone circling around me and referring to me as Master Buck, was merely a fade, a ploy to extract wealth from me simply because I am Anderson's son. Thus, I resolved to prove my worth, to demonstrate that I, Master Buck, am a person of substance, deserving of pride from my father and the entire island. So, You enlisted in the Navy? Bruno queried. Indeed, Buck replied. Joining the Navy to combat pirates seemed the most fitting path to validate my worth. Bruno grasped the underlying motives, understanding why this fellow would deliberately oppose Levi. Initially, Buck's sentiments towards Levi were rooted in disdain and resentment, but as they became contemporaries in training, that sentiment evolved into rivalry and admiration. Their relationship was indeed intricate. However, Buck did not anticipate Levi's participation in the enlistment selection, especially not his achievement of first place. He continues to overshadow me, Buck said with a hint of reluctance. He just received a commendation banner. When Mr. Barrow presented the banner to Levi, he expressed genuine joy upon learning that Buck would also join the Navy. I believe that with diligent training and a resolute spirit, the townspeople's perception of you will soon alter, Bruno assured him. Is it true? Buck responded. The bookstore owner does seem genuinely pleased for me. Regardless, I absolutely will not be outshone by Levi. Indeed, Bruno affirmed, to become an exemplary naval officer, possessing a fundamental sense of justice is essential. But a competitive spirit is equally important. Although your motivations may lack purity, they are nonetheless justifiable. The Navy welcomes you. Congratulations on passing the background check. You are now a bona fide naval recruit. As he spoke, Bruno retrieved a document from his drawer and handed it over. Am I truly a naval recruit now? Buck exclaimed, grasping the paper which bore the bold inscription, Navy Enlistment Notification. Yet, he quickly inquired, what of Levi? Did he pass the background check? Who else in our cohort has been accepted? Bruno shook his head. Regarding Levi, the Navy is still deliberating. His circumstances are indeed unique. As for your second question, aside from Levi, the other candidates have been confirmed for enlistment. Ah, I see, Buck replied. Commander Bruno, I hope you won't hinder Levi's entry into the Navy simply because he is the son of a pirate. He is genuinely a good person. He added hastily. I am not advocating for Levi, mind you. If he does not join the Navy, how can I hope to surpass him? I refuse to remain in his shadow. I understand, and I shall relay your information about Levi truthfully to the higher-ups. For now, Buck, you should return and spend time with Mr. Anderson. Once the roster is finalized, we shall depart this island for the recruit training camp. Very well, I understand. Farewell, Commander Bruno. As Buck exited, Bruno glanced once more at the enlistment notification in his drawer, the name Levi prominently displayed. He picked it up, gazing thoughtfully at it, murmuring, I hope Mr. Yishin can persuade Admiral Borsalino. With that, Bruno tucked the enlistment form at the bottom of the stack, where another name, William Hanna, awaited. He took out his snail phone and dialed a number. Before long, the connection was made, and he promptly requested William Hanna to visit the Navy station. Before he could finish speaking, Hanna's enthusiastic voice responded, Of course, Commander Bruno. This genius will be there shortly. Meanwhile, in another room at the station, Fujitora expressed his frustration. Mr. Borsalino, why do you treat Levi with such leniency? You must recognize that in terms of ability and merit, he is more than qualified to join the Navy. Tell me, what new recruit has quelled the ruckus caused by the broadcast pirates, thwarted a kidnapping scheme by local thugs, and rescued a child from the clutches of the Hellfire organization, while also apprehending several fugitive members? I believe these accomplishments merit his promotion to private first class. Mr. Yisham, please temper your anger. Your expression is rather intimidating. I am aware that Levi is a rare talent, which is precisely why I wish to observe him for a while longer. According to the locals, he was once deemed a mere sunbather. Yet in just a few days he seems to have transformed, consistently defeating formidable foes. Do you not find this suspicious? Borsalino replied in a languid tone. To block a genius from joining the Navy based on such unfounded doubts contradicts the very purpose of the Navy's global recruitment efforts, does it not? I merely suggested a period of observation. I did not imply that the young man should be barred from enlistment. Mr. Yishun, I know you have a penchant for gambling, but some bets carry grave consequences. I must attend to the background checks for the Admiral. I am quite busy and must take my leave. With that, Borsalino waved his hand dismissively and departed. An ineffective Admiral, Fujitora muttered under his breath as he watched Borsalino leave, only to be interrupted by the ringing of his snail phone. Upon answering, he frowned. You say revolutionaries have arrived on the island? Understood. I shall keep an eye on this matter. At Anderson's mansion, it has been a while, Mr. Anderson. You appear to be in poor health. Do take care, Green remarked. Ah, Green, it is merely an old ailment. Otherwise, I would not be reduced to a wealthy invalid. Yet, this affliction serves as a reminder that I am still alive. Had it not been for Mr. Kuma's intervention, I would have become a mere skeleton in the Valley of the Gods. Seated in his office chair, Anderson regarded the two individuals before him, both adorned with protective goggles, and replied in a calm manner. Mr. Anderson, please do not say that. Without your substantial support, we would not have progressed so swiftly. The Supreme Commander specifically instructed us to express our gratitude towards you. Enough of that. Let us discuss the matter at hand. DuPont, please take the lead, he suggested. Certainly, Mr. Anderson. This meeting was actually facilitated by Levi, DuPont began. Oh, Levi, the young man who came to repair the artifact last time? I recall he, like Butchie, is a new recruit in the Navy. How did he come to associate with you? Anderson inquired. DuPont explained briefly how they had come to know Levi. That young man even saved a child from the hands of the Hellfire organization? He is indeed a remarkable individual, Anderson remarked, maintaining his composed demeanor. Indeed. The people on the island are saying that Levi single-handedly defeated and apprehended several members of the Hellfire organization, DuPont added. He truly did vanquish those gang members. Both Green and I witnessed it ourselves, interjected Curry. Moreover, that fellow even employed the tornado ability, which is the Supreme Commander's power. What? There shouldn't be another devil fruit with the same power in this world, Anderson exclaimed, his tone tinged with surprise. The tornado ability? I suspect it may merely be one of his many capabilities. DuPont hesitated before revealing the details of Levi's duel with Butchie's trainers. Running on water and performing a plank under 1,000 kilograms of weight. Such feats are beyond Levi's prowess. Furthermore, when I assisted in unloading the weights from his back, I distinctly felt a transparent object beneath him that vanished in an instant. Additionally, I heard young Master Butchie mention that Levi possesses the ability to burrow underground. So many abilities? It appears that repairing artifacts is yet another of his talents. No wonder Levi emphasized that only he could utilize that particular liquid, Anderson said. Enlightenment dawning upon him. Upon hearing this, the room fell into silence. After a moment, Anderson broke the stillness, smiling as he spoke. Perhaps this is the hand of fate. DuPont, Green, I recommend you endeavor to fulfill the tasks Levi has entrusted to you. My intuition tells me he is destined to transform the Navy and the world. Indeed. I share that sentiment. DuPont, please elaborate on Levi's purpose for summoning us, Anderson encouraged. Very well, DuPont nodded, succinctly recounting the matters involving Levi, the antiquities dealer, and the steel blade pirates. After concluding, he produced a bag from his pocket, revealing a tattered towel. This towel is often used by the antiquities dealer Pekalu to clean artifacts. It carries Pekalu's scent, and I hope that with Green's fruit ability, we can ascertain Pekalu's whereabouts. I shall do my utmost, Green replied, taking the bag and extracting the towel. He held it to his nose, inhaling deeply, then furrowed his brow. This scent, I've encountered it recently. Where could it have been? Really? Think carefully. If we could locate Pekalu, I believe both Levi and young Master Butchie would be delighted. DuPont urged. Meanwhile, in a modest room at the Navy's base, upon seeing the banner in Levi's possession, William Hanna expressed his envy with admiration. You truly are impressive. To have achieved such honor without even joining the Navy yet. Beside him, Butchie muttered, it's just an ordinary banner. What is so remarkable about it? I have my own achievements in the Navy. He abruptly fell silent. Your face betrays your jealousy. Is it so difficult for you to acknowledge Levi's excellence? We won't be outdone by Levi. Just wait and see, Butchie retorted, rising from his seat. I must head home now and keep an eye on the movements of that pirate crew. As the door closed, William Hanna eagerly inquired, Levi, has Commander Branu spoken with you? Not at all. I only know that he spoke with Butchie. It seems Butchie has conducted a background check on the recruits. Yours should be forthcoming as well. That shouldn't be the case. Given your numerous accomplishments, you should be the first to join the Navy. No hurry. For me at this moment, no news is good news. As long as Branu hasn't directly informed me that my background check was unsuccessful, I still have a chance. Moreover, I can use this time to track down the steel blade pirates. Li Wei spoke with feigned indifference. William Hanna chuckled and replied, that's perfect. The collaboration of two geniuses like us will surely obliterate that pirate crew. Li Wei, I shall take my leave to find Commander Branlow. Go ahead. Li Wei found himself alone in his room, reclining on the bed as he activated the system to meticulously examine the props and skills at his disposal. Upon encountering the occupational task, a thought crossed his mind. I never anticipated that the first task would be so arduous. How will I navigate the forthcoming challenges? Can I truly return to the realm of reality? Just as doubt began to creep in, he heard the sound of the phone bug. Upon retrieving it, he discovered it was a call from DuPont. Li Wei hastily answered, inquiring, Mr. DuPont, do you have any leads on Pekalu? Indeed, it was the case. And quite fortuitously so, but let us allow Mr. Green to elucidate further. A surge of joy welled up in Li Wei's heart, only to be promptly followed by the voice of Mr. Green. Do you recall the woods where we first met? I believe I caught a whiff of the person you seek there. Could it be that the disappearance of Pekalu is the doing of those who dwell in the inferno? Putting such thoughts aside, Mr. Green continued, now that we have a lead, we must venture forth. With this in mind, Li Wei eagerly replied, let us go at once to investigate. If Pekalu truly lingers near the woods by the landfill, his situation may be perilous. I share your sentiments, Li Wei, Mr. Green concurred. Let us convene at the entrance of the forest. Li Wei acquiesced and hung up the phone, just as he was about to step outside. He opened the door to find a familiar figure standing at the entrance, poised to knock. Admiral Fujitora, are you here to see me? Li Wei was momentarily taken aback. Then inquired, you seem quite anxious. Do you wish to go out? Upon hearing this question, Li Wei immediately recalled what Fujitora had once stated about his ability to discern whether someone was lying. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to respond truthfully. Indeed. I have a pressing matter to attend to. However, Admiral Fujitora, is there something you wish to discuss with me? The peril of being pursued by the Hellfire organization notwithstanding. Your urgency to venture out suggests that this matter holds significant importance for you. Might you share it with me? Li Wei found himself in a dilemma. He understood all too well that declining to respond would inevitably arouse suspicion, and such behavior was unbecoming towards a benefactor. However, he could neither fabricate a lie nor disclose matters concerning the Revolutionary Army. Thus, he could only smile and say, of course, that is not an issue. Subsequently, Li Wei elaborated on the information he had gleaned from an undercover agent introduced by Fujitora. He recounted how he learned of the hotel where the steel knife pirates were staying, and during his investigation, he fortuitously discovered the disappearance of an antique dealer who resided in the same establishment. As he narrated, he pondered how to articulate his thoughts effectively. At last, Li Wei formulated his words and hastened his speech, explaining that while rescuing Jewel, he had noticed signs of activity in the woods. Thus, leveraging his connection with Bucci, he had sent the bodyguard DuPont to investigate. DuPont reported that indeed, some strangers had been spotted in the wooded area near the dump, prompting Li Wei's desire to explore further. Once he concluded his account, Li Wei exhaled with relief and added, I believe this is a lead. Even if we cannot locate the steel knife pirates, rescuing even one person would be a significant achievement. Fujitora remarked, how commendable that you prioritize the safety of civilians and excel at uniting the strength of others. Both qualities are truly rare. Not to mention, you have undertaken numerous endeavors to avenge Tom and to join the Navy. I have not misjudged you. Upon hearing Fujitora's praise, Li Wei humbly responded, I have always believed that protecting civilians is the Navy's foremost duty. Lacking formidable strength myself, I must rely more on the strengths of others. After all, while one can travel swiftly, a group can journey much farther. It is indeed an intriguing perspective. In fact, I sought you today for the purpose of the so-called background investigation of new recruits. I regret to inform you that I could not persuade the higher-ups, resulting in the Navy's decision to extend your observation period. However, rest assured that as long as no adverse incidents occur during this period, I believe you will certainly be able to join the Navy. Adverse incidents? Now, as he sought to uncover the whereabouts of Pekaru while collaborating with the Revolutionary Army, could this not be deemed an adverse situation? Li Wei silently contemplated, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he nodded and replied, I understand. Thank you, Admiral Fujitora. No need for thanks. You may return to your duties now. However, do exercise caution, for the Hellfire faction may very well be keeping a close watch on you. Fujitora remarked, shifting his posture slightly after speaking. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Wei promptly responded, yes, I will soon meet with Mr. DuPont. He is the bodyguard of the wealthiest man. There should be no issues. After speaking, he closed the door and departed. However, once Li Wei left, Fujitora furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, this lad is not speaking the truth. He shook his head and walked away. At the naval station in Branla's office, William Hanner glanced briefly at the enlistment notice before placing it in his pocket and lightly patting it. He smiled and remarked, this is merely the first step, entirely expected. However, Commander, you will soon take pride in having issued this notice to me, a prodigy. Truly, as the grandson of the Air Marshal, he exuded remarkable confidence. Branlo, still smiling, inquired, in truth, given your circumstances, you need not participate in the enlistment selection, correct? How do you know my background? William replied, the investigation into the backgrounds of new recruits is not merely a formality. I heard you intentionally traverse several islands to avoid your family and reach here for the selection. Why is that? Isn't it obvious? I aim to prove that I am a genius, and nothing more. Upon hearing this, Branlo seemed to have anticipated his response. Indeed, well, you have now achieved that goal. Not quite. My ambition is to surpass my grandfather and become a heroic admiral of the Navy. Keep striving. I hope you do not disappoint your grandfather. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. As Branlo spoke, he mused to himself. The Air Marshal is the supreme commander of the world government's military. Even if you become an admiral, it does not truly surpass him. I have one more question. Why has Li Wei not yet joined the Navy? For this inquiry, Branlo was well prepared. Li Wei's situation is rather unique. Thus, Admiral Kizaru has suggested a period of further observation. Rest assured, as long as no unusual circumstances arise during this observation period, he will become your fellow comrade. This is quite troublesome. I ought to consult my grandfather and have him speak to Admiral Akainu about this matter. Having said this, William Hanner waved his hand and took his leave. At the entrance of the island's rubbish dump, within the woods, Li Wei paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at the path he had taken, his face betraying a look of anxiety. This shouldn't be the case. He had been entangled with Admiral Fujitora for quite some time, and logically speaking, DuPont, Green, and the others should have arrived by now. Could something have happened? Li Wei intended to retrieve his phone bug when, at last, he encountered the person he had longed to see. I apologize. I was momentarily delayed by certain matters, Green hastily explained upon arrival. Noticing the dust clinging to Green's attire, Li Wei inquired with heightened alertness, have you been attacked? Was it the Navy? You guessed correctly, however. The situation has been resolved. We managed to shake them off, so rest assured. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's mind wandered back to the words of Fujitora, who had mentioned that as long as no unfortunate incidents occurred during the observation period, one would surely be able to join the Navy. Given the current circumstances, he hesitated only briefly before arriving at a decision. Rescuing lives is paramount. Let us proceed swiftly, Mr. Green, after you. Just as they were about to enter the thicket, a sudden cacophony of blaring sounds erupted. Li Wei had no choice but to halt his steps and retrieve the communicator. Once connected, he was greeted by Buchi's frantic and anxious voice. A dozen individuals had arrived at the hotel, seemingly in pursuit of the two antique dealers. Among them, was there a portly man? He bore a slender mustache upon his face. Levi inquired casually. There were no overweight individuals present, however. They appeared quite fierce as they pounded on the antiques dealer's door. Fortunately, it seemed that the dealer was not at home, as the group was stationed at the entrance. All right, Butch, you keep watch, but be sure not to intervene. We will soon come to your aid, Levi instructed. After uttering these words, he glanced at the three individuals beside him and added, It seems we must divide our efforts. How shall we allocate our tasks? Green asked directly. Levi pondered for a moment before responding, Very well, Mr. Green, you must stay. Without your fruit ability, it would be impossible to locate Piccolo. I shall team up with you. As for DuPont and Curry, you two will provide support for Butchie. The others expressed no objections to this arrangement. Subsequently, Levi contacted Jim via the telephone bug, instructing him to summon Daniel and others to assist at the inn. Having completed these tasks, the group dispersed into action. As they entered the woods, Green walked alongside Levi, continuously sniffing the air. Before long, he guided Levi deep into the forest. After taking only a few steps, he paused and spoke softly. Aside from the antique dealer's scent, I detect the presence of others in this area, at least 50 individuals. 50 in number? Do any of them bear the scent of the Hellfire gang that you are familiar with? None. I suspect these individuals are not from the Mafia, as they lack the distinct aroma characteristic of the Hellfire organization. Since they are not affiliated with Hellfire, they are likely members of the Steelblade Pirates. With this thought in mind, Levi inquired, What is their strength? Their strength? I cannot ascertain that. I am not particularly skilled in observation hockey, and my dog fruit ability has not developed to the point where I can determine an opponent's strength merely by scent. However, you can pinpoint their location, correct? Upon seeing Green nod, Levi continued, Though they are numerous, the expanse of this forest is vast, allowing them to be dispersed in their watch. This presents us with the opportunity to take them out one by one. Moreover, our objective is to rescue the hostages. Once we have liberated them, any remaining foes, regardless of their number, can be dealt with by the Navy. While speaking, he retrieved an air pistol from the system, and a black object resembling a finger guard appeared on his right index finger. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. Let us resolve this swiftly, Green replied, taking a deep sniff and pointing in a direction. The antique dealer should be nearby, but approximately 10 meters away, there are 3 individuals. Li Wei nodded and followed closely behind Green. The two of them crept over quietly, and, indeed, they spotted 3 individuals seated together, engaged in lively conversation over drinks. It was evident that they had indulged quite a bit, as they all appeared to be inebriated. Their evident fondness for alcohol suggested that they might truly belong to the Steelblade pirate crew. In Li Wei's mind, he quietly thought and then said, I will handle the 2 over here. The remaining one is in your hands, Mr. Green. The 2 of them, under the cover of the woods, gradually approached the enemy from both sides. Upon seeing Green's signal, Li Wei extended his index finger, aiming at the back of the enemy's head. And seizing the moment when the enemy took a sip of his drink, he softly uttered, Bang! The man tilted his head as if intoxicated, swaying and collapsing to the ground. Haha, you've lost. The 2 nearby burst into laughter. Simultaneously, Green leaped forward, delivering a powerful elbow strike to another enemy. Meanwhile, Li Wei continued to utilize his air pistol, incapacitating the last enemy as well. What sort of ability is this? Green quickly inquired, having witnessed Li Wei's method of attack. Well, it's a special technique of mine called the shaking gun technique, Li Wei explained with some difficulty. As the name suggests, it involves rapidly shaking my fingers to create an explosive wind, and then firing what resembles air bullets to knock them down. Is it akin to Mr. Ivankov's Deathwink? Only he blinks rapidly while you shake your fingers quickly? Ivankov. Li Wei immediately recalled that what Green referred to was the Demon King, who indeed possessed a peculiar blinking attack technique. He nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Yes, that's about right. As he spoke, he propped up the unconscious enemy against a tree, arranging him in a posture reminiscent of slumber. Such an extraordinary technique. Noticing Green's intent to inquire further, Li Wei swiftly redirected the conversation. Let us first rescue Piccolo. This way, he added. Under Green's guidance, the 2 continued their journey. Before long, a gentle rain began to fall from the heavens. Accompanied by the sound of raindrops and the shelter of the trees, they quickened their pace and soon dispatched over 20 adversaries. At last, they beheld the large tree to which a person was bound. Beside it stood a burly man wielding a whip, while several individuals lingered around them. Indeed, this group was holding someone captive. Is he the antiquarian you seek? Li Wei focused intently and shook his head. The individual bowed their head, obscuring their features. However, their physique bore a striking resemblance. Let us rescue them first, he suggested. Yet, with nearly 30 individuals gathered here, a direct confrontation would be unwise. Instead, let us employ a strategy to lure them away. Li Wei concurred with the strategy. A splendid idea, Mr. Green. You shall divert their attention while I seize the opportunity to rescue the hostages. Mr. Green initially intended to undertake the rescue himself, but he witnessed Li Wei suddenly producing a powder box in his hands. Applying some of the powder with a puff, Li Wei declared, Mr. Green, you must lead the enemies away as swiftly as possible. I can only sustain this for 2 or 3 minutes. However, do not fret for my safety. I will undoubtedly rescue the hostages and have a means of escape. As he spoke, Li Wei sank into the ground, revealing only his head. Are you truly not an ability user? No, it is impossible for an ability user to possess such diverse skills. Enough of this. Saving the hostages is paramount. Mr. Li Wei, please take this knife. With it, you can sever the ropes to free them. Indeed, time is of the essence. Let us proceed with urgency. Li Wei grasped the knife and vanished beneath the earth. Witnessing this spectacle, Mr. Green stood momentarily dumbfounded, but he quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, Who are you? How dare you inflict harm upon others? There is an ambush. Everyone, be cautious. The assailants, well trained, swiftly drew their knives and turned towards the source of the commotion. Mr. Green had transformed into his beastly form and taunted, A pitiful lot. I alone can dispatch you all. No sooner had he spoken than the assailants, enraged, shouted, Cut him down. Nonetheless, Mr. Green remained resolute in his objective, turning to flee while glancing back to find several adversaries hot on his heels. Seizing this moment, Li Wei stealthily emerged from the ground and reappeared behind a large tree, swiftly slicing through the ropes binding the hostage. The captive, already gravely injured, faltered as the ropes fell away, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Li Wei hurriedly emerged from the underground and assisted the fallen man to his feet. The man lifted his head, gazed at Li Wei, and uttered, It's you? How did you come to rescue me? However, as soon as he spoke, his head tilted, and he fainted. Something felt amiss. One must be wary, for that individual may have accomplices. The burly man, wielding a whip, upon hearing a commotion from behind, suddenly realized the situation. He swiftly turned back with several others, only to witness the unfolding scene. They had nearly fallen into a trap. Everyone, together. Let us slay them. Despite being surrounded by armed adversaries and an unconscious hostage, Li Wei smiled faintly. Instead of retreating, he waved at Green, who was about to turn back, and shouted, Do not worry about me. Let's each save ourselves. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Green hesitated momentarily before continuing to run forward, choosing to trust in his companion's abilities. However, the enemies had a different perspective. Particularly Malfoy, brandishing his whip, felt slighted by Li Wei's demeanor and bellowed, Arrogant fool, taste the might of my whip. Yes, let us turn him into mincemeat and demonstrate the prowess of our steel blade pirate crew. With that, they charged toward Li Wei, brandishing their swords and whips. The steel blade pirate crew? It seems my suspicions were indeed correct. The vendetta against the Tom brothers can finally be avenged. Li Wei felt a surge of joy in his heart, yet he was acutely aware that his true strength was insufficient to confront such a multitude. Thus, he resolved to first evade their peak and wait for the opportune moment to strike. Once the enemy descended directly beneath him, their doom would be sealed. Prior to his rescue mission, Li Wei meticulously devised a battle plan, intending to make the most of the rainy weather. He hastily retrieved his first acquired skill, Rainbow Catcher, from the system. Instantly, a peculiar mask materialized upon his visage. The front of the mask was adorned with 3 vibrant rainbow stripes, while 5 vertical slits were present at the mouth. Harnessing the capabilities of Rainbow Catcher, Li Wei immobilized the raindrops surrounding him. He then supported the unconscious Pekalu and swiftly stepped onto the suspended droplets, beginning his ascent along their shimmering path. Witnessing this spectacle, the Steel Blade pirates were rendered speechless, quickly erupting into a cacophony of confusion. What kind of ability is this? How can he remain suspended in midair? Moonstep. He must be one of the Navy. Regardless of who he is, let us bring him down. The irate Malfoy lashed out with his whip, which slithered through the air like a venomous serpent, aiming directly for Li Wei's feet. Come down, he growled menacingly. Li Wei had anticipated this reaction from his foes. After all, he had observed the burly man wielding a whip prior to his rescue attempt. However, he remained unfazed, for Rainbow Catcher offered more than mere suspension of raindrops. According to the system's description, this skill could also serve as an obstruction to deflect enemy attacks and transform raindrops into lethal projectiles. Now that the adversaries had entered his attack range, Li Wei raised his hand to shield himself, solidifying the dense raindrops into a barrier that intercepted the whip's strike. With a resounding crack, the whip rebounded unexpectedly, catching Malfoy off guard and striking him across the face. He clutched his visage, letting out a pained cry. At this moment, Li Wei pressed his hand down, transforming the raindrops into razor-sharp blades of water, akin to a downpour of concealed daggers, aimed at the foes below. Ah! They shrieked in dismay. Levi perceived a chorus of agonizing cries emanating from beneath him. Abruptly, the lamentations ceased. Malfoy and his band of buccaneers were riddled with minuscule perforations across their countenances and physiques, from which crimson fluid gushed forth. The deluge mingled with the effluents, inundating the entirety of their beings and the very earth beneath them in a sanguineous hue. Li Wei had not anticipated the terrifying power of the rainbow catcher. Upon witnessing the grim fate of his adversaries, he initially felt a surge of horror. However, upon reflection, he recognized that these pirates were wretches deserving of their demise, and their deaths served the cause of justice. Just as he was about to continue his pursuit of the remaining pirates, the survivors, upon witnessing the inexplicable and gruesome deaths of their comrades, lost their will to fight. They turned and fled in panic, like dogs without a home. Monsters! I do not wish to perish at the hands of a monster. Do not revel in your triumph. When our captain returns, we shall exact our revenge. Observing the pirates scatter in disarray, Li Wei realized that, given his speed, he could not catch up to them. Yet, from their words, he discerned that Eddie was not within the woods. Levi cast another glance at Kizaru beside him, who was battered and on the verge of death. Resolute in his decision, Levi supported the injured man and slowly made his way towards Green. Upon returning to Green's side, he sprinted forward with all his might. However, after just a few steps, several burly men wielding sharp weapons appeared before him. That devil fruit user is our adversary. Everyone, proceed with caution, regardless of his abilities. He stands alone. Let us confront him together. I have no doubt we can overcome him. Recognizing the fierce individuals before him, Green quickly identified them. They were all foes who had been defeated by Levi's quivering spear technique, and astonishingly, they had regained consciousness so swiftly. As they prepared to encircle him, Green remained unperturbed. With a swift leap, he harnessed the primal power of the dog fruit, effortlessly ascending into the branches of a tree. The pirates surrounded the tree, fixating on their foe below. Just as Green contemplated leaping through the foliage to escape his encirclement, he was suddenly startled by the sounds of anguished cries emanating from behind him. Could it be that Levi is besieged by enemies? His marksmanship is rather ineffective. Contemplating this, Green turned back towards Levi's direction. However, after only a few steps, he beheld an individual adorned with a peculiar mask, supporting the wounded antiquities dealer, hovering in midair. Do the adversaries also possess extraordinary abilities? Green immediately entered a combat stance, only to be greeted by a familiar voice. Mr. Green, why have you returned? I told you not to worry about me. Is that you, Levi? What kind of power is this? Upon uttering these words, Green saw the other nod in agreement. We should escape for now. This fellow is gravely injured, and we must hasten to get him to the hospital. That makes sense. Having said this, the two of them turned and sprinted towards the forest exit. Do not let them escape. This is a considerable ransom. Where is Malfoy? How could he allow this to happen and let them flee? The group that had been pursuing Green immediately recognized the person beside Levi and erupted in renewed shouts. Levi gazed down at the pirates below, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. They had come to seal their own fate, to prevent any harm from befalling his comrades. He first called out a warning, Mr. Green, could you leap a tad higher? Although Green was perplexed by Levi's intentions, he swiftly replied, no problem. As soon as the words left his lips, Green prepared to spring onto a nearby, even taller tree. Li Wei had assumed a stance ready for attack. However, at that moment, a scream echoed from ahead. Not good, the Navy is coming. Everyone run. Following the sound, Li Wei immediately recognized that it was a pirate who had been rendered unconscious by an air pistol. Nevertheless, due to the limited power of the air bullets, they soon regained consciousness. Yet, he did not dwell on this matter. Instead, a profound sense of confusion enveloped him. How could the Navy possibly arrive here? Li Wei was deep in thought when his reverie was interrupted by Green's voice. I apologize, but I am unable to meet with the naval personnel. Farewell. As he spoke, Green waved at Li Wei and swiftly leaped through the trees, quickly vanishing from sight. Li Wei experienced a moment of clarity. This contingent of Navy personnel was likely in pursuit of Green. However, as a mere naval recruit, he felt little cause for alarm. He carefully stowed away the knife that Green had given him and returned to the surface, awaiting the arrival of the Navy. Moments later, a group of sailors appeared before him. Noticing their wary gazes fixed upon him, Li Wei wished to avoid unnecessary complications and promptly greeted them. Just as he was about to introduce himself, a gruff voice interrupted him. Who are you? Where is the revolutionary soldier who accompanied you? What revolutionary soldier? Li Wei was well prepared. He furrowed his brow, assumed an innocent expression, and began to scrutinize the other person. The individual had a square-shaped face, with two tufts of whiskers at the corners of his mouth, seemingly resembling a character from the original work who had appeared in the Alabasta Kingdom arc. However, who exactly was this fellow? Li Wei contemplated for a moment before relinquishing his thoughts. Just as he intended to inquire about the other party's name, he found himself a moment too late. Still pretending to be oblivious? Seize him and confine him in a dungeon. I have no doubt he will eventually confess. As he spoke, the square-faced officer gestured, and the naval soldiers behind him encircled Li Wei. Please wait, he exclaimed. I am Li Wei, a new recruit in the Navy. Here under the orders of Admiral Fujitora to rescue the hostages. We are all part of the Navy. I fail to comprehend why this officer wishes to apprehend me. Li Wei replied calmly, Fujitora? The Admiral? You must be referring to Admiral Fujitora. However, as you are under his command, you should be aware that as a naval soldier, associating with the Revolutionary Army is a grave offense. Why do you slander me? Moreover, as a member of the Navy, your foremost duty is to safeguard the civilians. At this critical moment, you ought to prioritize tending to the injured instead of entangling yourself in matters concerning the Revolutionary Army. Are you not allied with the Steelblade pirate crew? Levi gazed intently at the other party and responded with resolute conviction. The square-faced officer was momentarily rendered speechless. The urgency of saving a life took precedence. The injured individual was a wealthy antiquities dealer from the kingdom of Alabasta. Surely, you are familiar with this realm. Should this man perish, I assure you, it would not only be you held accountable, but even Admiral Fujitora and Admiral Kizaru would face scrutiny. At this juncture, Levi softened his tone slightly and added, as for other matters, I believe they can be placed secondary. The officer glanced at Levi once more and, ultimately, had no choice but to acquiesce to this reasonable request. First, the injured must be transported to the hospital. As for you, please elucidate why you were acting in concert with the Revolutionary Army. Tell me, are you an undercover agent? Levi observed as several naval soldiers carried a stretcher, delicately placing Pekalu upon it. Throughout this process, he took care to remind them gently, be cautious. This man is gravely injured. Only after Pekalu was taken away did Levi turn his head, responding slowly, I fail to comprehend your words. Do not feign ignorance. We have interrogated the captured pirates, and they unanimously mentioned that you arrived with another individual, a user of the Inu Nomi. I surmise he is none other than the elite cadre of the Revolutionary Army operating in the Grand Line, known as Green. Livy, however, smiled and remarked, are the words of pirates truly to be regarded as evidence? Moreover, in the absence of tangible proof, there is no way to charge me. Regardless of how one may argue, you remain a suspect and must submit to the Navy's interrogation. Before he could finish speaking, Livy heard the sound of a transponder snail ringing in his pocket. He hastily gestured to answer it, only to hear William Hanner's anxious voice on the other end. This is Dyer, Livy. The group from the hotel belongs to the Steelblade pirates. We weren't able to apprehend them all, and they have now fled to the park. The park? Is that not the very place where Tom and his brother frequently frolic? Li Wei felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, William Hanna continued. They have taken several children hostage. These pirates are using children as leverage, which is utterly despicable. What? I shall be there at once. Li Wei's greatest fear had come to fruition. He was consumed by an urgent desire to rush to the park and rescue the children. His instinct suggested that Tom might very well be among the hostages. However, just as Li Wei prepared to leave, he found himself confronted by an individual standing directly in his path. It was none other than the square-faced officer, who seized Li Wei by the shoulder and declared, Do not even think about fleeing, you suspect. Do not impede my efforts to save lives. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Li Wei articulated each word with great urgency, his heart aflame with desperation. Unwilling to be hindered by this group of naval officers and thus miss the opportune moment to save lives. What salvation are you speaking of? Why does your Revolutionary Army so delight in portraying itself as the harbinger of rescue, when all you bring to the world is the devastation of war and slaughter? Li Wei exhibited a lack of patience as he listened to the naval commander's speech, and suddenly, a straw appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was the tornado straw. This is the consequence of your own actions, he declared. With a powerful breath, he summoned a fierce whirlwind that swept up the unsuspecting naval officers and pirates alike into the air. You dare to assault the Navy? You will surely regret this, the naval commander warned. In response, Li Wei replied coolly, If I cannot rescue the child, that is the true regret I would feel. With that, he seized the opportunity to dash swiftly towards the exit of the woods. After a while, the naval personnel tumbled back to the ground. The square-faced commander quickly regained his footing, avoiding a fall. He surveyed his disoriented subordinates and the scattered pirates, calmly directing the Navy to apprehend the pirates attempting to flee amidst the chaos. Subsequently, the commander retrieved a transponder snail. Mr. Borsellino, this is Masakak. I have something of great importance to report to you. Just now, that new recruit, Li Wei, assaulted the Navy, employing a skill reminiscent of a dragon. Hence, we suspect he may be an undercover agent sent by the Revolutionary Army. Oh, Li Wei, is it? How terrifying. I shall come immediately. In the park, Li Wei, panting and breathless, concealed himself nearby, observing a group of individuals not far away. Alongside familiar faces such as William Hanner and Jim, there stood numerous anxious onlookers, fervently pleading, Do not harm my child. I will give you anything you desire. I implore you. In stark contrast, several menacing figures across from them erupted into laughter at these desperate entreaties. Alas, this group held a child in their left arms while brandishing knives in their right. The razor-sharp blades ominously poised against the vulnerable arteries of the children's necks. Nearby, several children wept loudly, including Tom, George, and Jewel. Among them was a particularly thin and short man, his eyes narrow and slitted, who sneered, Ha! You almost caught me. You're quite formidable indeed. But alas, I, Eddie, am not destined to meet my end today. With hostages in hand, what can you possibly do to me? Eddie, the captain of the Steelblade pirate crew? How could he possibly resemble this? He bore no resemblance to the likeness depicted on the bounty notice. Li Wei was engulfed in confusion. Are you Eddie, the wicked villain who murdered my parents? A youthful voice resonated throughout the venue. Li Wei could not help but let out a sigh, for the words came from Tom. "Aha, I recognize you. This child must be your younger brother. You both spent some time aboard our ship." Eddie pointed at George with a smug expression, continuing. "I have indeed been fortunate. Who would have thought that the burdensome child we intentionally released would turn out to be my lifeline? I am not a burden." "You wicked man," Tom exclaimed, his emotions surging as he attempted to lunge at Eddie. However, the pirate behind him held his neck in a tight grip, rendering him immobile. Observing the child's furious demeanor only added to Eddie's amusement. "I initially let you go merely to save on rations. Considering that the human auction house has closed down and no one wants human children anymore, we have consequently lost over 1 million berries. But it seems that you two orphans have proven useful at this juncture." Tom had already covered his brother's ears, his gaze fixed intensely on Eddie. In his anger, he had bitten his lip until it bled, yet he remained oblivious to the pain, continuing to clench his teeth. Witnessing this scene, Li Wei felt a heaviness in his chest, as if a weight were pressing upon him. He struggled to maintain his composure. Yet he could not fathom why Eddie appeared so drastically different from the bounty poster. Could it be that this vile villain had colluded with the Navy? Or perhaps he was somehow connected to the shape-shifting devil fruit user, Aldrich? Though perplexed, Li Wei pushed these thoughts aside, prioritizing the rescue of the children. "Are you Eddie, the captain of the Steel Blade Pirates? How do you look like this?" At that moment, William Hanna voiced the question that lingered in Li Wei's mind. "Haha, this is my true form. It's a pity that it has all been ruined," Eddie replied, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "You are all new recruits of the Navy, aren't you? Is there one among you named Li Wei? Step forward." How could the Steel Blade Pirates possibly know his name? Upon a flicker of recognition within Levi's mind, he overheard William Hanna jesting. "So, you are acquainted with Levi? Count yourselves fortunate he is not present, or you would not have the liberty to act with such impunity." At this remark, Butch reacted instinctively, turning his face aside with a snort. However, Eddie remained oblivious, brandishing his blade and lamenting, "A pity, I had hoped to cross swords with him. Yet, there will be future opportunities. If you wish to prevent the demise of these children, I suggest you promptly step aside." In response, the gathered parents erupted in cries of desperation. "Please, do not harm our children. Where's the Navy? Is this how you protect us?" Amidst the parents' lamentations, the children sobbed in terror, save for Tom, whose gaze was fixed upon Eddie, his eyes burning with resentment. Unperturbed, Eddie, nonetheless, grew irritated by the child's stare and delivered a sharp slap across his face. The resounding crack echoed as Tom's head snapped to the side, his cheeks swelling rapidly. Yet, with unyielding resolve, he lifted his gaze once more. Again and again, Eddie struck him, punctuating each blow with the taunt. "What is that look in your eyes? Do you imagine someone will come to your rescue?" Soon, Tom's face was unrecognizable. Yet he remained defiant, his eyes seeking to imprint the visage of his parents' murderer upon his memory, lest he forget. Losing all restraint, Eddie drew his blade, sneering. "Continue to stare, and I shall pluck out your eyes. As long as these children remain alive, the Navy dare not move against us." The cruelty of his words and actions proved unbearable for those present. Several parents clutched at William Hanna's arm, pleading, "Save our children. No, stand aside. These men are ruthless. They are capable of anything." Ignoring Eddie's threats, Tom, enduring the pain, fixed his gaze upon his tormentor with unwavering determination. At that moment, Jewel softly interjected, "Tom, do not fret. Levi will come to our rescue. He will apprehend these villains." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited within Tom's eyes, and he declared, "Yes. Levi will vanquish you, you wicked men." "What? Levi again? Where is he?" "A mere coward," Eddie scoffed, erupting in laughter. "Levi is no coward. He is the most valiant," Tom and Jewel proclaimed in unison. Eddie, with unrestrained force, struck each child across the face, bellowing, "A Navy recruit could never rescue you brats from our grasp. Cease your delusions. And you, Navy, stand aside, or we shall unleash a massacre." With these words, Eddie, leading the charge, propelled several children forward, advancing toward William Hanna and his comrades. Behind him, the pirates followed closely, their eyes darting warily, each clutching a child, shielding themselves with their bodies, and pressing their blades against the children's necks. William Hanna and his fellow recruits exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of their next move, and retreated. Butch muttered, "Where's Levi? What is taking him so long?" As Eddie and the Steel Fang pirates prepared to depart, Levi realized that further delay was not an option. He counted the enemy. 5 in total, including Eddie. They held 10 hostages. What was to be done? Li Wei activated the system to examine the skills and items at his disposal. Given the current circumstances, the most suitable tools for the task were the swimming powder and the air gun. He planned to use the swimming powder to stealthily infiltrate underground, drawing closer to the enemy before incapacitating them with the air gun. However, the pirate's blade was perilously close to the child's carotid artery, and the air gun's lethality was rather limited, potentially allowing the adversaries an opportunity to retaliate if he could not swiftly neutralize them. A moment's lapse in judgment could result in grave consequences for the child, possibly even leading to injury or death. Li Wei swiftly turned his head, yet upon further contemplation, he still could not devise a foolproof plan. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Indeed, the immediate priority was to rescue the child. It sufficed to ensure that the child did not sustain any life-threatening injuries. Given the current circumstances, injury was inevitable. It was impossible for me to extricate everyone without incurring harm. If I were to allow the Steel Blade pirates to depart unchallenged, they would undoubtedly take mere moments to harm the child once they were free. To render their blades harmless, this particular skill would suffice. Li Wei seemed to have made a resolute decision. He first applied some swimming powder onto his body and then submerged himself, swimming towards Eddie. After navigating through the underground waters for a while, Li Wei stealthily approached the rear of Eddie and his companions. He cautiously emerged, peeking out to observe the enemies not far away. As William, Hannah, and the parents were engrossed in the children, they failed to notice Li Wei's presence. The pirates, lacking eyes on the back of their heads, were equally oblivious to him. The distance was just right. Li Wei cast another glance at the 4 pirates huddled behind Eddie. They were tightly clustered together, seemingly apprehensive about a potential sniper attack from afar. This presented Li Wei with an excellent opportunity to strike decisively. Li Wei inhaled deeply and subsequently retrieved the flexible essence of love from the system. Utilizing this skill, he fashioned a gum-like substance that enveloped the pirates' blades, rendering them incapable of inflicting serious harm upon the child. This tactical maneuver was deemed a success, as long as the child's life was preserved. The defeat of the pirates would be a trivial matter. However, Li Wei was acutely aware that should he recklessly charge forward, even if he managed to eliminate these 4 pirates, it would inevitably alert Eddie ahead, who was surrounded by several children. The captain of the Steel Blade pirates could easily seize a nearby child, using them as leverage to coerce the Navy into sparing his crew, thus creating an opportunity for escape. With this in mind, Li Wei contemplated another skill, the Oath Shield. According to the system's skill description, the Oath Shield not only had the capacity to silence the user, temporarily nullifying their devil fruit abilities, but also granted Li Wei enhanced speed and the ability to convert his next ordinary attack into a downward strike. This should pose no issues. Li Wei nodded emphatically, resolutely seeking the opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, Eddie and his companions, witnessing the furious naval recruits and the anxious parents ahead, felt an escalating sense of audacity. He pointed at William Hannah and laughed heartily. Earlier at the inn, you were quite formidable, weren't you? Single-handedly dispatching several of my brothers. I command you to stab yourself now, or else the blade in my hand may find its way to these children. Very well. Without hesitation, William Hannah plunged the knife into his own arm. Haha, you are obedient indeed. The others should do the same. You are exempt, for without you, we cannot extricate ourselves from your encirclement. Eddie raised his knife, pointing it at a bespectacled recruit, who was none other than Brady. Brady, filled with shame, turned red and murmured to his companions, this is all my fault. If I had been able to stop them, we would not have descended to this dire situation. Do not blame yourself. You have just been injured. It was our oversight not to consider this. Ignore the pirate-esque taunts. He is merely trying to provoke you. Jim reassured, patting his friend's shoulder. You still have time to chat, completely disregarding my presence. Surely, you do not wish for the children to be harmed. So I implore you. Wait. Jim swiftly inflicted a wound upon himself, and Leonard, after a brief hesitation, followed suit, stabbing his own arm. Surprisingly, I encounter a pirate who is not entirely foolish. Leonard squinted as he uttered this, then also cut his arm, observing the recruit's blood-soaked arms. Several parents felt a surge of indignation. Yet, seeing their children still held captive by the pirates, they could only suppress their anger and instead began to plead. The Navy has complied. They are injured and cannot hinder you further. Please, release the children. Yes, let the children go. Everything can be negotiated. Even if it means we must injure ourselves, we are willing. In the midst of this, bookstore owner Barrow attempted to snatch the knife from William Hannah's grasp. William Hannah quickly concealed the knife behind him, repeatedly urging, do not act rashly. You will not save the children this way. Only injure yourself unnecessarily. Haha, how amusing. Indeed. If you all comply, I shall release the children. Eddie, reveling in the scene, laughed joyously, lifting his head and exclaiming, haha. It is a pity that Li Wei is not here, haha. Now is the moment. Li Wei swiftly extricated himself from the underground, subsequently employing the Oath Shield to instantaneously enhance his speed by 30. He then charged towards Eddie. As he passed by 4 pirates, he hastily utilized his elastic glove, generating a copious amount of gum-like slime that he sprayed towards the adversaries. The pirates were momentarily bewildered, only to find a substantial mass of an unidentified substance splattered across their hands, their blades soon encased in a thick layer of the viscous goo. Disaster loomed as enemies approached from behind. Although these pirates alerted one another with shouts and instinctively slashed towards the child's neck, their blades, now coated in the slime, merely inflicted shallow scratches. As for Eddie, just a second prior, he had been laughing heartily. Upon hearing his subordinate's warning, he closed his mouth, intending to seize the nearby child. However, a rapid figure flashed before him, followed by a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Li Wei had already ensnared Eddie's foot with the slime created by his elastic glove, in a manner reminiscent of his encounter with Audric. Li Wei unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the head of this detestable pirate. Brother Levi, you've finally come to rescue us. Tom and Jewel exclaimed in unison upon recognizing him, their voices brimming with surprise and joy. It's really Levi. You have not disappointed me, Jim and William Hannah chimed in, their spirits lifted by the children's cheers. Even Butch's face momentarily lit up with delight before he quickly composed himself and rushed to assist. Daniel regarded Levi with a deep gaze, his lips curving into a knowing smile. However, the newly recruited Navy soldiers, upon exhaling a sigh of relief, surged forward with clear intent, each targeting the remaining pirates who sought to harm the children. All transpired in a flash. It was only after the soldiers had subdued the pirates that the parents regained their senses, rushing towards their children and tenderly caressing their heads. Once they confirmed their children's safety, they finally noticed Levi, who was still relentlessly kicking Eddie's head, strike after strike. Barrow was the first to react, exclaiming, Levi, thank you for saving my son once again. He was truly Levi. I had heard he joined the Navy, but never imagined it was true. Moreover, he rescued our children from the pirates. After a collective sigh of relief, the parents began to murmur amongst themselves. However, upon witnessing the murderous intent in Levi's eyes, they hesitated to approach him. William Hannah also approached, gently pulling Levi aside and soothingly stating, enough, Levi. Eddie has already lost consciousness. Finally, Tom, covered in slime, bravely rushed over, grasping Levi's hand and shouting, Brother Levi, we are saved. You can take a moment to rest now. Not far off. Kizaru observed Levi with a furrowed brow, yet remained silent. Behind him stood the square-faced Masakak and a cadre of Navy soldiers. Clang! A sword clattered to the ground from Levi's hand. Masakak's eyes lit up as he hurried over. Levi, is this yours? William Hannah picked up the fallen blade and handed it to him. Upon seeing that sword, Levi broke into a cold sweat. It belonged to Green. He immediately grasped it. But before he could secure it, a large hand seized his hand that held the weapon. Wait, the insignia on this hilt belongs to the Revolutionary Army. Levi, can you still claim you have no ties to them? Upon hearing this, Levi, William Hannah, and everyone present turned to face the speaker. It was none other than the square-faced Masakak, who, with his other hand, pointed at the sword and cheerfully remarked, look at these grand wings, the horns atop its head, and the letters RA flanking the design. This is the emblem of the Revolutionary Army. Now that we have both eyewitness and physical evidence, Levi, do you have any further excuses? Li Wei never anticipated such an occurrence, and in that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Take him away, commanded Masakak to the approaching naval soldiers. Wait, why are you taking away Brother Li Wei? He has just rescued us, exclaimed Tom and Jewel, stepping forward with arms outstretched. Standing fearlessly before Li Wei gently patted the heads of the two children, smiling as he said, quickly step aside. I shall be fine. However, Tom and Jewel refused to budge, and soon, other children joined them. Li Wei is our savior. How can you not reward him and yet attempt to apprehend him? Just moments ago, these pirates had taken our children hostage, and now that the crisis has passed, you arrive? Indeed. Where were you just now? Witnessing this situation. The parents also stepped forward, resolutely defending Li Wei. Notably, Jewel's father, Mr. Barrow, pointed an accusing finger at the Navy officer Massey Cake, exclaiming, what is that expression? When help was needed, we saw none of you Navy imbeciles. Yet now you emerge to slander our island's hero. Is this the conduct of the Navy? Concluding his tirade, he added, what can a mere knife prove? Perhaps Li Wei was retrieved from a trash bin, was he not? Indeed. Li Wei had quite the penchant for rummaging through trash bins. Others chimed in, seemingly finding a compelling rationale for their support. Li Wei felt a tinge of embarrassment, revealing an awkward smile, yet he resolutely decided never to acknowledge any association with the Revolutionary Army. Meanwhile, Masakak was taken aback by the obstruction from the civilians. He hastily shouted, the Navy is performing its duties, so please, everyone, step aside. What? Do you intend to lay hands on us? Is that it? When pirates run rampant, you merely stand by and watch, but now you are bold enough to threaten us civilians. Come, everyone, witness how the Navy has decayed to this extent. With a disdainful spit, Barrow stepped forward, leading other parents to march in unison towards the confrontation. Faced with this situation, Masakak could only retreat a step, unwilling to let Li Wei off the hook, thereby entering a stalemate. At that moment, Jim emerged to interject. There must be some misunderstanding, sir. We and Li Wei are fellow recruits, and he has indeed achieved considerable merit. I know you all, but Li Wei is currently under observation. As a member of the Navy, colluding with the Revolutionary Army only exacerbates his crimes. What Revolutionary Army? Li Wei cannot possibly be one of them. For we made a pact to become Navy admirals together. William Hannah seized the opportunity to speak, his words igniting a fervent discussion among the gathered parents. Li Wei, aiming to become an admiral of the Navy. If it were in the past, I would have deemed it a fanciful notion. Yet now I truly believe he can accomplish it. Indeed, I even heard he defeated a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Truly an extraordinary individual. Upon hearing these remarks, Masakak cast a sideways glance at Li Wei, inexplicably reminded of that young pirate who had vanquished one of the 7 warlords of the sea in the Alabasta Kingdom. However, upon seeing that sword, he seemed to recollect something, clearing his throat to declare, fear not, everyone. Pirates will not spare a wicked individual, but will not wrong an innocent one either, so please. Step aside. At this moment, Li Wei also regained his composure, adding, Sir, I believe you should apprehend those pirates first. I will accompany you, for I am indeed innocent. Yes, Li Wei is right. The primary duty of the Navy is to capture pirates. Li Wei, do not fear. How could we allow you to be taken away? You are our hero and benefactor. The parents and onlookers, witnessing the Navy soldiers brandishing handcuffs to apprehend Li Wei, were filled with outrage. How terrifying, this Li Wei. Hearing the languid tone, Li Wei turned to see, indeed, the lecherous Kizaru. Admiral Borsellino, this is the sword of the Revolutionary Army, Maxikak stated, taking the sword from Li Wei and handing it to Kizaru. Kizaru, however, did not accept the sword. Instead, he addressed the recruits, saying, You are all Navy soldiers and should understand the responsibilities of the Navy, as well as the conduct expected of a soldier. Li Wei comprehended Huang Yuan's intent. Emerging from behind the parents, he smiled and said, General Huang Yuan, I have faith in the Navy. However, I implore you to trust me as well. I shall not flee, for this is all a misunderstanding. He then added, Yes, Maxikak. Li Wei will obediently accompany me. With that, he strode forward confidently. Li Wei hesitated for a moment before following suit. Seeing this, Maxikak remained silent and trailed closely behind. In the distance, on a nearby building, Green and Curry observed the unfolding events. Curry, with a smile, remarked, If Li Wei cannot join the Navy, we might seize the opportunity to recruit him ourselves. We must not kick someone when they are down. Should Li Wei wish to enlist, we ought to restore his honor. After all, even within the Navy, not all are our adversaries. Our true foes are the Celestial Dragons and the Gorosei. Let us consult Mr. Anderson. He should possess greater insight into Li Wei. With that, he too departed. At the Navy-stationed office, Kizaru sat in an office chair, toying with a knife for a moment. He then lifted his gaze to Li Wei and softly inquired, Li Wei, young man, care to explain? This knife is one I found. Li Wei had long since formulated his words and spoke with an unwavering demeanor. He understood that this matter must remain concealed from the Navy, for any hint of his association with the Revolutionary Army could prove perilous, even if his reasoning were sound. Merely mentioning Green could compel the Navy to coerce him into luring Green out, thereby placing him in an even more precarious position. Moreover, this could potentially implicate Mr. Anderson as well. A knife you found? Do you take us for fools? Interjected Maxikak, fixing his gaze upon Li Wei. This knife is pristine and clearly still in use. Who would discard it in a trash bin? There are indeed many valuable items in the refuse, Commander. You have been distanced from the common folk for too long and remain unaware of their living conditions, which could hinder your endeavors within the Navy. Li Wei retorted without reservation. Enough. Even if you speak in grandiloquent terms, the Navy will not retain you, for the damage caused by a mole is far too grave. Regardless of your talents, we cannot afford such a risk. After delivering this statement, Maxikak turned to Admiral Kizaru and proposed, Admiral Borsellino, I recommend that we do not employ Li Wei. Kizaru regarded Li Wei thoughtfully, stroking his chin. You make a valid point. My apologies, Li Wei. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Following this, the voice of Fujitora rang out. Mr. Borsellino, please open the door. I have pressing matters to discuss with you. Kizaru frowned and gestured for Maxikak to open the door. As the door swung open, Fujitora wasted no time, stating, Surely. You wouldn't allow an unfounded accusation to cost the Navy a talented individual? Sir, you must understand the peril that an internal traitor poses to us all. However, you lack sufficient evidence to prove that Li Wei is such a traitor. The testimony of pirates and a knife bearing the Revolutionary Army's insignia are woefully inadequate. Indeed, the evidence is scant, yet Li Wei has failed to furnish proof of his innocence. Any potential threat to the Navy's security should be nipped in the bud, Kizaru remarked, glancing at Li Wei and softly adding, Regrettably, I can only express my apologies, Li Wei. This is an abdication of responsibility, Borsellino. As an admiral, where is your sense of justice? Your indecisiveness and ambiguity represent my justice. I am merely a cog in the machine, so please do not burden me further. Truly, a model of the working class. Li Wei attempted to console himself, yet the words of Kizaru stirred something within him. He recalled that during the rescue of Pekaru, he had been in a state of unconsciousness. Had it not been for a fall, that person likely would not have known he had been saved. Consequently, for Pekaru, the one who rescued him must have been singular. Reflecting on this, Li Wei spoke. The witness for Admiral Maxikak is a pirate. They claim that I was accompanied by a user of the Inu no Mi while rescuing someone, correct? Indeed, it is not just one pirate who has said this. All pirates have provided similar testimonies, making collusion improbable. If I could also find a witness to testify that I acted alone in the rescue, would that not affirm my innocence? Oh, since you acted alone, where would the witness come from? Kizaru inquired with keen interest. Naturally, it would be the antiquities dealer whom I rescued. His testimony should hold more credibility than that of a pirate, would it not? That makes sense. Maxikak, I entrust this matter to you. Understood, Admiral Borsellino. Maxikak then departed, casting one last glance at Li Wei. Mr. Yixing, shall we await the testimony of Li Wei's witness? Mr. Pagliusolino, should we place a wager? I believe it is impossible for Li Wei to be an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army. The antiquities dealer will vouch for his innocence. Mr. Yixing, you are indeed quite the gambler. I must choose an alternative outcome then. By the way, what shall our wager be? If I win, you will permit Li Wei to join the Navy. And if you lose, then I shall resign from my position as Admiral. Explaining to Admiral Sakazuki that it was my voluntary decision, and you need not conduct any further background checks on me. Upon hearing this, Li Wei hastily interjected, Mr. Fujitora, as a gambler, these stakes are not equitable. I am merely a rookie and cannot possibly be compared to your rank as an admiral. Please retract this wager. Haha. Fujitora is the title bestowed upon me by the Navy, and you have always addressed me as such, clearly believing in my ascension to admiral. You have placed your bet on my side as well. This statement left Li Wei momentarily taken aback, and he silently mused, according to the original narrative. You indeed are an admiral. I wonder if my crossing over will alter this. However, observing Fujitora's demeanor, he chose not to continue the discussion. The wager is established, Mr. Yixing. I sincerely hope you prevail. It is rather daunting having only one admiral in the Navy. Kizaru remarked slowly. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed once more. In the presence of the two admirals, Li Wei was perceptive enough to take the initiative and open the door. Upon doing so, he was met with a figure sporting sunglasses and a shock of green curls. It was Branu, holding a piece of paper in his hand. As soon as he spotted Li Wei, he smiled and stepped inside. Branu, you must be looking for me. What brings you here? I have been exceedingly busy of late. Kizaru sighed and inquired slowly. Admiral Pagliusolino, many individuals from this island have come to the outpost. They are all here for Li Wei. Oh, what do they seek? Branu unfolded the large paper, which bore the title, Petition. He began to read the contents aloud. It turned out that the island's inhabitants were willing to testify that Li Wei could not possibly be an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army. At the bottom of the letter, a series of names were listed. Spike, Barrow. Even Jewel and Tom had scrawled their names in a haphazard manner. Levi was deeply moved. A warm current surging within him. The yellow ape raised his head once more, gazing at Levi with a smile and remarked, You seem to have garnered quite a bit of popularity, considering that not long ago, the people on this island referred to you as trash, a worthless being. Li Wei candidly admitted, In the past, I was indeed worthless. However, I have now come to understand that I must do something for the people on the island. As the saying goes, with greater power comes greater responsibility. The Admiral Kizaru interjected, I cannot be a mole for the Revolutionary Army. Whether you are an undercover agent remains to be seen until Masakak returns. Kizaru then continued, Branu, you must clearly communicate with the islanders. We will certainly investigate the matter concerning Li Wei, and we ask them to remain assured. Furthermore, you need to take this opportunity to soothe the islanders. The previous capture of Apis resulted in significant property damage, and now, with the recent incident of pirates abducting children, their trust in our Navy has been severely compromised. Which is far from ideal. Very well, the islanders have also chosen 2 representatives who wish to meet with Li Wei, Branu added. Oh, then Li Wei. You should go and meet the representatives. Suddenly, a series of buzzing sounds interrupted Kizaru's words. Li Wei Gang was about to depart when he noticed Kizaru raising his hand. Still adorned with that black din mushi. He inquired, Hello, this is Kizaru. Why is there no sound again? How utterly perplexing. Li Wei was taken aback and promptly reminded, Admiral Kizaru, I believe the phone bug within your clothing is ringing. Oh, indeed. Kizaru replied as he retrieved a white phone bug from his pocket. Upon connecting, a commanding voice resonated from the other end. Admiral Borisolino. I am King Cobra of the Alabasta Kingdom. Is there a new recruit named Li Wei in the Navy? King Cobra? How do you know of Li Wei's name? To be precise, he is not exactly a new recruit in the Navy. The King of Alabasta is indeed Vivi's father, isn't he? Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, for it seemed that there was no connection between him and the situation at hand. Just as he pondered this perplexity, a voice from the telephone bug relayed Cobra's words, because young Li Wei has recently saved one of our citizens. He is now suspected of being an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army. I believe such an individual should not be subjected to such treatment. Hence I felt it necessary to inform you. Oh, very well, we shall take your opinion into consideration, King Cobra, but the Navy has its regulations, came the reply. I understand, thank you, Li Wei responded. After hanging up the telephone bug, Yellow Ape scrutinized Li Wei once more, stroking his chin as he remarked. I never anticipated that not only the people of the island, but even the monarch of the vast Alabasta Kingdom would intercede on your behalf. Li Wei Gang wished to respond, but was interrupted by Fujitora. A person of righteousness and benevolence will naturally receive assistance from a greater number of individuals. Li Wei could only smile faintly, stating, The primary duty of the Navy is to eradicate pirates and safeguard civilians. This principle is ever etched in my mind. Indeed. However, during the background investigation, we discovered that you were initially a lethargic and inept individual. Yet, in recent days, you have exhibited a remarkable transformation, amassing considerable achievements even before officially joining the Navy. I am curious to know what transpired during this time. Having anticipated Huang Yuan's inquiry, Li Wei promptly replied, I happen to acquire a unique ability, distinct from the powers of the devil fruit, and I have deeply regretted my previous actions. Thus, I resolved to enlist in the Navy. I see, the inquiry continued. Could you enlighten me as to what your ability entails? Upon hearing this, Fujitora also cast a keen glance towards Li Wei. Regrettably, I must decline to disclose that information. However, I would like to mention that the vulnerabilities associated with my ability are significantly more severe than those of the devil fruit. While the latter has only two weaknesses, the sea and sea stone, my superpower encompasses far more than these two shortcomings. Li Wei spoke earnestly. Yet your abilities surpass those of the devil fruits in their diversity. Thus far, you have demonstrated an array of skills, such as repairing objects, infiltrating underground, conjuring tornadoes, and solidifying liquids, all of which leave one utterly defenseless. It is truly terrifying. Kizaru remarked in a teasing tone. While possessing numerous and varied abilities is impressive, it pales in comparison to specialization. Furthermore, Admiral Fujitora has articulated a valid point. Reliance on external means is not a sustainable strategy. I must engage in further training to genuinely realize my aspiration of eradicating pirates. After this exchange, both Kizaru and Fujitora cast a profound glance at Li Wei. Your resolve is commendable. By the way, you should meet with the representatives of the islanders, Li Wei. With your current standing, you should be able to soothe their concerns effectively. Levi nodded and departed the office alongside Bran. In another office, Spike and Mr. Barrow had been awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Levi, they hurried forth to greet him. Thank you, Mr. Barrow exclaimed repeatedly. Mr. Levi, you have once again saved my son. Please, Mr. Barrow. There is no need for such formality, Levi replied candidly. The Steel Blade pirates took the children due to my involvement. I have heard from Uncle Spike, Mr. Barrow acknowledged. Those pirates are indeed despicable, and now that you have apprehended them all, we can finally breathe easy. Indeed, Levi, you have done well. I was right to place my trust in you, Spike interjected, then inquired, by the way, why did the Navy suspect you of colluding with the Revolutionary Army? Li Wei glanced at Bran, pondered for a moment, and reiterated his earlier remarks concerning Huang Yuan and Tung Hu. Indeed, treasures can be unearthed from the very refuse, Mr. Li Wei mused. I have finally grasped the essence of your statement made in that Newcastle pub. Truly, there exists no refuse in this world, only misplaced treasures. Barrow's words momentarily left Li Wei in a state of contemplation. Shortly thereafter, Spike added, Indeed, Li Wei, you have become a paragon on this island. Many look up to you as a model. Heber is one such individual. Just yesterday, I overheard Lily mention that he was lending a hand at the docks. A feat that would have been utterly inconceivable in the past. Heber, I find myself in need of assistance at my bookstore, and he might just be the suitable candidate. Is this what they mean by those who plant trees for future generations to enjoy? Li Wei couldn't help but reminisce about the time he first traversed into this realm. Due to the original owner's identity as a deity of Sanha, he faced numerous obstacles in his job search. However, over the past few days, through his unwavering efforts, he not only transformed the islanders' entrenched perception of the original owner, but also altered their views on individuals of the Sanha deity ilk. Indeed, this sensation is rather delightful. Li Wei's lips curled into a radiant smile as he addressed Boss Barrow, exclaiming, That is splendid. Hebo is exceptionally talented and will undoubtedly be a tremendous asset to the bookstore. His words elicited hearty laughter from the two proprietors. After a prolonged moment of mirth, Li Wei conveyed the message entrusted to him by Huang Yuan. Rest assured, I am not acquainted with any members of the Revolutionary Army. The Navy will conduct a thorough investigation. Boss Barrow, Uncle Spike, you may return now, and please ensure to clarify this matter to the other islanders. Pirates are exceedingly cunning, and at times, the Navy's attempts to apprehend them may inadvertently harm the innocent. It is an unfortunate necessity that we all understand. We shall take our leave now. Li Wei, do your best. Upon finishing their words, Barrow and Spike waved their farewells. The room was left with just Li Wei and Brano. Li Wei, your remarks have dispelled the villagers' suspicions. Thank you. I truly wish you would consider joining the Navy. You possess a heart of justice and would surely become an exemplary naval warrior, Brana remarked as he patted Li Wei's shoulder. Li Wei felt a stir within. He had just exhausted the prop's swimming powder, and this opportunity could be seized to persuade the officer to procure additional supplies. As he contemplated the appropriate phrasing, he was abruptly interrupted by the incessant ringing of the phone. Branuel answered the call, and the voice of Maxikak resonated from the other end. Branuel, is Li Wei with you? Indeed, came the reply. Then have him return. The antiquities dealer from the kingdom of Alabasta has provided his testimony. Branuel glanced at Li Wei and responded, We shall be there shortly. Upon returning to the office, Huang Yuan and Fujitora remained seated, while Maxikak stood nearby. Observing this scenario, Li Wei felt his heart race, an inexplicable anxiety overtaking him, for this was pivotal to his aspiration of joining the Navy. Maxikak, could you relay the testimony from the individual Li Wei rescued? Huang Yuan inquired softly. Certainly, Mr. Borsalino, Maxikak began. The antiquities dealer stated he was in a state of unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he glimpsed Li Wei's face before losing consciousness again. He did not see anyone else. But I believe this is insufficient evidence. Enough, Maxikak. The antiquities dealer's account has already substantiated that Li Wei acted alone in the rescue. Mr. Anderson just called, and his bodyguard, DuPont, corroborated this as well. However, we pursued Green and Curry, only to stumble upon that grove where this lad appeared. It seems rather coincidental. Yet this alone does not suffice to convict Li Wei. If that is the case, Mr. Yixing, I concede defeat. Maxikak, a navy devoid of compassion cannot endure. Huang Yuan remarked. Li Wei, I hope you will achieve great deeds within the navy and not betray the trust of those who believe in you. I will certainly strive to do so, Li Wei responded quickly, relieved to have navigated through the ordeal. However, upon checking through the system, he found that his combat prowess had not increased. What could be the reason for this? Brainuo, Li Wei's background check has been approved. No, to be precise. The background checks for all the new recruits in this batch have yielded results. Please evaluate their rankings, Huang Yuan instructed. Hearing this, Brainuo promptly replied, Understood, Mr. Borsellino. I will attend to it immediately. Well then, young Li Wei, do your utmost. Mr. Yixing, your background check will also yield results soon. I have been exceedingly busy lately. Admiral Huang Yuan, I shall take my leave now. Levi, with a keen sense of awareness, departed from the office, murmuring to himself, At last, I have joined the Navy. This journey has been fraught with twists and trials. He had also dealt with the Steel Blade pirates, fulfilling his promise to the Tom brothers. Furthermore, he had transformed the islanders' perception of the original owner. Such outcomes made his arduous efforts worthwhile, ensuring that the tribulations he endured were not in vain. Upon exiting the office, Levi noticed a large crowd gathered on the playground. It's Levi, he has come out, exclaimed the sharp-eyed William Hanna, who was the first to spot him. Soon after, the throng of people surrounded him, their eager gazes fixed upon Levi. Li Wei was taken aback, realizing that amidst the crowd, in addition to a few fellow recruits, there were also Spike, Barrow, and children like Tom and Jor. Of course, there were many islanders whose names he did not know. So, Li Wei, have you officially joined the Navy? Spike finally posed the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Just now, Admiral Kizaru mentioned that my background check has been approved, and Commander Brando will soon be meeting with me. That's wonderful, big brother Li Wei. Fortunately, it seems there was nothing to fear. At last, you are on the verge of becoming a naval soldier. Truly, you are the genius I have always believed you to be. If you were unable to join the Navy, it would indeed be a tremendous disappointment. Levi's words instantly ignited the fervor among the crowd, who erupted in jubilant cheers, their faces radiating with joy. Witnessing this scene, Levi was deeply moved. The people of the pirate world are genuinely sincere, truly delighted for one another. Even Booch wore a subtle smile, his lips curving upward. Thank you all. Without your petition, I doubt I would have passed the probationary period so swiftly. I am truly grateful to you. Li Wei deeply bowed to the crowd. At that moment, Maxikak emerged from the office area, and he happened to witness this scene, displaying a peculiar expression on his face. It was that naval officer who had slandered Li Wei. How dare he show his face? Fortunately, the admiral was wise enough to see through his deceit and did not heed his malicious words. The crowd also recognized Maxikak and began to mock him loudly. Li Wei understood that the islanders meant well, yet he waved his hand with a smile and remarked, Commander Maxikak is a meticulous individual. He is also concerned about the possibility of infiltrators within the Navy and is not specifically targeting me. Otherwise, when he inquired with the antiquities dealer Pekalu, he could have easily employed persuasive language to extract unfavorable testimony against me, but he chose not to do so, which sufficiently attests to his noble character. Furthermore, once the truth was revealed, Commander Maxikak promptly extended his apologies to me. We should all applaud him. It is precisely because of such a commander that the Navy can stand proudly in the name of justice. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, the new recruits, including Jim and William Hanna, took the lead in applauding. Among them, Leonard exhibited a gaze filled with admiration, silently reflecting, truly deserving of the top position. Not only is he exceptionally capable, but his eloquence is remarkable as well. He serves as an excellent role model for my own learning. Soon, the others joined in fervently clapping their hands, calling out, Our apologies, Commander, we misunderstood you. I extend my sincerest apologies. It was my own superficiality. This display left Commander Maxikak feeling somewhat embarrassed. He could only manage an awkward smile before quickly waving his hand and departing. Well, my matters are concluded. Everyone else may return now. Li Wei spoke with heartfelt gratitude as the crowd began to disperse. Well done, Li Wei. Now we are all naval warriors. And I firmly believe that in the near future, we shall rise together to become admirals of the Navy, William Hanna declared with unwavering confidence. But Butch could no longer contain himself. He scoffed. How blissfully naive. Becoming an admiral is no simple feat that is merely because you are a wealthy heir. Devoid of any understanding of true genius, William Hanna retorted without hesitation. What genius? You merely indulge in self-praise. Witnessing the banter between the two, Li Wei was suddenly reminded of Sanji and Zoro from the Straw Hat Pirates, causing an involuntary smile to grace his lips. What are you laughing at? Butch said, his face flushing as he couldn't help but interject. Li Wei found himself at a loss for words. However, he retorted, there is no way around it. Background checks do not rely on our talents but rather on our family lineage. In this regard, I believe few can surpass young Master Byuki. After all, possessing wealth is not my fault, just as being the son of a pirate is not your concern. Byuki pondered for a moment and, rather unusually, articulated this thought. Yet, it seems you are not the top contender, are you? The first place belongs to Jim. What, then, are you so proud of? William Hanna seized the opportunity to mock Byuki. Your competitive spirit is truly formidable. No wonder you both excel beyond me. I must learn diligently from you. Leonard remarked with an admiring tone, his eyes shimmering with an innocent yet foolish light. Background checks are not akin to military conscription. There are no rankings in that regard, Jim earnestly stated. However, when it comes to training, I assure you, I will not yield to either of you. Haha, you are all quite amusing. Training with you must be a delightful experience, Daniel chimed in, squinting his eyes and bursting into hearty laughter. Brady, witnessing this, also laughed heartily, but soon his smile faded, and he let out a deep sigh. Li Wei approached the unfortunate rookie and offered words of encouragement. Brady, don't overthink it. One cannot be perpetually plagued by misfortune. You must have faith in yourself. I understand now. Thank you, Brady replied with a firm nod. At that moment, Jim suddenly recalled Jarvis, the only one who had failed the background check. He intended to caution Li Wei but reconsidered, realizing that Jarvis was already incarcerated, doomed to languish in prison for life due to the notorious reputation of Hellfire. In other words, they would no longer have any association with this gang member. Consequently, Daniel opened his mouth to speak but ultimately refrained from mentioning the matter. Li Wei quickly sensed something amiss with Jim. He offered a faint smile and patted his reliable companion on the shoulder. The two exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Since you are all here, it saves me the trouble of notifying each of you individually. A few new recruits turned to look, and the speaker was none other than Branu, who had addressed them just days prior during the recruitment selection. William Hanner eagerly inquired, Commander Branu, you must have good news for us. Indeed. You should all be aware by now. Congratulations, you are about to become true sailors of the Navy. It is a rare fortune to enlist alongside one another. Cherish this bond, Branu replied with a smile, even applauding to celebrate the moment. Wonderful. Everyone has joined the Navy. I look forward to your guidance in the days to come. The new recruits glanced at each other, their faces alight with excitement. Li Wei, here is your enlistment notice. Congratulations. Li Wei eagerly stepped forward to take the notification card bearing his name. Simultaneously, he finally heard the long-awaited system prompt. Congratulations. You have completed your first workplace task and received a reward of 50 combat power. The relevant workplace and daily tasks have been refreshed. To learn more about the tasks, you may consult the system. Due to his low base stats, although his combat power had only increased by 50, Li Wei could distinctly feel an invigorating strength coursing through his body. He had finally accomplished it, upgrading from a pitiful rank to a more formidable one. Reflecting on the experiences of the past few days, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Seeing Li Wei's eyes glisten with tears, William Hanna came over, gently patting his shoulder, and smiled. You can finally rest easy now, but do not forget our agreement, Admiral. We are bound to it. Humph. Butchie snorted derisively. In this process, we inevitably encounter the disturbances of the mediocre, such as the fate of geniuses. As he spoke, William Hanna cast a casual glance at Butchie, his face adorned with a mocking expression. Branlo, aware of the relationship between the two, promptly turned to Li Wei and said, From now on, you must train diligently. Do not squander your talent. It was at this moment that Li Wei regained his focus and nodded eagerly, considering they were still in a meeting. He refrained from immediately accessing the system to review the task details. Next, I shall announce your military ranks. Typically, newcomers to the Navy begin as common soldiers. However, you have all demonstrated exceptional talent, and during this period, you have worked together to eliminate local thugs on the island and apprehend members of the Hellfire organization, earning considerable merit. Thus, Paulusolino has requested Marshal Sakaski to allow you to bypass the common soldier phase, meaning you are now all third-class soldiers in the Navy. Naturally, the approval of ranks requires some time, but it will not be long. It will be confirmed upon the issuance of uniforms. Wonderful. I truly am a genius, exclaimed Jim and William Hanna in unison upon hearing the news. The other recruits erupted in cheers, especially Butchie, who grinned with satisfaction. Now that we are all third-class soldiers, it seems geniuses and the mediocre are not so different after all. Oh, by the way, some so-called geniuses are merely self-aggrandizing. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at William Hanna with a sardonic expression. Just as William Hanna was about to retort, he was interrupted by Branlo. Butchie, not everyone is a third-class soldier. He then smiled and continued, Li Wei, although you passed the background check last, we all recognize that your contributions are the greatest. Thus, you are now a second-class soldier. However, do not let this go to your head. As you have always stated, luck plays a role in this, even though your strength is formidable. As for the other recruits, they should certainly learn from Li Wei but not belittle themselves. The road ahead is long for everyone, as long as you continue to strive and maintain a fighting spirit. You can undoubtedly achieve greatness in the Navy, becoming a rear admiral, vice admiral, or even an admiral. Although Branla spoke at length, Butchie was left in utter shock upon hearing that Li Wei was a second-class soldier. He was so stunned that he did not hear the subsequent words. Li Wei, You are truly remarkable, but you must be cautious as I intend to catch up. William Hanna genuinely felt happy for his friend, while Jim and the other recruits looked at Li Wei with admiration. I owe my rise to second-class soldier, indeed, my entry into the Navy, to everyone's support. Let us strive together, encourage one another, and progress collectively. Well said, Li Wei. We are comrades and should work together, united in purpose, to truly eradicate the pirates. Branlin nodded at Li Wei. At that moment, William Hanna noticed Butchie's dazed expression and unceremoniously slapped his shoulder, grinning mischievously. Geniuses and the mediocre are indeed different. Even with a genius at the helm, there remains an insurmountable gap. However, Butchie remained unresponsive, clearly disheartened by yet another defeat to Li Wei. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Wei felt compelled to approach his fellow townsman and remarked, Buki, I have merely taken a slight lead. You will soon catch up, truly, in no time at all. Buki fixed a steadfast gaze upon Li Wei, and after a moment, he regained his composure and declared with resolute conviction, This shall be the last time you triumph over me. Ha. After so many attempts, you still have not found your rightful place. The only one capable of defeating Li Wei is me, William Hanna jeered. However, this time, Buki chose to disregard the taunt. Yet the tightness of his clenched fist revealed his determination. Observing Buki's reaction, William Hanna refrained from further mockery, clearly recognizing that verbal sparring lacks the persuasive power of tangible evidence. Branlu understood Buki's motivation for joining the Navy and welcomed the competition among the new recruits. So he did not intervene. He nodded slightly and continued, As you all are aware of your ranks, we must now select a squad leader. Given the smaller number of recruits this term, we can conveniently form a single squad, thus necessitating the election of a leader. As soon as he finished speaking, William Hanna and the others turned their gazes toward Li Wei. Yet he waved his hand dismissively, stating, I am not suited for the role of squad leader. I possess enough self-awareness to acknowledge that. I believe the most fitting candidate for the position is Jim. He is responsible, possesses a strong sense of camaraderie, and excels at uniting everyone to formulate sound operational strategies. I still remember how, in an effort to assist me in joining the Navy, Jim persuaded Daniel, Leonard, and Brady to form a team. It was only through our collective collaboration that we were able to defeat the thugs and rescue Pekalu. Therefore, I firmly believe he should be the squad leader. Upon hearing these words, all present regarded Li Wei with admiration, and no objections were raised regarding his suggestion. In contrast, Jim repeatedly shook his head, insisting, let Li Wei take on the role of squad leader. Please do not decline, Jim. Levi remarked that William Hanna concurred with this perspective. Very well, it is settled then. Lastly, I must announce an important matter regarding the location of our new recruits' training and the approximate departure time. Upon hearing Branlu's words, Levi and the others focused their thoughts and listened intently. First and foremost, the training venue has been confirmed to be the Kingdom of Salb in the South China Sea. Although it is somewhat distant and will require a considerable amount of time to reach, you must remember that the training officially commences the moment you embark on this journey. The Kingdom of Salb? If I recall correctly, this is the nation where the tyrant bear once reigned as king. Li Wei pondered for a moment, recalling the plot of the original work. The king of the Solbei Kingdom seemed intent on emulating the Guoya Kingdom by incinerating waste, an act that provoked the wrath of the tyrannical bear. Enraged, the bear single-handedly marched to the royal city, driving away the apathetic king, earning the moniker of a one-man revolution. However, neither the tyrant bear nor Bonnie was present in the kingdom now. According to the original storyline, the tyrant bear was currently safeguarding the Sunshine Wanli on the Shambodi Islands, while Bonnie had likely fallen into the hands of Admiral Akainu, though there remained a possibility she had managed to escape. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Wei heard Branla continue. As for the departure time, it is tentatively set for 1 week from now. During this period before leaving the island, everyone can spend time with their families. Of course, I know that apart from Li Wei and Butchie, none of you are from this island. You may also return home for a visit, as long as you can make it back in time. After finishing his remarks, Branlo asked if anyone had questions, inviting them to raise their hands. Noticing that none of the new recruits did so, he declared the meeting adjourned. On his way back to the office, he muttered to himself, General Palusalino has arranged for this batch of new recruits to train in the Solbei Kingdom. It seems the suspicion regarding Li Wei being a revolutionary spy has not dissipated. Exiting the naval station, Li Wei diverged from the other new recruits, eager to share the good news with Uncle Spike and Tom, and perhaps enjoy a meal with them. On his way, Li Wei took the opportunity to review the system's instructions. Occupational task, achieve promotion to a first-class sailor. Upon completion, a total combat power reward of 200 will be granted, along with an elevation in rank to 16. Daily task 1. Actively slack off. For every 5 hours of slacking, a random skill reward may be obtained, 05. Daily task 2. Absolutely refuse overtime. For each refusal of overtime, a random item reward may be acquired. Note 1. Occupational tasks possess continuity. Please choose wisely, as the system will refresh the next task based on your choices. Note 2. Occupational tasks can be completed repeatedly, but rewards for the same task are limited to 1. For instance, if you find a job and then resign, the system will revoke the rewards. Upon completing 6 occupational tasks, one may return to the real world. Note 3. After leveling up, the system will update new daily tasks, and corresponding rewards will also increase. Note 4. Explanation of occupational tasks. Upon promotion from a miscellaneous soldier to a third-class sailor, a combat power increase of 50 will be granted. Upon becoming a second-class sailor, another 50 combat power will be added, and upon becoming a first-class sailor, the final 100 combat power reward will be issued. Note 5. Explanation of daily tasks. Slacking off refers to laziness during training or work. Refusing overtime means declining additional work outside of regular hours. Note 6. Explanation of items and skills. Both have limitations on usage frequency or duration, with a maximum of 5 items and skills obtainable each day, and a storage limit of 5. This limit increases with rank elevation. After reviewing, Li Wei compared the current instructions with the previous ones. Aside from the distinct nature of occupational and daily tasks, the storage limit for items and skills had increased from 3 to 5. Thus, he could now store a total of 10 items and skills, sufficiently preparing him for most scenarios. The occupational tasks were indeed thoughtfully phased according to military rank. Once training commenced, he would receive proof of being a second-class sailor, which would grant him an additional 100 combat power reward. Although his initial combat power was merely 5, the advantage of being a novice was the rapidity of improvement. In recent days, due to his active movements, his physical fitness had enhanced, adding another 5 to his foundational combat power. Coupled with the initial 50 from the first occupational task, his combat power could soar to 160 within a week. Furthermore, as before, the difficulty of the 2 daily tasks varied significantly. Slacking off was far easier than refusing overtime, meaning acquiring skills was considerably more accessible than obtaining items. However, these daily tasks could only be pursued after the training commenced. Contemplating this, Li Wei also took stock of his current items and skills. The swimming powder had been depleted, while the skill Shield of Vow and Stretchable Love, along with the item Tornado Straw, each had only 1 usage left. The Rainbow Catcher skill, usable only on rainy days, still had 2 opportunities remaining. His air pistol was equipped with 65 bullets, making it his most valuable item at present. He hoped that the upcoming week would be free from any pirates or gangsters. Otherwise, relying solely on these items could prove perilous. Upon reaching the buckwheat noodle shop, he found that Tom and his brother had stepped out. He first informed the 2 elders about his enlistment in the Navy. Upon hearing this delightful news, Spike, despite having anticipated it, expressed his excitement. "That's splendid, Li Wei. You surpassed me by leaps and bounds compared to my early days. I distinctly recall that it took me several years in the Navy to become a second-class sailor. Even when I retired, I was merely a sergeant. Make sure you do not squander your talent. I believe you will achieve greatness in the Navy." Acknowledging Spike's words, Li Wei nodded earnestly. "Yes, I will strive diligently. Especially since you were the first to believe in me, I shall not disappoint you." After their exchange, both Spike and his wife Lily beamed with pride. "By the way, you should share this good news with Tom and his brother as well. They are currently playing in the park. You ought to call them back for dinner." "Of course, Mrs. Lily." In Anderson's office, he remarked, "Well done, Butchie. I never expected my son to have already become a third-class sailor." Anderson wore a warm smile. "The transformations in you and Li Wei have astonished everyone. I believe the people on the island share my sentiments. Dad, I absolutely, positively refuse to be outdone by Li Wei," his son declared, filled with determination. "Keep up the hard work, son." After hanging up the phone, Anderson glanced at the 3 individuals before him and spoke. "Li Wei has successfully passed the background check for new recruits. However, I still sense that the Navy's choice of training location carries deeper implications. Mr. Anderson, are you suggesting that the Navy still harbors suspicions about Li Wei being a revolutionary spy?" Green immediately grasped the implication. "There is a possibility," Anderson replied. "Otherwise, they wouldn't have specifically chosen the Soul Bay Kingdom for training, a place that has witnessed numerous revolutions. Ever since Mr. Bear's departure, both the former King Baikili and your revolutionary faction have sought to reclaim power there. In the Soul Bay Kingdom, conflicts between the revolutionaries and the Royal Army are inevitable. From the Navy's perspective, if Li Wei were indeed an undercover agent for the revolutionaries, he would undoubtedly relay information to them. People with ulterior motives inevitably reveal their true intentions. Your conjecture is quite reasonable. However, this does not impact Li Wei, as he is not our mole." Green replied with conviction. "Although he must have been aware of our identities, he chose to collaborate with us during this critical background investigation period to save others, showcasing his integrity. Such talents, whether within the Revolutionary Army or the Navy, are undeniably advantageous to our cause." "Indeed, Green, you have excelled this time. I have not misjudged you. Levi may indeed play a more significant role in the Navy. In the Navy, Levi can also assist young Master Buck." DuPont chimed in. "Ah, Buck, his transformation brings me great solace. The former rake has surprisingly joined the Navy." Anderson displayed a faint smile, and his previously pallid visage now bore a hint of color. "Given that the young master is determined to prove himself, why not utilize your fruit abilities, boss? To help him seek out a devil fruit? Wouldn't that be a most efficient endeavor? Let him rely on his own merit. Besides, devil fruits possess sentience. They seek their masters. Anderson slowly shook his head. DuPont refrained from further comment. Mr. Anderson, if only your fruit abilities could restore memories. Then Chief of Staff Sabo could reclaim what he has lost, remarked the curly-haired fellow with curiosity. Alas, I lack the extraordinary talent of Mr. Kuma. His pawpaw fruit can dispel fatigue and pain, which are abstract burdens. My seek fruit, however, can only locate mundane treasures. Thus, I am unable to assist Sabo in that regard, Anderson replied with a tinge of regret. Yet, he added, Sabo's memories will eventually be reclaimed. I believe it shall not take long. Mr. Anderson, you are far too modest. Your seek fruit, much like Mr. Kuma's pawpaw fruit, has saved countless lives. You both are heroes deserving of remembrance by the world, Green expressed with admiration. Heroes? Anderson murmured, after a considerable pause. He returned to his subdued tone. What has become of Mr. Kuma? I heard from Ivankov that during the Marineford War, he had completely forgotten his past and even turned against his friends. This is quite troubling. Mr. Anderson, we are also searching for Mr. Kuma. We will inform you immediately upon receiving any news. Thank you, Green. I am feeling somewhat fatigued. We shall take our leave for now. The park on the island. Li Wei, well-versed in navigating the playground, made his way to the slide, fully aware that Tom and his younger brother were particularly fond of this game. As anticipated, the two brothers were joyfully engaged with a group of children. The slide was indeed exhilarating. Jewel, slow down a bit. You might bump into George ahead. With mealtime approaching, he felt the urgency to enjoy a few more slides. Observing this harmonious scene brought a smile to Li Wei's face. And it was only when Tom slid down that he stepped forward and gently announced, Tom, George, Grandma Lily has called you home for dinner. Oh, it's big brother Li Wei. What brings you here? Just as Jewel's words faded, several children gathered around him. How could they not adore the elder brother who had rescued them from the clutches of pirates? Let's all head back for dinner. We can come back to play afterwards. Li Wei surveyed the group of children and, with a smile, remarked, My father does not cook that quickly. You should hurry back. I will leave a little later. Javel turned to Tom and spoke, but before he could finish, he heard someone calling him from a distance. Master Javel, it is time for you to return home for dinner. Upon hearing this, Tom beamed with delight. Ha, Javel, you must go back as well. Li Wei chuckled softly. Noticing that the person who had come to summon Javel was Heber. Heber, taken aback by the unexpected encounter in the park, paused momentarily before greeting, Li Wei, what brings you here? Like you, I am here to call someone home for dinner. These two children belong to Uncle Spike, Li Wei replied, gesturing towards Tom and George. By the way, how did you end up helping at the buckwheat noodle shop? Your naval background check. Noticing the concern etched on Heber's face, Li Wei quickly clarified, I have already enlisted in the Navy. I just received the notification today. Really? That's wonderful, brother Li Wei, exclaimed Tom Javel. And the other children in unison, their faces alight with excitement. Indeed, I must express my gratitude for your signatures on the petition. Without your assistance, I doubt I would have passed the background check so swiftly. Li Wei smiled gently and added, Congratulations, Li Wei. After joining the Navy, you will surely realize your dreams. And I will strive diligently as well. By the way, I have yet to express my gratitude for what happened at the Newcastle pub. Upon hearing Shibo's words, Li Wei waved his hand dismissively, saying, Your transformation is the best token of appreciation, Boss Barrel. With your support, your business is bound to flourish. Indeed, replied Javert with a chuckle. Ever since Uncle Shibo arrived, my father's business has improved significantly. He is truly delightful. The playful remarks from the young boy made Shibo feel somewhat bashful, and he stammered, With Boss Barrow's trust in me, I will certainly do my utmost. Well said, Shibo. The people on the island have also taken note of your remarkable changes. Let us strive together. Li Wei commended, then he shifted to the main topic. Tom. George, let us depart. We must not keep Uncle Spike and Grandma Lily waiting too long. Farewell, Hibo, Jia Wei, and all the other children. Buckwheat Noodle House. Li Wei stirred the noodles in his bowl while engaging in conversation with two elderly individuals and two children, finishing his meal contentedly. Afterward, he shared his departure date from the island with Uncle Spike. Mr. Yixing has informed me that the kingdom of Seoul Bay is indeed quite distant. However, I have a dear friend there. Upon your arrival, you may reach out to him, and he will assist you in acclimating to the surroundings swiftly. Uncle Spike's words illuminated Li Wei's thoughts. How fortuitous. The original narrative contained scant details about the kingdom of Seoul Bay, and having an acquaintance there would certainly facilitate matters. Uncle Spike, what is the name of your friend? Li Wei hurriedly inquired. His name is Durant, and like me, he is a veteran who has retired from the Navy. He has opened a bar in the kingdom of Seoul Bay. I shall contact him at once. As he spoke, Spike took out his communicator and swiftly dialed the number. Soon, a robust voice resonated from the other end. Spike, what brings you to me? Durant. How can you speak like that? Am I not allowed to have a casual chat with you? Spike replied with a hearty laugh. Cut the nonsense. You are not the type to seek me out for a friendly conversation. The last time you contacted me was 2 months ago. And that was only because of Admiral Zephyr's situation. Oh, since you've put it that way, I shall be direct. I have a friend who has just joined the Navy, and his training location is in the kingdom of Seoul Bay. Oh, given your disposition, it is unlikely that you have any young friends. You cannot possibly be seeking me for mere conversation, can you? Enough with the trivialities, Li Wei, greet Uncle Durant, Spike said with a hint of embarrassment. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Wei promptly greeted the other party. Hello, Li Wei. Your voice exudes an undeniable vitality. It is indeed a rarity to find a young individual who can befriend Spike. When you arrive in the kingdom of Salber, do pay a visit to the Black Iron Tavern to seek me out. Li Wei hurriedly noted down the name of the bar and promptly replied, all right. I shall certainly seek you out then, Uncle Durant. Spike, do you have any further matters to discuss? My bar is quite different from your noodle shop. I am rather occupied. Nothing more. You may take your leave, Spike remarked before hanging up the phone. He then turned to Li Wei and said, both Durant and I once served under the command of General Zifa. We have worked together for over 20 years. He is a straightforward individual who dislikes beating around the bush. Once you arrive in the kingdom of Salb, should you require his assistance, feel free to ask directly without hesitation. If he is unable to help, he will candidly inform you. Thank you, Uncle Spike. It is indeed a privilege to have you as a longtime friend, and Uncle Durant must also possess a similarly forthright character. Li Wei expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Well, since your time on the island is limited, make sure to spend more time with Tom and his brothers. It will be difficult to meet again in the future. I think so too. This is a splendid opportunity for me to explore and enjoy myself. Although I have lived on this island for nearly 20 years, I'm not very familiar with everything here. Go on, but don't forget to return for dinner. After hearing Spike's words, Li Wei stood up and left the buckwheat noodle shop with the two children. In the Newcastle pub, within the owner's office. What did you say? Members of the Whitebeard Pirates have arrived on this island? Yes, Charles. I suspect they are targeting the new recruits of the Navy. You should know that the last batch of recruits is currently on your island. This is the Whitebeard Pirates' final opportunity. Durant, you make a valid point. But with Admiral Paulusolino and Mr. Yixing present on this island, the Whitebeard Pirates should not dare to launch a surprise attack. Furthermore, given the previous incident with the new recruits, the Navy will be on high alert and the pirates will have no chance. According to my intelligence, Coke from the Whitebeard Pirates is waiting for an opportunity to attack the new recruits. You know he is Eugene's brother. He has always sought revenge for his brother's defeat at the hands of Mr. Yixing. Additionally, this information was provided by Miss Ein, who is hurrying over now. Upon hearing this, Charles paused before responding. Since this information comes from Zephyr's esteemed disciple, it seems credible. I will find a chance to discuss this matter with Mr. Brano. Good, and keep a close watch on news regarding other pirates. The intelligence you previously delivered about the broadcast pirates was taken seriously by Admiral Zephyr. Too bad the fellow escaped too quickly for us to eliminate him. What? Admiral Zephyr took action personally? A mere supernova shouldn't warrant his attention, should it? Not quite. Admiral Zephyr's primary focus remains on training the new recruits. By the way, is there a new recruit named Li Wei on your island? Charles was taken aback by this remark. Your information is quite thorough. Indeed, there is such a person, and he is likely the most formidable among this batch of recruits. In my pub, he defeated members of the broadcast pirates and even forced Captain App to reveal himself. Moreover, he apprehended several members of the Hellfire organization. He is an extraordinary young man. Oh, is he a devil fruit user? Charles unconsciously shook his head, as far as I know. Li Wei is not a devil fruit user, but he possesses various peculiar abilities. The most intriguing part is that he has suddenly risen to prominence in recent days, having previously been known as quite a useless person on the island. What an interesting fellow. I eagerly anticipate meeting him. Rest assured, this batch of recruits will be training in the Soul Bay Kingdom, and you will meet soon. In a private booth at the Newcastle pub. Jack, how about it? Are you interested in partnering with me? If we join forces, no one at sea, except for the 4 emperors, can rival us. A man with deep brown hair spoke into the phone bug. His sharp features, particularly his hooked nose, left a lasting impression. Coke, you are not yet qualified to discuss cooperation with me. During the peak of the Whitebeard Pirates' glory, only Captain Senna had a modicum of strength, but alas, he is now a lost dog, hiding everywhere. I will not ally with such a coward. I concur with your assessment. Captain Senna has been terrified by that blind man, and is of no use now. Therefore, I am taking matters into my own hands to avenge my brother. Jack, you know I am also a Zoan-type devil fruit user. If you can assist me in eliminating this last batch of Navy recruits, I would consider joining the Beast Pirates. Your strength is too weak. Forget it. Out of respect for Brother Gene, I will share an insider tip with you. The recruits you wish to target will head to the Soul Bay Kingdom in 7 days. As for the specific departure time, just keep an eye on the warships at the dock, and you will soon notice it. Of course, if I were you, upon the ship's arrival, I would directly eliminate these recruits. I would very much like to meet Fujitora and Kizaru. Thank you. If you can come, I would feel confident in approaching the ship. With you, a fishman devil fruit user, we can strike from both sea and air. Any admiral would surely be our defeated foe. Give it up. You weakling who merely watched your brother get captured, do not make a fool of yourself against the new recruits. I have heard that there is a formidable figure among them, rumored to possess a variety of super abilities. Do not throw yourself into the fray. After hanging up the phone bug, Coke, with the hooked nose, sneered, approached the ship. What a brave yet foolish fellow. However, Now that I know their departure time, I must devise a plan to divert Kizaru and the blind man. As he spoke, he arranged for a subordinate to head to the dock to assess the situation. In the park, Li Wei accompanied Tom and George to the slide, where the two brothers delighted in the company of a dozen children, engaging in exuberant play. Meanwhile, Li Wei appeared to be idly observing. Yet his mind was preoccupied with contemplating how to make the most of these 6 or 7 days of respite to enhance his own abilities. After all, in the preceding period, he had forsaken his usual indulgence in slothful mornings. Instead, he had risen early each day to address matters concerning the gang and petty thugs, bustling about tirelessly. Consequently, his combat prowess had increased by 5 points, a remarkable doubling compared to his previous state of mediocrity. If he could harness this time for specialized training, he could potentially augment his fighting capabilities by an additional 10 points. Li Wei recalled the words of Fujitora, Kizaru, and Uncle Spike, who all remarked upon his remarkable talent, emphasizing that it should not be squandered. Moreover, in the past few days, he intended to visit Grandma Mu at the home of Mr. Buki. The 2 coaches of young Master Buki could be of great assistance. Additionally, according to the system's description, indulging in idleness during training might present an opportunity to complete daily task 1 and acquire certain skills. Li Wei activated the system once more, observing that he currently possessed only 3 skills, with the potential to acquire 2 additional ones. After all, a multitude of skills is never a burden. He resolved to consult with Buki tomorrow. Given that lad's disposition, there was no reason he would decline. Surely, he would relish the opportunity to engage in a contest with me as well. While deep in contemplation, Li Wei was abruptly interrupted by a youthful voice. Brother Li Wei, we've played on the slide too much today. Shall we engage in something different? Of course, he replied, but mealtime approaches swiftly. How about this? I have thought of a game that is quite suitable for your age group, called tic-tac-toe. The rules are straightforward, and it also serves to enhance your cognitive skills. As soon as Li Wei's words fell, a chorus of cheerful voices erupted from the children. Really? Big brother Li Wei. Please tell us how to play. I want to start right now. Li Wei chuckled softly, then crouched down to draw a 3x3 grid on the ground with a twig. He subsequently explained, this game requires 2 players. Each participant takes turns marking the grid with either an O or an X. The victor is determined when any player manages to align 3 of their marks in a row. If all 9 squares are filled without anyone achieving this, the game ends in a draw. Understanding the simplicity of the game, Tom exclaimed, let us play around. You shall surely lose to me. After hearing the rules, Jor promptly sought out his opponent. Come on, Li Wei, the elder brother, has praised me several times as a clever child. I cannot possibly lose to you. Tom retorted defiantly. The other children also paired up and began to play. It must be noted that while tic-tac-toe appears deceptively simple, its strategies can be quite intricate, making it an ideal game for children. Jor and Tom played multiple rounds, each resulting in a stalemate, yet they seemed to harbor a determination to defeat one another. Initially, their banter was lighthearted, but as the game progressed, their conversation diminished, culminating in a profound silence as they concentrated intently on drawing OS and XS on the ground. The other children mirrored this behavior. The victors celebrated joyously, while the defeated clamored for another round. Let us go, Tom. It's time to return for dinner. You can play again tomorrow, Li Wei urged repeatedly, until Tom finally snapped back to reality and obediently replied, all right, elder brother Li Wei. I will return home after this game. Once Tom and George concluded their respective matches, Li Wei led the 2 children towards the buckwheat noodle shop. During dinner, Li Wei inquired once more about naval training. Uncle, you previously mentioned that the daily regimen of the Navy primarily involves running, push-ups, and rope climbing. Are there additional activities? Certainly, came the response. The activities you mentioned are merely the fundamentals. The Navy also engages in the study of the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, as well as training in swordsmanship, martial arts, marksmanship, and grappling techniques. After attaining a certain rank, one may even learn the 6 forms of the Navy. However, as a newly enlisted recruit, you likely have not yet encountered these. Devil Fruit Encyclopedia? 6 forms of the Navy? Li Wei immediately developed a profound interest in these 2 items. The Devil Fruit Encyclopedia meticulously catalogs the characteristics and abilities of all devil fruits. Those familiar with the original work must yearn to see it, for the devil fruit concepts therein are indeed a significant highlight. Meanwhile, the Marine 6 styles, as the Navy's ultimate techniques, possess formidable power. Mastering them would provide an additional means of survival in the treacherous world of pirates. Li Wei was eager to master the 6 styles immediately. Therefore, he inquired, what rank must one attain to access the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia and learn the Navy's 6 styles? If I recall correctly, only those of the rank of Rear Admiral or higher are permitted to view the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. However, one must remember that the powers of these fruits are ultimately external forces. While they can confer formidable combat prowess, they also possess significant drawbacks. I believe it would be prudent for you to prioritize training first. Remember, much of the training is foundational for the 6 styles. Only by establishing a solid foundation can one truly master these techniques. Furthermore, to genuinely practice the 6 styles, one must attain at least the rank of sergeant. Understood, uncle. As Levi responded, he pondered quietly. It seems that the older generation, such as Roger, Garp, and Rayleigh, harbor a certain aversion to consuming devil fruits. After satisfying his hunger, Levi engaged in a few rounds of tic-tac-toe with the Tom brothers before finally rising to depart. Upon reaching the park, he settled onto a wooden bench, intending to contact William Hanna and Jim to arrange a training session at Buggy's residence the following day. However, before he could retrieve his transponder snail, he was unexpectedly greeted by the familiar voice of Brubru. Upon connecting, he realized it was William Hanna calling. "Levi, I am here to bid you farewell," William announced. Taken aback by this declaration, Levi immediately inquired, "What is the matter? This morning you mentioned that your home was too far away, and that you wouldn't be able to return in 7 days. That was indeed the case," William replied. "However, this afternoon, Commander Branu contacted us via transponder snail and informed us that our batch of recruits is permitted to make our way to the Sorbet Kingdom independently, as long as we arrive before the deadline for reporting. Coincidentally, my homeland lies along the route to the Sorbet Kingdom, so I thought, why not seize this opportunity to visit before heading to the training camp?" "Ah, I see. You startled me. I thought something had happened at your home." Levi sighed in relief, a smile returning to his face. "Then, we shall meet again in the Sorbet Kingdom." Just as he hung up the transponder snail, he recalled that Jim, Brady, and others also resided on nearby islands, and they had long expressed their intentions to return home. To his surprise, only he and Buggy remained as the local inhabitants departing from the island. Li Wei initially intended to conduct an internal training session, but that plan has now fallen through. With fewer participants, it becomes less feasible to indulge in idleness. Li Wei humorously berated himself, suddenly pondering a crucial question. How did William Hanna journey from his homeland to this place? According to the original narrative, without the guidance of recorded pointers or permanent markers to locate the island, such a feat would be utterly impossible. Moreover, in the context of the original story, on the Grand Line, aside from military vessels equipped with their own propulsion systems that do not rely on the winds, and with hulls reinforced with sea stone to withstand various sea creatures, ordinary ships would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate freely in and out of the Grand Line. Wouldn't they? Could it be that this individual did not hail from a typical naval family? Lost in thought, Li Wei was suddenly interrupted by the ringing of a transponder snail. He gathered his thoughts and answered the call, only to discover it was Commander Branu reaching out to him. "Commander Branu, are you informing me that I may proceed to the training point in the Kingdom of Sorb at my own discretion?" Li Wei hastily inquired. "It seems that William Hanna has already informed you. However, my purpose in seeking you is not related to that matter. You and Buki are residents of the island. If there are no other pressing issues, I would recommend that you refrain from leaving the island for the time being. You may take the warship to the Kingdom of Salb, which would be more convenient." "Very well," I replied. "Buki and I can look after each other. This will be my first time traveling far." Indeed, Buki had just conveyed the same sentiment to me. Seize this opportunity to bond with one another. Li Wei pondered inwardly, is it possible to maintain a harmonious relationship with Buki? This seems rather awkward. He then inquired further, apart from Buki, are there others departing from here? For instance, those new recruits with abilities? Currently, the only confirmed ability recruit departing from the island is Davis. By the way, Daniel has yet to make a decision. He might also accompany you to the Salb Kingdom. All the other new recruits from your cohort have expressed their desire to head to the training base independently. Very well, thank you, Commander Branu. Not at all. Additionally, the primary reason I sought you out is regarding the Steel Knife Pirates. When you defeated their captain, Eddie, you had not yet officially joined the Navy. Therefore, as per regulations, you are entitled to claim the bounty. Upon hearing Branu's words, Li Wei exclaimed in delight, "Are you suggesting that I can receive 10 million berries?" "Indeed. You may collect it at the base." "All right, thank you, Commander Branu." Li Wei was elated. Just a few days prior, he had repaired something for Anderson and earned 10 million Bailey. With this windfall, he soon found himself in possession of a substantial fortune totaling 20 million Bailey. Indeed, this 10 million Bailey would be perfectly allocated to grant both Grandma Moo and Uncle Spike 5 million Bailey each. Li Wei silently contemplated within his heart. At the naval base, in Admiral Paulusolino's office, Brana hung up the transponder snail and quietly remarked, "Admiral Paulusolino, I have informed Li Wei about the bounty. He is aware that besides himself and Buki, the others will make their way to the training point independently. Is it truly wise to act in such a dispersed manner? Using Li Wei as bait? The members of the Whitebeard Pirates are formidable individuals, and sending new recruits to the Salb Kingdom could easily lead to another ambush like last time. Furthermore, the larger our numbers grow, the more likely it is that the new recruits, who are the future of the Navy, will be endangered before they even have the chance to mature." As he spoke, Paulusolino habitually stroked his chin and continued, "Otherwise, I would have a difficult time explaining this to Teacher Zifa. However, such scattered actions also provide the pirates with opportunities to strike. Branu, did you not repeatedly emphasize that the new recruits leaving the island should not mention this to others? In other words, if there are no traitors among us, the Whitebeard Pirates would have no way of knowing our plans. If there truly is a traitor, the number of new recruits on this island is limited. I doubt they would risk leaking such information, as it would be too easy to expose themselves." "Indeed. Yet this arrangement seems rather unfair to both Li Wei and Buki. Do not fret. We are both well aware of Li Wei's capabilities. As for Buki, his father will likely arrange for skilled protectors to safeguard him. Thus, it is the Whitebeard pirates that should be wary, for I shall also be present. Pagliusolino said with a sly smile. Admiral Pagliusolino, your reasoning is sound. Just as Branno was about to speak further, he was interrupted by a knock on the door. Upon opening it, he found Fujitora standing there. Mr. Isho, are you here to see Admiral Pagliusolino? Not entirely. Branno, your presence is fortuitous. Admiral Pagliusolino, I have received intelligence indicating that the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Senna, has appeared on Paris Island, and I suspect he may target the new recruits training point there. Oh, Pagliusolino replied slowly. The emergence of such intelligence at this moment feels rather significant. Mr. Isho, what are your thoughts? I wish to investigate. As several witnesses have confirmed Senna's presence on Paris Island, where he has been circling the training point for quite some time. This man is capable of anything. Very well. Since you have made your decision, proceed. Upon hearing Pagliusolino's words, Fujitora turned and left. At an inn on the island, Daniel spoke into the transponder snail. The Navy has just informed us that the new recruits may choose to either travel independently to the Solb Kingdom or accompany the naval ships. As far as I know, only Li Wei and Buki, the locals, have set out from here. Dispersed actions? Does the Navy also know that the Whitebeard pirates are on this island? Daniel quickly replied. Clearly, yes. It is quite normal for the Navy to send infiltrators among the pirates. I have just informed Quinn and Jack about the new recruits' departure schedule. And now the plan has changed. What do you intend to do? I have not yet decided. I would like to hear your opinion, AP. If Jack has informed the Whitebeard pirates of the intel you provided, they will undoubtedly target the new recruits. I suggest you travel alone to avoid exposing your identity. I was thinking along those lines as well. The Whitebeard pirates are a bunch of fools. With Pagliusolino and Fujitora present, their ambush is destined to fail. Why should I take unnecessary risks? That may not be the case. Koki is different from his captured brother. He initially sought to ally with Jack, but was rebuffed. Now, it seems he has formed an alliance with the Hellfire organization, and they may concoct a plan to divert the two admirals. Upon hearing this, Daniel was somewhat taken aback. How could the Hellfire organization be involved? I see. It must be because of Li Wei, who has imprisoned many of their members. Li Wei? Is he the new recruit from the bar? If possible, I hope you can win him over, Daniel. I've heard he is also the son of a pirate. I will do my best, but I estimate the chances are slim. Li Wei does not seem to harbor any fondness for pirates. Forget about that for now. I have already joined the Navy. AP, have you located any other supernovas? None. Their movements are too elusive. Daniel, I truly envy you. You do not have to expend effort in this tedious search. We both serve Kaido. I gather intelligence for him to weaken the enemy. While you seek capable subordinates to bolster his strength, Kaido will undoubtedly become the Pirate King. After hanging up the transponder snail, Daniel immediately dialed another number to inform Branno of his decision. Finally, he muttered to himself, the Whitebeard pirates and Hellfire? Li Wei certainly has many enemies. I hope he can withstand this ordeal, or else the new recruit training will be rather dull. On a certain island in the Grand Line, amidst a dense jungle, a scarred man spoke into the transponder snail. Well done, Barnes. As he spoke, he adjusted his long catfish whiskers with his hand. Lord Fisher, I have been disguised as Senna for several days now. If that captain of the Whitebeard pirates or Fujitora really comes looking for me, won't I be in grave danger? Rest assured, Senna is currently hiding away. With you drawing fire, he would be delighted and would not come looking for trouble. As for Fujitora, even if he wishes to pursue, it will take him several days. You can use your fruit powers to maintain your disguise for a few more days. By making more appearances, you will surely attract Fujitora's attention. Very well, but I do not understand. Are not our enemies the Revolutionary Army? Why involve ourselves with the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy? Because we have recently acquired another enemy, naval recruit Li Wei. This recruit has imprisoned many of our members. And if we do not retaliate, other gangs will look down upon us. Li Wei, are we really willing to oppose a naval recruit at the risk of confronting an admiral? Fisher chuckled. Who says we are opposing the admirals? Your task is merely to help divert Fujitora. Once he leaves the island, you can return to your original form. The true adversaries of the Navy are the Whitebeard pirates. However, I still feel unsafe. I have a nagging feeling that someone is following me. Do not be so timid, Barnes. You, like me, are a Zoan-type mythical beast fruit user. A few lowly Revolutionary Army followers tailing you is nothing. With your Inu no Mi, mythical beast, nine-tailed fox transformation ability, evading them will be a piece of cake. That may be so, but Fisher interrupted his subordinate, encouraging him. Your greatest issue is a lack of confidence. Although Aldrich is the group leader, he can only alter his appearance compared to your fruit power, which can not only change your visage, but also your clothing and height to be indistinguishable. You are 100 times superior to him. With Aldrich captured, the organization is considering nominating a new leader. You have a great opportunity. After this, Fisher heard a series of thanks from the other end. All right. Thank you for your recognition, Lord Fisher. I will do my utmost to fulfill the tasks assigned by the organization. Upon concluding his call with the telephone bug, Fisher dialed another number. Once connected, The telephone bug morphed into a figure with a prominent hooked nose, ominously inquiring, Fisher, I presume you bear good news for me? Coke. I have orchestrated matters on my end. I believe Fujitora will soon set forth for Paris Island. Do not forget your promise. Rest assured, the moment I ascertain Fujitora's departure, I shall promptly reach out to Charlotte Paris Sparrow, urging him to persuade the Empress Big Mom to create a tumult in the realm of the Revolutionary Army, thereby alleviating the pressure of your pursuit. Collaborating with astute individuals is indeed a pleasure. I must admit, it is surprising that your brother is so singular-minded. While you exhibit a knack for leveraging others, he chuckled. Fisher, refrain from disparaging my brother if you wish to continue our partnership. My apologies, yet as an ally. I feel compelled to remind you that Kizaru remains on the island. Kizaru, you say? I have already devised a means to divert his attention. The Navy's rookie is inescapably doomed this time. Fisher, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter. You are truly a cunning individual. By the way, during the assault on the Navy rookie, I hope you can keep an eye out for a certain individual named Li Wei, who is our adversary in the Hellfire faction. Li Wei? Is he not the rookie who annihilated one of your squads? Fear not. I shall make it a priority to attend to him. Haha, I thank you in advance. Fisher then stowed away the telephone bug, hesitating for a moment before dialing another number, cheerfully asking, Peepon, how fare you? I possess intelligence regarding Li Wei. Are you interested? Indeed. A voice full of urgency emanated from the telephone bug. What intelligence? He is about to journey to the kingdom of Salb and will conveniently pass through your current island. Surely, this piques your interest? Haha, it appears that the rookie named Li Wei has run out of luck. Just as the crow departed, I was lamenting my boredom. And he has conveniently presented himself. Fisher paused momentarily before responding. Oh? Then I extend my congratulations. The following day, Li Wei arose early and made his way to the Navy's encampment. Upon arrival, he sought out Braunow in the office, and subsequently accompanied him to claim the bounty of 10 million berries for Captain Eddie of the Steel Knife Pirates. Braunow, gazing at the overflowing box of money, inquired, Li Wei, how do you intend to spend this fortune? Ah, I suppose I shall divide it. On this island, I have two individuals who, though not related, are akin to family. Before departing, I wish to ensure their comfort. Ah, that is commendable. Initially, I intended to suggest that you invest in a reliable weapon, as you are soon to set sail, and the sea is rife with peril. Having a weapon at hand would certainly afford you some measure of safety. However, upon hearing this, Li Wei merely smiled faintly. Weapons? I am still uncertain of my strengths. There is no rush. Your reasoning holds merit. Thus, take care of this 10 million berries and cherish the company of your loved ones. Farewell, Commander Braunow. After leaving the encampment, Li Wei first contacted Butchie via the telephone bug, then set off for his residence. Upon arriving at the grand entrance of the mansion, Granny M was already awaiting him. The moment she spotted Li Wei, she hurried forward. Noticing the marked improvement in her health, Li Wei promptly greeted her. Granny M, it has been ages. You appear to have regained decades of youth. You rascal, always jesting. Granny M replied with a warm smile. I have heard from young Master Butchie that you have joined the Navy and hold a commendable rank. Splendid indeed. Young Master Butchie mentioned such matters to you? I had presumed he was somewhat perturbed by my elevation above him. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, but he soon chuckled and teased. You cannot say that about Master Butchie. He is a good person. Furthermore, I can sense that he possesses remarkable talent, just like you. He has merely faced a temporary defeat and is currently training hard. Upon hearing this news, Li Wei's heart stirred. Then I must also strive to improve. Grandmother, do you know where Master Butchie is training? Please take me there. Of course, if you train here, I will have the pleasure of seeing you every day, Grandmother replied, hastily leading the way as Li Wei closely followed. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, and before long, they arrived at their destination. Li Wei soon spotted Butchie, who was drenched in sweat from training. With a cheerful smile, he remarked, You are quite diligent, Master Butchie. May I join you? Butchie turned around, momentarily taken aback, and replied curtly, I was just looking for you when you showed up. My father seems to have something to discuss with you. The wealthiest Anderson wishes to see me. I hope he doesn't have another repair job for me. However, I've completely run out of the restoration fluid. He sighed, dismissing his wild conjectures as futile. Li Wei quickly responded, Doesn't this just prove our telepathic connection? I shall go meet your father now. I'll accompany you. Please wait a moment, Butchie said before walking away. After a considerable time, he returned, his hair still damp, indicating that he had taken a shower and changed his clothes. The two made their way to the office, where Anderson and DuPont were already waiting. Without preamble, Li Wei addressed Anderson directly. Mr. Anderson, is there something you require of me? DuPont, you may explain, Anderson replied in his usual cold tone. Certainly, sir. Master Butchie, Mr. Li Wei, you should have received notification from the Navy. Among this batch of new recruits, only the two of you are departing from this island. The others are to make their way to the training site independently. Upon hearing this, Li Wei seized upon a crucial point and inquired, Mr. DuPont, your information is remarkably well informed. As I understand it, this is classified information that I doubt Butchie would disclose. Before Butchie could respond, DuPont interjected. This was communicated to Mr. Anderson by Branlew, who also hinted that the Greybeard pirates might target you. The Greybeard pirates? They are the ones who ambushed the Navy's new recruits, only to be defeated by the rookie Fujitora, correct? How audacious of them to attempt another strike. A sense of foreboding washed over Li Wei as he pondered. So, the proposal put forth by the Navy is, in essence, a ruse to mislead the Greybeard pirates? No. Branlu and Kizaru intend to use Master Buchi and myself as bait to lure the Greybeard pirates, ensuring that the other recruits reach the kingdom of Soulbell unscathed? Precisely. Mr. Anderson shares this line of thought, which is why he summoned you and Master Buchi. The Greybeard pirates still have many remnants, and they are quite formidable. Even with the presence of top-tier figures like Fujitora or Kizaru, if they focus their efforts on the new recruits, you will be in great peril. Is this truly the Navy's interpretation of justice? Buchi exclaimed, visibly displeased. To the Navy, upholding justice comes at a cost. If it is possible to preserve the Navy's future at minimal expense while striking back at the rampant pirates, it is a deal worth pursuing, DuPont replied. His expression unyielding. Li Wei nodded with a wry smile, remarking that the Greybeard pirate crew was oblivious to the fact that the warship departing from the island carried only a handful of naval recruits. They would undoubtedly launch a full-scale assault, placing both him and young Master Buchi in a perilous predicament. Are we to be merely targets to draw their fire? Observing Buchi's agitated demeanor, Anderson cleared his throat and replied in a calm tone. Complaints will not resolve our predicament, Buchi. We are here to devise a strategy. He continued. Moreover, there is no need for excessive concern. Mr. Brana has assured us that Admiral Paulusolino will accompany the team. With his presence, safeguarding you recruits should not pose a significant challenge. Upon hearing this, both Li Wei and Buchi could not help but exhale in relief. At that moment, DuPont added, I will also be accompanying you. Although my capabilities do not compare to those of Admiral Paulusolino, I shall exert every effort to protect you. Thank you, Mr. DuPont. Your assistance during the last rescue and my background investigation was invaluable. Li Wei expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Anderson glanced between Li Wei and his son Buchi and gently cautioned. However, you must remain vigilant. The enemy lurks in the shadows, and their aim is directed squarely at you. It is imperative that you rely on your own strength. Li Wei, particularly you, have rendered significant service to the Navy. However, you have also incurred the ire of many, such as the Hellfire Organization and the Don Quixote family. They may seize the opportunity to retaliate, so you must exercise utmost caution. I believe Admiral Kizaru is keen on keeping you aboard the warship, taking into account both your renown and the potential threats posed by adversaries. Li Wei felt a warm sensation in his heart and promptly replied, Thank you for your concern. Mr. Anderson, I am fully aware that only by becoming sufficiently strong can one ensure their survival. Therefore, I intend to train alongside young Master Buchi. After all, there are still several days before we leave the island, and any enhancement to my strength will be beneficial. Anderson concluded with a final remark, Indeed. You two are natives of the island. You must support one another, strive together, engage in righteous deeds, and bring honor to the people of the island. Levi and Buchi exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. After departing from the lavish office, Levi returned to the training ground, where Grandma Mu was still waiting. Accompanied by two coaches, Buchi spoke up directly, a mere training session won't suffice. How about this, Levi? Let us have a match. And I request coaches Stone and Sidway to serve as judges. Observing the eager demeanor of this affluent heir, Levi smiled faintly. I have just begun my training today, surely. One must undergo a period of adjustment. Don't you agree, Master Buchi? The two coaches also interjected. Master Buchi, each individual's physical capabilities vary. Training must proceed at one's own pace, and one must not overexert themselves. Buchi glanced around at those present, seemingly finding only Grandma Mu interested in the competition between him and Levi. After a moment of contemplation, he conceded, Very well, we shall forego it today. But let us engage in a proper contest tomorrow. Li Wei readily agreed. Following the coach's instructions, he began warming up with Buchi through a series of runs. After a considerable time, Grandma reluctantly departed, for she still had her duties to attend to. No sooner had she left than Li Wei found himself breathless. Collapsing onto the ground as he weakly exclaimed, I can't go on. I need a moment's rest. Ignoring the curious gazes of the two coaches, he reclined on a nearby lounge chair and drifted off to sleep. Observing this, Buchi's eyes sparkled with amusement. He restrained the bald Coach Stone, who was about to reprimand Li Wei, and whispered, Let him be, Coach. Let us commence our boxing training. With that, he strode confidently toward the punching bag, delivering powerful strikes. As he continued, Buchi began to shout in enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Li Wei merely rolled over, continuing his slumber. Thus, the entire afternoon passed with Li Wei comfortably ensconced in the lounge chair, until he finally received the anticipated reward. Congratulations, you have completed a daily task. You have acquired the debt repayment machine skill. For further details regarding this skill, please consult the system. The skill reward had arrived, and to his surprise, it truly worked. It appeared that as long as others trained alongside him, he could indulge in leisure. With a sudden start, Li Wei arose from the reclining chair. His expression, a mix of astonishment and delight, startled both Buchi and the two coaches. Li Wei, your timing is impeccable, Buchi scoffed, as he prepared to dine. Noticing Li Wei's lack of response, he continued to mock. I didn't expect the islander's assessment of you to be so accurate. You truly can sleep. However, Li Wei remained silent, deeply engrossed in examining the description of the newly acquired skill. Debt issuing machine. By leveraging the favor of another, one can temporarily borrow their ability. This skill allows the user to borrow an opponent's ability up to 5 times, with each borrowed ability usable only 3 times, and the maximum duration for any single use being 50 minutes. Note 1. To borrow an ability. 2 conditions must be met. 1. The borrower must have either witnessed the ability in action or know its name. 2. The borrower must offer a favor in return, which requires the consent of the lender. Note 2. An ability may only be rented once. If the lender dies during the rental period, the borrowed ability becomes unusable. During the usage of the borrowed ability, the original owner is unable to utilize it. Isn't this reminiscent of the Chimera Ant King Maroom's ability from Hunter x Hunter? Li Wei quickly recalled the origin of this skill. Undoubtedly, the debt issuance machine represents a formidable ability, rivaling that of Krallo Lucifer, the leader of the Phantom Troop, and his ultimate thievery. Had it not been for the encounter with the remarkably astute and astonishingly resilient Mo Laowu, the Lion Man might not have exited the scene so swiftly. Li Wei was filled with joy. Clearly, as his level increased, the skills and items bestowed by the system were becoming increasingly formidable. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a forceful tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Buki, who appeared quite irate, exclaiming, "Have you been dozing off during training? I called your name several times, yet you remained unresponsive. Grandmamu has been here for quite some time, and you haven't even bothered to greet her." Li Wei regained his senses and indeed found Grandmamu standing beside him, her face adorned with a benevolent smile. He hurriedly greeted her. Unaware that Li Wei had idled away the afternoon, Grandmamu spoke with a hint of concern, saying, "Training is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a single day. You must also consider your own limitations. Overexerting yourself could lead to detrimental consequences." Upon hearing this, Buki felt a sense of helplessness in his desire to comment, yet he chose not to expose the truth. A peculiar expression flickered across Li Wei's eyes. He paused momentarily before responding with unwavering composure. "Rest assured, madam, I can endure this level of training. Moreover, under Master Buki's guidance, I am in the hands of an exceptional coach, so you need not worry." "Thank you, Master Buki. Li Wei is a fellow recruit, so please offer him your guidance," she added. "Of course, madam," Buki replied with a serious demeanor. "Well then, continue your training. I shall take my leave to rest." After watching madam depart into the distance, Buki's countenance shifted to one of disdain. If there were a competition for sleeping and deceiving the elderly, you would undoubtedly win the championship. Li Wei, grateful for Buki's earlier actions, retorted, "If there were a contest for helping others deceive the elderly, you would be a multiple champion." "You," Buki exclaimed in anger. "Li Wei, do you intend to sleep like this for the next few days? If so, stay away, lest you disturb my training." "How could that be? By the way, shall we train tonight as well? Time waits for no one." "Certainly, I shall not rest until my body can no longer move. Speaking of which, you've napped all afternoon and are full of energy. How about a challenge?" In the face of Buki's provocation, Li Wei inquired, "Do you consider this nighttime training to be overtime? Do you even know what you're saying? Never mind, you should return to the park to sleep." Buki frowned, initiating a dismissal. "Don't be like that, Master Buki. You train, I shall catch a few more winks," Li Wei replied, disregarding the mocking tone, and lay back down. Buki, taken aback, glanced at the closed-eyed Li Wei, ultimately deciding to ignore him. He then commenced a new round of training. It must be said that Buki was indeed diligent. With the assistance of 2 coaches, he engaged in various forms of training, both physical and technical. Meanwhile, after accumulating another 5 hours of leisure time, Li Wei heard the melodious system notification. "Congratulations, you have completed a daily task and acquired the skill Heroic Sacrifice. To learn more about this skill, you may consult the system." This time, Li Wei did not leap up in excitement. Instead, he merely opened his eyes to review the skill's description. Heroic Sacrifice allows the user to accelerate the aging process of any living being within a 50-meter radius. This skill can be used 5 times, with each instance of aging lasting a maximum of 50 minutes. Note 1. The higher the target's body temperature or the closer they are to the user, the faster they age. Caution: this skill's aging effect applies indiscriminately to allies and foes. Use it judiciously. Note 2. The user can choose whether to age themselves and can seamlessly transition between youth and old age. This ability resembles a stand power featured in the 5th part of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, if memory serves correctly, the stand's original host being the boss of a mafia organization. Li Wei swiftly discovered the origin of this skill and took the opportunity to reminisce about the plot of the original work. The mob boss nearly annihilated Bucciarati's team with his ability to age individuals over a wide area. Even more admirable was the fact that the mob boss, despite suffering life-threatening injuries, chose not to relinquish his stand ability, inspiring his subordinates to continue the fight. Regrettably, they ultimately succumbed to the protagonist's aura, meeting a heroic end. Although this skill is undeniably formidable, its indiscriminate nature limits its applicability. Li Wei nodded slightly, and then sprang to his feet. observing Butch still diligently training. He felt a surge of emotion. Tomorrow, I too shall commence my rigorous training. I aim to enhance my combat strength by 10 points within the remaining 6 days. In doing so, by the time we embark, coupled with my recent promotion to private second class, the system will grant an additional reward of 100 points, elevating my combat prowess to a formidable 170 points. Though I may still be relatively weak with the items and skills I possess, I will at least have a semblance of self-preservation. Amidst this whirlwind of thoughts, Li Wei heard a voice. Li Wei, do persuade Master Butch to temper his training. If he continues in this manner, it may lead to complications. Looking up, he saw 2 instructors, their faces etched with concern. The bald instructor, Stone, added, "We cannot sway him." Li Wei glanced at Buki again. Indeed, the clothes of this wealthy heir were already soaked, his face flushed. Yet, he continued to grit his teeth and persevere. "Leave it to me. I have a way to make him stop," confidently, Levi declared as he approached. But Butch remained engrossed in his training, oblivious to Levi's approach. This unexpected scenario left Levi somewhat astonished. Was this truly the person whose background surpassed his own, yet was also more diligent? Thankfully, he had his own advantages. He called out loudly, "It's time for a break, Master Butch. Did you not hear what Granny said?" As Butch turned to look at him, Levi added, "Excessive training intensity can be detrimental to your health. Surely, you wouldn't want to spend the next few days confined to your bed, would you?" Butch, with an inexplicable fury, retorted, "Mind your own business, you slothful good-for-nothing. Don't show up tomorrow." Levi was taken aback by Butch's unprovoked ire and hastily clarified, "Recently, I've been running around tirelessly, dealing with the Steel Blade pirate group and rescuing people. What harm is there in me taking a moment to rest?" But Butch replied, "Your rest is your concern. But do not interfere with my training. You are not welcome here. Coach Stone, please escort this individual away." Li Wei furrowed his brow and cast a glance at the 2 coaches before provocatively challenging, "Buki, are you eager for me to leave because you're afraid?" He continued, "A well-prepared axe cuts wood effortlessly. Today, I am merely resting to calibrate my body for optimal performance in training." Noting that Buki's rhythm had slowed, Li Wei added, "Initially, I had planned for us to engage in competitive training starting tomorrow, but at your current state, winning would hold little significance." "Competitive training? You mean you'll be competing against me tomorrow?" Buki inquired. "Indeed. I dedicated today to resting so that I can secure a victory over you. Just look at my condition, remarkably good." "What a pity. Not a problem. We'll compete tomorrow. I can recover with just a good night's sleep," Buki replied hastily, prompting Li Wei to cease his training. Amused, Li Wei decided to lay down the gauntlet. "If you lose, don't blame me for winning unfairly. I won't resort to any underhanded tactics, but during training, you must refrain from employing your peculiar abilities." Buki also stipulated his conditions. "No problem. Rest well, and come at me tomorrow in your finest form." With that, Li Wei waved his hand in farewell and departed. As he watched Li Wei's retreating figure, Buki nodded slightly and followed suit. The 2 coaches exchanged glances and sighed with relief. They had not anticipated that young Master Buki would exhibit such diligence. The intensity of his training surpassed even that of the previous recruitment selection. "I initially thought he would take a brief respite after joining the Navy." Reflecting on his colleague's remarks, the bald Stone replied thoughtfully, "He must be quite unwilling to concede to someone who merely sleeps, like Li Wei." In the park, Levi reclined on the bench, reflecting upon the information he had acquired that day. It was evident that, following their departure from the island, the Greybeard pirates would likely launch an assault on the military vessel carrying the new recruits. It was imperative to prepare for this eventuality in advance. After muttering a thought to himself, he activated the system once more to review the description of the debt issuance machine skill, and subsequently employed this ability. Instantly, a small pink device materialized in his hand, resembling a mobile phone, complete with a screen on its front and 2 buttons beneath it. After a brief experimentation, he swiftly grasped the operational method. By pressing the left button, he could borrow the abilities of others. Upon fulfilling the 2 requisite conditions for borrowing, the details of the individual, including their name, ability name, and borrowing frequency, would be automatically recorded within this so-called issuance machine. The screen served a dual purpose. It allowed for the review of relevant information while also facilitating the selection of abilities. Once an ability was chosen, pressing the right button would enable its use. Having comprehended this, Levi began to contemplate whose ability he should borrow. Currently, the only Devil Fruit users he could access were Admiral Fujitora and Admiral Kizaru, along with the Revolutionary Army's Green. And there was also the face-changing fruit user, Aldrich, who should still be imprisoned. Approaching him under the guise of his naval identity should pose no difficulty. However, Levi shook his head, acknowledging the pressing time constraints that limited his options for ability selection. Although he was aware of the names of these abilities, this merely satisfied the first condition for borrowing. To successfully borrow an ability, he still needed to offer a favor to the individual in question and obtain their consent. In other words, the prerequisite was to meet them in person. He resolved to first seek out Fujitora's ability. The heavy fruit power was formidable, whether for self-preservation or repelling foes. Tomorrow, he would make a trip to the encampment. Li Wei had devised a plan and intended to indulge in a restful slumber. However, having slept excessively during the day, He found himself unable to fall asleep throughout the night, compelling him to rise early. He couldn't help but admire the original owner's seemingly boundless capacity for sleep. Yet, what impressed him even more was the insatiable competitive spirit of the wealthy heir, Buki. Not long after he had gotten out of bed, this individual was already pestering him with phone calls. Li Wei found himself in a perplexing situation, unable to suppress a wry smile. He could only reassure, rest assured. I shall certainly compete with you today. By the way, you trained so hard yesterday and woke up so early today. Could it be that the thought of battling me has exhilarated you to the point of losing sleep? Isn't it obvious? Just the mere thought of triumphing over you fills me with excitement. Came the voice of Buki through the communicator. I suspect my theory is correct. You must rely on those peculiar gadgets to have passed the Navy's recruitment selection. In terms of raw strength, you are bound to lose. Is that so? We shall see after the contest. As he spoke, Li Wei activated the system, revealing his combat power listed as 60. He couldn't help but scoff internally, acknowledging that Buki's assumptions were indeed accurate. However, he had already completed his first occupational task, resulting in a boost of 50 combat power. With such prowess, dealing with a privileged rookie should pose no challenge. Then hurry over. Buki seemed overly confident in his impending victory, prompting Li Wei to jest. Are you so eager to concede defeat to me? Wait for me. I shall seek you out once I finish my tasks. With that, he ended the call and proceeded towards the Navy's encampment. Yet, after just a few steps, the communicator buzzed once more. This time, it was Uncle Spike calling, requesting Li Wei to visit the buckwheat noodle shop, stating that Mr. Yixing had something important to discuss with him. Upon hearing this, Li Wei readily agreed. As he had been troubled by his inability to locate Teng Hu, he promptly turned and hastened towards the buckwheat noodle restaurant. Upon arriving at his destination, Li Wei indeed spotted Teng Hu, the naval admiral, indulging in a hearty bowl of buckwheat noodles. Just as he was about to greet him, he heard the latter curiously inquire, in just a few short days, it seems your strength has significantly increased? Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that Fujitora was an admiral, a figure of considerable authority, capable of sensing his own strength with observation haki. It was entirely reasonable. Thus, he hastily replied, it is indeed during combat that one can most readily enhance their abilities. Over the past few days, I have engaged in several battles, and I too have felt a significant improvement in my prowess. You possess extraordinary talent, coupled with a diverse array of abilities. And your willingness to confront the Navy for the sake of saving civilians truly marks you as a promising young man, Fujitora remarked, his eyes opening as he turned to gaze at Li Wei. The emptiness in his gaze and the subdued tone left Li Wei momentarily perplexed regarding the meaning behind Fujitora's words. Li Wei, I have recently learned that you have, in fact, attacked the Navy. I understand your urgency to rescue those in peril, yet such actions are best avoided, Uncle Spike interjected, patting Li Wei's shoulder with a serious expression. Thank you immensely, Brother Li Wei. You have saved us on several occasions and incarcerated our enemies. We are at a loss as to how we might repay your kindness. Tom and his brother gazed at him with eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Tom, George? What are you saying? Without you, I would not have been able to join the Navy, so let us refrain from such formalities. Now that the Steel Blade pirates have been dealt with, it is time for you to let go of the past and begin anew, Li Wei said, observing as the brothers nodded solemnly. Turning to Uncle Spike, Li Wei continued, I comprehend your concerns. Had it not been for the urgency of the situation, I would not have resorted to such extreme measures. It was a course of last resort. To achieve certain paramount objectives, one may need to adopt unconventional methods. But one must also take responsibility for the outcomes. I hope you will keep this small piece of advice in mind. Upon hearing this, Li Wei recalled Fujitora's decision to allow Doflamingo to unleash the birdcage in his quest to abolish the warlords of the sea system. Ultimately, a powerful admiral, capable of vanquishing Doflamingo in an instant, had opted to lead the Navy in the effort to halt the birdcage's contraction. Reflecting on these events, Li Wei spoke thoughtfully. Yes, in great undertakings, one must often overlook minor details. I fully understand the weight of responsibility you bear as a naval admiral. Regrettably, I tend to be rather meticulous. I desire only to protect civilians to the best of my abilities. You consider yourself meticulous? If that is the case, I suspect that Antiquities dealer has already perished at the hands of the Steel Blade pirates, Fujitora remarked pointedly. At this, a flicker of unease crossed Li Wei's eyes, indicating that the Navy had not entirely dispelled their suspicions regarding him. However, he refrained from elaborating further, satisfied that he had achieved his objective of joining the Navy. Fortunately, Fujitora did not probe deeper. Instead, he kindly cautioned, Li Wei, remember that every advantage carries its own drawbacks. A person has their own stance. The more friends one has in opposing factions, the less advantageous it may prove, for it may correspondingly increase the number of adversaries. Li Wei pondered for a moment, realizing that Fujitora was subtly advising him not to associate too closely with the Revolutionary Army. He smiled and replied, I merely wish to quietly serve as a new naval recruit, Admiral Fujitora, rest assured. Well, I hope you will remember my counsel. Speaking of which, I almost forgot the purpose of my visit, Fujitora said in a lowered voice. In truth, I have come to bid you farewell. In a couple of days, I shall leave this island to address some personal grievances. Uncle, are you really leaving so soon? Tom asked, his voice tinged with sorrow. Indeed, Tom. There is no need for you to be disheartened. If fate permits, we shall have the opportunity to meet again. Fujitora gently ruffled Tom's hair and added, with Spike looking after you, I am at ease. Tom and George are both good children, and their company brings us great joy, Spike replied with a cheerful smile. Li Wei interjected promptly, so it seems that only Admiral Kizaru will escort our new recruits? Indeed. It is precisely because he is present that I can confidently attend to my own matters. However, Li Wei, you must exercise caution. The Whitebeard pirates may very well strike at the new recruits once more. The Whitebeard pirates? Aren't they the ones who previously ambushed the Navy's new recruits? Only to be repelled by Mr. Zoro? They dare to confront the Navy again? Uncle Spike, having just voiced this concern, was met with Tom's anxious inquiry. Are these pirates truly formidable? Are they stronger than the Steel Blade pirates? They are 100 times more formidable than the Steel Blade pirates. Li Wei thought to himself as he glanced between Tom and Fujitora, letting out a sigh. Indeed, Tom pressed anxiously. Does that mean my big brother Li Wei is in grave danger? Uncle Fujitora, please assist him. Do not worry. The one escorting the new recruits is an admiral of the Navy. His strength is on par with mine. Even if the captain of the Whitebeard pirates were to come personally, he would not prevail against an admiral, Fujitora reassured Tom. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, Li Wei voiced his perspective. Certainly, the admiral can defeat the Whitebeard pirates, but in battles between the strong, the most perilous situation lies with new recruits like myself. For even a collateral impact could prove fatal. Fujitora furrowed his brow, pondering. Li Wei, do you have a request? Speak plainly. Admiral Fujitora. I would like to know if you are indeed a user of the gravity fruit? Yes, that is not a secret that requires concealment. Then, could you owe me a favor? Li Wei promptly posed his second question. Upon hearing this, the individuals present displayed expressions of perplexity. After a considerable pause, Fujitora finally replied. I indeed owe you a favor. You have been of great assistance to me. Li Wei hurriedly activated the system, employing the skill of the debt issuing machine. He retrieved a small, compact device from his pocket and swiftly pressed the button on the left, reiterating, Admiral Fujitora, you owe me a favor, do you not? Indeed. Came Fujitora's response, and scarcely had his words faded when a line of text appeared on the screen of the issuing machine. Success. Li Wei felt a surge of joy in his heart, only to hear Fujitora's deep voice soon after. Did you just tamper with my devil fruit abilities? It seems the rumors are true. You can indeed steal the powers of others. No, Admiral Fujitora, I merely borrowed your ability. I had no choice. It was for self-preservation. But fret not. I can use it a maximum of 3 times, and each usage will not exceed 50 minutes. Li Wei swiftly elaborated. What an extraordinary ability. It seems I have unraveled the secret behind your borrowed powers. Sigh. Li Wei let out a sigh of relief. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to speak frankly. Admiral Fujitora, it is quite possible that you may be unable to utilize your devil fruit abilities for a while. Nevertheless, I can still safeguard myself without them. There are not many formidable individuals in this world who can pose a threat to you. Having said this, Li Wei produced a bag of money he had brought with him and stood up to hand it to Spike. He added, Uncle, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please do not refuse it. I must go train now, so I shall take my leave. Farewell, everyone. With that, he dashed away. Just as he exited the buckwheat noodle shop and was about to head to Butchie's residence, he heard the voice of the transponder snail. Upon answering, he recognized the voice of Branu. You need to come to the base. A very renowned journalist wishes to conduct an exclusive interview with you. A journalist wishes to interview me? Li Wei inquired. What is the name of this journalist? His name is Abusa, a prominent figure in the media industry. Surely you have heard of him? His reports frequently grace the front pages of newspapers. Abusa? A journalist? Li Wei quickly recalled the plot from the original work. Wasn't this the wielder of the transparent fruit ability? No problem, I shall come over at once. Li Wei promptly replied, feeling quite troubled by his lack of fruit abilities to borrow. The mere thought of soon possessing the power of the transparent fruit stirred a peculiar excitement within him. For it was an ability that Sanji had long coveted. According to the original storyline, it appeared that the observation haki could not detect those who used the transparent fruit to become invisible. Otherwise, this fruit would indeed be rather inconsequential. It is worth noting that in the latter half of the Grand Line, within the New World, everyone possesses the observation haki. Blackbeard's decision to grant the transparent fruit to his second-in-command was based on the consideration that its abilities were particularly suited for ambush attacks. Indeed, after consuming the transparent fruit, the Rain's Shirita successfully utilized his invisibility to stealthily eliminate the former warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. Beyond ambushing, the invisibility granted by the fruit is also remarkably advantageous for self-preservation. Naturally, there are countless other immensely useful applications as well. Merely contemplating these possibilities caused Li Wei to feel a surge of fervor, prompting him to unconsciously quicken his pace. As he stepped through the gates of the encampment, he encountered Vice Admiral Masakak approaching, flanked by several naval soldiers. Good morning, Vice Admiral Masakak. Are you heading out for patrol or on a mission? Li Wei hesitated briefly before taking the initiative to greet. Maxikak paused in his tracks and responded, I have received intelligence that Green from the Revolutionary Army is still on the island. Someone recently spotted him at a bar in Newcastle. Li Wei, would you be interested in joining me? No, Commander Branna also has matters to discuss with me. You carry on. I hope you manage to capture a member of the Revolutionary Army this time. I hope so as well. If I catch them, it would truly vindicate your innocence, and in turn, I could repay the favor you did for me last time. Observing the burly man's hesitant demeanor, Li Wei chuckled softly. What favor? We are colleagues after all, and we must confront the pirates together in the future. This statement prompted Maxikak to gaze intently at Li Wei once more, yet he chose not to utter another word, merely waving his hand in farewell as he departed. After watching the naval officers leave, Li Wei glanced around to ensure no one was watching. Seizing the moment, he retrieved his transponder snail and dialed a number. After 2 rings, he hastily hung up. Arriving at Brannu's office, Li Wei encountered Absa, the former subordinate of Moria, who is now a renowned contributor. True to his original appearance, Absa sported long golden hair, a lion-like face, clad in a black suit, topped with a round high hat. He scrutinized Li Wei closely, a flicker of confusion suddenly crossing his eyes. Mr. Absa, allow me to introduce you. This is the new naval recruit, Li Wei, Brannu interjected. Noticing the silence between the two, Li Wei came to his senses and promptly replied, Greetings, Mr. Abusa. I greatly admire your writings, particularly the plethora of exclusive insights. I am astounded by how you uncover such information. Now, let us commence. I have heard that as a naval recruit, you have triumphed over numerous formidable opponents known as the Hellfire. Furthermore, you possess a remarkable array of superpowers, such as the whirlwind of the Revolutionary Army Supreme Commander and the fruit of water from the Don Quixote family. Li Wei was taken aback and promptly interrupted Abusa. These are mere rumors. It is well known that a person can only consume one devil fruit. It is impossible for anyone to possess the abilities of multiple fruits. As a mere recruit, I am not even an ability user. And this can be corroborated by Commander Branlo. While speaking, he pondered to himself, who could be spreading such information about my abilities? Clearly, it is not a benign intent. As the saying goes, the bird that stands out gets shot. Abusa, being devoid of any moral scruples, could easily fabricate a narrative, inviting a host of pirates and gangs to seek him out. It is even possible that the Blackbeard pirates would come knocking, as they are currently on the hunt for ability users. If they were to learn of someone possessing the powers of multiple fruits, they would undoubtedly come forth in pursuit. In the midst of these swirling thoughts, Li Wei glanced at Branlo. Fortunately, the commander grasped his intention in time and interjected. Li Wei is indeed not an ability user. Otherwise, he would not need to participate in the conscription selection. I am quite curious, Mr. Abusa, from whom did you acquire the information you just shared? I am a well-known writer, and naturally, I have my own sources of information. I am afraid I cannot divulge more. Abusa furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Li Wei, and pressed on. Many individuals on this island have witnessed you battling alongside Hellfire and the Steel Blade pirates in their entirety. Prior to my arrival here, I inquired with them, and your concealment is of no consequence. At this juncture, he turned to Branlo and added, this presents a splendid opportunity for the Navy's publicity. Just imagine, an ability user with varied powers among the ranks of the Navy, who, in the guise of a recruit, continuously thwarts the advances of gangs and pirates. This would surely instill fear in many nefarious factions and further promote the righteous path of the Navy. After some time as a writer, his eloquence has indeed become quite remarkable. Li Wei inwardly scoffed, acutely aware that he had to take action, should Brando be persuaded. He would find himself relentlessly hunted across the globe. With this thought in mind, Li Wei hesitated before speaking, to promote the Navy with rumors. I doubt that Commander Brando would acquiesce. I've also heard some whispers about Absa. Some claim you sometimes vanish as if you've consumed a devil fruit. Who told you that? Absa inquired, his demeanor slightly perturbed. Do not be alarmed. I certainly recognize these as mere rumors. The ability to make one invisible is indicative of the transparent fruit, which has long been consumed by one of the former warlords of the sea, Moria. After the conclusion of the Marineford War, that individual even exploited the fruit's powers to rescue Moria. As Li Wei spoke, he carefully observed Absa's expressions. Noticing his countenance grow increasingly grave, he added, as I mentioned earlier, it is impossible for anyone to possess multiple devil fruit abilities. Would you not agree, Mr. Absa? Indeed. You make an excellent point. As a journalist, I believe it is my duty and responsibility to present the truth to the public. I will certainly clarify these rumors in the newspaper. With a sigh of relief, Li Wei felt the crisis had finally been averted. Li Wei set aside his burdens and recalled that there was still a matter of utmost importance to attend to. Thus, he discreetly employed the skill of the debt issuance machine, pressing the left button. He then inquired, Mr. Abusa, I shall also utilize my channels to substantiate your innocence. However, this is not without conditions. Your channels? I see. Then let us collaborate harmoniously, Abusa replied. Yet before he could finish his sentence, a frown creased his brow, suggesting discomfort. After a brief pause, he rose to take his leave. Please wait here. I shall accompany Mr. Abusa. Branlo also offered as they both proceeded to the entrance of the outpost. Abusa hastily urged Branlo to return first. When left alone, Abusa glanced back at the outpost, muttering, "How does this new recruit know about my affairs with the master? Quite peculiar." He pondered for a moment before concluding, "Regardless. The financier merely requires me to compose a report about him, with no specific stipulations on the content. I shall write something simple that should suffice to appease Morgans." At the naval outpost, in the office, upon Branlu's return, he asked, "Li Wei, where did you hear those words you just spoke?" "What words?" Li Wei feigned an expression of innocence. Upon noticing this, Commander Branna ceased his internal conflict and inquired, "Are you truly a resident of this island? I can't shake the feeling that you harbor too many secrets, with your peculiar abilities and your extensive network of intelligence, all of which instills a sense of trepidation." "Commander Brannu," Li Wei replied, "I merely wish to lead a tranquil life as a naval soldier, while also engaging in some just endeavors. Therefore, there is no need for your concern." "Let us hope so," Brannu remarked. "Mr. Abusa just mentioned that he would assist you in concealing your extraordinary powers. So you need not worry about attracting the attention of pirates." With that said, Branna suddenly smiled and added, "Let us be on our way. Buki has been waiting impatiently." "Buki? That fellow has even managed to rouse the attention of a commander like you." Li Wei found himself in a state of amusement. Brannu, with a serious expression, added, "He even entrusted me with the task of being your referee. In retrospect, your ability to pass the conscription selection must have relied on your extraordinary powers. Wouldn't you agree? I am quite intrigued by the true extent of your capabilities. Thus, I sincerely hope you can engage in a fair duel with Buki." "Very well. I shall give it my all," Li Wei solemnly replied, and in his heart, he murmured, "I too am curious about the true strength of a combat power of 60. Anderson's mansion. Upon arriving at the entrance, Levi and Brando observed a servant hurriedly darting inside. Moments later, Butch emerged, exclaiming, "Levi, what is the matter? It is already noon, and you have only just arrived." As he spoke, he grasped Levi's arm, eager to usher him inside. "Are you so anxious to concede defeat to me?" Li Wei replied with annoyance, while Brannuel explained, "We arrived late because a reporter wanted to interview Li Wei, which delayed us a bit." "What? A reporter?" A look of envy crossed Buki's face, but he quickly resumed his disdainful demeanor. "Humph, don't get too proud. Once I consume the devil fruit, I will certainly surpass you." "But I am not proud," Li Wei retorted. "Moreover, if you can consume the devil fruit, I can as well. If we are both capable, you will still lose to me. Have you forgotten that the devil fruits are treasures worth over 100 million? You, a pauper, dare to claim I rely on superpowers, when you two depend on your wealthy father?" As the two exchanged barbs, they arrived at the location where they had trained the previous night. There, Li Wei encountered several familiar faces, Granny Moo, Boss Anderson, and DuPont. Just as he was about to make another sarcastic remark, Buki interjected, "Li Wei, we agreed last night that in today's contest, you must not use your superpowers. It is purely a test of physical strength." "Understood." Before coming here, Commander Brannuel already informed me that he would serve as the referee. If I attempted to use my powers, he would certainly notice. That is not enough. Granny Moo is also here. In her presence, you must assert that you absolutely will not use your superpowers. Granny Moo, please act as our referee. If Commander Brannuel accuses this kid of cheating with superpowers, you must reprimand him fiercely." Upon hearing this, Li Wei was rendered speechless. Granny Moo kindly assured, "Rest assured, young Buki, Li Wei is a man of his word. He promised me he would join the Navy, and he has truly fulfilled that promise." "Well, fine." Buki had intended to reveal that Li Wei had passed the recruitment selection by cheating with his superpowers, but he opened his mouth and decided against continuing. Li Wei swiftly shifted the topic. "Buki, let's cut to the chase. What are the events for our competition?" "Of course, they are identical to those in the conscription selection, a 100-meter sprint, 200 laps around the track, and 2,000 push-ups." "No problem. This time, I shall ensure you concede with complete acceptance." Soon, the competition commenced, and before long, the results of the first event were announced. Li Wei held a slight advantage, achieving a time of 6 seconds. Meanwhile, Buki also made rapid progress, clocking in at 6 seconds and 3/10, a full second faster than his time during the conscription selection. However, he was evidently dissatisfied with such results. He repeatedly confirmed with Brando, who insisted that he had not observed any indications of Li Wei's capabilities. "It's impossible. I cannot lose to him. Let us proceed to the second event," he declared. They were to run 200 laps around the playground, which consumed considerable time. Yet once again, Li Wei emerged victorious. In stark contrast to his previous performance, he appeared utterly exhausted after the race, collapsing onto the ground and requiring assistance to rise. This time, however, Li Wei seemed significantly more at ease. Despite being drenched in sweat, he felt none of the typical fatigue. Witnessing this, Buki wore an expression of disbelief. Just as he was about to inquire, Brando shook his head, interrupting him. Nearby, Anderson and DuPont exchanged meaningful glances at Li Wei, their faces reflecting admiration. The two coaches looked at each other, and the forthright Shidawai murmured, "Did he really not cheat last time?" "It shouldn't be possible," Madame Mu bluntly asserted. "Li Wei, you are truly impressive, and Master Buki is remarkable as well. I did not attend the conscription selection when Li Wei participated, but I have finally rectified a significant regret this time. Thank you, Master Byuki. Faced with such encouragement, Byuki found it difficult to retort, ultimately gritting his teeth and suggesting, Li Wei, let us compete in the final event. I have heard that true Marines can perform push-ups using only 3 fingers to support their entire body. Let us do the same. Absolutely, Li Wei replied after a brief contemplation. As Byuki prepared for his push-ups, he exerted all his strength. Balancing on 3 fingers with unwavering stability, his body sprang into action, diving and rising with the speed of lightning. It was evident that he was determined to win this round at all costs. Impressive, Li Wei thought, admiring Byuki's remarkable talent as he witnessed the swift movements of his opponent's push-ups. Yet, he too wished to test his limits, and thus matched Byuki's rhythm. Exerting himself fully to perform push-ups. 100, 1,500, 1,600. Brando, the judge, diligently counted by the side. As their endurance waned, Byuki's face flushed with exertion, and large beads of sweat dripped onto the ground, yet his pace remained relentless. Li Wei furrowed his brow and deliberately slowed his pace. With a score of 1,900 to 2,000, the victor of this round was Byuki. Branlu announced the final result with a loud voice. Haha, as expected. I will not lose to you. Witnessing this scene, both coaches wore broad smiles and exchanged celebratory high-fives. Li Wei approached voluntarily, extending his congratulations to his rival. Master Byuki, I must admit, you are quite the prodigy. Humph, does defeating you truly make one a genius? Byuki intended to utter further taunts. Yet upon noticing the proud smiles of his father and grandmother nearby, he prudently refrained from speaking further. Byuki, you are indeed a genius. In just a few days, you have significantly improved your performance in these 3 disciplines. If you apply yourself diligently during training, I believe you will become an exceptional naval warrior, Branu remarked. Offering gentle encouragement, after a brief pause, he continued, Congratulations to Mr. Anderson. Byuki will undoubtedly become your pride. Thank you for your commendation, sir. I hope you will hold him to high standards and inspire his growth, Anderson replied, giving Li Wei a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You too must strive diligently in the Navy. I will, Li Wei affirmed. Levi nodded vigorously and offered a smile to Grandma Mu. At that moment, Butchie seemed to have an epiphany and abruptly turned to Bran and inquired, Sir, did this fellow just not yield to me? The utterance of this question rendered the atmosphere palpably awkward. After a prolonged silence, Levi coldly countered, Why should I yield to you? Could you perhaps cultivate a modicum of self-confidence, Master Butchie? Bran scrutinized Levi for a moment and shook his head, stating he was likely giving his all just now. Initially, both of you exhibited impressive speed. However, Levi's endurance fell slightly short, which resulted in a deceleration later on. I merely wish to avoid exhausting myself in this trivial contest, which might render me immobile for tomorrow's training. Li Wei busily explained. Their conversation dispelled Byuki's doubts, and he returned to his triumphant tone. Humph, a loss is a loss. There are no excuses to be made. It seems the result of our match was 2-1, doesn't it? I wonder who the loser is. Li Wei retorted sharply. Butchie was taken aback for a moment, but quickly responded, Who says today's competition is over? We still have the 4th and 5th events to contend with. Never mind. I'll consider it a loss. Just look at the time. It's already evening. I need to head back and rest. I'll come back for training tomorrow. Li Wei did not wish to exhaust himself before even setting off. After all, there were adversaries awaiting him on the road to the training camp. You can't escape. Before Butchie could finish his sentence, Brando chimed in. Let us call it a day, Butchie. You need to balance work and rest. Even if you're eager to enhance your skills, your body deserves a moment of respite. Indeed, Master Butchie, there is always tomorrow, the 2 coaches quickly added. Seeing this, Butchie could only respond with reluctance. All right then, let us compete in other events tomorrow. I merely wish to train. Competitions hold no interest for me, Li Wei interjected. Eager to decline. Once we reach the training camp, there will be plenty of opportunities for contests. There is no need to rush. He then produced another bag and handed it to Granny Mu, saying, This is a small token of my appreciation, Granny Mu. Please take care of yourself. After uttering these words, Li Wei swiftly ran off, leaving everyone present in a state of bewilderment. Granny Mu, uncertain of the contents of the bag, opened it to discover it was filled with stacks of money. She panicked, calling out, Li Wei, come back. Where did you get this money? I can't accept it. At that moment, Brando stopped Granny Mu, saying, This is the bounty he received for defeating the Steel Knife Pirates. You should accept it. This way, Li Wei can leave here with peace of mind. Granny Mu stamped her foot in protest, but her face broke into a joyful smile, and as she laughed, tears began to flow. Nearby, Butchie was touched by the scene and rushed over to Anderson, resolutely declaring, Dad, from now on, I too will capture pirates and earn bounties. So you can enjoy the money I make. Anderson was taken aback by this declaration, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. With a beaming expression, he said, All right, son, you've grown so much. Brando, DuPont, and the others exchanged meaningful glances with Butchie, before instinctively turning to watch Li Wei as he departed. In the park, Li Wei reclined on the bench, lost in contemplation regarding the pirates who had assaulted the new recruits. During their initial attack on the Navy, the Whitebeard pirates had indeed held a significant advantage. They not only possessed knowledge of the warship's departure times and navigational routes, but also had insight into the arrangements for escorting the new recruits. Such intelligence, if not divulged by an insider, would have been unattainable for the Whitebeard pirates. Fueled by their confidence in victory, they had launched a full-scale assault with the intent to eliminate all the new recruits, thereby delivering a stern warning to the Navy. However, the appearance of Fujitora turned the tide, forcing them to retreat in disarray, suffering substantial losses, including the death of their first mate and several elite members. Logically, having learned from past failures, the Whitebeard pirates would never dare to launch an attack in the presence of Fujitora and Kizaru. Thus, Fujitora's departure at this juncture could very well be a ruse by the Whitebeard pirates to draw him away. Yet, he had also stated that Kizaru would personally escort the new recruits. It is highly probable that the Whitebeard pirates were aware of this information. Would they truly dare to wreak havoc under Kizaru's watchful gaze? Or perhaps they had devised a means to divert this admiral. Li Wei pondered until he succumbed to slumber. In an inn on the island, the hawk-nosed Kochi spoke into the transponder snail, saying, "Well done, Fisher, Fujitora has departed from this island. Shouldn't you now fulfill your promise? Rest assured, I just finished a conversation with Charlotte Perispero. He will persuade Big Mom to send someone to stir trouble in the kingdom of Santo Doria. Your days of fleeing will soon come to an end. It is delightful to collaborate with an astute individual. However, while Fujitora has been diverted, the Yellow Ape remains a formidable opponent. With your current strength, engaging a Marine Admiral is tantamount to courting death. I have long devised a solution for that." While speaking, Kochi toyed with a round top hat, exuding confidence as he added, "Just await the reports in the newspapers in a few days. By the way, what was the name of that new recruit you mentioned? I momentarily cannot recall. He appears rather unimpressive, merely fortunate and hardly a cause for concern. Are you referring to the new recruit Li Wei? Do not underestimate him. Be cautious lest you find yourself in peril." "Very well. I shall ensure he is well looked after. Await my good news." With that, Kochi hung up the transponder snail, tossing the round hat to a nearby individual. Chuckling as he said, "Garrick, with that scribe's assistance, you may fully unleash your fruit abilities. The Yellow Ape is now your responsibility. Haha. Understood, Lord Kochi. In the coming days, you should bond with your partner. That fellow is driven by greed, which aligns well with your miserly nature. Haha." On a certain island in the Grand Line, amidst dense jungles, Fisher stroked his catfish whiskers, muttering, "To think he could devise a plan to divert the Yellow Ape? Truly a cunning character, though regrettably, just as arrogant as his brother. He has learned nothing from underestimating the Marine recruits." Subsequently, he retrieved the transponder snail, Barnes. "Fujitora has set off. Make a few more appearances in the coming days, then depart from Paris Island. I have finally completed my task. And I have not disappointed Lord Fisher. Well done, Barnes. I have also spoken to Pippin regarding your situation. We will jointly recommend you for the position of leader." "Thank you, Lord Fisher." After stowing the transponder snail, Fisher murmured, "The kingdom of Santo Doria, I hope we can rid ourselves of that fellow Sabo." The following day, upon awakening, Li Wei promptly purchased a newspaper from a delivery gull. Indeed, he found an article about himself. From the depths of despair to a new recruit in the Navy, the expose on Li Wei's capabilities was unveiled. Upon reading the headline, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This cannot be right. What on earth is that rascal Abusa up to? He hurriedly continued to read. A cursory glance provided him with some relief. Although the article meticulously detailed his combat experiences with the Hellfire Organization and the Steelblade Pirates, as well as his heroic rescue of an antiquities dealer and several children, the ultimate conclusion drawn was that his success was attributed not to superhuman abilities, but rather to sheer luck. The fortuitousness of an individual's fortune could be epitomized by the tale of new recruit Li Wei. During the ambush by the Hellfire Organization's assailants, Li Wei fortuitously encountered the Revolutionary Army's commander-in-chief, Monkey D. Dragon, who utilized his fruit abilities. The sudden appearance of a tornado effectively vanquished all of his adversaries, enabling Li Wei to capture several gang members alive. His rescue of the antiquities dealer from the Alabasta Kingdom was also a stroke of luck, frequently rummaging through refuse. He often wandered near the dump, which led him to discover the Steel Blade Pirates' kidnapping of the antiquities dealer. In an even more serendipitous turn of events, the Navy, in pursuit of the Revolutionary Army members, found themselves in the very woods where Li Wei happened to be. Thus, with the Navy's assistance, Li Wei inexplicably liberated the hostages from the pirates' clutches. However, the sheer coincidence of the events even prompted the Navy to humorously suspect that Li Wei might be an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army. As for the alleged triumph of Li Wei over Captain Eddie of the Steelblade Pirates, rescuing a dozen children in the process, I surmised that it was most likely the work of Admiral Kizaru. As a mere pirate with a bounty of only 10 million berries would pose no challenge to an admiral. Undoubtedly, the root of all these occurrences lies in the Navy's desire to establish a model figure, going so far as to deceive the public by fabricating the narrative of new recruit Li Wei possessing superhuman abilities. One must admit, fortune favors those who are fortunate, as accolades may indeed present themselves unbidden. Upon seeing the accompanying illustration of himself rummaging through a trash bin, Li Wei exclaimed, "Truly, a renowned writer. This report is sensational, complete with imagery that substantiates the claims. Impressive. Most importantly, Abusa had indeed not divulged anything regarding his superhuman powers. Li Wei watched it a few more times before heading to training with a light heart. At Anderson's mansion, Butch couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing Li Wei, exclaiming, "Ha ha, is what the newspaper said really the truth? Especially with this accompanying image. What are you laughing at? Get back to training. Have you forgotten yesterday's 2-1 score?" Li Wei retorted without reservation, causing the smile on Buki's face to vanish instantly. The two then commenced their training for the day. In Buki's opulent office at home, Anderson set down the newspaper and remarked nonchalantly, "Do you not wish to conceal your prowess for a while longer?" This approach was undoubtedly astute, but how had Li Wei managed to compel Abusa to comply so readily? Perhaps it was through monetary means? As far as I know, Abusa had ventured into perilous territory, crafting exclusive reports solely for the financial gain of the news agency. Li Wei's wealth was considerable, sufficient to secure his loyalty. However, it seemed that the situation was not so straightforward. Perhaps the prior incident involving a Revolutionary Army spy was a matter he could resolve independently, without my intervention to plead with King Cobra. In the royal bedroom of Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo furrowed his brow and inquired with a tone of perplexity, "Pike, did you witness Li Wei employing the powers of the water fruit, as well as that peculiar ability to solidify liquids?" A telephone bug, adorned with sunglasses and a pacifier, responded, "Indeed, young master. Though I cannot fathom why the newspaper claims Li Wei succeeded by mere fortune, I personally witnessed his capabilities. Not to mention that he has awakened the Conqueror's Haki." After a brief silence, Doflamingo grinned. "The only logical explanation is that Abusa has been bought off. Could it be that this individual is also a celestial dragon? Pike, please keep a close watch on him." "Understood, young master." After disconnecting, Doflamingo contemplated. Using the newspaper to fabricate false reports? What a splendid strategy indeed. He, on an island in the South Sea, in a hotel. A gaunt figure draped in a mink coat questioned a telephone bug, "Fisher, have you seen today's newspaper? That Li Wei appears to be utterly unremarkable." "I have. Regardless of his prowess, he is the root cause of Aldrich's capture, and we must eliminate him. Then I shall refrain from taking matters into my own hands. Sabonis should be capable of handling him. Suit yourself, Pipin. Perhaps you may not even get the chance, as the Greybeard pirates have set their sights on the new Navy recruits." The slender Pipin chuckled, "Is that so? Then I shall find amusement elsewhere." At the naval base, in an office, Kizaru lounged in a chair, leisurely trimming his nails, while Branna with green hair stood before him. Li Wei managed to persuade that renowned writer to concoct a false report? How astonishing. Indeed, Admiral Borisolino. It appears Li Wei is privy to certain secrets of Abusa and has leveraged this knowledge to ensure that his extraordinary abilities remain undisclosed. It seems prudent to keep a closer eye on this Li Wei. Intelligence is power, and with such a formidable network of information, could he truly be connected to the Revolutionary Army? Brenu opened his mouth, but chose not to respond. On a distant island, in a cave, Green spoke into a telephone bug. "Sabo, the news in the paper is all fabricated. That tornado was indeed conjured by Li Wei, and Curry can attest to this. He truly rescued the antiquities dealer and the child. I witnessed him employing techniques akin to Ivan Koff's when he saved the dealer." "Li Wei, you say? He wields the abilities of both the commander-in-chief and the Great Route's military leader? Even the Navy, I genuinely hope to meet him." In a certain maritime region of the New World, a pirate ship sped forward, its bow adorned with a colossal horn. Accompanied by several speakers, the broadcast music of the pirate band. Captain Apis sat in his cabin, addressing a squinting telephone bug. "Your fellow recruit Li Wei is far from ordinary." "Indeed, I was astonished to learn that he could sway Abusa. You must exercise caution. He appears to be far more formidable than those foolish pirates. Daniel, do not fall prey to him. Rest assured, Apis. With my fruit abilities, even if my identity is compromised, no one shall capture me. I envy you. Possessing powers akin to the transparent fruit. Haha." At the World Economic News Agency, a large-billed, small-eyed bird with white feathers squawked in frustration. "Have we yet to reach Abusa? This fellow has stirred up a storm with his latest article, resulting in numerous complaints." This talking bird was none other than Morgan's, known as Big News. He glanced at the paper in his grasp, murmuring, "Li Wei, a Navy recruit? Could there truly be someone besides Blackbeard capable of consuming multiple devil fruits?" Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, only 2 days remained before the departure to the training grounds. After several days of rigorous training, Li Wei felt fatigued. He activated the system to assess his combat power, pleased to find an increase of 10 points, bringing his total to 70. Considering the likelihood of encountering enemy attacks en route, Li Wei deemed it prudent to rest and restore his body to peak condition. Thus, he disregarded Buki's biting sarcasm and concluded the 5-day training session. The following day, Li Wei arose early, intending to seek out Branu to gather intelligence on the Greybeard pirates. Simultaneously, he sought to procure a document from the commander to allow him access to the island's prison to consult Aldrich and borrow the face-changing fruit's ability. Upon arriving at Branu's office, the moment Branu learned of Li Wei's intent, he swiftly retrieved a stack of bounty notices from his drawer and handed them over. Li Wei expressed his gratitude, pulled over a chair, and began to observe intently. It must be said that the Greybeard pirate crew is indeed comprised of exceptional talent and possesses formidable strength, with dozens of individuals boasting bounties exceeding 100 million. Firstly, from the photographs on the bounty notices, Captain Greybeard Senna is depicted as a robust individual with a thick, brown-gray beard, which likely inspired his moniker. Senna's bounty reaches an astonishing 1.3 billion berries, and he is a wielder of the Island Fruit's powers. Li Wei was taken aback. The Island Fruit? Is this not the fruit ability of the tyrannical king of the Blackbeard pirates? It seems that Greybeard ultimately met his demise at the hands of Blackbeard. As he pondered this, he heard Branu's voice. Senna is an islander, capable of assimilating with an entire island and exerting control over everything upon it. At that time, he utilized this ability to merge with an island where the Navy was scheduled to resupply, launching a surprise attack as the warships landed, catching us off guard and resulting in significant casualties among our recruits. Fortunately, the Island Fruit possesses a considerable weakness when the assimilated island suffers damage. A portion of that harm is reflected back to the user. Mr. Yishin capitalized on this flaw, using the heavy fruit to manipulate numerous objects on the island and violently strike the land, thereby inflicting severe damage on Senna. After listening to Branu's explanation, Li Wei expressed his thoughts. I see. It appears that without large-scale destructive abilities, inflicting harm on Senna would indeed be quite challenging. As he continued to read, he soon came across the bounty notice for the first mate, Eugene. This fellow had a bounty of 980 million berries, and he was not even a devil fruit user. Judging by the bounty, Eugene's strength was comparable to that of the sweet 3 generals of Big Mom's crew. However, such power would scarcely withstand a few moves against an admiral of the Navy. Thus, it was entirely plausible that he was captured alive by Fujitora. Eugene is a master swordsman, and it is said that he once battled the legendary Dracula Mihawk for an entire day and night, though he ultimately fell short. This attests to his exceptional swordsmanship. Had it not been for his efforts to protect Captain Senna, Eugene might not have been captured. Branu paused momentarily before continuing. Eugene has a brother named Kochi. We suspect he is the most likely candidate to launch an attack. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, he promptly retrieved the bounty notice featuring Kochi. To his surprise, this pirate possessed a rather handsome visage, with distinctly chiseled features, particularly that prominent aquiline nose, which left a lasting impression. His bounty amounted to a staggering 400 million berries. Kochi was an adept user of the bird fruit in its eagle form, granting him the ability of flight, thus making him exceedingly elusive. Contemplating this, Li Wei recalled the formidable warrior of the Alabasta Kingdom, the man who withstood the explosion of a massive bomb at point-blank range. He nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, if he can fly, he is quite difficult to apprehend. However, with Admiral Kizaru's fruit abilities, dealing with him would be rather simple. A single, stylish yacht and no Kagami would suffice. You're aware of Admiral Borsellino's techniques? That truly surprises me, came the response. Upon hearing this, Li Wei mused internally. What can I say? Although Kizaru may be somewhat unscrupulous, his Pika Pika no Mi ranks among the top 2 most impressive devil fruits in the original narrative, just slightly inferior to Enel's Goro Goro no Mi. However, such thoughts were not to be voiced. He had already devised a suitable reply. Of course, as a new recruit in the Navy, it is essential to have some understanding of the abilities and techniques of our admirals. Branla merely smiled, choosing not to respond further. Li Wei continued to peruse the bounty notice and discovered that the Greybeard pirates included both fishmen and members of the Fur tribe. After inquiring briefly, he shifted his focus to the second objective of his journey. Commander Branu, I wish to visit the prison to question the user of the face-changing fruit and gather intelligence on the Hellfire organization. Certainly, you may seek out Officer Schultz. I have some matters to attend to and will not accompany you, Branu replied, picking up the transponder snail to inform Schultz of Li Wei's impending visit to the prison. Once the commander concluded the call, Li Wei expressed his gratitude and took his leave. He hurried to the prison, and upon arriving at the entrance, he found Officer Schultz already waiting for him, accompanied by a tall and familiar figure, Davis, a fellow Navy recruit. Though Li Wei felt a sense of confusion, he nonetheless took the initiative to greet and clarify his purpose. Schultz then led both individuals into the prison. Along the way, Li Wei spotted Jarvis, the only recruit from the recent batch who had failed the background check. Upon seeing him, the gang member's face contorted with rage, disregarding the shackles on his feet. He rushed to the edge of the cell and shouted, "You've ruined my chance to be a good person. When I get out, I will not spare you." Observing the scarred face of this prisoner, whose hands were bound by iron chains, Li Wei retorted without hesitation, "If you truly wish to be a good person, you would not have laid hands on Brady. You know very well that your so-called desire to be virtuous is merely an attempt to evade the Revolutionary Army's pursuit. Have you not heard the saying that those who indulge in a life of crime must eventually pay the price? You must take responsibility for your actions." As these words fell, Davis, standing nearby, appeared taken aback and murmured, "Indeed, one must be accountable for their wrongdoings." His expression startled Li Wei, revealing yet another individual with a story to tell. Jarvis attempted to counter, but was interrupted by Schultz. "Silence. Have you developed a taste for punishment?" With that, he turned and added, "Let us proceed. Aldrich is confined in the innermost cell. Quickening their pace, they finally arrived at Aldrich's place of incarceration. Upon seeing Li Wei, Aldrich's eyes flickered with anger. However, unlike the volatile Brady, he chose to remain silent, as if ignoring the presence of others. Fortunately, Aldrich's resentment towards me is not as intense as Brady's, which makes matters considerably easier. Li Wei murmured to himself before speaking again. Gentlemen, could you kindly step aside for a moment? I have received orders from Commander Bramlow to speak with him privately. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Aldrich could not help but glance up at him, while Schultz and Davis exchanged a knowing look and nodded before departing the cell. Sensing the opportune moment, Li Wei softly inquired, "Do you desire to regain your freedom, Aldrich?" "What do you mean?" Aldrich replied, his eagerness palpable. Li Wei smiled slightly. "Of course. It is an opportunity for you to redeem yourself. If you are willing to collaborate with the Navy against the Revolutionary Army and the pirates, we might consider your release." "What do you mean by that?" Aldrich asked. "For the Navy, our primary adversaries are the pirates and the Revolutionary Army. Your gang could serve as a potential intermediary force that we might enlist. Do you comprehend?" "I don't quite understand. What does this have to do with my freedom?" Li Wei candidly articulated, "We can grant you your freedom, albeit under certain conditions. First, you must divulge all the intelligence you possess regarding the Revolutionary Army and the pirates. Subsequently, you are to act as bait to lure these individuals out. If you can assist the Navy in eliminating a significant number of adversaries, we shall grant your release." Indeed, as Li Wei had anticipated, Aldrich's countenance brightened with excitement. After a moment's contemplation, he proceeded. "The two primary pursuers from the Revolutionary Army are as follows. One is Green, a user of the Hound fruit, renowned for his exceptional tracking abilities. The other is Curry, who, although lacking any special powers, is an exceptionally skilled marksman." Li Wei nodded and said, "Indeed. Please continue. I have gathered quite a bit of intelligence regarding the Revolutionary Army. As for the pirates, my primary dealings have been with the Steel Blade pirate crew. Their captain, Eddie, is cunning and a shameless individual who engages in human trafficking. By the way, his true appearance is that of a thin man with small eyes. But to evade the Navy's pursuit, he had me alter his visage to that of a corpulent fellow. It is worth mentioning that it was at his invitation that I arrived on this island." Levi finally comprehended the significant disparity between Eddie's appearance and that depicted on the wanted poster, although he had previously speculated about this. It was only today that he received confirmation. It must be said, Eddie is indeed quite cunning. After a brief moment of hesitation, Levi donned an expression of realization and encouraged. "The captain of the Steel Blade pirate crew, Eddie, is actually quite slender, correct? This information is exceedingly valuable. Do you have anything else to add? And regarding the Greybeard pirate crew, I share a slight acquaintance with their ship's physician." "Oh." Li Wei unconsciously lifted his gaze towards Aldrich, who was exclaiming triumphantly, "Their ship's doctor is named Fleming, a user of the Mer fruit, a mythical zootype. In the form of a Pegasus. His fruit's ability is healing, particularly in detoxification, making him virtually unparalleled. The Mer fruit, mythical zootype. In the form of a Pegasus? This seems to mirror the ability of Poison Q, the ship's doctor of the Blackbeard pirates, implying that Fleming, much like his captain Senna, is likely to meet his demise at the hands of Blackbeard as well." Li Wei couldn't help but recall the plot from the original work. Silently reflecting, the Pegasus form is not merely capable of flight, it also possesses healing and detoxifying abilities. This can be deemed as a formidable nemesis to the current Deputy Director of Advanced City, Magellan, the user of the poison fruit. With this thought in mind, he inquired further, "Is there any additional intelligence?" Upon seeing Aldrich shake his head, Li Wei shifted his focus to the Hellfire organization. However, the latter firmly declared, "Did you not say that the Navy would not expend energy on combating gangs? I will not betray the organization's secrets." "Very well, I admire your loyalty. By the way, you are indeed a user of the face-changing fruit, are you not?" Li Wei then asked. "Indeed, you must have already been aware of my fruit abilities. I simply wish to confirm, since you are a person of integrity, that if I grant you a chance at freedom, you would owe me a favor?" As he spoke, Li Wei activated the system, employing the debt repayment issuer skill and pressing the button on the left side of the machine. "Yes, I owe you a favor. As long as I can escape, I will certainly assist the Navy in gathering intelligence on pirates in the Revolutionary Army." Before he could finish speaking, Li Wei noticed Aldrich frown slightly, seemingly discomfort. "All right, the face-changing ability is now secured." Li Wei felt a surge of joy in his heart and engaged in a brief conversation with Aldrich, casually spinning a grand tale, assuring him that he would bring good news in a couple of days. The gang member in prison listened with a beaming smile, convinced that he would soon see the light of day once more. Ultimately, Li Wei excused himself, claiming he needed to report back to his superiors, and rose to leave. As he departed, he noticed Aldrich fervently waving him goodbye, which left him feeling somewhat exasperated. Upon exiting the cell, Li Wei spotted Schultz and Davis waiting for him. "What were you two discussing for so long?" Schultz inquired. Li Wei had already prepared his response. "I merely sought to gather intelligence on the Hellfire organization. But it seems Aldrich is quite the tough nut to crack. Members of gangs typically refrain from divulging internal matters. If one is discovered leaking organizational information, the consequences for them and their families can be dire. Davis chimed in, continuing the conversation. Thus, to dismantle a gang, one must first eliminate their leader, strategists, commanders, and other key personnel. So, the structure of the Hellfire organization comprises the leader, strategists, commanders, and group leaders? Levi, filled with curiosity, inquired. And images of mafia-related film plots surfaced in his mind. Indeed, while my understanding of the Hellfire organization may be limited, the general structure of gangs follows a similar pattern. For civilians, their threat is no less significant than that posed by pirates. In fact, a gang that establishes itself on a particular island often feeds off the labor and suffering of ordinary people like leeches, leaving them in dire straits. After hearing such an explanation, Levi glanced at Schultz and Davis, posing the question, Davis, you must not be from this island, right? How do you know Officer Schultz? Before Davis could respond, Schultz interjected. Before joining the Navy, Davis served as the sheriff of a neighboring island. We have known each other for quite some time due to our professional connections. Li Wei immediately understood, but recalling his previous use of the Oath Shield, which rendered Kingston unable to utilize his gum fruit abilities, he remembered that Davis had mentioned Blackbeard. This led him to a new question. Was this fellow intending to join the Navy in order to confront Blackbeard? He wondered about the nature of the relationship between Davis and Blackbeard, as well as the specifics of his fruit abilities. As his thoughts raced, Li Wei was interrupted by Davis's words. It is unfortunate that as a security officer, I am unable to protect even a single comrade. On the contrary, they lost their lives at the hands of Blackbeard while trying to safeguard me. His suspicions were confirmed. Levi glanced at the burly man before him, noting the profound sorrow etched across his face, with even the rims of his eyes tinged in red. It was evident that this past was too painful for him to confront. Davis, do not burden yourself with excessive guilt. Although Blackbeard is indeed the sole wielder of dual devil fruit abilities in the world, joining the Navy will undoubtedly facilitate your efforts against him. I am certain that your comrades harbor no regrets for the sacrifices they have made for you, and you too shall have the opportunity to avenge them. As these words were spoken, Levi observed Schultz gently patting Davis on the shoulder, offering him solace. Levi pondered for a moment before interjecting, rest assured. Blackbeard is a boastful and reckless individual. He shall not revel in his triumph for long. By the way, Davis, I am still unaware of your fruit. However, before he could finish his sentence, Schultz interrupted, Levi, have you completed your tasks? If so, refrain from prattling and be on your way. Li Wei appeared bewildered. Yet upon noticing the deepening sorrow etched on Davis's face, he recalled the original narrative that spoke of the aftermath of the Summit War, wherein Blackbeard relentlessly pursued those with extraordinary abilities. A conjecture began to form in his mind. Could it be that Davis had caught Blackbeard's eye due to his devil fruit powers, leading to a deadly hunt that resulted in the demise of his comrades? Li Wei felt confident in his assumptions. Yet he recognized that voicing them at this moment would be ill-timed, so he refrained from doing so. After all, Davis was also departing from the island, heading together to the new recruit training grounds of the Soul Bay Kingdom. During the journey, Li Wei would have ample opportunities to discern the capabilities of his companion's devil fruit powers. With this thought in mind, he uttered an apology and took his leave, intending to check on the Tom brothers. On his way, Li Wei employed his dead issuance skill and observed the screen of the issuance machine, which displayed records of 3 abilities, the heavy fruit, the transparent fruit, and the face-changing fruit. He mused to himself that possessing these 3 powers should suffice for self-protection. Of course, acquiring 2 additional abilities would be even better. Unfortunately, Green had already departed. Otherwise, borrowing his dog fruit ability for tracking enemies would have been advantageous. As he pondered, Li Wei suddenly noticed people along the path pointing at him and whispering amongst themselves. It truly is Li Wei, the chosen one who discovered the devil fruit from a trash bin. They exclaimed. He has completely transformed. Perhaps I should spend more time rummaging through garbage as well. Hearing these remarks, Li Wei realized the absurdity of the situation. A quick glance around confirmed that many were indeed searching through trash bins. He shook his head in disbelief, thinking to himself, do these people genuinely believe that treasures can be unearthed from the refuse? Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it, recognizing that most of this crowd was merely following the trend. After some time, when no valuable discovery surfaced, they would naturally abandon their quest. Upon arriving at the buckwheat noodle shop, Uncle Spike and Grandma Lily were busily preparing meals for customers, while Tom and George, having just finished school, assisted nearby. Upon seeing Li Wei, their expressions transformed into surprise and delight, with Tom exclaiming joyfully, Big brother Li Wei, didn't you say you were off to train? I'm set to embark on a voyage soon, so I plan to take a couple of days to rest and visit you, Li Wei replied. Uncle Spike, clearly unimpressed, retorted, you just wanted to come for a free meal, didn't you? Humph, but considering your funds, I want to hold it against you. Haha. I didn't expect your business to be so thriving, Uncle, Li Wei chuckled. However, after dedicating most of your life to the Navy, it's high time you took a proper break. Please find a seat, we'll finish up shortly. Li Wei could only sit quietly to the side. Sure enough, after a while, the number of patrons in the noodle shop dwindled. He then noticed Spike approaching, who whispered, according to the speed of the battleship's course, Mr. Yushin should be nearing Paris Island soon. I hope he can apprehend Captain Sina of the Greybeard Pirates. I too share that hope, Li Wei replied. But we are set to depart the day after tomorrow. and Admiral Fujitora will not be able to return in time. Li Wei spoke with his lips. Yet deep down he harbored a lingering belief that Fujitora's expedition would likely prove fruitless. Spike replied, Major Borisolino will lead the way, won't he? Speaking of which, many young recruits have arrived on the island in recent days. Despite their youth, I can discern from their demeanor and gaze that they are not mere novices. It appears that your journey may not unfold smoothly. Clearly, this was a meticulously orchestrated ruse, employing seasoned veterans and even officers to masquerade as fresh recruits. Patiently awaiting the arrival of the graybeard pirates for an ambush, Li Wei quickly came to his senses, but just as he was about to speak, he noticed Tom approaching as well. Spike swiftly shifted the topic. Why don't you spend some quality time with Tom and George? They've been looking forward to this for quite a while. Li Wei understood that this was to spare the two little ones from worry, and promptly agreed. Thus, he engaged in a few rounds of tic-tac-toe with the Tom brothers, imparting to them the secret to guaranteed victory. So that's how it is, I see now. Brother Li Wei is truly amazing. The astute Tom quickly grasped the strategy and suggested they head to the park to enjoy a few more games with Jor and the others. Li Wei fully comprehended this sentiment and naturally sought to fulfill it. In the park, Tom, employing the newly acquired skills, decisively defeated Javel and the other children. Much to his delight. However, ever eager to share, he soon divulged his secret to everyone. Consequently, the game of tic-tac-toe instantly lost all its charm. Li Wei had anticipated this moment. He crouched down once more, producing a notebook and 2 pens, the pages adorned with numerous grids. Next, you shall engage in a new game, known as Gamoku, he introduced. The rules are quite simple. This game, akin to tic-tac-toe, is played by 2 individuals. As he elaborated, he began sketching on the pages, continuing his explanation. Players utilize O and X shapes, marking them at the intersections of the vertical and horizontal lines. The victor is the one who first aligns 5 in a row, whether horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. Upon hearing this introduction, the children eagerly tried their hands at the game, soon erupting in jubilant cheers. This is far more enjoyable than tic-tac-toe. Indeed, Tom, do refrain from seeking any shortcuts. Brother Li Wei insists we must embrace a spirit of inquiry. Witnessing Jor's words and the children's unbridled joy, Li Wei felt a profound happiness welling up within him. Although he was not of this world and would depart the island in 2 days to return to reality, the elation of this moment was undeniable. Hence, a smile involuntarily graced Li Wei's lips. He played alongside Tom and the others until dinner time, at which point he indulged in a meal at Spike's residence. Upon returning to the park, Li Wei recalled the matter of the graybeard pirates, pondering what tactics they might employ to launch an assault in the presence of admirals and formidable veterans. At the island's port, a group of individuals stealthily approached a grand vessel. Among them was the hawk-nosed Coke, who surveyed the gathering before him and stated, "The Navy is evidently aware of our intentions to ambush them. Thus a number of powerful individuals have recently infiltrated the island disguised as new recruits. Yet, we shall not be deterred. We will proceed according to our original plan. You shall depart first and await the Navy's arrival at the designated location." At this juncture, Coke pointed towards a man donned in goggles and a mask, saying, "Garrick, when the Navy ship appears at the agreed spot, you and that scribe shall board to assess the situation. When Kizaru is alone, you are to eliminate him." "No problem. We shall handle Kizaru," came the response. "Your mission is crucial. It will determine the success of our entire operation," Coke continued. "Then it will be your turn, Hypnos. With your fruit abilities, the remaining Navy forces shall pose no threat." "Understood, Mr. Coke," replied a man with an extravagant hairstyle and heart-shaped sunglasses, clad in flamboyant attire reminiscent of an artist. "Once the Navy personnel are incapacitated, the rest shall board the ship and eliminate them." "Oh, Fizz. Do keep an eye on the sea. It would be prudent to stay close to Hypnos to ensure his safety." "I shall protect Mr. Hypnos, however. I doubt anyone will remain conscious under his abilities," responded a robust man with dense curly hair, his neck thick and arms muscular. "Since everyone is aware of their tasks, you may now set forth." With a wave of his hand, Coke signaled for the group to board the ship. As he watched the vessel depart, a cruel smile crept across his face. The following day, Li Wei awoke early. After a day of relaxation, he felt notably rejuvenated. Today shall be primarily for rest. He mused internally, deciding to indulge in a leisurely slumber to relive the joys of the original owner. Alas, the incessant ringing of his phone shattered his serene dreams. Upon answering, he discovered it was DuPont calling, requesting Li Wei's presence. "What is the matter? Is Butch sending you to find me?" Li Wei's first reaction was that the young man intended to challenge him once more. "You are mistaken. It is the antiquities dealer Pekala who seeks you. In gratitude for your life-saving assistance, he has specifically entrusted me to summon you." "So that is the case. It appears I have indeed misjudged Buki. I shall go over at once." With that, Li Wei rose from his seat. In Anderson's office, he encountered Pekalu, whose entire body was wrapped in bandages, alongside 2 other antiquities dealers. "Mr. Li Wei, had it not been for your courageous intervention, I would likely have perished in that forest long ago." Upon seeing Li Wei, Pekalu trembled slightly as he stood up, speaking with utmost sincerity. "You are still injured. There is no need for such formality. This is simply the duty of our Navy." Li Wei hurriedly assisted Pekalu and his 2 companions in settling him comfortably. It is rather shameful to admit that, upon our initial encounter, I had mockingly ridiculed you and your friends. Such behavior was indeed unwarranted. As Li Wei promptly interjected with a smile, let us not dwell on the past. Moreover, it was indeed William Hanna who shattered your antique. Mr. Pekalu, you were not at fault. The heart of a true warrior is certainly vast enough to embrace the ocean. Pekalu raised his thumb in approval and signaled to his companions. Soon, another antique dealer presented a box, extending it towards them. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback as he heard Pekalu explain, I learned from Mr. Anderson that you have a fondness for treasure maps. So I have decided to gift you this treasure map that I have cherished for a long time. Should you find yourself in the kingdom of Alabaston, I would be delighted to accompany you on a treasure hunt. Oh, I see, Li Wei replied with a wry smile. During his business dealings with Anderson, he had merely considered the treasure map's portability. However, from Pekalu's words, it seemed that this treasure was located within the borders of the kingdom of Alabaston. Thus, he posed his question, is it true that this treasure has been a legendary pursuit for millennia, yet no one has ever found it? Indeed, Pekalu affirmed. It is said to be a treasure that has remained hidden for centuries. Nevertheless, given your capabilities, Mr. Li Wei, there may be a chance for this treasure to be unearthed. A treasure shrouded in legend for 1,000 years? Could it possibly be tied to the secrets of a 100-year void? The uniqueness of the kingdom of Alabaston prompted this thought to arise in Li Wei's mind. Noticing his contemplative silence, Pekalu continued, please accept it, Mr. Li Wei. As antique dealers, we revel in witnessing the rediscovery of artifacts long buried in the earth. If you indeed uncover the treasure, we can discuss business then. Upon hearing this, Li Wei glanced at Anderson and DuPont, both of whom offered him faint smiles. He then accepted the box and replied, I hope I will have the opportunity to visit the kingdom of Alabaston and relish the thrill of treasure hunting. With Li Wei having accepted the gift, the three antique dealers engaged in light conversation for a while before rising to take their leave. As Anderson's representative, DuPont naturally accompanied them to the door. Li Wei initially intended to seize the opportunity to depart, yet Anderson retained him, stating, you and Buki are set to leave this island tomorrow. Indeed, the esteemed Mr. Anderson must find it difficult to bid farewell to Buki, wouldn't you agree? It is true. However, he possesses the right to choose his own path, and I am genuinely pleased to witness his current demeanor. As he spoke, Anderson unexpectedly retrieved a small box from the drawer and placed it upon the table. In accordance with naval customs, you and Buki are likely to share a room. The journey ahead is long, and I trust this item will prove beneficial to you. Li Wei, with a perplexed expression, opened the box to discover several white, bullet-shaped earplugs inside, leaving him utterly bewildered. It dawned on him, after hearing Anderson's explanation, that this was due to Buki's tendency to snore while sleeping. Considering Buki's youth and slender frame, Li Wei deduced that his snoring could not be too loud, and he expressed his gratitude to Mr. Anderson. Just then, DuPont returned from delivering antiques and noticed Li Wei's intention to leave. He remarked, I have informed Commander Branla that my room has been arranged adjacent to yours and young Master Buki's, ensuring mutual support. That sounds splendid. By the way, Mr. DuPont, are you an ability user? Upon seeing him shake his head, Li Wei abandoned the idea of borrowing the power of fruits. By the way, young Master Buki is diligently training. He is genuinely eager to surpass you. However, we are departing tomorrow, so training too late would not be wise. DuPont paused and, with a pleading tone, added, Li Wei, could you please persuade young Master Buki to rest early? Very well, Li Wei replied. Li Wei nodded in agreement. The two arrived at the training ground, and indeed, Buki was there, drenched in sweat from his rigorous training. Upon spotting Li Wei, he let out a cold snort and turned his head away. It appeared that Commander Brando had not informed you, Li Wei remarked with a mischievous grin. But then again, what use is it to speak to a private? What exactly do you wish to say? Buki could hardly contain himself. Li Wei feigned reluctance as he continued. The commander stated that tomorrow, in addition to us, many new recruits from other enlistment points will arrive. Due to the lengthy travel time to the training camp, he intends to host a grand competition aboard the ship, and it is rumored that the victors may receive prizes, perhaps even the attention of higher-ups. Is that true? Buki questioned. When have I ever deceived you? But given your current exhausted state, whether you can participate tomorrow remains uncertain. Humph, there are still over 10 hours until tomorrow. That is ample time for me to rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Buki set down the barbell in his hands and left without acknowledging Li Wei. Impressive. You truly have grasped the essence of young Master Buki's character, DuPont praised sincerely, eliciting a chuckle from Li Wei. That fellow merely seeks the spotlight. With that, he shrugged and departed. The following day, at the naval base on the island, as soon as Li Wei entered the gate, he was met with a bustling scene on the playground. Numerous individuals clad in naval uniforms were present, each robustly engaged in various forms of training. For a moment, he felt as though he had returned to the time of his own enlistment selection. However, Li Wei did not linger. He needed to visit Commander Brando's office to collect his naval uniform and the rewards from the system. Li Wei, you've arrived rather late. Buki's mocking voice greeted him as he entered. Noticing that Buki was already donned in his white uniform, Li Wei retorted, a private must maintain a proactive attitude. I understand. Buki, indignant, was about to retort when Commander Brando's voice interrupted. Li Wei, you are merely a second-class private. Do not be overly proud. Look at Davis. He, like you, is a new recruit, yet he has been promoted to warrant officer and arrived before you. Indeed, the indolent always have many excuses, Buki swiftly added. Naturally, Li Wei did not wish to counter the commander's words further. He greeted both men and then took a good look at Davis's attire. Clad in a pristine white naval uniform, complete with a naval cap and gloves, his tall and sturdy physique exuded an air of neatness, competence, and a reassuring presence, entirely contrasting Buki's somewhat carefree demeanor. This is your uniform. Put it on quickly. Before we depart, General Pagliusolino will address you all at a mobilization meeting, and time is of the essence. Upon receiving the military uniform, Li Wei heard the system's melodious voice. Congratulations on your promotion to private second class. You have been awarded a combat power increase of 100 strength. For more information, you may access the system. At last, it has arrived. His current strength now totals 170. Li Wei felt a surge of joy in his heart, just as he was about to head to the changing room to don his attire. He heard Branla ask with a tone of curiosity, it seems your strength has considerably increased. What is the reason behind this? Has he been discovered so swiftly? Branla's mastery of observation hockey is indeed impressive. Li Wei, with a smile, explained, I have been diligently adhering to the commander's words, training tirelessly these past few days. Young Master Buki can attest to this, can't you? You're talking nonsense. How can you claim to have worked hard at training? Buki interjected. At this point, he seemed to recall something and turned to ask, Commander Brando, can you use your observation hockey to assess my strength? Hasn't he yet improved significantly? Your progress is indeed remarkable, Brando affirmed. Encouraged by the commander's acknowledgement, Buki pressed further. But how do I measure up against Li Wei? Having a sense of competition and ambition is commendable. However, at times, you ought to compare yourself with your past self. You have indeed made great strides. Commander Brando, are you implying that I am still inferior to Li Wei? Buki asked, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. He then turned and inquired. Regarding that match the other day, are you certain you didn't deliberately lose to me? This fellow still remembers that incident. Li Wei replied with certainty. Why should I allow you to? You can ask Commander Branlu. He was present at the time. Buki, trust in your own abilities. I addressed your question then. So do not overthink it. Branla patted Buki's shoulder and glanced at Li Wei, pondering. In that fleeting moment, Li Wei suddenly grew stronger. Such an occurrence is illogical. Could it be that my observation hockey is malfunctioning? However, he refrained from voicing this thought and waved his hand, instructing Li Wei to change his attire. In the changing room, Li Wei donned his military uniform and gazed at his reflection in the mirror, although his appearance remained that of the original owner. It felt strangely unfamiliar, yet, compared to when he first traversed here, his spirit was markedly different. He internally scoffed, compared to the great Sanha. A mere office worker still possesses considerably more vigor. Nevertheless, despite the system being termed the office worker system, it paradoxically demanded that he continually ascend in military rank. Regaining his composure, Li Wei returned to the office and obtained a plaque inscribed with his room number aboard the warship. Shortly thereafter, he heard Branlu's serious voice. You should be aware that although the warship transporting new recruits departs from here, the recruits aboard hail from various regions. Each possesses distinct personalities, and many may be quite temperamental. As you all share the same batch of recruits, you are a team, and you must embody a sense of collective honor. Do you understand? Understood. Li Wei and his companions responded in unison. However, a whisper of doubt lingered in his heart, perhaps among the vast crew of this colossal warship. Only the three of them were mere recruits. Well, as long as you comprehend, Bruno nodded with satisfaction, glancing at his wristwatch. He issued another command. The time is nearly upon us. You may set forth. Commander, will you not accompany us? Buki inquired, furrowing his brow at the sight. This mission is primarily led by General Pagliusolino. In addition to you recruits, we have elite warriors from the Navy's GL 2nd Division accompanying us. I shall remain at the base to organize materials, as I must report and summarize the outcomes of this global recruitment effort at the Navy headquarters in a few days. Upon returning to the training ground, Li Wei observed that many naval soldiers had already begun to line up. Following instructions, he, Buki, and Davis took their respective positions. Moments later, Huang Yuan arrived, surveying the upright soldiers before him. With a sweeping gesture, he proclaimed loudly, let us depart. Is it truly that succinct? He mused. No wonder he is a paragon of industriousness. Li Wei was somewhat taken aback, yet seizing this opportunity, he discerned the visage of the individual standing beside the yellow ape. The man sported a mane of deep golden hair, elegantly tied back into a ponytail, revealing his forehead. His chin was quite pronounced, and his nose sharply defined, adorned with an X-shaped scar on the left side. This fellow appeared to be a character from the original narrative, who was swiftly vanquished by Luffy with a single punch during the War of the Best. Li Wei briefly reminisced about the storyline before joining the large contingent aboard the warship. It must be said that the naval vessel was indeed colossal, with several towering sails adorned on the deck, each emblazoned with the Navy's emblem, a seagull clutching a scale. As Anderson had anticipated, he found himself sharing a room with Buki. Li Wei surveyed the room once more. It contained merely a bunk bed, a small table near the window, and two diminutive wooden chairs, atop which rested a water bottle. This is hardly a place fit for habitation. If I were to stay here for 10 days, or even half a month, I would surely lose my mind, remarked the wealthy heir, Buki, with a tone of disdain. Levi paid him no heed, when suddenly a series of knocks resounded from outside the door. It is I. Master Butch, spoke DuPont. Li Wei hurriedly opened the door, allowing DuPont to enter. As I boarded the ship, I took note that aside from General Borsellino, there was also Brigadier General Gibbon from the headquarters, along with several colonels on board, so you can rest assured. Listening to DuPont recount his discoveries, Li Wei nodded. Thinking to himself, it seems that the one with the ponytail must be Brigadier General Gibbon. Just as he was about to speak, Buki interjected, the biggest issue now is that this small room is supposed to accommodate 2 people. It simply cannot fit. Buki, you don't think you're here on a vacation, do you? Noting the disgruntled expression on his face, Li Wei retorted without hesitation. The space may be limited, but do not forget your ambitions, Master Buki. I know. I'll just go up on deck for some fresh air. Buki interrupted DuPont's words and sulkily left the room. Li Wei. It's Master Buki's first time traveling far, so please don't hold it against him. Well, coming from wealth, it's no wonder he is a bit temperamental. Li Wei replied with a smile and then inquired, Mr. DuPont, I did not expect you to be so familiar with naval personnel. There is no choice, DuPont responded, Mr. Anderson's business is vast, and he often has dealings with the Navy. Upon hearing this, Li Wei pursued the conversation further, asking, I see. No wonder Mr. Anderson places such trust in you. By the way, are you familiar with the Greybeard Pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and the Hellfire Organization? The Revolutionary Army? I only know that their commander is Dragon. As for the pirates, I haven't paid much attention to them. However, I do have some knowledge about the Hellfire Organization. Their leader is called Galagas, nicknamed Beryl, and he possesses the powers of the sake fruit. The sake fruit? Is he yet another soul destined to perish at the hands of Blackbeard? Levi immediately recalled that 2 years later, Blackbeard's pirate crew member, Bask Choate, would consume this fruit. And intriguingly, this individual was nicknamed the Big Drunkard. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned his inquiring gaze toward DuPont. This is all I am aware of. The underworld is far more enigmatic than piracy. If not for sheer coincidence, I would never have come to know the fruit abilities of their leader. Well, thank you. Let us take a stroll. The atmosphere here is indeed somewhat oppressive. Upon hearing DuPont's explanation, Levi prudently refrained from inquiring about the events that transpired between him and Galagas. The two ascended to the deck, where numerous naval soldiers were already engaged in training. Some were performing push-ups, others were hoisting enormous barbells, while a few practiced their punches. Among them was Butch, who seemed to be showing off, executing his push-ups with remarkable speed. Truly, a diligent individual. Li Wei marveled as he beheld a familiar figure, Davis, leaning against the edge of the ship, gazing at the breathtaking scenery upon the sea. He was one of our contemporaneous recruits, a budding adept known as Davis. Levi briefly introduced DuPont to Davis before leading him over for a greeting. The three engaged in casual conversation, during which Levi attempted several times to discern Davis's fruit abilities through conversation, yet the latter merely smiled wryly and refrained from responding. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed overhead, prompting Levi to startle and glance upward, where he beheld a gigantic bird soaring through the air. He mused to himself, truly, this is the world of pirates, where both humans and animals are magnified by several, even dozens, if not hundreds of times compared to the real world. However, DuPont and Davis appeared unfazed, engrossed in their lively discussion. Who are you calling a worm? A furious voice interrupted, and Levi recognized it as belonging to Butch. The three exchanged glances and hurried over. Aha, I was actually complimenting you. Your push-up posture is indeed quite reminiscent of a worm. Don't you think of yourself as one? A tall, slender young man with short black hair grinned widely, a glinting gold necklace adorning his neck, exuding arrogance. What is the matter, Master Butch? DuPont inquired softly, positioning himself protectively in front of Butch. Humph. I was peacefully doing push-ups when this fellow suddenly sat on me as he passed by, Butch retorted indignantly. I demanded an apology, and he had the audacity to call me a worm. Because you truly are a worm. Worms are the best bait for fishing, the young man provocatively declared, provoking laughter from those around them. Haha, what Lacey said is utterly amusing. However, a worm capable of doing push-ups is indeed a rare sight. Li Wei furrowed his brow, immediately grasping the implications of the statement, and a swift answer formed in his mind. It was evident that this individual was an elite member of the GL 2nd Division, likely irked by Buki's ostentatious display of doing push-ups, hence deliberately provoking trouble. To his surprise, Brand's words were swiftly validated. With this thought, he stepped forward and remarked, you resemble an earthworm, particularly with your physique and that hairstyle. In dealing with such a person, the most fitting approach was indeed a personal attack. Haha, Li Wei, you have a point there, Buki chimed in, laughing heartily. The individual was slender and elongated, with a round head. What did you say? Lacey, the necklace-wearing man, erupted in fury. However, upon recognizing Li Wei, he sneered coldly. So it's you. You're the Navy rookie from the newspaper who enjoys picking up trash, aren't you? A garbage collector and a trash-eating worm truly make a perfect match. Sir. Mind your words, DuPont interjected, his face etched with anger. Calling someone garbage. Did your parents not teach you any manners? Davis added, following suit. Are you two companions of refuse as well? This new recruit seems pitifully weak. Weak, you say? Then let us have a contest. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Buki, invigorated by the exchange, wore an expression of excitement. This fellow. Li Wei felt somewhat powerless to comment. Lacey, teach these rookies a lesson. Yes, let them witness the true strength of the Navy. The crowd around began to cheer enthusiastically. Lacey snorted and replied. Then what shall we compete in? Of course, we shall compete in push-ups, Butch quickly responded, for it was his forte. However, the opponent did not follow the expected script. Push-ups take too much time. Let us settle this quickly with an arm wrestling match. You two can team up against me. Against you, such a scrawny fellow, I alone am sufficient. Butch hesitated briefly but ultimately accepted the challenge. Excellent. Quickly bring a table over, the onlookers clamored. And soon a table was carried in, clearly prepared for the spectacle. Butch and Lacey stood facing each other across the table, locking eyes as they rested their arms upon it, their palms clasped together. In consideration of your rookie status, I shall grant you 10 seconds, Lacey declared with confidence. You will regret this. No sooner had he spoken than Butch suddenly exerted force, attempting to push Lacey's hand down. Yet, Lacey's arm remained steadfast, and he chuckled. The 10 seconds have elapsed. With that, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he began to apply pressure. Butch felt the weight of his opponent's strength. His arm trembled slightly, yet he held firm. As time passed, surprise flickered in Lacey's eyes, prompting him to abandon his underestimation and continue to exert force. Butch struggled valiantly, but ultimately, his arm faltered, and he succumbed to defeat. The spectators erupted in applause. Unexpectedly, you possess considerable strength, Lacey remarked nonchalantly, rubbing his arm. However, Butch was oblivious to the compliment, staring vacantly, clearly disheartened. DuPont hurried over and patted the young man's shoulder. After a moment, Butch regained his composure, gazing at the bodyguard with a look of disbelief. I lost just like that. Your opponent is an elite veteran. Enduring that long is quite commendable. DuPont reassured him. Upon witnessing Butch's demeanor and listening to their exchange, the crowd burst into laughter. Look at this guy. Does he really think he could defeat Lacey? How amusing. A rookie, not even a special operative, should know his place. Let us not be so harsh. This lad does have some merit, Lacey interjected, waving his hand dismissively before addressing Li Wei. If you had both come at me from the start, perhaps I might have been defeated. How about this? I shall grant you another chance, facing both of you alone. You seem rather confident in your strength, Davis interjected before Li Wei could respond. In that case, I will be your opponent. And who might you be? Lacey inquired. I too am a rookie on this island. Before our departure, our commander instructed us to function as a team, to advance and retreat together. You aren't afraid, are you? Davis stated bluntly. Who is afraid of whom? Though you may be larger than I assure you, I will not be outmatched in arm strength, Lacey retorted with disdain. 3 seconds. If you can endure for 3 seconds, I shall concede your victory. Davis, rolling up his sleeves, stood confidently at one side of the table. Such confidence. Li Wei was quite intrigued, as it was his first time witnessing Davis's prowess. In 3 seconds, he declared, I can defeat Lacey. Lacey, you're underestimated. Ha. The onlookers eagerly fueled the excitement. Silence. You boastful fool. I shall grant you 10 seconds, Lacey retorted, somewhat vexed, as he readied himself for another contest. I suggest you give it your all from the outset, lest I shatter your arm, Davis replied with a serious countenance. Grasping Lacey's hand, he inquired, Are you prepared? Observing his opponent's unwavering confidence, Lacey felt a jolt of apprehension. He suppressed his disdain and steeled himself, responding simply, Begin. Before he could finish his words, a resounding thud echoed, and his hand was forcefully pressed down. In the blink of an eye, the match was over. The spectators were left in stunned silence. Particularly Li Wei and Buki, their mouths agape as if they could fit a basketball within. It took a moment for the crowd to regain their composure. Lacey has been utterly vanquished. Such immense power. Withdrawing his arm, Davis regarded the pallid Lacey and remarked, Do not be disheartened. Losing to me was inevitable, regrettably. How audacious. To underestimate our GL 2nd Division, I shall show you what we are capable of. As he spoke, another challenger emerged, towering over 4 meters, his physique impressively muscular. Particularly his arms resembling robust tree trunks, exuding boundless strength. It was O'Neill. Ha. I count on you to defeat this arrogant rookie. Amidst the cheers, O'Neill positioned himself before Davis, yet his fate mirrored Lacey's instant defeat. Others, undeterred, stepped forward to challenge, but one by one, they too were swiftly dispatched by Davis. Such a record left even Li Wei astounded. On the second deck of the warship, Gibeon, with a ponytail, quietly remarked, Is that rookie the user of the strength fruit? Indeed, Brigadier General Gibeon. His name is Davis. He was once a sheriff. It is said he joined the Navy after Blackbeard slaughtered his comrades. Replied a figure of ordinary stature, adorned with a large, round military hat and a peculiar white cloth covering his mouth. Colonel Shuen. It is time to showcase your rust fruit abilities, so he understands that mere strength is insufficient. Understood, Brigadier General. No sooner had he spoken than he leaped from the second deck into the crowd. Colonel Shuen, is he also here to compete? A battle of powers. Yet Shuen's abilities seem unrelated to sheer strength. Hearing these murmurs, Li Wei turned to the newcomer, quickly recognizing him. Wasn't he the user of the rust fruit? Who had come specifically to destroy Zaro's famed sword? Snowwalk? This could spell trouble. His ability to rust the human body could very well make him Davis's nemesis. At that moment, Shuen had maneuvered through the crowd, standing before Davis, softly stating, "Allow me to be your opponent. You? While I am uncertain of your abilities, I assure you, I shall not be bested in strength." Observing Shuen's military attire, Davis discerned his rank and kindly cautioned, "Sometimes, overwhelming strength is not enough." As he spoke, Shuen positioned himself opposite Davis, resting his hands on the table, ready for an arm wrestling match. "Davis, be wary. He is the rust fruit user, capable of rusting your body. You are no match for him." Li Wei hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade them, wishing to prevent this unjust confrontation. "The rust fruit, you say? Nevertheless, I have resolved that no matter who the adversary may be, I shall not falter," Davis declared with a resolute expression, his eyes betraying an unwavering determination. Those words echo the sentiments once expressed by the former pirate king, Roger. Li Wei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, courage is commendable. A naval soldier must embody such spirit. Shuen grasped Davis's palm and subsequently employed his abilities. Soon, rust-like stains began to appear on Davis's hand. He attempted to exert force. Yet his arm seemed to have succumbed to rust, refusing to obey his commands. With a resounding thud, Shuen effortlessly pressed Davis's hand onto the table, casually remarking, "However, mere courage and strength are insufficient. Even knowing one is destined for defeat, to stubbornly persist will only lead to demise." The onlookers immediately erupted into thunderous applause, exclaiming, "Well said, Colonel Shuen. New recruits must witness the harsh realities of this world. Otherwise, they might mistakenly believe themselves formidable." At that moment, Shuen turned his gaze to Li Wei, stating, "Now, it is your turn. General Borisolino holds you in high regard, claiming you possess an array of peculiar abilities. Let us engage in a contest." This statement left the soldiers, who had previously dismissed Li Wei, momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, they erupted into animated discussions, questioning, "Wasn't he merely fortunate, a product of naval propaganda? I read that in the newspaper. It was a report from the esteemed Abusa." Li Wei paid no heed to the surrounding voices. He glanced at Davis's arm, which resembled severely corroded scrap metal, hanging limply. "I'm ready to compete with you. There is no issue with that. Since we are both naval officers and you have already claimed victory, why do you not relinquish your abilities? If you can best me, I shall willingly forfeit my powers." Li Wei was taken aback. This was indeed a threat directed at him. "Li Wei, you are no match for him. Do not concern yourself with me," he heard Davis exclaim in anger. "I refuse to believe that you will maintain your abilities indefinitely." "Then let us see," came the reply. "I can assure you that if a person's body remains rusted for more than an hour, it will incur irreversible damage." As the situation escalated toward potential casualties, the onlookers fell silent. At that moment, DuPont interjected, "Colonel Shuen, we are all Navy personnel here. There is no need to take it this far, is there?" "Indeed. We are all part of the Navy. Li Wei, surely you do not lack the courage to engage in battle?" Shuen continued to provoke. "No problem. If you wish to make a fool of yourself in front of everyone, I shall certainly oblige." Levi reminisced about the events on Judicial Island, recalling how the individual in question relied solely on his devil fruit abilities, rendering him fundamentally weak. Even Usopp from 2 years prior could easily take him down with a single shot. However, his powers were undeniably difficult to counter. "Well, I trust you won't challenge me to an arm wrestling match again?" Levi proposed. "No problem. Feel free to select another competition. I shall accompany you to the end." Observing Shuen's self-assured demeanor, Levi quickly engaged his mind. Suddenly, he recalled the first battle against Massel and his gang, when he could effortlessly stow away and re-employ his items. A faint smile graced Levi's lips as he remarked, "You consume the rusty devil fruit, specializing in the corrosion of objects. I possess a little trinket. Should you manage to corrode it, I shall concede defeat." "Haha, have you been rendered speechless? My powers have advanced to the point where I can rust a person's very bones. Do you truly believe there exists an object in this world capable of withstanding my abilities?" Shun derisively added, "It appears I have overestimated you." His words elicited flickers of disappointment in the eyes of Davis, DuPont, and others. Meanwhile, Butch, having emerged from the depths of despair following his defeat, could not help but urge Levi defeat him. Of course, Levi affirmed, for someone who relies solely on his devil fruit abilities is hardly a threat. Li Wei seized the opportunity to speak, retrieving an air pistol from the system and tossing it onto the table. He continued, "It is this finger cowl, do tell. How long would it take to oxidize it?" Shoen scrutinized the object closely. It was merely the size of a finger and appeared to be metallic in nature. His ability to rust objects with his rust fruit could effortlessly oxidize it in an instant. However, observing Li Wei's calm demeanor, he pondered for a moment before responding. Is it merely this? 3 seconds, I can make it vanish completely in that time. Li Wei replied, then I shall grant you a minute, sufficient time. I trust. Time is of the essence, please commence your performance. As soon as Li Wei's voice fell, Xiaowen picked up the air gun, tossed it upward, and grasped it tightly, subsequently utilizing his fruit ability. Indeed, he sensed that the glove in his hand had been completely corroded, and he felt a surge of joy. It was merely a ruse. There was nothing in this world that could withstand the power of my rust fruit. Xiaowen's proclamation also allowed the naval soldiers present to breathe a sigh of relief. With newfound confidence, he opened his hand, yet a peculiar event unfolded. The glove that should have vanished lay intact in his palm. It had not been corroded at all. What could this mean? Lord Xiaowen, are you jesting? Though the onlookers were initially taken aback, they soon erupted into laughter, their faith in the rust fruit's ability unwavering. DuPont and Davis were momentarily stunned, casting deep glances at Li Wei, who maintained an expression of utter calm, as if everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Humph. Although they were comrades, Yuki instinctively let out a cold snort upon witnessing Li Wei's confident demeanor, though he quickly realized that this was not the time for infighting. Xiaowen, taken aback, swiftly pinched the glove with 2 fingers and employed the rust fruit's ability once more, attempting to induce rust. Although signs of oxidation appeared, in an instant, it was restored to perfect condition. Xiaowen was astonished, but given the circumstances, he could only brace himself and amplify his power, striving to obliterate the glove completely. However, the glove was as if it could regenerate endlessly, akin to resilient leaks. No matter how hard Xiaowen tried, he could not destroy it. Witnessing this spectacle, the expressions of the others began to reflect sheer astonishment. Was this object truly impervious to rust? What on earth was it? Cold sweat began to beat on Xiaowen's forehead as he internally lamented the dire predicament. A minute had passed. Colonel Xiaowen, you have lost. Please release Davis from his ability. Li Wei spoke coldly. Xiaowen's face flushed crimson as he glared fiercely at Li Wei. Colonel Xiaowen, your expression is rather terrifying. Came the languid tone of the lecherous Admiral Kizaru. With the Admiral's arrival, Xiaowen dared not act rashly. He composed himself and replied softly, Indeed, Admiral Borsalino. I have lost. As he spoke, he waved his hand, causing the rust spots on Davis to vanish. He rotated his arm and said to Li Wei, I am fine now. That is good, Li Wei began, but before he could finish, Kizaru beckoned to Xiaowen with a finger. Instantly, Xiaowen understood and handed over the finger sleeve he held. Kizaru examined the air pistol finger sleeve with a smile and remarked, Young Li Wei, let me give it a try as well. No sooner had he spoken than he tossed the finger sleeve into the air and pointed with his index finger. A dazzling beam of laser shot forth, and the finger sleeve vanished without a trace. Ah, it appears this item is not indestructible after all, Kizaru drawled, then added. Or perhaps, young Li Wei, you are intentionally letting me win? How could that be? Why would I allow you to win? Levi replied, wishing to avoid further suspicion from Kizaru, thus refraining from extracting the air pistol from the system. In dealing with Xiaowen, Levi had exploited the characteristic of the props, which only vanished after exhausting their uses. Otherwise, regardless of how they were destroyed or even if they fell into enemy hands, he could retrieve the props intact once more. Right? Kizaru did not linger on this matter, instead addressing the onlookers among the soldiers. Now you all understand the prowess of this young Levi, do you not? Although he is a novice, let us not forget that the soon-to-be Admiral, Vice Admiral Garp, was also a newcomer to the Navy not long ago. In the Navy, one's abilities and rank are never solely determined by the duration of their service. Do not underestimate others. Indeed, Admiral Pausalino, a chorus of new recruits responded, their gazes towards Levi now devoid of any scorn. This scene irked Butchie, who recalled Levi's words from the previous day. The victorious party would likely receive rewards, perhaps even the recognition of a naval admiral. It turned out his words were true, but the one recognized by Admiral Pausalino was not him, but Levi. Reflecting on this, Butchie stamped his foot, his expression even more dismal than after losing the arm wrestling match. In the sky, a large bird observed the happenings aboard the warship. Suddenly, the bird spoke. Is that the rookie Levi that Fisher mentioned? It seems the newspapers were misleading. As it spoke, the bird changed direction, distancing itself from the warship. Once at a safe distance, it transformed, its avian head morphing into a human face, with furry body sprouting arms, none other than Kachi, with his hawk-like nose. Hovering in the air with the aid of his flapping wings, he retrieved a snail phone from his body and dialed a number. Garrick, are you with that journalist? Yes. Mr. Kachi, Abusa is right here with me. Then ask him if that report is fabricated. Is Levi truly a formidable individual with various abilities? Shortly after, Kachi heard Garrick exclaim, Abusa, quickly tell Mr. Kachi the truth. After a pause, Abusa's voice came through the snail phone. How could I concoct false news? According to the information I gathered from the island, that guy is pitifully weak. The islanders look down on him and refer to him as trash. Hearing this, Kachi muttered, could it be that Kizaru and Xiaowen just staged a performance with him? But that seems excessive, doesn't it? It must be so, the Navy. In promoting the world's conscription, exaggerated its own strength by fabricating an omnipotent rookie. Mr. Kachi, you must believe me. As a journalist, I adhere to my principles and integrity. Very well, continue to our ambush point. I will follow behind the warship, and should anything arise, I will contact you again. With that, he hung up the snail phone. Aboard the warship, in Levi's quarters, Butchie sat despondently in a chair, gazing out at the horizon, occasionally casting a forlorn glance at Levi beside him. This demeanor had persisted for several hours, to the point of neglecting both lunch and dinner. Fortunately, Dupont had brought meals from the ship's mess hall, sparing Butchie, the wealthy scion, from starving in his stupor. Li Wei found the situation amusing. He could not comprehend why this fellow, having merely lost an inconsequential arm wrestling match, appeared as dejected as someone heartbroken. Nevertheless, he lacked the inclination to dwell on it, his thoughts instead occupied with contemplating Davis's fruit abilities. Judging by the arm wrestling contest, it was evident that Davis possessed immense strength, yet it remained uncertain whether this was a result of his fruit ability or if he, much like Chang Wei, was endowed with innate power. As it stood, a definitive conclusion eluded him. After much reflection, Li Wei resolved to directly inquire with the higher-ups in the Navy. Consequently, he retrieved his din mushi and contacted Uncle Spike, requesting that he pose a question to Fujitora regarding Davis's fruit abilities. At the Navy's G2 branch, in the base commander's office, a robust man with long, gray-brown hair, albeit a bald crown, spoke into the din mushi. Teacher Zephyr. The transport ship carrying the new recruits has set sail. To be precise, there are only a handful of new recruits aboard. The majority are elite soldiers dispatched from my branch, and Admiral Paulusolino is also on board. Oh, so Kizaru is accompanying the team. That's quite rare. By the way, Gumi, has there been any mention of the Whitebeard pirates? Upon hearing the rugged yet amicable voice from the din mushi, Vice Admiral Gumi promptly responded. According to the intelligence relayed by Jiben, the waters surrounding the ship are entirely normal. However, some intriguing events have unfolded aboard. Oh, what sort of events? That new recruit named Li Wei, you remember him, right? The one the newspapers claim is a fabricated superpowered recruit intended to set an example for the Navy. I know him. He possesses genuine talent. I suspect he merely wishes to conceal his strength for now, having bribed Absalom to fabricate a false report. Upon hearing this, Gumi blurted out. So you were already aware? Indeed, he can create an object that even the rust fruit cannot corrode. The rust fruit? Is that Shun's ability? I have long warned him not to overly rely on fruit abilities. It seems he, much like that Paulusolino lad, has ignored my counsel. Gumi concurred. Teacher Zephyr. Your advice is indeed sound. A true warrior should rely on physical prowess and swordsmanship. Well then, please inform me immediately upon receiving any news. I am quite concerned that the Whitebeard pirates may target the Navy's new recruits once more. Not a problem, Teacher Zephyr. After ending the call, Gumi muttered to himself. New recruit Li Wei, could it be that the Navy is about to witness the emergence of another powerhouse akin to Fujitora? Later that night, aboard the ship. Within the quarters of Li Wei and Butchie, one individual sat in a chair, staring despondently out at the pitch-black sea, occasionally glancing towards the bunk bed. Finally, he could no longer suppress a sigh. This snoring is louder than the roar of an airplane taking off. The individual in question was Li Wei, and beside him, on the upper bunk, lay Butchie, sleeping like a log. Butchie's mouth hung open, rhythmically producing a symphony of snores that echoed like a rumbling machine. Hooroo, hooroo. Li Wei found himself immersed in a bustling machine workshop, yet he felt utterly helpless, for he had attempted to rouse Buki several times, only for the fellow to succumb to slumber once more. The sound of snoring began to rise and fall once again. Li Wei could only don the earplugs gifted by his boss Anderson, seated in his chair until the first light of dawn broke. Early in the morning, Buki sprang from his bed with a sudden movement, bemusedly exclaiming, "How peculiar! I never expected to sleep so soundly aboard a warship." Soon, he noticed Li Wei sitting in the chair and, astonished, remarked, "Ah, it's rare to see you up so early. Did you not sleep well?" Li Wei retorted, "I hardly slept at all last night. Your snoring was unbearable. I need to change my room." Levi exclaimed irritably, "Humph, Levi. Do you truly believe you are here for a leisurely vacation?" Butch retorted with a wicked grin, "You better hurry and get lost. I need to catch up on some sleep." Li Wei immediately recalled that this was something Buki had mentioned yesterday, expressing that the room was too small and he had advised him accordingly. However, after a sleepless night, he could no longer endure it and persistently pushed Buki out of the room. Upon leaving, Buki solemnly nodded, acknowledging that a momentary setback did not signify anything substantial. He must not lose confidence and was determined to train diligently today. On Paris Island, within the confines of a certain office at the recruits training camp, Fujitora addressed a robust man with purple hair and a colossal iron arm crusher, saying, "Admiral Zephyr, where was Senna last sighted?" Fujitora replied, "That individual has not shown himself for 2 days. He may have already departed." "That is impossible. I had previously instructed the Navy on the island to closely monitor those leaving, ensuring Senna does not escape. I have long maintained that we should have acted to eliminate Senna upon his first appearance. Yet you insisted on waiting for your arrival, and now he has already fled." "Never mind, I must train the recruits and cannot spare any more time with you. As he watched Zephyr depart, Fujitora paused momentarily before rising to follow. Just before leaving, he murmured, "This admiral harbors quite a significant grudge." Aboard the warship, Li Wei awoke in the afternoon, feeling a sense of unparalleled ease. However, he soon became aware of a gnawing hunger and a discomfort in his lower abdomen, indicating a pressing need to relieve himself. Reluctantly, he rose from his slumber and made his way to the restroom at the stern of the ship, where he found sweet relief. Upon returning to his quarters, he discovered a box of food left on the table, which he promptly consumed to satiate his hunger. Finally, he ventured onto the deck to bask in the sunlight. As before, Butch was diligently engaged in his training, but this time, instead of performing push-ups, he was lifting weights, focusing on building his strength. Li Wei chose not to disturb his diligent roommate, instead making his way to the edge of the boat. Davis stood there once more, gazing at the scenery. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he turned to see Li Wei and greeted him warmly. "You've finally risen. I heard from Buki that you were so excited last night that you couldn't sleep a wink." "Don't even mention it," Li Wei replied. Buki's snoring could only be described as thunderous. "I nearly considered asking the officer for a room change." Li Wei replied with a bitter smile, and then turned to ask, "By the way, have you seen Mr. DuPont today? It seems he went to seek out General Borsellino. He must have important matters to report. Is he going directly to Admiral Kizaru? Could this be an indication of a significant event on the horizon?" A sense of foreboding surged within Li Wei once more. However, before he could respond, a sharp voice pierced through the air from behind him. "You must be the new recruit, Li Wei. We've been waiting for your arrival." Turning around, he beheld several naval soldiers approaching, among whom was a figure with a round, fluffy hairstyle and an X-shaped scar adorning the right side of his forehead. His chin was equally rounded, and the word Marine was inscribed upon it, rendering him a figure of undeniable absurdity. This individual seemed to have made an appearance in the original narrative as well. If memory serves correctly, he had consumed the bean fruit, granting him the peculiar ability to transform his body into spherical particles, somewhat akin to Buggy's fragmented fruit powers. In Levi's mind, information about the person before him immediately surfaced. "What's wrong? Have you been struck dumb?" One of the individuals beside the fruit ability user inquired upon noticing Levi's lack of response. Davis interjected, "Gentlemen, what brings you to seek out Levi? Of course, we are here to challenge him. Just yesterday, this lad triumphed over Colonel Schuen and received personal commendation from General Borsellino. Now, everyone is proclaiming him the second incarnation of Mr. Yixing, and he may soon ascend to the rank of Admiral. Indeed, our Colonel Berrygood places great importance on talent. Hence his desire to personally assess this promising individual," another soldier affirmed. "As protectors of the civilians, it is paramount for the Navy to possess genuine strength, the ability to vanquish foes, rather than indulge in trivialities." Upon hearing this, Levi comprehended the situation. They had come to spar with him. How frustrating. He merely wished to cultivate his skills quietly within the Navy. Yet even this modest request seemed beyond the heavens' favor. Before long, he noticed a throng of people gathering around, all wearing expressions of excitement. Another challenger had emerged for the rookie Levi, and it appeared they intended to engage directly in combat. To his astonishment, the challenger turned out to be Colonel Berrygood. Surely, no matter how formidable Levi was, he could not possibly rival a colonel, could he? "Not necessarily," murmured the onlookers, recalling Levi's recent victory over Colonel Schuen. "Levi, it's you again. Why can't you just continue sleeping? You're disrupting my training." Butch, drenched in sweat, squeezed through the crowd, his expression one of displeasure upon witnessing his compatriot steal the limelight once more. "Can this really be blamed on me?" Li Wei wished to retort. Yet someone interjected before he could. "You seem reluctant to engage. However, that is of no consequence, as long as you can answer me one question truthfully. I may consider sparing you." The speaker was none other than Colonel Berrygood, a fruit ability user, who cast a frigid gaze upon Li Wei, asserting, "The Navy does not permit the existence of those who harbor secrets." A sense of joy blossomed within Levi's heart. Did this imply that if he triumphed over his adversary, he would have the opportunity to pose a question and thereby uncover the secrets of Davis's fruit abilities? This thought spurred Levi to swiftly recall the narrative and contemplate his strategy. According to the original story, although this individual was not particularly formidable, 2 years prior, Frankie had easily subdued him. However, in terms of combat prowess, Frankie had already been quite powerful at that time, having defeated the Owlman, who possessed a strength of 800. Thus, it could be deduced that Berrygood's combat capability must be around 600. In contrast, Levi himself possessed a meager 170, rendering him far from a match. Nevertheless, the bean fruit bore a critical flaw. If one could seize hold of the user's head, they would lose control over the remaining spheres of their body. Should he skillfully employ the tools and abilities at his disposal, his chances of victory remained substantial. While Levi was lost in contemplation, Davis misinterpreted his thoughts. "Sir, please do not impose undue pressure. Moreover, what you just stated is incorrect. Everyone harbors their own little secrets." Berrygood abruptly interrupted him. "You lost to Colonel Schuen yesterday, and thus, you have no right to speak here." Upon hearing this, Butch could no longer contain himself. Is this the righteousness of the Navy, to bully the weak? However, his words were met with utter disregard by Belagood, who didn't even cast a glance in his direction. At that moment, Levi regained his focus and replied, "Who says I shy away from a challenge? However, what if you were to lose?" He laughed. "I could never be defeated by a rookie. Yet, if you were to lose, you must truthfully answer me one question." Li Wei interrupted Belagood's words and continued, "On the vast sea, nothing is impossible." "Very well. This time I shall not only defeat you but also expose your true nature." Upon finishing his statement, Belagood turned and strode towards the center of the deck. The surrounding naval soldiers parted to create a pathway. Indeed, another captivating spectacle was about to unfold. Such an intriguing duel beckoned a wager. "Let me be the bookmaker." Upon hearing the mention of a bet, Buki became animated. "Wager on Li Wei's victory at 5-1, and on the Colonel's win at evens. Come, everyone. Place your bets." Noticing that few were inclined to heed his call, he grew anxious. "I am the son of Anderson, the wealthiest man on our departing island. Money is no object. Li Wei, bear witness to my words." This proclamation drew the attention of the crowd, and even one of the duel's protagonists, Belagood, furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Buki. Levi spoke with a hint of irritation. "Master Bucci, it seems you harbor little faith in me." "I support you, Levi. I wager 100,000 berries on your victory." Davis, ever the loyal friend, promptly produced a stack of money and placed it before Bucci. With the first bet placed, the other sailors, seeing this, began to pull out their own funds, clamoring to place their wagers. No rush, Davis. Please assist me in recording the bets. Should I win, I shall share the spoils with you." Bucci exclaimed excitedly. With this brief interlude, Levi chimed in, "Bucci, do not forget the significant efforts that the Colonel and I have contributed. Rest assured, you shall not be overlooked, regardless of the outcome." "I will ensure you both receive a handsome reward," Bucci replied. Hearing this, Levi turned to Belagood and said, "Then let us wait a moment. After all, the journey can be rather dull, and it is a rare delight to have some amusement that brings joy to all. I have no objections, for your defeat is inevitable." Came the retort. Within the flagship, in the Admiral's office, Kizaru spoke languidly. "Are you suggesting that the Hellfire crew will ambush the Navy recruits en route?" "Indeed. This intelligence was received by Mr. Anderson and is unlikely to be erroneous," Dupont affirmed confidently. "The information network of the wealthiest individual is quite formidable," Kizaru remarked slowly, adding, "Understood. Thank you. Brigadier General Gibbon, please arrange for personnel to report to headquarters to gather further intelligence on Hellfire." "Certainly, I shall attend to it at once." As Gibbon departed the office, Dupont hesitated, deciding against revealing the information regarding the leader of Hellfire. Instead, he stated, "Admiral Paulusolino, I shall take my leave now." Upon exiting the office and nearing the deck, Dupont was startled by a commotion outside and quickened his pace. Indeed, on the second deck, he observed a throng of people gathered, their voices raised in excitement, amidst which was Bucci's enthusiastic call. "Is there anyone else wishing to place a bet? If you do not act soon, the opportunity shall vanish." Dupont then noticed two figures at the center of the deck, Levi and an oddly featured individual. A moment's thought recalled the latter's identity. It was Colonel Belagood of the Navy. What is transpiring here? Just as he contemplated descending, he heard Bucci shout at Levi, "I have completed the registration. It appears I am not the only one lacking confidence in you. Then you might just stand to gain significantly from this, correct? May I place my bet?" Levi inquired, receiving an affirmative nod from Bucci before adding, "Then I shall wager 1,000,000 berries on my own victory." At this declaration, Belagood could no longer contain himself. "I too shall wager 2,000,000 berries. I cannot possibly lose to you." "Very well. I have recorded both your names. Levi, do not forget to pay me after the duel." "The thought of you losing both money and dignity is amusing," Bucci retorted, "since you have completed the registration. Let us commence, Colonel." Li Wei interrupted Bucci's gleeful remarks with a booming voice. "I've been waiting impatiently. Rest assured, I shall go easy on you." Upon hearing this exchange, Dupont above was taken aback. Could it be Colonel Belagood challenging Li Wei? And had young Master Bucci set up a wager for this? The ensuing scene unfolded as he had anticipated. Li Wei retorted, "Then be careful." No sooner had he spoken than his speed surged, propelling him toward Belagood. Belagood, quick to react, prepared to retreat, yet he underestimated Li Wei's velocity and was struck in the abdomen with a powerful blow. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly injured. Had Li Wei truly incapacitated Colonel Belagood with a single strike? But wait, why wasn't the Colonel utilizing his devil fruit abilities? If he had known, he would have wagered on Li Wei's victory. Spectators voiced their confusion. Meanwhile, Belagood was filled with astonishment, realizing he was unable to employ the capabilities of the Doubt of Fruit. He could not disperse his body into spherical forms to evade the onslaught, leaving him to endure the assault passively. In stark contrast, Li Wei unleashed a torrent of punches upon his adversary. In his mind, he mused, the tactic had succeeded. To confront a foe empowered by a superior devil fruit, one must strike first. The Oath Shield was the most suitable skill for this encounter. By harnessing the speed provided by this ability, along with the effect that temporarily nullified the opponent's devil fruit powers upon impact, he could gain the upper hand perfectly. However, Li Wei was acutely aware that the silence induced by the oath shield's power was fleeting. Soon, the colonel would regain the ability to utilize the doubt of fruit. Yet, it seemed he had miscalculated. Suddenly, Berygood bellowed, "Iron block." Li Wei felt as if his fist had struck a solid steel plate. Fortunately, his combat power had reached 170. Otherwise, he would have been the one injured from that blow. Alas, he had forgotten that individuals of the colonel rank were likely to have mastered the 6 styles of the navy. Li Wei Xiang endured the pain and hastily retreated. Pointing gun, Berygood's index finger jabbed towards Li Wei, but the latter deftly evaded the strike. At this moment, he became acutely aware that his body, hands, and the very spot where he had stood were all smeared with a sticky substance reminiscent of chewing gum. This viscous material exhibited remarkable elasticity, significantly hampering his movements. What could this be? It seemed that Admiral Poliusolino was indeed correct. You possess a myriad of superpowers. Berygood ceased his assault and remarked, "Moreover, you have a skill that seals the powers of devil fruits. How peculiar." His words ignited a stir among the onlookers. What manner of superpower is this? It resembles the dark fruit, and the substance clinging to the kernel appears akin to chewing gum. Could this also be his ability? Despite the diversity of powers, Li Wei's previous flurry of attacks failed to breach the defenses of the iron block. I believe he is destined to lose this confrontation. Indeed. His prowess in superpowers is remarkable, yet his actual strength is quite feeble. As the crowd speculated, Li Wei interjected, truly deserving of a colonel's rank. I had thought I could successfully launch a sneak attack, but it seems your mastery of the Marine 6 styles is commendable, aside from your devil fruit ability. This was largely thanks to teacher Zifa, who constantly emphasized the importance of not overly relying on devil fruit powers. Nevertheless, for a mere rookie to push me to this extent is quite impressive and worthy of commendation. Upon hearing this, Li Wei smiled slightly. From your words, it appears you believe victory is assured? I beg to differ. As he spoke, he surged forward once more, feigning a direct attack on his adversary. Do you intend to use your superpower to usurp my devil fruit ability? How naive. At that moment, Berygood disassembled himself into numerous minuscule spheres, which floated in the air and evaded Li Wei's latest assault. "Ha! I have been anticipating your use of the devil fruit ability. You have lost." As Li Wei spoke, he tugged with his hand. To his astonishment, he discovered a long strand of chewing gum attached to his hand, the other end affixed to the head of Berygood. "How unfortunate. You have uncovered my vulnerability." Berygood had intended to restore his form, yet all the spherical entities he had split into were ensnared by the adhesive gum. This gum-like substance clung to the deck with remarkable elasticity, effectively restraining Berygood's movements under tension. He was unable to revert to his original state immediately. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Wei seized Berygood's head and, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Colonel, you wouldn't want me to cast your head into the sea, would you? So, I beg you, let us consider this a defeat on my part." The onlookers were taken aback by the sudden turn of events, as Li Wei emerged victorious. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Levi released his grip on Berygood's head and nullified the elastic embrace of love. It was only at this moment that the crowd began to comprehend the situation, and soon erupted in a fervor. Levi had triumphed. He had bested Colonel Berygood. I had lost 50,000 berries, and had I known that only those betting 50,000 would remain silent, I would not have wagered 100,000. Amidst the cacophony of lamentations, Berygood approached Levi and quietly inquired, "According to our agreement, you may ask me one question, provided it does not pertain to naval secrets." "I shall answer truthfully." Under the scrutinizing eyes of the assembly, Levi could hardly pose a question regarding the abilities of the Davis fruit. Instead, he replied, "Colonel, there is no rush. I will seek you out later. For now, of course, I must collect my winnings." As he approached Bucci, the affluent heir wore an expression of disbelief, occasionally betraying his discontent. The onlookers displayed a myriad of reactions, some envious, others admiring, and many, like Bucci, visibly disgruntled. However, they ceased their chatter, silently observing Levi. Li Wei disregarded the reactions of those around him and straightforwardly inquired, "Where is my 5 million belly?" "Humph. I could give it to you right now," Butch retorted, counting the money. 10,000, 20,000. "Congratulations, Li Wei. Your prowess has significantly improved since your recent encounter with Kingston. This is all the result of diligent training, Master Butch, is it not?" "Humph, be quiet. If you keep talking, I won't give you any money." Observing Butch's reaction only amused Li Wei further. "Are you Butch, a fellow recruit of mine?" At that moment, Berygood approached and whispered, "Earlier, I also placed a bet of 2 million belly, correct?" "Yes, sir, as you say," Butch replied, lifting his head and pausing his counting. "That 2 million shall serve as my appearance fee. You promised that regardless of the outcome, you would provide both me and Li Wei with a sum of money. Am I mistaken?" Upon hearing this, Butch's expression fell instantly. He opened his mouth to speak, but found no words. "It's merely 2 million belly. You're not at a loss." Berygood glanced at the thick stack of money in Butch's hands before turning to Li Wei and remarked, "Although you have triumphed over me this time, you are fully aware that, in terms of strength, you do not surpass me." With that, he swiftly turned and departed. Li Wei could no longer contain his amusement and exclaimed with laughter, young Master Buki, my appearance fee must amount to 2 million. So you ought to compensate me with 7 million. Silence. Upon witnessing this scene, those who had lost tens of thousands, or even over 100,000 Bailey, suddenly felt their misfortunes were not so dire after all. By the way, I too wagered 100,000 Bailey. Buki, as the son of the wealthiest man, you wouldn't default on your debts, would you? Davis, seizing the opportunity, added his own taunt. Here, take this, 50,000 Bailey. You can leave now and cease to bother me. Aha. Levi and Davis erupted into laughter, filling the deck with an atmosphere of joy. On the second deck, DuPont, having witnessed the entire duel, marveled at Levi's prowess. However, upon noticing that young Master Bucci seemed to be in a predicament, he contemplated descending to offer assistance when a languid voice drifted from behind. Levi has made significant progress, though he remains rather naive. Yet, he is becoming somewhat formidable. Turning around, he found it was Kizaru. DuPont couldn't help but inquire, Admiral Borisolino, what are your thoughts on the duel? You wish to know my opinion on Levi, don't you? He relies too heavily on his so-called superpowers, squandering his innate talent. DuPont clearly concurred. I share that sentiment. Not long ago, Levi was a feeble individual, yet within a mere fortnight, he has elevated his capabilities to this level. Truly a genius among geniuses. If Levi continues to train diligently, he will undoubtedly attain extraordinary strength. A genius, perhaps, but at present, he remains an inconsequential existence. Kizaru cast another glance at Levi below before departing. Just before leaving, he added, I would very much like to see a genius transform into a true powerhouse. DuPont furrowed his brow and turned to descend as well. Approaching Levi and the others, he said with a smile, well done, Levi. You've defeated another naval colonel. Mr. DuPont, your timing is impeccable. Young Master Bucci may require your assistance. Oh, spare me your words. You can forget about the 2 million berry appearance fee. Not a single berry will I part with. Upon hearing their exchange, Levi chuckled, yet you still owe me several 100,000 berry. Rest assured, I shall repay you. DuPont. Don't meddle too much, Bucci retorted before storming off. However, after a few steps, he changed direction, returning to the area for strength training. Beginning to lift weights with great effort. Levi, your superpowers are impressive, but do not neglect your own training. Heeding DuPont's earnest advice, Levi promptly replied, I understand. I will train right away. With that, he waved his hand and joined Bucci, picking up a dumbbell to lift. Humph, that insufferable fellow. How audacious for someone in debt. Observing the two engage in both training and banter, DuPont mused softly. I have a feeling these two will become significant figures on our island. Huh, I share that sentiment. Davis added with a smile. Nearby, in the sky above the warship, the hawk-nosed Koji transformed into his beastly form, reflecting on the recent duel between Levi and Belagude. He couldn't help but smack his forehead. I almost made a grave mistake. Had Kizaru's observation hockey detected me, all would have been lost. During the duel, he had lowered his altitude for a clearer view, only to spot Kizaru on the deck, prompting him to ascend once more. Thus, while he had a vague glimpse of their battle, he heard none of their conversation. All he knew was that Belagude inexplicably split into a spherical form, then charged directly at Levi, only to be defeated. Who would voluntarily expose their weaknesses? Belagude's acting was abysmally poor. Recalling the writer's remarks, he muttered, but does the Navy really need to dispatch 2 colonels just to lose to a rookie like Levi? What is Kizaru truly contemplating? On the warship, Levi trained briefly before hearing the familiar buzzing of his transponder snail. He moved to a secluded part of the deck, retrieved the transponder snail, and upon seeing it was Uncle Spike calling, he quickly answered. Immediately, Spike's robust voice resonated. Levi, I just received a call from Mr. Ishing. There are 2 matters I need to discuss with you. Oh, Uncle, please, do go on. Li Wei promptly replied. The first matter you wish to inquire about has already been conveyed to me by Mr. Ishang. Your fellow recruit, Davis, possesses the power of the Riri fruit. The Riri fruit? Is that not the ability of the Blackbeard Pirates member, Burgess? Davis's fate appears to be quite precarious. Li Wei felt a profound sense of discomfort within himself. After a brief moment, he softly replied, all right, thank you, sir. Moreover, what is the second matter you wish to discuss? The second piece of news is rather disheartening. Mr. Ishao has not apprehended Senna. In fact, it is quite possible that Senna never set foot on Paris Island at all. Intelligence reports indicate that, during the past few days, individuals associated with Hellfire had indeed made an appearance on Paris Island. However, they departed before Mr. Ishin could set foot on the island. Thus, Admiral Fujitora harbors suspicions that it may have been the handiwork of the Hellfire faction. Li Wei quickly replied, recalling the storyline from the original work in his mind. Aside from the imitation fruit of Fonkelii, the only other ability that could alter appearances belonged to the Zoan-type dog fruit, specifically in its mythical nine-tailed fox form. Of course, Audric's face-changing fruit also possesses the capacity to transform a person's visage, but he is currently imprisoned, thus can be dismissed outright. Contemplating these thoughts, he expressed his hypothesis. Could it be that the user of the nine-tailed fox fruit is masquerading as Senna, intending to divert Admiral Fujitora's attention? The nine-tailed fox fruit? Your knowledge of devil fruits is indeed extensive. I shall seize the opportunity to mention this to Mr. Yixing. By the way, are you still comfortable aboard the warship? I will summon the Tom brothers. They have been quite eager to see you. Soon enough, the cheerful voices of two children echoed through the transponder snail. Li Wei engaged in casual conversation with Tom and the others for a while before ending the call. Although he had learned about Davis's fruit abilities, the thought that this fellow recruit might meet his demise at the hands of Blackbeard cast a shadow over his mood. What troubles you? Hearing a voice from behind, Li Wei turned to see DuPont. He hastily rubbed his face and forced a wry smile, saying, "Perhaps I'm just a bit fatigued from training. It's getting late. Shall we go for a meal?" DuPont regarded Li Wei with a hint of confusion, sighed softly, yet chose to remain silent. After finishing dinner in the ship's mess hall, Li Wei did not seek out Davis. Instead, he made his way to the office of Barry Good and knocked on the door. "Come in." Upon hearing this, Li Wei entered and greeted, "Good evening, Colonel." "Li Wei, please state your question quickly. I have many matters to attend to." "Are you busy?" Li Wei immediately turned his head, a conjecture forming in his mind, and thus inquired with curiosity, "Are you occupied with matters pertaining to the Hellfire Organization?" "Enough with the pleasantries. Swiftly articulate your question and depart post-haste." "This is precisely what I wish to inquire about, Commander." "Surely, this does not encroach upon naval secrets?" "If this is your inquiry, I can indeed provide an answer. I am indeed engaged with affairs concerning the Hellfire Organization. Have you finished your questions? Then you may take your leave." Li Wei felt a surge of joy, for his guess had proven correct, making the situation much more manageable. With keen interest, he inquired further, "If you seek information regarding that gang, I happen to possess some." "You, a mere rookie, where could you possibly acquire such intelligence? Even if you did manage to capture a few members of the Hellfire group previously, they were merely insignificant lackeys." Li Wei had long anticipated that the commanding officer would harbor suspicions about him. In a lowered voice, he remarked, "Do not underestimate me. Consider this. Why would the journalist abuse a pin a fabricated article about me in the newspaper?" Upon hearing this, Barry Good lifted his gaze toward Li Wei. Pondering for a moment before expressing his confusion, "It does seem there is some truth to that. Now, share your intelligence with me. If it proves valuable, I might contemplate acknowledging your contribution." "No need for accolades," Li Wei replied. "All I require is for you to lend me the ability of the Doubt of Fruit." Li Wei silently scoffed, refraining from providing a direct answer. "As for accolades, they hold little significance for me, Commander. Allow me to divulge a fragment of information." He proceeded to recount the details regarding Fujitora's futile pursuit of the captain of the Greybeard pirates, Senna, on Paris Island. With unwavering conviction, he continued, "According to the intelligence network at my disposal, the individual masquerading as Senna is likely a member of the Hellfire Organization. Coincidentally, within Hellfire, there exists an ability user of the Inu Inu no Mi model, Kai by no Kitsune, who possesses the power to transform into anyone." Upon uttering these words, Li Wei noticed the skeptical expression on his interlocutor's face, prompting him to add, "Commander, you may verify this information with Admiral Fujitora. Furthermore, I possess additional intelligence regarding the leader of the Hellfire Organization, their boss." "What? Speak quickly." Seeing the urgency in Barragud's demeanor, Li Wei activated the system, employing the debt forgiveness issuance skill, preparing to borrow abilities. He then feigned a troubled expression, saying, "Commander, I can share this intelligence with you. But what do you desire in return? My request is modest. I merely wish for you to acknowledge a favor owed to me." "A favor owed to you? Is it truly that simple?" Li Wei pondered internally. This is not a simple matter. However, his face still bore an expression of melancholy. "Indeed. I adhere to the principle of reciprocity. Having aided you this time, it suffices for you to extend your assistance to me in the future." "Really? That is splendid. I shall consider myself indebted to you for a favor. Now, could you kindly divulge the intelligence regarding the leader of the Hellfire Organization?" "Commander, are you certain you owe me a favor?" Li Wei reaffirmed, this time pressing the left button of the issuing machine. "Well, I owe you a favor. As long as it does not compromise the interests of the Navy or entail any immoral actions, I am willing to assist you." "No need for that, Commander. I was merely jesting with you. Or rather, your trust in me is already a favor returned." Upon realizing that he had acquired the skills, Levi eagerly recounted all the abilities demonstrated in the original work. The leader of the gang was a user of the sake fruit, capable of generating alcohol bubbles, which possessed the ability to fly. Furthermore, he could expel fireballs by consuming alcohol. After sharing this, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "The sake fruit can also breathe fire. The flame fruit has truly become something even dogs would disdain." "A user of the sake fruit? Very well. I shall promptly report this information to Admiral Borsellino." Upon hearing this, Levi, displaying his awareness of the situation, stood up to take his leave. "Sir, you may continue your work. I too must attend to my training." Once he departed, Barry Good muttered to himself, "The greatest adversary of Hellfire must surely be the Revolutionary Army?" With such intelligence, could Levi genuinely be an undercover agent sent by them? After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, "I shall refrain from informing Admiral Borsellino that this intelligence originated from Levi." Returning to the training ground where Butchie was, Levi indeed found the wealthy heir diligently throwing punches. "You are still working hard." Levi greeted him before reclining on the ground to relax. This action greatly displeased Butchie, yet he refrained from voicing his objections. Instead, wearing a sly smile. "Humph, you may indulge in your laziness. That will afford me the opportunity to surpass you," Butchie thought to himself, accelerating the speed of his punches significantly. Not far away, DuPont and Davis observed this scene, exchanging glances and sighing in unison. On the deck, Levi was abruptly awakened from his slumber, feeling a sharp kick to his side. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a lewd face adorned with a scruffy mustache. It was none other than Kizaru. "Levi, why are you sleeping here?" Kizaru inquired. "There was no other choice. My roommate snores excessively," Levi replied. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly gathered his thoughts to respond. Meanwhile, he pondered inwardly. If it were the yellow ape who had struck him, would that be considered an encounter with the force of light speed? That wouldn't do either. Although there were watchful eyes on the mainmast, resting here made one vulnerable to a surprise attack from the enemy. Upon hearing this, Li Wei hastily focused his thoughts, only to hear the yellow ape kindly remind him, "Especially you, bear in mind that the flames of hell regard you as a thorn in their side." "Well, I merely apprehended a few minor henchmen. It shouldn't be that serious, right?" Li Wei wore a concerned expression as he inquired. "Isn't the Whitebeard pirates supposed to launch an attack? Everything seems quite normal these past few days. Surely they must be intimidated by Admiral Kizaru. Do not let your guard down, for the Whitebeard pirates boast formidable beings among their ranks. Although I am here, we must exercise caution. Moreover, by this time tomorrow, we shall be entering the Fog Sea, which is the most perilous area of all." "The Fog Sea? It sounds like a place shrouded in mist," Li Wei hurriedly affirmed. "You are absolutely correct. The Foggy Sea is indeed quite terrifying. Beneath the dense mist, clarity can only be achieved in face-to-face encounters, and I detest such circumstances." Li Wei came to a realization. The tranquility of these past 2 days was likely the calm before the storm. "I've been here for quite some time now. And you still haven't risen?" Noticing the furrowed brow of Admiral Kizaru, who was stroking his chin, Li Wei promptly sprang to his feet. "I apologize, Admiral Kizaru. It was not my intention to show you any disrespect." Subsequently, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Furthermore, I am grateful for your reminder, Admiral Kizaru. I shall remain in my quarters for the next few days, regardless of the noise within, and will not venture out. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Go ahead," Kizaru replied. After watching Li Wei depart, he slightly raised his gaze to the heavens, revealing a smirk that was both lewd and laden with meaning. He scratched his head and returned to his office. In the midst of the dark clouds above, Kizaru continued to observe the events unfolding aboard the warship. This time, he let out a sigh of relief. Just as the newspapers had indicated, the new recruit, Li Wei, truly possessed an extraordinary ability to sleep. In Levi's chamber, Butchie had long succumbed to slumber, as evidenced by the thunderous snores emanating from him. Although Levi promptly inserted earplugs, they merely dulled the cacophony to a slight degree. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he promptly activated the system to check the status of his leisure task. Upon discovering the daily task, engage in leisure activities for 15 hours to randomly receive a skill reward, 815, he realized he had yet to accumulate the requisite 15 hours. This predicament was a consequence of his recent promotion to private second class, which mandated a full 15 hours of leisure to qualify for the reward. Truly, a system that is overly accommodating can pose its own set of challenges. Li Wei muttered to himself a few phrases before casting his gaze upon Butch, who lay as still as a dead pig, suppressing the urge to strike him. The following day, at the break of dawn, Levi, sporting dark circles under his eyes, observed Butch humming a cheerful tune as he rose from his bed. With a look of astonishment, he exclaimed, "Oh, how did you get in here? I was holding DuPont and Davis at bay all night, fearing I might disturb your slumber. So it was you, the ill-intentioned scoundrel, who wished for my demise on the deck merely for the sake of 500,000 Bailey. What has become of your perspective, being the son of a wealthy magnate?" "Humph, I have resolved to repay my debts to my own efforts. Never mind, I have no time for idle chatter with you. Do continue your rest." As Butch began to freshen up and prepared to leave, Levi hastily added, "I, too, am heading for training. Do not think to outpace me." "Humph." After their meal, the two of them made their way to the training area on the deck. Li Wei promptly seized a hefty dumbbell, testing his strength. Observing this, Butchie, undeterred, picked up an even larger dumbbell and cast a provocative glance in his direction. "I'm utterly exhausted. It's all your fault for depriving me of sleep last night. I shall take a nap now." Before Butchie could react, Li Wei ambled to the side and reclined once more. Alas, in his duel with the colonel, he had already expended 2 skills and now sought to recuperate by idling, aiming to replenish his skill reserves. However, after a few of Li Wei's actions, not only Butchie but also others expressed their dissatisfaction with his demeanor, even though he had triumphed over 2 colonels. Such a lackadaisical attitude towards training suggested he would not achieve significant success. Indeed, it was exceedingly arrogant to sleep in a place designated for training. It was nothing short of mocking us. Li Wei paid no heed to the chatter of those around him. Time passed steadily, and before long, afternoon arrived. At last, he heard the long-awaited system notification chime. "Congratulations! You have completed a daily task, earning the Spider Sense skill. To learn more about the skill, You may access the system for further details. Ah, this skill sounds quite promising. Li Wei gently opened his eyes and activated the system to examine the skill description. Spider Sense. Upon the active use of this skill, one can detect the presence of individuals or objects that pose a threat to the user. With a detection range of 5,000 meters, this skill can be employed 5 times, with a maximum duration of 50 minutes for each use. Note, this skill does not reveal the exact number of enemies. Therefore, one should not recklessly charge towards them. Explanation 1. This skill also possesses a passive effect that allows the user to foresee impending danger, enabling them to anticipate threats in advance. It seems reminiscent of Spider-Man's superpower. Yet it possesses its own unique characteristics. Li Wei swiftly recalled the origin of the skill. It must be said that this ability arrived just in time. As they were about to enter the foggy sea, with the Spider Sense skill, it was as if he had inserted a true eye amidst the thick mist, enabling him to detect the encroaching enemies. Li Wei, in a buoyant mood, promptly turned over and resumed his slumber. However, not long after, someone approached and gently tapped his shoulder. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld DuPont and Davis standing before him. DuPont, carefully choosing his words, remarked, "Li Wei, you must engage in more training. Do not squander your talent." Li Wei replied, "I understand, yet for me, sleep is also a form of training." Li Wei spoke ambiguously. "I am well aware. Thank you both for your kind reminders." As he spoke, he gestured towards Butchie beside him. "Unlike certain individuals who wish for my complete relaxation so that they may surpass me, how despicable and navi." Butchie. The subject of his remarks turned his gaze elsewhere. Li Wei chuckled softly, then turned over and resumed his slumber. Observing this scene, DuPont and Davis found themselves at a loss for words, merely shaking their heads as they departed. As evening approached, Li Wei joined the others for a meal, only to drift back into sleep amidst their training sessions. As he dozed, he was suddenly roused by a loud shout from the lookout atop the ship's mast. "Attention everyone. We are about to enter the fog-laden waters." Li Wei sprang to his feet like a carp leaping from the water. He followed the crowd to the edge of the ship, gazing toward the advancing warship. Indeed, in the distance, a vast expanse of mist loomed, shrouding the entire sea in a thick fog that exuded an air of mystery and peril. Shortly thereafter, from the second deck, Captain Gibbons called out to those below in a commanding voice. "Everyone, evacuate the deck immediately and return to your quarters. The visibility in the foggy waters is exceedingly low. Remain vigilant and be on guard against potential enemy attacks." Upon hearing the captain's orders, those on the deck promptly departed, leaving it eerily deserted. Li Wei and Buki returned to their room, accompanied by DuPont and Davis. The 4 of them crowded into the small space, which felt exceedingly cramped. "DuPont, you and Davis should head to the next room. Given how close we are, if anything occurs, just call out, and you can quickly come to our aid," Buki remarked nonchalantly. DuPont glanced at Li Wei, noting his agreement, and departed with Davis. Before leaving, DuPont earnestly instructed, "Young Master Buki, if you detect anything unusual, regardless of the perceived danger, you must raise the alarm. I will rush over at once." He added, "Li Wei, please remain vigilant. Even without pirate attacks, the foggy sea is fraught with peril. We cannot afford to be careless." "Certainly, we will exercise caution," both young men replied in unison. With the departure of the 2 robust men, the room instantly felt much more spacious. "Do you really think pirates will attack us?" Buki inquired, a hint of worry creeping into his voice. "Are you frightened? I never expected you to be so timid," Li Wei teased. "How could I be afraid of a mere handful of pirates? In fact, I wish to encounter them soon for a good fight," Buki retorted defiantly. Noticing Buki's bravado, Li Wei pressed on. "From what I understand, potential attackers include the Greybeard pirates and the Hellfire crew, who are vastly more formidable than the Steel Knife pirates." "Do you think I am unaware of the Greybeard pirates' reputation? They have previously targeted Navy recruits, so I have been keeping a close eye on them. However, the other gang seems to be after you, doesn't it? Does that not make my presence here rather perilous? Still claiming you aren't afraid?" Li Wei smirked. "Greater risks yield greater rewards. You must be curious why my strength has surged in just a few days. It is because fighting is the most effective way to enhance one's abilities." At this, Li Wei inwardly criticized the illogical plot of the original story, where Monkey D. Luffy trained under Rayleigh for 2 long years but gained less strength than he did from a single battle with Kaido. Kaido even earned the title of Kaido-sensei, as he taught Luffy the advanced technique of Conqueror's Haki and helped him awaken his Gum Gum Fruit power. "Really? I don't believe it." Buki's instincts warned him that Li Wei might be deceiving him. Li Wei, unable to retort against such a response reminiscent of a famous host, remained silent. Yet, when he did not counter, Buki became serious, stating, "I will take your word for it this time. As long as there is an opportunity to grow stronger, I must seize it. I have decided that from now on, I will stay away from the foggy sea, and I vow not to sleep." "Haha," Li Wei responded with a smile, clearly skeptical of Buki's capabilities. Soon, several hours had passed as the 2 of them enjoyed the delivered meals, satisfying their hunger. During this time, Buki grew increasingly impatient, waiting idly like, "This is not a solution, Li Wei. Shouldn't we take the initiative? Are you suggesting we seek our own demise?" "Forget it. I want to discuss this further. I'll lie down for a while." Li Wei found Buchi's noise intolerable, so he allowed him to continue. He remained seated, gazing out the window. A thick fog enveloped the outside world, as if a heavy veil had been drawn, compounded by the darkness of night, rendering everything obscured and indistinct. Indeed, as Huang Yuan had remarked, only by facing one another could clarity be achieved. Before long, Li Wei regretted his decision. As the bed beside him erupted with thunderous snores, hadn't he sworn to stay awake until dawn? He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, reluctantly donning earplugs. Meanwhile, in another part of the fog-laden sea, a seemingly ordinary vessel was bustling with dozens of individuals on deck. A man clad in goggles and a mask spoke up. Mr. Kochi just called. It's time for us to mobilize. Garrick, do we really intend to confront a naval admiral? Abusa, wearing a bowler hat, inquired with evident concern. Fear not. With my fruit abilities, combined with your invisibility, we shall surely accomplish the task. When the time comes, I will plead with Mr. Kochi for your freedom, Garrick replied earnestly, adjusting his goggles. This time, you won't deceive me, will you? I'm merely a news correspondent. You previously claimed there was a major story and paid me to report. Ignoring Abusa's complaints, Garrick turned to a nearby individual sporting heart-shaped sunglasses. Hypnos, when the small boat approaches the warship, 1 minute later. Unleash your abilities and eliminate the remaining navy. By then, Huang Yuan will be unable to intervene. No problem. Remember to wear earplugs, especially you Fitz. I wouldn't want to accidentally harm a comrade, Hypnos remarked, noticing the lack of response from his companion. He playfully tapped the bewildered, curly-haired man beside him, realizing he had already put on earplugs. Keisler, you will remain on the ship. After 5 minutes, lead everyone in an offensive to eradicate the navy aboard the warship. Leave no one behind. Understood, replied a towering figure, muscular and imposing. Everyone clear on their tasks? Be cautious. Despite the fog obscuring our vision, our adversary is indeed a formidable naval admiral. Let us set forth. With that, Garrick concluded, waving his hand. The group then dispersed into action. Shortly thereafter, a small boat set sail. On the warship, in the admiral's office, Huang Yuan sensed something amiss as he glanced toward the door, furrowing his brow and rising to investigate. Cautiously, he opened the door and peered into the corridor. Am I being overly cautious? It seems I cannot afford to work overtime. Before he could finish his thought, with a swift motion, Huang Yuan vanished. After a considerable interval, Huang Yuan found himself inexplicably in a room. Steadying himself, he immediately raised his finger and fired a laser toward his right. A spray of blood erupted in the air. Ouch. Abusa, you get out of here. Huang Yuan fired several lasers, yet they merely carved holes into the wall. Is there truly someone who can move faster than light? After uttering this, he surveyed the room, a neatly made bed and well-arranged furniture. Habitually stroking his chin, he mused, what sort of fruit user is this? Quite terrifying. He then began rummaging through his belongings. Moments later, Huang Yuan produced a snail phone and dialed a number. A curious voice responded, Admiral Poliusolino, do you need something? I will come over immediately. No need, Brigadier General Jibbin. I am no longer aboard the warship. I have been taken by someone with fruit abilities. No way. What kind of fruit is so powerful? Huang Yuan interrupted Jibbin. Do not concern yourself with me. Quickly warn everyone to be wary of a pirate ambush. All right. Before he could finish, Jibbin's voice abruptly ceased. Huang Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. Jibbin, respond. Moshi Moshi, Jibbin, are you there? However, after several calls, there was no reply. Has the pirate attack commenced? This is troubling. I must hasten back. Worry etched across his face. Huang Yuan raked his fingers through his hair and exited the room. Li Wei continued to gaze out at the scenery beyond the window. It was uncertain when it had begun, but a gentle rain started to fall from the sky. The raindrops softly tapped against the glass, slowly sliding down and leaving behind faint trails of water. It appeared to possess a unique charm. Suddenly, he abruptly lifted his head and glanced at Buki beside him. This fellow was still sound asleep, not stirring even a bit. Something was amiss. Buki was inexplicably silent. Having ceased to snore, Li Wei promptly identified the source of the problem. He swiftly activated the system and proactively employed the recently acquired spider sense skill. Indeed, he soon detected 3 enemy locations, one of which was positioned above the warship. It appeared that the graybeard pirate crew had truly arrived. Li Wei immediately recalled the intelligence he had acquired from Branla before setting sail. Eugene had a brother named Kochi, who possessed the ability of the bird fruit in its falcon form, granting him the power of flight, thus making him exceedingly difficult to capture. This individual was the most likely candidate to launch an attack on the Navy recruits. With this troubling thought in mind, Li Wei hurried to the bedside and vigorously shook the slumbering Butchie. However, the latter remained in a deep slumber, unresponsive to all his efforts. This was undoubtedly alarming. A sinking feeling enveloped him, yet he dared not raise an alarm. Instead, he stealthily exited and rapped gently on Dupont's door. After knocking for quite some time, there was still no response. Li Wei knocked on several doors in succession, yet there was still no response. At that moment, he realized that the entire warship was enveloped in an eerie silence, exuding an unsettling atmosphere. A smile crossed his face as he suddenly remembered that he was still wearing earplugs. No wonder he could not hear a sound. Li Wei again contemplated removing his earplugs. but suddenly his hand paused beside his ear. In a moment of clarity, a hypothesis formed in his mind, since he was the only one awake. It was likely the earplug's influence. The enemy was probably employing sound as a means of attack, akin to the character Apna from the Supernova 11. In the face of such an insidious ability to launch surprise assaults, even the naval admiral Kizaru might fall victim, not to mention the others. It seemed that he would have to rely solely on himself now. He would do his utmost. As his thoughts raced, Li Wei swiftly made a decision. The immediate priority was to thwart the enemy and prevent them from targeting the incapacitated naval soldiers. The rainy weather could serve as an advantage. He stealthily made his way to the deck, which was deserted. Fortunately, the enemy had not yet launched an immediate attack. Li Wei took a deep breath, fully aware of the urgency of time. Without hesitation, he activated the rainbow catcher skill, and an eccentric mask materialized upon his face. Subsequently, his body disintegrated into countless spherical entities, dispersing around the warship. This was Li Wei employing the debt repayment issuer skill, borrowing the capabilities of the bean fruit. With the harmonious interplay of the rainbow catcher and the bean fruit's abilities, the myriad of small spheres, propelled by raindrops, swiftly encircled the warship for quite some time. During this interval, Li Wei utilized the rainbow catcher's power to transform the torrential raindrops into layers of obstacles, enveloping the warship. He hoped that this would suffice to withstand the enemy's assault. Having accomplished this, Li Wei decisively resolved to eliminate the nearest threat, situated adjacent to the warship. He refrained from reverting to his original form and instead dispatched the spherical entity representing his head toward the enemy. Under the cover of the dense fog, guided by his spider sense, he rapidly approached the adversary. Although the exact number of foes remained unclear, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to proceed slowly. After a while, Li Wei finally reached the vicinity of the enemy. Upon scrutinizing the area closely, he felt a weight lift from his chest. For adjacent to the warship was merely a small wooden boat. Given the modest size of the vessel, it was reasonable to surmise that the enemy numbers would also be limited. Balancing on the raindrops, Li Wei gradually steered his head toward the location of the enemy, only to behold an individual donning sunglasses. This person had a notably large mouth, and his right hand was slightly raised to the front right, seemingly engrossed in a soft, melodious chant. In the shrouded darkness of the fog, amidst the rain, this individual sang unabashedly. Was this person truly unhinged? Li Wei made a slight jest, speculating that this individual had employed some ability to render everyone unconscious. He was uncertain about the nature of the fruit power possessed by this person. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Wei discreetly summoned the other parts of his body back to him. Once restored, he seized the opportunity to stealthily approach the enemy from behind, exerting all his strength to deliver a precise strike to the nape of the foe's neck. With a thud, the man in sunglasses collapsed into the small boat, leaving Li Wei astonished at such feeble prowess. Li Wei was taken aback, however, to prevent the enemy from regaining consciousness. He securely bound them with the ropes from the small boat. One enemy had been dealt with. Utilizing his spider sensibilities, he detected that 3 enemies remained. Another presence emanated from the depths of the sea beneath the boat. Were they from the merman tribe? After making his judgment, Li Wei gazed upward at the sky, hesitated momentarily, and resolved to first confront the foes upon the sea, given that the adversary in the sky was likely to be Koki. With a bounty reaching an astonishing 400 million, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. With his own combat prowess standing at 170, he knew he was not a match for such an opponent.